Hashtag Chapter 1 Being a rich second generation is simply amazing.
At 6 in the morning, as the first rays of sunlight emerged and the morning breeze gently brushed by, the insistent alarm clock dragged me from deep slumber. I opened my eyes and immediately took in the surroundings of the bedroom. This bedroom spanning over 100 square meters had everything: a bathroom, walk-in closet, private balcony garden, all laid with imported Middle Eastern carpets and filled with high-end luxury furniture I couldn't even name, exuding sheer opulence.
I reached out to turn off the alarm and glanced at my phone. The screen displayed, Wednesday, August 15, 2018. I opened the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China app, where the account balance glaringly showed 51,255,000 Huaxia yuan, over 50 million. It seems this isn't a dream.
I murmured softly, but my brows slightly furrowed, and my face was filled with bewilderment.
This is already my second day since being reborn.
After dying suddenly from alcohol intoxication in my past life, I woke up yesterday morning to find myself back in the summer vacation of my sophomore year in 2018. I thought I could start over, but this world seems both familiar and strange. History, culture, classic songs, and novels are all identical, which left me deeply disappointed.
The only difference lies in my family.
In my past life, my father Wang drove for Didi, but in this life, he built himself from the ground up to become a leading figure in the heavy industry sector and even entered politics, now serving as chairman of Pioneer Heavy Industry Group Company, Ltd.
Pioneer Heavy Industries Group operates numerous businesses and is undoubtedly the undisputed titan in Rong Province.
Though my father keeps a low profile and has never appeared on the Forbes list, his net worth exceeding trillions far surpasses those listed billionaires. My mother, Xiao Huilan, who ran a struggling clothing store in my previous life, has become a renowned pharmaceutical magnate in this life. As one of the founders of Huaya Pharmaceutical Group Company, Limited, her empire spans drug research, manufacturing, sales, and medical aesthetics, with assets worth at least hundreds of billions. My parents' life trajectories are worlds apart from their previous lives, and even the transformations of my grandfather and maternal grandfather are astonishing beyond belief. But in this whole family, only my identity remains unchanged. I'm still a student at Shanghai University of Finance and Economics.
This leaves me utterly baffled.
I originally planned to become a self-made billionaire after rebirth by leveraging my market insights far beyond this era, making my story known worldwide. But this absurd family background instantly killed my motivation.
Being a rich second generation is amazing, who says it isn't?
Why have only my parents' and relatives' identities changed while everything else stayed the same?
Could my rebirth have caused some space-time effect? I'm deeply perplexed.
After over 30 years of being accustomed to an ordinary family life, I find it hard to accept this sudden transformation in my parents' status. But heaven is fair, I gained wealth and lost my worries. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly rang in my mind, instantly jolting me awake.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, on successfully crossing into a parallel world and binding with the perfect life phrase system.
Ding!
World background has been fully optimized.
Ding!
This system is dedicated to helping the host enjoy a perfect life. Please strive to relish life to the fullest.
The system's here?
I raised my head, and a pale blue virtual screen materialized before my eyes.
Host, Wang Yu, age, 20, height, 186, charm, 89, physique, 85, stamina, 95, traits, none.
My furrowed brows relaxed as sudden clarity dawned on me. This was all the system's doing.
Having a system tweak one's background? Makes perfect sense.
The data panel before me was straightforward enough, probably based on a percentage scale.
My current attributes are quite good, every category far exceeding the passing mark.
Constitution is the sum of all bodily stats, and as for endurance, well, let's just say it's perfectly reasonable for a 20-year-old like me to score high.
After some contemplation, my expression turns complicated.
In my past life, failure was the defining theme of my entire existence. During my university years in Shanghai, every girlfriend I had eventually left me because of my poor background and lack of money.
At that finance-focused university, the gap between me and those privileged children of officials and tycoons was immense.
My entire year's living expenses couldn't even cover one night of their bar-hopping sprees. For 4 years, I remained a complete outsider. After graduation, I only wanted to make money, but with no power or influence, I gained nothing, only empty promises from my boss. Returning to my hometown in my 30s for blind dates, I couldn't even afford marriage, crushed by bride prices of 188,000 yuan, plus the demands for a house and a car. Years of overtime, sleepless nights, and alcoholism culminated in a drunken cardiac arrest that ended my life. When I awoke again, I found myself in this world, starting at the peak from day one, with a built-in system to boot.
Some people are born at the top of the pyramid. I shook my head, never imagining that one day I'd become one of them. People inevitably become what they once despised. Who knows how the view looks from this summit? This time around, I'll fully indulge in a life of luxury and nightly revelry. It shouldn't be boring, right?
I chuckled softly, shaking my head to dispel those wretched memories as I began attempting to communicate with the perfect life lexicon system.
To me, life couldn't be more perfect now. Wealth, influence, what more could one want? What's left to optimize? Hashtag Chapter 2, Double Cashback. System. System? System daddy.
I called out several times, but there was no response from the system. Just as I began to doubt whether I had imagined it, the cold mechanical voice sounded again in my mind.
Ding.
The newbie reward has finished loading and is now being sent.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. You have received 1 billion Chinese yuan.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, for obtaining the entry double cashback. All reasonable expenses made by the host will be refunded double. As soon as I transmigrated here, I heard the system's notification. All rewards given by the system to the host will be rationally justified on a cognitive level.
Please feel free to use them.
It then introduced itself as the perfect life glossary system, explaining that spending money would earn me points, which could be used for the system's roulette draws.
Spending 10,000 Huaxia yuan would grant me 1 system point.
The roulette wheel is divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced tiers, requiring 100, 1,000, and 10,000 points per spin respectively. The higher the roulette tier, the more valuable the items, and the greater the chance of obtaining glossary entries. It also mentioned that once my total spending reaches 10 million, the system will upgrade, encouraging me to spend and enjoy life without restraint.
My eyes lit up. How could a rebirth story be complete without a system? Eagerly, I asked, System, what rewards can I get from the wheel? The system responded, Ding.
The roulette prize pool contains a variety of items, with the most precious being all kinds of special entries.
These are entirely up to the host's luck when drawing.
I've already witnessed the system's capabilities. It brought me back to life and made me a top-tier rich second generation.
These entries must have extraordinary effects too.
At that moment, my phone vibrated several times in my hand. I took it out to check. It was a bank notification message. Industrial and Commercial Bank of Huaxia reminds you that your account 2846 received a deposit of 100 million.00 Huaxia currency on August 9th, with a balance of 1051,255,000.00. 1,051,255,000. I casually opened the ICBC app, and the 10-digit figure in the total assets column hit me with overwhelming force. I'd never seen so much money in my life. The remaining 50 million from my previous life was just pocket money given by my parents or relatives over these 18 years. Even with 2 lifetimes of experience, this sight made me dizzy. It took me a long while to calm down.
1 billion Huaxia currency is no small sum, especially in liquid cash.
Even those Forbes-listed billionaires with hundreds of billions in net worth would struggle to produce $1 billion in cash at short notice.
Even without my current family background and system, this 1 billion in cash would still place me above 99% of the world's population.
It's enough to ensure I live comfortably and extravagantly for the rest of my life, free from financial worries, facing life with ease. In my previous life, the only time I'd see such astronomical figures was during Qingming Festival. I could never have earned even a fraction of this amount through a lifetime of hard work.
Yet in this life, it's only just beginning.
After freshening up, I dressed and took the elevator down to the first floor of the villa.
Good morning, young master. Your black coffee is ready as requested.
Morning, Uncle Lee, I greeted him with a smile, taking a sip of the coffee.
The bitter taste instantly sharpened my focus. Uncle Lee had been serving the Wang family since the grandfather's younger days.
Now as the estate's chief steward, he enjoyed their complete trust. His silver hair was neatly combed, and he wore a black tang suit with contrasting fabric piping at the collar and cuffs, exuding an air of dignified elegance. He gave a slight bow and asked with a smile, "What would you like for breakfast?" "I'll have the kitchen prepare it right away. Just a bowl of noodles will do," I said offhandedly before heading toward the door. The morning breeze carried a chill as the first light of dawn broke over the horizon just past 6, the sunlight dispelling the remnants of night. I took a deep breath. The air was incredibly fresh. Staring at the lakeside villa spanning over 3,000 square meters before me, I fell into silence. Shuayin Long Island Villa is located in Xinjiang District, Jincheng City. This standalone island property boasts luxurious amenities including rare trees, an outdoor heated swimming pool, an expensive koi pond, and a private garage, all fully equipped. I stretched my limbs and began jogging along the villa's pathway. As I ran, I pondered how to spend these 1 billion Chinese yuan, or rather, how to savor life as the system intended. As I continued running, fine beads of sweat formed on my forehead, yet my gaze grew increasingly bright, and my breathing became steadily more even. I suddenly chuckled. Why overthink things? In this second life, with the most elite family and system in China, if I can't live freely, what's the point? Following one's true instincts and primal desires is the way to go. With money, of course I should spend it and experience the life of the wealthy. Worst case, I can always go home and inherit billions. A young body really is wonderful, so full of energy. I murmured breathlessly, stretching my back after finishing my morning jog as I ambled leisurely across the garden lawn. Along the way, servants paused their tasks upon seeing me, greeting me respectfully.
I responded to each with a smile.
Returning to the bathroom on the second floor of the villa, I turned on the shower. The water stream cascaded over my body, the perfect temperature relaxing every muscle. I looked up at my reflection in the mirror, arched brows like swords, bright star-like eyes, and a straight nose bridge radiating youthful charm. Though I couldn't compare to the screen idols like Daniel Wu and Crystal Lu before you, my fair skin glowed fresh and vibrant under the morning sun, radiating clean vitality.
After drying off and dressing, I left the room and took the elevator down to the villa's first floor. The dining room's long table could seat 20. Above it hung a massive crystal chandelier with golden accents, resembling a blooming diamond flower in full splendor. To my surprise, my usually busy mother was actually sitting there eating breakfast. "Why did you get up so early to go jogging today?
This noodle dish tastes amazing, come eat it while it's hot."
"Normally you can't sleep at night and can't get up in the morning, what got into you today?"
"But it's good though, jogging early is good for your health, it's a good habit."
Where's Dad?"
I nodded and pulled out a chair to sit across from my mother. Though I wasn't entirely used to the changes in my mother, they were still fundamentally my parents, and I could adapt. Mom pushed the breakfast toward me. I picked up my chopsticks, slurped down a mouthful of noodles so satisfying, then started popping xiaolongbao into my mouth one after another.
"Slow down, no one's fighting you for it. Your father had an important meeting at the company today and left first thing in the morning.
You're a grown man now, yet still so careless and impulsive.
How can you carry yourself like this in public?"
I chuckled without responding. When young, I get impatient with my parents nagging, but now that I'm older, I've come to appreciate its value.
Seeing my reaction, Mother had no choice but to give up.
Putting down her chopsticks, she said, "You've been holed up at home all summer without stepping out even once.
When will you ever bring a girlfriend home? When will I get to hold my grandchild?"
With barely a month left before school starts, don't you feel like going out at all?
"At least go out and get some fresh air?" I blinked but didn't dare respond.
Mom was just like in my previous life, never going 3 sentences without bringing up marriage.
"I'm only 20, for heaven's sake."
"That's just ridiculous."
"Mom, I've been thinking about going to Demon City recently."
I had originally planned to ask for her permission to go out, but she brought it up herself, just what I had in mind.
"Magic capital?" Mother nodded. "All right then.
I've been quite busy at work lately and won't have much time to take care of you.
Should you bring bodyguards?"
We have quite a few employees from my company in Magic City. I can arrange for several bodyguards to accompany you. Our Huayao group has branches across Huagua, so it's hardly surprising to have a branch in a metropolis like Modu. ##### Chapter 3 Patek Philippe.
"No thanks." I shook my head repeatedly.
There was a 30-something soul inside this body, after all, and I was heading to Shanghai with a purpose. I have no doubt about the system's capabilities. The funds it provides are absolutely legitimate, capable of withstanding scrutiny, and the system even rationalizes things on a cognitive level.
Xiao Huilan didn't press the matter. After all, as an international financial hub, Shanghai's safety was beyond question. She turned to me and asked instead,
"How long do you plan to stay in Shanghai?"
"It depends," I said after some thought, planning to stay out longer. "If possible, I wouldn't return before school started."
Xiao Huilan nodded, picked up her phone from the table, and tapped a few times. After a while, she put down her phone and looked at me.
"Take care of yourself out there. Your parents can't always watch over you. Being alone in Modu will be good practice for you."
Our little you has grown up so fast, already 20 years old, a proper adult now. She sighed nostalgically, then added, "I transferred you 500,000, just for pocket money."
"Ask me again if it's not enough." I nearly lost control of my facial expression. If only my mother from my previous life could have been this casually generous.
$500,000 meant nothing to my current self, but I didn't refuse either. Every little helps, as they say.
"Not enough?"
Xiao Huilan asked, noticing my dazed expression.
"That's enough, thank you for the pocket money, Mom."
I grinned from ear to ear, even giving a playful salute. Xiao Huilan was amused by my antics and pinched my cheek in mock exasperation.
"Cut it out with these antics.
Just stay out of trouble outside, and I'll thank the heavens." Glancing at her wristwatch, she hastily took out a compact mirror from her bag to touch up her makeup before rising to leave. She didn't forget to remind me one last time, "Behave yourself outside, remember to call me, and update me wherever you go, okay?"
Standing at the villa's entrance, I waved goodbye as the custom bulletproof Rolls-Royce carrying my mother smoothly pulled away. Then I turned and left as well.
I arrived at the IFS shopping mall in Jincheng, the city's largest retail complex where flagship stores of various luxury brands are gathered. Known as one of the most extravagant gold-squandering venues, it's also a hotspot for internet celebrities, live streamers, and all sorts of flamboyant characters. Arriving in my chauffeur-driven car, I entered the mall to immediately encounter a dazzling array of luxury boutiques: Hermes, Louis Vuitton, Chanel, Givenchy, Gucci. The list of global luxury brands stretched beyond counting. Casually choosing a Louis Vuitton flagship store, I stepped inside where an attractive sales associate promptly approached me. With a professional smile lighting up her pretty face, she asked, "Sir, how may I assist you today?" Having never interacted with these luxury brands in my previous life and with strictly controlling parents in this life regimenting my every necessity, I remained relatively unfamiliar with these labels whose price tags routinely soared above tens of thousands. But having money is enough. When you see something you like, just buy it. I casually browsed and picked up anything stylish, handing them to the sales assistant without even glancing at the prices. After picking out a few sets of clothes, pants, and shoes, I changed into one of the casual sporty outfits and went to the counter to check out. The saleswoman calculated and smiled, saying, "Sir, your total for this purchase comes to 430,000 yuan. I promptly took out my bank card and bought everything. Ding! Detected host expenditure of 430,000, received double cashback of 860,000, transferred to host's bank card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 43 system points. I quickly took out my phone to check my bank balance. Industrial and Commercial Bank of Huaxia reminds you that your account 2846 received a deposit of 8,600.00 on August 15. The current balance is 1,052,185,000 Huaxia dollars. It really works. The saleswoman asked again, "Sir, would you like us to deliver the items to your home? Just send them to my car, contact my driver." I still plan to continue shopping, and it would be best to have the clothes loaded into the car. After leaving the driver's phone number, I was about to leave when the saleswoman approached with a smile and said, "Sir, your spending in our store has reached 430,000, making you a VIP client now. I need to add you on Feishin so you can contact me anytime if there are any issues. Though I've never bought luxury goods before, I often browse online and know a thing or two about them. 43,000 means nothing in a luxury store. This salesgirl specifically coming to add my Feishin, she's definitely up to something." I gave her a once-over. Not bad figure-wise or looks-wise, easily scoring above 85. That office lady uniform perfectly outlined her curves, looked like she packed D-cups, which bumped up her score. Could call her a solid upper-tier beauty. In the past, I would definitely have refused. Poor people don't splurge on luxury. But now, no need to hold back. I added her on Feishin, with the nickname Puff. How amusing. After adding her on Feishin, I left the Louis Vuitton flagship store. Just clothes and pants aren't enough, you need the whole outfit, watches, glasses, wallets, lighters, and the like. Only when you're fully decked out does your demeanor and style elevate. That's what we call having swagger. Of course, it's all relative, like how many bosses in Sicong just wear shorts and flip-flops. But I can't do that. If you don't spend, how can you enjoy life? At IFS Mall, a complete wardrobe overhaul only cost around 300,000 yuan. Combined with previous clothing purchases, the total spending reached 790,000 yuan, earning me 79 membership points. I then entered the Patek Philippe boutique, where only a few sales consultants were present with scarcely any customers. For such high-end brands, clients typically place direct orders rather than visiting in person. "Sir, how may I assist you today? Show me the finest timepieces you have in store." "Certainly, sir. Please wait a moment." "Sir, may I present our Patek Philippe Celestial 6102 and Celestial 6104 collection, currently our best-selling series at Patek Philippe." "Let me try on this 6104. I extended my left hand, and the sales assistant helped me put on the watch. I have to say, wearing it made me feel like my whole demeanor had leveled up. I even seemed genuinely more handsome. Is this what it feels like to be rich? I walked over to the mirror for a closer look. The reflection staring back was strikingly handsome, and with the Patek Philippe on my wrist, I looked positively distinguished. The female sales staff around me were practically swooning. "How much is this watch?" "Hello, sir. This is one of our best-selling models from Patek Philippe's Celestial collection. The current price is 4.8 million. Let's check out." I nodded and took out my bank card, handing it to the saleswoman. "Alright, thank you for your support of Patek Philippe, Mr. Wang. Your payment has been successfully processed." The saleswoman handed the bank card and receipt back to me, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. She probably hadn't expected a college-aged guy like me to casually spend 4.8 million. Ding! Detected host expenditure of 4.8 million, triggering double cashback of 9.6 million yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 480 system points. ####. Chapter 4, 5 consecutive draws. System, draw 5 times from the beginner's wheel. As soon as the words left my mouth, a bronze-colored wheel with ancient, mysterious symbols carved into it appeared on the system screen before me, beginning to spin at my command. As the wheel gradually came to a stop, only one symbol remained, still gleaming with a bronze-colored light. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100,000 Huaxia dollars. Thank you for your patronage. Ding! Congratulations, host has obtained 1 carton of China brand cigarettes. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Ding! Your remaining points are 59. Seems like I can't expect anything good from the beginner prize pool. I twitched my lips, then told the driver to take me to the Ferrari showroom in Jincheng. The Ferrari LaFerrari, McLaren P1, and Porsche 918 are collectively known as the holy trinity of hypercars, dream machines for many men, and naturally, for me as well. Unfortunately, the LaFerrari I most wanted to buy has stringent purchase requirements that I don't meet, and the McLaren P1 is temporarily out of stock in Jincheng. It seems I can't even spend money when I wanted. Guess I'll have to wait until I get to Magic City. I had the driver take the newly purchased items back to the villa, then pulled out my phone to check the earliest flight to Magic City. The soonest available flight was Sichuan Airlines 3A8633, so I booked a business class seat for 4,182 yuan. I'd always heard Sichuan Airlines had great in-flight meals. Wonder what the business class food is like. I promptly sent the flight details to my mom via Feishin. Ding! Detected host expenditure of 4,182 yen. Double cashback 8,364 yen received. System points gained, 0.4182. In the VIP lounge of Tianfu International Airport in Jincheng City, a young flight attendant dressed in a red 7-sleeve dress uniform with a black belt accessory stood gracefully before me, smiling elegantly. She bowed slightly and whispered softly, "Mr. Wang, hello, boarding is now available. Would you like to proceed directly?" This flight attendant had an excellent figure and refined appearance, adorned with exquisite makeup easily at the level of an online goddess. In my previous life, being this close to her would have made me blush and freeze up completely. But now, I remained perfectly composed. Rising calmly, I simply replied, "Then let's go now." Money gives a man courage. Beyond my current family background, the 1 billion Chinese yuan in my bank account was enough to keep me perfectly composed around any woman. "Right this way, sir," the flight attendant said, stepping slightly aside. "Please follow me." "Mind the stairs," she said with a constant smile as she led me toward the boarding gate. Going through the dedicated boarding channel and guided by the flight attendant, I quickly found my seat. I adjusted the seat, stretched out my legs comfortably, and suddenly understood why rich people were willing to spend several times more for business class. At least now, I didn't want to recall the memory from my past life, being 186 centimeters tall and struggling to even fit my legs in economy class. Shortly after sitting down, a tall and strikingly beautiful flight attendant approached me. Her hair was elegantly pinned up, revealing her delicate features, with a slightly cherubic face that added a touch of sweetness and charm. The most striking feature was her long, straight legs, clad in black stockings, exuding sensuality and allure. She adjusted her skirt slightly and crouched beside me, gazing up with her fair complexion. Her bright, sparkling eyes seemed to speak, glistening with clarity and life. "Mr. Wang, hello. Welcome aboard Rong Province Airlines. I'm Shinshingya, the flight attendant for this flight. Please dry your hands with the towel first." Her voice was soft and sweet, instantly evoking a protective urge in anyone who heard it. Taking the towel, I thought to myself, no wonder most men dream of marrying flight attendants. Who could resist having a flight attendant as their wife? This flight will depart at 11:10 and is expected to arrive in Modu at 1:40 p.m., with a total duration of 2 hours and 30 minutes. Lunch will be served during the flight. As a business class passenger, you may order from our a la carte menu located on your right side, featuring mapo tofu, poached fish slices, dan dan noodles. Please let me know if you need anything. We still have some time before takeoff. Let me serve you some fruits and snacks first. Please be patient and wait a moment. Shinshingya smiled politely as she carefully explained the service details to me. I waved my hand and said, "Bring me a bowl of dandan noodles. Oh, and get me a bottle of juice first." I was feeling a bit hungry and thought it would be a good chance to try the in-flight meals of Rong Province Airlines. "Of course, I'll get your juice first. Please wait a moment." Shortly after, Shinshingya returned with a bottle of juice. "Thanks," I said, taking the juice, twisting off the cap, and taking a sip. "You're very welcome. I won't disturb you any further, but if you encounter any issues during the flight, please don't hesitate to contact me. Within my duties, I'll do everything I can to assist you." "What about beyond the scope of duty?" I raised an eyebrow, my interest piqued. Shinshingya's expression remained unchanged as she casually brushed aside a strand of her hair and smiled faintly. "That would depend on what your question is." I flashed a faint smile, my expression composed. "For example, let's exchange contacts. I'd like to treat you to dinner tonight." Shinshingya's expression froze for a moment, her hand unconsciously reaching up to touch her hair. Flight attendants being asked for contact information mid-flight was a common occurrence. During their training, instructors had taught them how to gracefully decline such passenger requests while keeping tempers from flaring. Her looks were exceptionally outstanding, and she wasn't particularly surprised by my request. She just didn't expect me to ask for her contact information so soon after boarding the plane. Most people would feel awkward when asking for her number, but I was straightforward and completely at ease, as if genuinely inviting a friend to dinner. I wore a smile on my face, my gaze meeting hers without hesitation. Money gives a man courage, and in life, it's okay to be bold. Even if I got turned down, it wouldn't be a big deal. Instead, it was Shinshingya who faltered first, slightly turning her head away and breaking eye contact, only to feel her cheeks growing a little warm.
It's my first time in Magic City, so I'm not familiar with here. You must fly to Magic City often and know it pretty well, right? Let me treat you to dinner, and in return you can show me around and let me experience the local culture of Magic City. What do you think? Well, Shinshingya hesitated slightly. She bit her lip gently and unconsciously twisted her fingers. We're both adults, we know exactly what getting someone's contact information implies. My words were just a polite pretext anyway. She instinctively wanted to refuse, but as she caught sight of my handsome and refined profile, the words of rejection stuck in her throat. Being asked for contact details by a good-looking guy secretly delighted her. Though my approach was direct, the clarity in my gaze prevented any sense of discomfort. In this world, good looks are currency, and I had both looks and wealth. My youthful appearance suggested I couldn't be more than 20 years old, about her age, yet there was a maturity about me that belied my years. Moreover, riding in business class at such a young age clearly indicated an extraordinary family background. When someone from such privilege actively sought her contact information, it only confirmed her appeal. She felt a bit hesitant. Would giving out her contact information so casually make her seem too forward? If it's inconvenient, never mind, I suddenly said as she hesitated, my expression calm as if I didn't care whether she agreed or not. Shinshingya's wandering thoughts were interrupted by my words, and then, seemingly recalling something, her cheeks flushed a deep red. The fine, barely visible hairs on her face stood on end, making her complexion glow even more vividly. Wait just a moment. Shinshingya finally seemed to make up her mind. She glanced at my handsome face and the Patek Philippe watch on my wrist before nervously scanning her surroundings to ensure no one was watching. Then, in a swift motion, she scribbled a series of numbers on a notepad, tore off the page, and shoved it into my hand. Here's my phone number, you can contact me later. She lowered her head and whispered softly, then walked away in extreme shyness without looking back. Looking at the string of numbers on the note, the corner of my lips curled slightly as I let out a quiet chuckle. Heh, interesting. Chapter 5, Dream Car. Ladies and gentlemen, we have landed at Shanghai Pudong International Airport. The plane is taxiing, please keep your seatbelts fastened, do not open the overhead bins, and refrain from standing or moving about the cabin until the aircraft comes to a complete stop. Thank you for your cooperation. 2.5 hours passed in the blink of an eye as the plane landed smoothly. After it came to a complete stop, I stood up and headed towards the cabin exit. As a business class passenger, I could board ahead of time after all. This preferential treatment had cost me double the price. I came to Shanghai with light luggage, bringing just 2 sets of spare clothes. After buying a car, I planned to visit my alma mater. After all, it had been over a decade since I'd last set foot on campus. I'll just buy whatever else I need if the situation arises, money's no object anyway. The flight crew stood in a row by the door, waiting expectantly. Thank you for flying with us. We wish you a pleasant journey and look forward to serving you again. As the passenger approached, the flight attendants spoke in unison with warm smiles. Shinshingya was among them too. She pretended as if nothing had happened, smiling and waving at me, though the tips of her delicate earlobes were tinged with pink. Seeing this, I just smiled without saying much. There would be plenty of time for that later. As my retreating figure disappeared into the distance, Shinshingya secretly let out a sigh of relief, though her cheeks still burned faintly. After giving me her contact information, she immediately felt a twinge of regret, terrified I might mistake her for some loose woman. But when she recalled my tall, handsome figure and my youthful yet composed demeanor, her heart couldn't help but flutter with anticipation again. After getting off the plane, I went to the airport ride-hailing pickup area, placed an order, and waited briefly before a Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan arrived. After getting in the car, I said casually, pickup code 0987, please take me to the McLaren showroom in Huangpu district. The driver was a talkative middle-aged man around 40 years old. He said, young man, what brings you there? McLarens aren't something regular folks can afford, you know. I casually replied, just looking around. He continued, if you ask me, nothing beats the Ferrari LaFerrari in terms of coolness. If I were rich, I'd buy a LaFerrari. With a wry smile, I said, I love the Ferrari LaFerrari too, but money alone can't get you one. As we chatted, time flew by. Soon after, the driver announced, young man, we've arrived at the McLaren dealership. The Mercedes pulled up at the dealership's entrance. After paying the 185 yuan fare, I stepped out of the car. The system prompt chimed, ding. System detected host's expenditure of 185 yuan, double cashback 370 yuan. Ding. Congratulations host for earning 0.0185 points. Standing outside the gate, I gazed at the distinctive English font McLaren atop the sales center's building, along with the abstract beam pattern symbolizing speed, and couldn't help but feel my blood surge with excitement. Before coming to Shanghai, I had already decided the first thing I'd do upon arrival was buy a car. The McLaren P1 was just a legend online in my past life, but in this life, I'm determined to make it mine. Luxury cars and beautiful women are the dreams of countless men, and I am no exception.
Brands like Maybach, Bentley, and Rolls-Royce, which lean more toward business purposes, aren't on my radar right now. After all, my family's villa already has plenty of those parked in the garage.
My goal is the McLaren P1. I'd love to buy a Ferrari LaFerrari too, but the requirements for owning one are too high.
As for other models, they can step aside for now.
If I've been reborn, why bother staying low-key? That would make the whole rebirth pointless, wouldn't it? A person's first car is always thrilling. So I've got to start with my absolute favorites, the LaFerrari and the McLaren P1. Other cars can wait since money's no issue. With the system backing me, I can buy one of each model as long as I've got enough parking space. The McLaren sales center spans just 2 floors, covering several thousand square meters, with a thoroughly modern ambience permeating every corner. Floor-to-ceiling glass curtain walls dominate the view. The showroom displays McLaren models of every variety, resembling a temple of supercar artistry. The vehicles are arranged in an arresting staggered formation. Their aerodynamic silhouettes carve out uniquely unmistakable profiles. The signature orange-yellow paintwork radiates an innate aura of prestige under the lighting. These machines are clearly capable of erupting into breathtaking speed and power once ignited. I arrived at the grand entrance, where the glass doors slid open automatically. A wave of cool air rushed out to dispel the oppressive August heat of this magical metropolis. The lobby was somewhat deserted, with only parked cars and staff members around. After all, it wasn't an event period, and ordinary people wouldn't normally come here. Although I had arrived by taxi, the service attitude at the sales center was quite good, probably thanks to the Patek Philippe watch on my wrist. Good afternoon, sir. Welcome to McLaren Sales Center. It's our pleasure to serve you. May I ask if you have an appointment?
I had just walked in when a tall young woman in professional attire came forward to greet me. I turned to look at her. She was dressed in a black suit, a fitted pencil skirt, with black stockings and high heels. Her figure was curvaceous in all the right places, exuding undeniable allure. Though it was a standard sales outfit, it perfectly accentuated her flawless curves, plump yet perfectly proportioned. She didn't appear to be very old, her gaze pure and clear, yet there was an air of utterly refined maturity about her.
I said coolly, no appointment. She asked, all right, may I ask how I can assist you? I replied, show me the cars in your store. She pressed her lips into a slight smile and asked, may I know your surname, sir? I am Mr. Wang, I answered. The saleswoman gave a slight bow and smiled. Greetings, Mr. Wang. My name is Zhang Ro, a McLaren sales consultant.
You may call me Xiao Zhang.
Is this your first time visiting our McLaren showroom? Please have a seat, Mr. Wang. Let me introduce you to the current McLaren models available for purchase. Feel free to browse and see which one catches your interest. After speaking, she was about to lead me toward the reception area. I waved my hand and said, can I get a McLaren P1? Money isn't an issue.
Zhang Ro froze mid-step at my words, turning back to face me with her hand covering her mouth, her expression one of sheer disbelief as if she couldn't believe what she'd just heard.
I'd been in the door for less than 3 minutes and was already placing an order? Zhang Ro had only been working as a salesperson at McLaren for less than a month and was still in her probationary period.
Luxury car sales offered high commissions, but the conversion rate was low. It was the kind of industry where you might go 3 years without a sale, but one deal could sustain you for 3 years. She wasn't holding out much hope since I looked so young, and she couldn't even verify if my Patek Philippe watch was genuine. To make matters worse, I arrived by taxi without a prior appointment. Luxury car dealerships always insist on appointments, claiming it's for personalized customer service, but really, it's just a marketing tactic. Even if you're a wealthy young heir, buying a high-end car typically takes half a month or longer from start to finish. The veteran salespeople sized me up instantly with their experience-based instincts and decided I wasn't a serious prospect, so none of them bothered to approach.
Zhang Ro was just a new employee and didn't have the privilege to pick clients. She figured with enough volume, she'd eventually make a sale. What if I actually bought something? My words caught her completely off guard. Less than 3 minutes had passed since I entered the store, and she hadn't even started her pitch yet. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. I furrowed my brows slightly and teased, what? Can't I just place an order for the car directly? She quickly responded, of course you can, Mr. Wang. We happen to have the car in stock right now. Let me show it to you. Chapter 6 McLaren P1. Mr. Wang, you're in incredible luck. Our store just received a McLaren P1 today. We placed this special order with headquarters 6 months ago. Let me show it to you. Led by Zhang Ro, the two arrived and stood before the vehicle. The orange-yellow car paint shimmered dazzlingly under the showroom lights. Zhang Ro gently raised her hand, her fingertips gliding along the car's sleek curves as she introduced it to Wang Yu. Mr. Wang, the McLaren P1 before you is a legendary masterpiece in the world of supercars. It's not just about stunning looks, its performance is truly extraordinary. Zhang Ro turned slightly, pointing at the car's distinctive aerodynamic features. This meticulously designed front splitter and grille precisely channel airflow at high speeds, generating tremendous downforce to keep the tires firmly planted. Even when you're flying down the racetrack, it stays rock solid.
Powered by an 8-liter V8 twin-turbo engine combined with an electric motor, the system delivers over 900 horsepower, accelerating from 0 to 100 km per hour in just 2.8 seconds. Push the pedal down, and the rush of G-forces is simply indescribable.
The current market price for this model is 14.8 million.
Zhang Rou paused briefly before smiling at Wang Yu and saying, "While there are many supercars on the market, few like the McLaren P1 perfectly blend technology, performance, and design.
Why not step inside and experience it for yourself?" With that, Zhang Rou gently swung open the McLaren's iconic butterfly door and made an inviting gesture. Wang Yu's eyes sparkled at the sight of the McLaren P1 before him.
Without hesitation, he accepted Zhang Rou's invitation and promptly plopped himself into the seat. The racing seat hugged him tightly, its body-hugging design fitting him like a custom-made glove. The slightly raised bolsters on either side of the seat secured him firmly in place, instantly filling Wang Yu with the thrill of preparing to tame a beast and let it gallop. Wang Yu instinctively gripped the steering wheel. The moment his palms made contact, the fine-grained texture of genuine leather conveyed a sense of luxury. The strategically placed grooves and ridges on the steering wheel enhanced the driving experience. As his gaze swept across the dashboard, its clean yet technologically sophisticated design caught his eye. A large touchscreen multimedia system was seamlessly integrated into the center console, its interface intuitively designed for effortless navigation. Zhang Rou had just settled into the passenger seat beside him when she turned slightly and asked in a soft murmur, "Mr. Wang, what are your thoughts?" "The roof of this car."
Wang Yu nodded slightly and asked while looking up at the roof. "This is a panoramic roof made with special craftsmanship. It offers excellent natural lighting while also providing outstanding heat and sound insulation. Even if it's scorching hot or pouring rain outside, the interior remains pleasantly comfortable." Wang Yu couldn't help but tilt his head back to gaze through the roof at the exhibition hall's ceiling, imagining driving outdoors with the blue sky and white clouds or a glittering starry canopy above. His heart grew even more restless with desire to own this car. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Yu turned his head and said to Zhang Rou, "I'll take the McLaren P1. I want to drive it off immediately.
Full payment, license plating, then delivered to my hands.
Can you get it done this afternoon?"
In 2018, getting a license plate in Magic City wasn't as difficult as it would be in later years, but it was already challenging enough.
Still, those difficulties only applied to ordinary people.
For high-end car dealerships like McLaren, Wang Yu knew they had plenty of ways around such obstacles.
"No problem, Mr. Wang. An afternoon is more than enough time."
Zhang Rou felt slightly dizzy, never expecting Wang Yu to agree so readily. Her smile grew even warmer as she hastily said to Wang Yu, "Mr. Wang, this way please. I'll take you to the customization room."
Wang Yu nodded and followed Zhang Rou's steps into the customization room.
In his previous life, he had only bought a car worth around 100,000 yuan. In this life, his family kept him under tight control. Aside from having a driver's license, he didn't even own a car. At this moment, Wang Yu wasn't in a hurry to make his selection, instead carefully surveying the configuration workshop. Aerodynamic kits, carbon fiber steering wheels, customized rims, all laid out on the display tables. The walls were hung with various types of genuine leather and fabrics.
The dazzling array of options left one's eyes spinning. Everything one could possibly imagine was there. Wang Yu asked curiously, "How much does this emblem cost?"
Zhang Rou took out her tablet and checked before answering. It's 186,880.
Even Wang Yu was taken aback. The single emblem costs nearly 180,000? Is this thing gold-plated?
180,000 could buy a regular person a decent family car.
No wonder they say luxury brands only exploit the rich. Ordinary folks can't afford this at all.
Wang Yu wasn't afraid of looking uncool in front of Zhang Rou either. Only those with empty pockets fear being seen through by salespeople.
When you have ample funds, even a fart makes you seem noble. Show your true self and just be who you are. Zhang Rou's face showed no unusual expression as she simply stood waiting behind Wang Yu.
After Wang Yu finished examining carefully, Zhang Rou also took out a tablet and tapped on it a few times.
Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by a roaring sound, the speakers erupted with the engine roar of a McLaren P1. On the large LCD TV behind them, an orange McLaren P1 flashed into everyone's view like lightning. Would you like to consider the carbon fiber steering wheel? Want. What about the rims? Want. Calipers. Want. Select everything, only the best. Zhang Rou's cheeks had gone slightly numb. Was this how dull the lives of the rich truly were? He didn't even bat an eye when selecting configurations costing hundreds of thousands or even millions. There was no such thing as personalized customization. Everything was maxed out to the fullest. Her purchases of discounted items at the supermarket couldn't compare to his extravagance. Ordering takeout? Gotta check for coupons first. When the vehicle configuration sheet was finalized, Zhang Rou was visibly shocked by the numbers displayed. "Mr. Wang, the total comes to 23,050,000. Here's the specification list for your review." Zhang Rou handed the configuration sheet to Wang Yu and said,
The starting price of over 10 million yuan, plus the optional packages, added nearly another 10 million to the total cost.
With a little more money, you could buy another McLaren P1.
Wang Yu merely skimmed through the configuration sheet briefly before immediately saying,
"Let's prepare the contract." "Certainly, Mr. Wang. Rest assured, we'll give you the most favorable price. I'll go prepare the relevant documents now.
Please wait here for just a moment." A short while later,
Zhang Ro walked in carrying a thick stack of contracts. He was also holding a POS machine. After adding up all the miscellaneous fees and deducting discounts by rounding off the amount, the total came to 22.6 million. Wang Yu took out his bank card and said calmly, "Swipe it." Zhang Ro accepted the bank card and then swiped it through the POS machine she had prepared in advance. "Please enter your password." Zhang Ro knelt down halfway, presenting the POS machine before Wang Yu. Beep beep beep.
A second later, the POS machine spat out the payment receipt.
"Payment successful." Ding.
System detected that the host has spent 22,600,000 Huaxia currency. Double cashback of 45,200,000 granted.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for acquiring 2,260 system points.
Chapter 7, Vehicle Delivery Ceremony. Inside the McLaren exclusive lounge.
The decor exuded luxury and modernity, with plush sofas, exquisite coffee tables, and walls adorned with photographs commemorating the brand's heritage. Every detail radiated an aura of high-end sophistication. Zhang Ro smiled, her eyes brimming with gratitude and delight, as she softly asked Wang Yu, "Mr. Wang, the vehicle will take a little more time to prepare.
Would you like something to eat?
A cup of tea, please."
Wang Yu nodded and said, "Please wait a moment." Zhang Ro responded, then turned and hurried away. A moment later,
Zhang Ro stepped in, carrying an exquisite tray laden with fruits and nuts. All sorts of fresh fruits were cut into enticing cubes and arranged neatly in rows. Of course, Wang Yu's requested tea was also served. Zhang Ro sat gently beside Wang Yu, her gaze sincere and filled with gratitude as she looked at him and said, "Mr. Wang, I truly appreciate you securing this deal for me. Without you, I would never have passed my internship this month, as a rookie salesperson." In McLaren's fiercely competitive sales team, if Wang Yu hadn't purchased this McLaren P1, she would have undoubtedly failed to meet this month's performance targets, abruptly ending her internship career. The commission from selling a McLaren P1 is rarely less than several 100,000 yuan. For Zhang Ro, who's currently strapped for cash, this already counts as a substantial windfall. Wang Yu lifted the teacup and took a sip, the aroma spreading between his lips and teeth. He glanced up at Zhang Ro with keen interest as he asked, "What made you decide to go into sales?" "Well, naturally it was to make money." Zhang Ro lowered her head slightly, speaking with slight embarrassment. "I just graduated from university and don't have any special skills. The only thing is, oh well, I'll just do sales to support myself first." Wang Yu chuckled softly, his gaze lingering on Zhang Ro. It seems she's still self-aware about her good looks. In the sales industry, good looks are also a form of capital. Most top sales performers are women. Their lovely appearances and graceful demeanor often captivate clients instantly upon first contact. This is a unique innate advantage women possess. I really must thank you. With this bonus, I can continue living in Shanghai, otherwise I'd have to pack up and return to my hometown next month. Zhang Ro stuck out her tongue, looking adorably naive. The exorbitantly high housing prices in Shanghai had drastically increased her cost of living. Every month, the hard-earned salary she toiled for mostly went straight to the landlord, leaving her with barely anything in hand. Honestly, with your qualifications, you could take it much easier. Wang Yu raised an eyebrow, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips as he hinted meaningfully, "For women, leaning on their boyfriends should suffice." "Ah!" Zhang Ro exclaimed, "I would never rely on a man." As she spoke, Zhang Ro's voice gradually trailed off, her cheeks quickly flushing red with a tinge of embarrassment. Wang Yu simply looked at her without saying anything more. Zhang Ro stole a glance at Wang Yu and suddenly realized something. What does he mean by that? Could he possibly have such intentions? Zhang Ro was startled by her own thought, finding it hard to believe, and shook her head. Wang Yu is so young and incredibly wealthy. He's also very gentle and doesn't put on airs. Tall and strikingly handsome. He's literally the perfect dream man straight out of a romance novel. She mentally told herself this wasn't realistic, yet couldn't help letting her imagination run wild. Taking advantage of Wang Yu's inattention, Zhang Ro secretly stole glances at him. If Wang Yu asked her to be his girlfriend, should she agree immediately or play hard to get first? Zhang Ro found herself inevitably spiraling into fantasies again. 2 hours later, the McLaren Sales Center Hall was already a scene of bustling excitement. The staff had decorated the venue exquisitely, with colorful flowers clustered together to form various intricate designs, balloons floating in the air, and ribbons dancing in the wind. A grand handover ceremony was about to commence. Manager Li Feng approached Wang Yu with a beaming smile, steady steps, and solemnly placed 2 gleaming metal keys along with the vehicle certificate into Wang Yu's hands. With a bright smile, he said, "Mr. Wang,
Thank you for your support of McLaren, and welcome to the McLaren family. May you thoroughly enjoy every exhilarating acceleration and every thrilling corner as you drive this supercar. Every McLaren carries passion and dreams, and now this passion will accompany you on every journey. May it help you create countless wonderful memories. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as the words fell, the electronic salutes erupted in celebration. Colorful confetti instantly filled the air like a dazzling rain, fluttering down in profusion. The on-site sales staff burst into cheers and applause. Many among the sales team wore expressions of shock mixed with faint traces of regret in their eyes. If I'd known Wang Yu was this rich, I wouldn't have had Zhang Ro handle him. That's a McLaren P1, the commission alone is at least several $100,000. Is it too late to regret this now? With a smile, Wang Yu took the keys and certificate, then pulled off the cloth covering the car in one swift motion. The orange McLaren P1 sat quietly in place. Its sleek, streamlined body exuded an irresistible aura of luxury under the sunlight. With an overwhelming presence, no man could resist its allure. Wang Yu pressed the unlock button. The narrow headlights flickered. Zhang Ro quickly stepped forward, personally guiding Wang Yu through the various features of the car. In his previous life, Wang Yu had only driven ordinary fuel cars worth $100,000 or so. He'd never even ridden in such an expensive vehicle, let alone driven one. He opened the dazzling butterfly doors and settled into the cockpit, filled with a fighter jet-like atmosphere. Pressing the brake pedal, opening the cover, pressed the ignition button. Vroom vroom. In an instant, the McLaren P1's 8-liter V8 twin-turbocharged engine, working in tandem with its electric motor, erupted with an earth-shaking explosive roar. The deafening sound reverberated throughout the entire sales center hall, like a beast gathering strength, poised to strike. Yet to Wang Yu's ears, it sounded like a symphony of beauty, sending his blood rushing upward with exhilaration. His heart raced wildly, an indescribable thrill coursing through him. Supercars are the true romance of a man's life. Though it hadn't yet reached Wang Yu's ultimate dream of driving a LaFerrari, this McLaren P1 still managed to satisfy his psychological expectations somewhat. Wang Yu suddenly turned to look at Zhang Ro. Do you have any plans this afternoon? Ha! Zhang Ro had been immersed in the enthusiastic car handover atmosphere. Hearing Wang Yu's question, she was momentarily stunned before quickly replying, I still need to work this afternoon. Having landed such a big deal, surely I can take a few days off now? Although Wang Yu was looking at Zhang Ro, his words were directed at manager Li Feng, carrying an undeniable tone of authority. Of course, no problem at all. As long as Xiao Zhang agrees, I can give her a day and a half off. She can return to work the day after tomorrow. Li Feng had been navigating the business world for over a decade, far too shrewd not to understand Wang Yu's implication. With practiced ease, he readily agreed, knowing better than to offend this privileged young master. The personalities of wealthy people are endlessly peculiar. One wrong word could offend Wang Yu. What are you standing there for? Wang Yu said to Zhang Ro, who was still standing there. Get in the car. Where to? Zhang Ro looked bewildered and asked instinctively, though her heart was pounding like a little rabbit bouncing around in her chest. Chapter 8, Michelin-starred Donglai residence. Come for a ride with me. Let me show you what the McLaren P1 can do. Hearing Wang Yu's invitation, Zhang Ro hesitated slightly, her expression betraying a hint of nervousness, yet she still raised her hand and opened the car door. She slid into the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt. Wang Yu lightly tapped the accelerator. Vroom. In an instant, the car roared to life like an awakened beast, its surging power bursting forth as the McLaren P1 smoothly glided out of the sales center's gates. The car raced down the road, covering considerable distance in no time. The further they drove, the more distant their starting point became. Zhang Ro clenched the hem of her clothes tightly, her expression slightly tense as she looked at Wang Yu. Where are we going? She finally asked. It's getting late. To thank you for keeping me company on this ride, let me treat you to dinner. Wang Yu gripped the steering wheel, his expression calm as he said, I wonder if Miss Shang would be willing? I should be the one thanking you. After all, you're the one who helped me land such a big deal. There's no reason for you to treat me. Zhang Ro opened her mouth to respond but ultimately left some words unspoken. Having graduated from university and living in such an internet-savvy era, how could she not understand the underlying meaning behind Wang Yu's words? Since she had willingly come out with Wang Yu, it showed she still had some favorable impressions of him. She slightly lowered her head and didn't respond further. Clearly, she was tacitly accepting Wang Yu's decision. The car soon arrived at Hongqiao Road. Dong Lai Ju, the only Michelin-starred hot pot restaurant in the entire Magic City. Though accustomed to Rong Province-style old hot pot, Michelin-level hot pot was a first for Wang Yu. Boom! Boom! At the entrance to Dong Lai residence, a moderately long queue had formed at the parking lot entrance. Wang Yu drove his McLaren P1 slowly closer, drawing curious glances from people in the surrounding vehicles. Looks like business here is pretty good. Zhang Ro looked at the line of cars ahead and spoke. Wang Yu nodded, though inwardly he felt nervous. After all, his driving skills weren't exactly stellar. After what seemed like forever, it was finally their turn to enter the parking lot. But the parking spaces inside were laid out in a tight, compact manner, presenting no small challenge for a beginner like Wang Yu. He gripped the steering wheel carefully, maneuvering the car through the tight space with difficulty. Suddenly, a neighboring car reversed too quickly, nearly crashing into the McLaren P1. Wang Yu jerked the steering wheel hard, causing the car to accelerate instantly as the tires screeched against the pavement. Phew, good thing I reacted quickly. Wang Yu let out a long sigh, and Zhang Rou also turned pale with fright. The driver of the near accident hurriedly got out of the car, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline. He wore a gold chain around his neck, and his entire outfit was branded. After getting out of the car, his face pale with relief, he said, "Sorry, man, I was in such a hurry to park, I wasn't paying attention. Thank God we didn't actually collide. That's a McLaren, for heaven's sake. Lucky there was no crash, the damage would have been catastrophic. It's fine." Wang Yu frowned and waved his hand dismissively, thinking nothing much of it since there hadn't actually been a collision. The middle-aged man then drove away after profusely expressing his gratitude. After this incident, Wang Yu no longer attempted to park the car himself. He stepped out of the vehicle and beckoned to a nearby security guard. The security guard hurried over, delivering a crisp salute before respectfully asking, "Sir, how may I assist you?" Wang Yu pointed at the McLaren P1 in front of him and said somewhat helplessly, "Could you please help me park this? My parking skills are really not up to par, I nearly had an accident just now." "Don't worry, sir. I'll make sure to park it nice and steady for you," the security guard replied, his eyes flashing with delight. Getting to handle such a top-tier luxury car was a rare opportunity for him. After speaking, the security guard took the car keys from Wang Yu's hand. First, he quickly inspected the car from all sides to confirm there were no issues with the exterior before pulling open the door and settling into the driver's seat. Wang Yu and Zhang Rou stood nearby, watching as the security guard adeptly adjusted the seat, rear-view mirrors, and fastened his seatbelt. The security guard started the car, smoothly maneuvering the steering wheel with practiced ease. Under his control, the McLaren P1 slowly reversed into the parking space, the entire process executed seamlessly in one fluid motion. After parking the car, the security guard got out and handed the keys back to Wang Yu, grinning as he said, "Sir, the car's parked. How'd you like this spot?" "All right." Wang Yu nodded, then turned his gaze toward Zhang Rou. "Do you have any cash on you?" "Only around $300 left. How much do you need?" Zhang Rou took out cash from her bag upon hearing this. 300. Wang Yu, who had no cash on him, could only take 300 from Zhang Rou and handed it to the security guard. "Thanks, man." The guard pocketed the cash and immediately beamed with delight. "No problem, boss. Just let me know when you're done eating, and I'll bring the car out for you." Wang Yu was utterly speechless. Did they really think he was a rookie? Parking might have been a bit tricky, but driving out? That required nothing more than a functioning hand. He could practically do it blindfolded. Ding! System detected host has spent 300 yuan, double cashback of 600 yuan awarded. Ding! Congratulations host for obtaining 0.03 system points. System, no need to notify me for expenditures below 100,000 yuan in the future. Ding! Understood host. You may check such records in the system log whenever needed. Does borrowed money count too? Wang Yu pondered for a moment without saying anything, merely nodding faintly. After taking the keys, he led Zhang Rou into a private room at the Donglai residence hot pot restaurant. At this hour, there weren't too many customers in the hot pot restaurant yet. However, with its unparalleled taste and luxurious, elegant dining environment, it still attracted quite a few diners, and the hall was already sparsely populated with customers sitting here and there. They had just settled into a private room. Zhang Rou finally couldn't hold back her laughter and burst out giggling. "I never expected that despite having so much money, your driving skills would still be so average. Aren't you rich kids supposed to have grown up around luxury cars since childhood? Since when is being skilled at driving a prerequisite for rich kids?" Wang Yu stared at her expressionlessly, feeling a burning embarrassment creep up his cheeks. "Just took a girl out to eat, already made a fool of myself. How was she supposed to proceed with the rest of the process?" "That makes sense." Zhang Rou wasn't intimidated by Wang Yu's expression either, speaking with a giggle. After spending the entire afternoon together, Zhang Rou believed she'd already figured out Wang Yu's personality. Although Wang Yu was quite wealthy, he didn't put on airs and was very gentle. Normally, he wouldn't lose his temper so easily, so she felt comfortable joking around with Wang Yu without worry. "Let's order." Wang Yu said no more and picked up the menu to start ordering. He didn't ask for Zhang Rou's opinion. Zhang Rou didn't mind at all. In fact, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She had never been to such a high-end restaurant before. If asked to order, she wouldn't even know what to choose. Wang Yu browsed through the menu and then ordered the signature hot pot base from Dongleju, flame shrimp broth. He casually added a few other signature dishes as well. As the dishes were served one after another, the private dining room was instantly filled with a mouth-watering aroma. Typhoon shelter golden bullfrog. chilled noble shrimp, foie gras fried egg rice. As Zhang Ro ate the bullfrog, she couldn't help but sigh with emotion. So delicious, today I finally get to enjoy a high-end restaurant. Do rich people eat like this every day? This is way too blissful. Zhang Ro's worldview was completely reshaped during her brief half-day with Wang Yu. Her horizons broadened dramatically as she encountered countless things she'd never experienced before. Wang Yu picked up a piece of tripe from the hot pot, popped it in his mouth, chewed a few times before swallowing with a smile. It's really nothing special, I'm not that particular about food. Have you ever imagined living such a life? Free from financial worries, able to buy whatever you want? Of course I have. Zhang Ro pouted slightly, her voice tinged with frustration. Everyone dreams of living the life of the wealthy. In this city of magic, only money makes you feel you truly belong here, drowning in extravagance, reveling night after night. That's the real Shanghai. Without money, there's only endless takeout and overcrowded subways, making you feel utterly disconnected from this city, like you don't belong here at all. Zhang Ro muttered, as if she wanted to vent all the grievances and resentments that had accumulated since she started striving in the Magic City. Let me say it again, with your advantages, living this kind of life would be effortless for you. It all depends on your choice. Wang Yu simply offered a faint smile. Zhang Ro understood the implication in his words but remained silent for a long while, saying nothing. She merely lowered her head and quietly took small bites of her food. Wang Yu also didn't press the matter further. First, I'll fill my stomach before anything else. I have to say, this Michelin-starred food really tastes amazing, though the portions are way too small. The hot pot meal lasted nearly 2 hours. Finally, the two came to the checkout counter and paid a total of 3,827 yuan. Zhang Ro covered her mouth in shock. A single meal costing over 3,000, that was more than half her monthly salary. It was simply too extravagant. Wang Yu, however, looked utterly unfazed. In his opinion, given the taste, it was worth every penny. By the time Wang Yu and Zhang Ro left the hot pot restaurant, it was already around 9 in the evening. The streets of Magic City still shimmered with neon lights. The hustle and bustle inside Dong Laiju hot pot restaurant grew increasingly lively. Wang Yu took out his car keys. Unlock and get on. Then Zhang Ro also got into the car. The luxurious car paired with a beautiful woman created an exceptionally eye-catching scene. V-room. Under the envious gazes of passers-by, Wang Yu stepped on the accelerator and smoothly drove the McLaren P1 away. This left the security guard waiting at the entrance thoroughly disappointed, having hoped to pocket another small tip. The bright yellow McLaren P1 unleashed its full performance on the streets of Shanghai, like a streak of yellow lightning splitting the sky. Chapter 9, Hermes Birkin 35. Where are we going now? Zhang Ro noticed the car getting closer to the Bund as she turned to Wang Yu and asked. The IFC Mall. Wang Yu replied calmly while driving. Guojin Shopping Center, a landmark shopping mall in the Magic City. Located adjacent to iconic structures like the Oriental Pearl Tower, surrounded by several urban parks. 40 minutes later, Wang Yu drove the car into the mall's underground parking lot. The parking lot didn't have luxury sports cars like McLaren, Ferrari, or Lamborghini that Wang Yu expected to see, but there were plenty of other BBA, BMW, Benz, Audi vehicles. Indeed, the Guijin Shopping Center lives up to its reputation as one of the most bustling places in the Magic City, Shanghai. From BMW 5 Series to Mercedes-Benz S-Class, Wang Yu spotted them all, and he even saw a Maybach GLS 480, though he couldn't tell if it was modified or not. But honestly, this car won't be too great to drive in a few years. Let's go, we'll buy some things upstairs first. Wang Yu and Zhang Ro got out of the car, locked the doors, and said, let's get some things you like first, we'll head back later. MHM. Zhang Ro nodded silently, taking initiative to hold Wang Yu's hand as she walked by his side. Their fingers intertwined as they rode the elevator upstairs. The bright lights and luxurious decor of the mall made one feel as though they'd stepped into a palace of fashion. Louis Vuitton, Gucci, Chanel, Balenciaga. They first arrived at a flagship Hermes clothing store. The clothing styles in the store are all new summer arrivals, brimming with fashion appeal and featuring unique designs. Have you been here before? No. Zhang Ro shook her head and playfully stuck out her tongue, saying, I've only passed by here before but never dared to go in. This isn't the kind of place I could afford. Wang Yu didn't speak but directly led Zhang Ro inside. Seeing them enter, the shop assistant immediately greeted them warmly and asked, Welcome to Hermes. Do you have an appointment? No. Very well, how may I assist you today? Wang Yu said nonchalantly, let's just look around for now. Zhang Ro followed behind Wang Yu somewhat nervously, her eyes occasionally darting toward the exquisite outfits, though she tried not to make her glances too obvious. As a top luxury brand, Hermes boasts a classic yet elegant design style with a unique artistic flair. Wang Yu turned to look at Zhang Ro and asked, see anything you like? Zhang Ro hastily shook her head. No, the clothes here are all so expensive. Wang Yu slightly frowned. Don't worry about the price. If you like it, try it on. Zhang Ro was still hesitating. Just then, the clever sales assistant brought over a pale purple silk dress, simple yet elegant. "Miss, this dress is our latest seasonal design and would suit your temperament perfectly. Would you like to try it on?" Zhang Ro glanced at Wang Yu, who nodded in approval. Only then did Zhang Ro accept the dress and head toward the fitting room. "The fitting rooms are this way. Please follow me." Shortly thereafter, when Zhang Ro walked out after changing her clothes, Wang Yu felt his eyes light up. The soft lighting in the store spilled over her, as if draping her in a dreamlike halo, making everything around her pale in comparison. The hem of her skirt swayed gently with her steps, drawing all eyes in the store to her. "How do I look?" Zhang Ro lowered her head slightly and spun in place, showcasing her perfect figure to Wang Yu. "Not bad, this one it is." Zhang Ro seemed somewhat embarrassed. "Isn't it too expensive?" Ignoring her words, Wang Yu directly told the salesperson, "Wrap this one up. Also this one, and this one, pack up all these in the same size for me." The sales associate beamed with delight as she went to select the appropriate sizes. "Absolutely, sir. You have excellent taste. These are all Hermès' latest seasonal pieces. There's no need for so many. One is enough." Zhang Ro watched Wang Yu buy so many clothes for her and couldn't help but protest anxiously. "Take another look at the bags. Pick whichever one you like." Wang Yu ignored Zhang Ro's words. "All right." Zhang Ro hesitated as she spoke. Her gaze swept over the few Hermès bags available in the store, prompting the quick-witted sales associate to explain. "Madam, our classic Hermès bags all require pre-purchases to qualify. At present, we only have these few styles in stock. You might consider this one, the Birkin 35 in milky white. The leather is incredibly soft and refined. This bag is meticulously handcrafted by our master artisans. Every detail showcases exceptional craftsmanship, ensuring you'll be the center of attention in any setting. See if you like it." The salesperson handed the bag to Zhang Ro while speaking. Zhang Ro caressed the elegant bag in her hands, her eyes flickering with longing. No woman can resist the temptation of a designer handbag. If she claims otherwise, it's only because the price tag isn't high enough. No woman in this world could possibly resist Hermès Birkin collection. "How much is this bag?" Zhang Ro's eyes brimmed with longing. "The current price for this bag is 98,000. The sales associate smiled and said, "This is one of Hermès' classic designs. Typically, it gets bought by customers within days of arriving in the store. Madam, not only do you have excellent taste, but you're also quite lucky. A bag that costs 98,000 yuan. Before this, Zhang Ro wouldn't have even dared to imagine such a thing. Zhang Ro silently put down the bag and said, "I think I'll look at other bags first." Even though Wang Yu was paying for tonight's expenses, years of ingrained spending habits made it impossible for Zhang Ro to bring herself to buy such an expensive bag. Besides, she wasn't the type of woman who'd go wild at the sight of money. Wang Yu said directly, "Just wrap it up. And those clothes from earlier, calculate the total cost." The salesgirl's smile widened. "Of course, sir. Let me package everything for you." Zhang Ro leaned in close to Wang Yu's ear and whispered softly, "Actually, I don't like this bag that much. Maybe I should look at others." Wang Yu knew this girl was saying one thing but meaning another, afraid to buy anything too expensive. He reached out and hugged Zhang Ro, saying, "It's alright, if we find something you like later, we'll buy it then." "Hello, sir. This handbag costs 98,000, and with these outfits, the total comes to 154,888 yuan. How would you like to make the payment?" The shopping assistant swiftly and skillfully packaged the clothes and handbag. "Card payment," Wang Yu said as he handed over his bank card. "Payment successful. Ding. System verified host's expenditure of 154,888 yuan, double cashback granted, 309,776 yuan. Ding. Congratulations to the host for earning 15 system points. Hello sir, you may join our Hermès membership. Next time you wish to purchase classic Hermès bags, we can help you secure them in advance." The sales assistant handed over the bank card and invoice with both hands, smiling as she spoke. "You should add one, I think you'll need it later," Wang Yu said to Zhang Ro. Oh, add mine?" Zhang Ro stared blankly at the salesperson and left her phone number. "Very well, madam. I'll register your information for you. I'll add you on Feishin later. Whenever new arrivals come in, I'll notify you promptly. Should you have any needs, please don't hesitate to contact me. I'll do my utmost to assist you," the sales associate said with a smile. "Welcome to visit Hermès again." Following the sales associate's words, the two stepped out of the Hermès flagship store. Zhang Ro held Wang Yu's arm with one hand, while carrying shopping bags in the other. Dazed and lightheaded, his steps unsteady, as if walking on clouds. Everything felt so unreal. In her first 20-some years of life, Zhang Ro had never imagined she'd one day shop at Hermès and spend 150,000 in one go at that. She finally understood why so many people in this world would bend their backs for money. Chapter 10 Bulgari Presidential Suite. "Let's check out some other stores," Wang Yu said casually. Then, under his lead, they continued shopping at high-end brands like Louis Vuitton, Chanel, and so on. But Zhang Ro stubbornly refused to enter, not wanting Wang Yu to spend any more money on her.
Helpless, Wang Yu had no choice but to end tonight's spending spree.
They drove away from the IFC mall.
The nightscape of Magic City resembled a glittering ocean. Neon lights, street lamps, car headlights, and the various illuminations from the Oriental Tower all shimmered together. They lit up both shores of the Huangpu River. Zhang Ro could tell this wasn't the direction to her home, because Wang Yu didn't even ask where she lived. 30 minutes later. V-room, V-room, V-room. With the roar of the McLaren engine, the car drove straight to the entrance of the Bulgari Hotel in Jing'an District, Shanghai. As soon as he got out of the car, a hotel bellhop jogged over, took the keys, and went to park his vehicle.
Zhang Ro followed Wang Yu into the hotel together.
He glanced around the hotel lobby, which was luxuriously decorated with black imported wood flooring and walls adorned with the Bulgari logo. Standing at the front desk, Wang Yu said to the sweet-faced receptionist, "Please arrange the best room available at Bulgari for me." The beautiful receptionist glanced at Wang Yu's youthful and handsome face, then asked, "Hello, sir. Our hotel's finest room is the Bulgari Presidential Suite, which features a private terrace where you can admire the Bund scenery at night while enjoying fine wine.
The rate is 280,088 yuan per night. How many nights would you like to reserve? Let's book it for a month first."
Wang Yu thought for a moment before handing over his bank card. There was still over a month left before school started. The rooms at Bulgari Hotel were quite nice, he'd stay here for this month. After all, money was no object to him. With the discount included, your total for 1 month comes to 7.56 million.
We'll process your card now, please enter your bank PIN. Ding!
System detects host spending 7,560,000 yuan, triggering double cashback of 15,120,000 yuan.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, for obtaining 756 system points.
Ding! Your current points balance is 3,091 points. P.S. Please ignore decimal points automatically.
Zhang Ro watched as Wang Yu inadvertently spent over 7 million again. Even though she had already sensed his unrestrained spending today, she couldn't help being shocked once more. Buying a car is one thing, but booking a hotel room is purely consumption.
Once spent, it's gone. But when he thought about the 10-digit balance in Wang Yu's bank card, if he were willing, he could probably live here for decades. It wasn't just Zhang Ro, even the receptionist working here felt an overwhelming sense of shock under these circumstances.
Very few people would choose to stay in the Bulgari hotel suite for a whole month.
That's over 7 million. Enough to buy a sleek sports car.
So young, so handsome, so tall, he was practically the perfect man she'd always dreamed of. Her heart skipped a beat instantly. But the moment she saw Zhang Ro standing beside Wang Yu, the light in her eyes dimmed immediately.
A high-quality guy like Wang Yu would never lack beautiful women around him.
The upper class never lacks beautiful women. What they're truly short of are the bottom-tier workhorses.
Zhang Ro's figure and appearance were far more outstanding than hers.
"Hello, sir.
Your room has been prepared for you. A dedicated staff member will escort you upstairs."
The Bulgari suite also includes 24-hour butler service, providing you with personalized one-on-one customized service. The room also features a private SPA suite, allowing you to enjoy a full-body relaxing SPA treatment without leaving your room.
Welcome to the Bulgari Hotel.
We hope you enjoy your stay and have an unforgettable, exquisite experience. The front desk staff suppressed their inner disappointment and handed the room key to Wang Yu with a smile.
Wang Yu took the key card and immediately turned to head towards the elevator.
Then Zhang Ro's voice came from behind. "Maybe I should go home first. It's so late, you should rest early."
Zhang Ro couldn't help but shrink back as she finished speaking.
Wang Yu seized her hand.
Zhang Ro looked flustered as she said, "No need to see me off, I can just take a taxi back myself."
Yet Wang Yu merely gazed at her before replying in measured tones.
"Not going up to take a look?
After all, this is a 300,000 yuan per night suite.
I believe you've never stayed in one either."
Wang Yu's voice was calm as he spoke softly. Zhang Ro lowered her head in silence and didn't bring up going home again. She simply let Wang Yu keep holding her hand as they walked toward the hotel elevator. She didn't realize when exactly it had gone from grasping to hand-holding.
A hotel attendant was already waiting by the elevator doors. They pressed the elevator button for them. The Bulgari suite is located on the 48th floor of the building. The elevator is incredibly fast.
It took less than 30 seconds to reach the 48th floor.
Ding! The elevator doors opened.
An elderly man with graying temples stood at the entrance, looking to be about 60 years old.
He strongly resembled the exquisitely dressed butlers from aristocratic households depicted in novels.
He was clad in a butler's uniform, wearing white gloves and a pair of black-framed glasses. His hair shone brilliantly, each strand meticulously combed into place.
Impeccably groomed from head to toe.
Upon seeing Wang Yu and Zhang Ro emerge, he gave a slight bow and said, "Good day, Mr. Wang. I am your personal butler. You may address me as Butler Lin.
Welcome to Bulgari Hotel.
During your stay, should you require anything at all, please don't hesitate to contact me. I'll dedicate my utmost efforts to serve you, ensuring your experience with us is nothing short of perfection."
Here are your car keys. Butler Lin handed the McLaren key to Wang Yu.
Wang Yu took it and casually slipped it into his pocket.
Let me show you to your room.
Stepping aside, Butler Lin made a guiding gesture as he spoke. Wang Yu nodded and led Zhang Rou toward the room.
Swiped the keycard. Pushed open the door.
Their eyes were greeted by the scenic view of the Bund and the iconic Peace Hotel.
These buildings embody the history and culture of the Magic City. Under the neon lights at night, they appear exceptionally dazzling, showcasing the unique charm and cultural richness of a city.
The rooms are themed with modern decorative art, featuring spaces such as a living room, private study, library, walk-in closet, and a master bedroom with a bathroom adorned with imported stone materials. The living room also boasts a long sofa for movie watching and separate genuine leather sofas for guest reception, each with its own floor lamp behind it. All the furniture consists of world-class top brands.
The entire room spans over 400 square meters. However, Wang Yu currently had no interest in admiring the night view of the Magic City, focusing instead on Zhang Rou.
Butler Lin was clearly tactful as well. I won't disturb your rest any further. Feel free to call me anytime via the guest room phone if you need anything.
With that, Butler Lin exited the room and quietly closed the door behind him. The room instantly fell silent. Zhang Rou inexplicably felt a pang of nervousness in her heart.
She swallowed hard. Lifting her head, her gaze met Wang Yu's directly. Unlike his previously clear gaze, Wang Yu's eyes now carried faint red streaks. Zhang Rou immediately turned her head away, not daring to meet his eyes. Yet Wang Yu stepped forward and swept her up in his arms. Zhang Rou instinctively struggled, only to realize she couldn't muster any strength at all. Wang Yu's hands clamped around her like iron shackles, holding her firmly in place.
After a while, Zhang Rou no longer struggled. Deathly silence once again filled the room.
Only the sound of their two rapidly accelerating heartbeats could be heard, thumping steadily as if delicate currents of electricity were coursing through their bodies. I'll go take a shower first. Zhang Rou gently patted Wang Yu as she spoke.
Okay.
Wang Yu released his arms from around Zhang Rou, saying.
Half an hour later, Zhang Rou finished her shower and stepped out with a shy expression.
She gently pushed open the bathroom door, wearing nothing but a white towel which clung slightly damp to her freshly bathed skin. Mist-like steam wreathed her cool body, the hot water flushing her cheeks with a delicate rosy hue. She kept her head slightly lowered, her gaze evasive as she dared not meet his eyes. Her feet seemed rooted to the spot, leaving her standing there in awkward hesitation.
Chapter 11, First Life Experience.
I'll go take a shower first.
Change into the clothes and shoes you just bought first. I really like how you look in this outfit.
After saying this, Wang Yu turned and headed to the bathroom.
He finished showering in just a few swift motions and couldn't wait to come back out. Smack! He stepped forward and pressed the rest button in the room. The lights in the room instantly turned off one by one.
Only the corridor and bathroom still had faint lighting. The room's curtains automatically drew shut slowly.
The nocturnal Shanghai, still ablaze with lights, bustling with activity.
Across the crisscrossing streets, vehicles flow incessantly like rivers of moving light. Ordinary people continue their lives of toil, while the wealthy revel night after night.
Early morning,
sunlight seeped through the gaps in the curtains like slender threads, quietly spreading across the bed, while glaring rays poured in through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the balcony. Wang Yu slowly awoke, his consciousness still hazy. He only felt as if something heavy was pressing on him, leaving half of his body numb. He opened his eyes. He lowered his gaze slightly, and his eyes were instantly locked onto the scene before him. What came into view was Zhang Rou, sound asleep. Her entire body clung tightly to Wang Yu like an octopus. She lay like a lazy kitten, obediently curled up on his chest. A few mischievous strands of her hair swayed slightly with her even breathing, gently tugging at his heartstrings. She was fast asleep, her brows only slightly furrowed. Clearly, she had been exhausted from the night before. Wang Yu picked up his phone and saw it was already past 10 a.m., nearing noon. He couldn't help but marvel at how youthful vitality worked wonders. He felt completely refreshed and energized. Wang Yu decided not to wake Zhang Rou. Slowly withdrawing his pinned arm, he got up, threw on his robe, and walked to the living room. His stomach growling with hunger, he prepared to call room service and have the restaurant send up some food.
Hello, Mr. Wang, this is the front desk of Bulgari Hotel. How may I assist you? The sweet voice of the front desk staff came through the receiver. Help me deliver 2 portions of Chinese cuisine for lunch. Wang Yu then said. Very well, Mr. Wang. We offer a premium couple set meal priced at 6,888 yuan in total. Would that be acceptable? Acceptable. Are there any dietary restrictions we should be aware of, Mr. Wang? None, just serve your restaurant's signature dishes. Please wait a moment then. I'll inform the kitchen immediately. Your lunch will be delivered to your room in about 30 minutes. Thank you. You're welcome. It's my duty to serve you well. If you need anything else later, feel free to contact me. Wang Yu Gang hung up the phone. He suddenly felt someone hug him tightly from behind. I woke up and found you gone. I thought you abandoned me. I was so scared. Zhang Rou's coquettish complaint came from behind. How could that be? You are, and always will be, my woman. Wang Yu turned around and pulled Zhang Rou into a tight embrace, laughing as he said, "It's getting late. I'm just calling room service to send some food up. You must be starving too." Zhang Rou nodded, pouting coquettishly, "I just woke up from hunger, only to find you gone when I opened my eyes." After last night's interactions, Zhang Rou had changed noticeably, no longer as reserved as before. She was starting to cling to Wang Yu a bit. Alright then after lunch, I'll take you shopping to make it up to you. How does that sound? Wang Yu smiled slightly. No need. Zhang Rou shook her head and said, "I'm completely exhausted right now, where would I get the energy for shopping? Then we'll talk about it after you're feeling better." Wang Yu didn't insist either, after all, accompanying women shopping can be quite exhausting. Then don't go back on your word. So what exactly is our relationship now? At this moment, Zhang Rou raised her head, blinking her bright eyes as she looked intently at Wang Yu and spoke with unusual seriousness. "We should be considered boyfriend and girlfriend, right?" Hearing this, Wang Yu's expression froze, and he fell into a brief silence. In his previous life, he had been a nobody his entire existence, unable to even get married. Now that he'd been reborn into this new life, he was determined to live freely and without restraint. He couldn't possibly allow himself to be tied down by any woman. Dabbling among the flowers was what he truly desired. "Of course you're my girlfriend." Wang Yu didn't argue either. It was merely a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship after all. Is there any law that says you can only have one girlfriend? Right. After getting a definite answer, Zhang Rou didn't seem particularly happy. Instead, she just kept saying, "I know, men like you, handsome, filthy rich, full of youthful energy, amazing at nighttime card games too. Women would be falling over themselves for you. You're so outstanding, surely I can't keep you all to myself, right? But you must at least give me some official recognition, so I can feel better about this." Zhang Rou, looking uneasy and biting her lip, said, "This request shouldn't be too much to ask, right?" "Of course it's not too much." Wang Yu smiled faintly. "Ah, I knew it. You're definitely not that honest." Zhang Rou shot Wang Yu an accusing glare, her eyes full of resentment as she pouted, "Police, you scoundrel." Unfazed, Wang Yu simply pulled Zhang Rou into an embrace, planted a kiss on her delightfully springy cheek, then gently turned her face toward his own. Wang Yu looked at her with solemn seriousness. "I can promise you this, as long as you're willing, you can stay by my side forever. Houses, cars, whatever you desire, I can provide for you. Of course, if there ever comes a time when you decide to leave me, I'll still give you enough money to live comfortably. We'll part on good terms. I'll give you all the love you deserve, and I'll devote time to be with you." Wang Yu paused for a moment before saying, "Of course, my heart is shattered into countless pieces, so perhaps the love now seems more abundant. Surely you can understand that too. You scoundrel, the ghosts might understand you, but I sure won't." Hearing this, Zhang Rou flew into a rage, grinding her back teeth with fury. She grabbed Wang Yu's arm and sank her teeth into it. But when she bit down, Wang Yu felt nothing more than a kitten's playful nibble, barely more than a tickle. Then Zhang Rou let go of Wang Yu's arm and burrowed into her embrace, whispering softly, "I won't leave you. Alright, we'll never be apart." Wang Yu gently patted her back. "I'm going to take a shower. Be good, okay?" After a long moment, Wang Yu kissed Zhang Rou's cheek and released her from his embrace. Suddenly, he turned impatiently and strode into the bathroom. Because Wang Yu suddenly realized that his system points were now enough to draw from the intermediate prize pool, he'd nearly forgotten about the lottery. He wondered how high the probability was for drawing an entry from the intermediate prize pool. Wang Yu felt incredibly eager about this. After all, the sheer power of entries had already been demonstrated perfectly by the double cashback entry from his beginner rewards. An ordinary person, with such an entry, can already control their life and roam the world freely. Chapter 12, Intermediate Wheel. Splish Splash. Wang Yu, bare-chested, turned on the Kohler brand shower facilities. The bathroom is adorned with exquisite marble walls and floors, paired with a delicate showerhead, exuding an air of luxury. The soft and warm lighting creates an overall atmosphere that is exceptionally relaxing. System, open the personal panel. Ding! The personal panel has been opened for the host. Host, Wang Yu. Age, 20. Height, 186. Charm, 89. Physique, 85. Durability, 94. Entry. Double cashback, effect, all reasonable expenditures will be refunded at double the amount. Points, 3,092 points. How did the durability drop a little? Was it because I was too exhausted last night? Wang Yu gazed at the faint blue light screen floating before his eyes. The panel showed a slight decrease in durability, leaving him lost in thought. He felt somewhat worried inside. Just one night had already reduced the durability by a bit. If he had more women in the future, wouldn't that be the death of him? Now that I'm still young it's fine. But what about 10 years from now, will my body still hold up? Money won't be any use then. System, let's make a deal, draw me a trait that enhances physical constitution. Don't worry about the points, just deduct whatever you need. Wang Yu addressed the system expectantly. Ding! Prizes are entirely determined by the host's luck. Don't even think about bribing this system.
This system must abide by the System Realm Convention.
Our system realm upholds 3 principles: no interference, no abandonment, no responsibility.
Hearing the system's reply, Wang Yu secretly raised a middle finger and couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh in his heart. He originally just wanted to make a joke, never expecting the system to take it so seriously.
However, this made him even more curious and excited. Alright, if that's the case, then I'll rely on my luck to give it a try. Open the intermediate roulette. Begin the draw.
As Wang Yu spoke, a silver-white roulette wheel appeared before his eyes, radiating with a silvery glow. Mysterious patterns continuously swam across the spinning wheel, exuding an aura of mystery. He kept chanting silently in his heart. Enhance my physique. Enhance physique. Even superhuman physique would work. Then he clicked the lottery button. The silver-white wheel began spinning, emitting an even more dazzling radiance. As the roulette wheel gradually came to a halt, only one symbol remained glowing with a silvery white radiance.
Ding!
1,000 points consumed, initiating intermediate prize pool draw.
Ding!
Congratulations, host has obtained 500 million Huaxia dollars. Industrial and Commercial Bank of Hua Country reminds you, your account 2846 has received 50 million deposit.
Current balance, 1,587,675,270 Huaxia dollars.
Wang Yu was momentarily stunned. While drawing 500 million Chinese yuan was certainly cause for celebration, the prize didn't include the physique-related attribute he desired most.
Still somewhat disappointing. System, spin the intermediate wheel again. Ding! 1,000 points deducted. Initiating intermediate wheel spin. As Wang Yu's voice fell, the silver-white wheel on the pale blue screen began a new round of spinning. Thank you for your patronage, we appreciate your participation. Wang Yu's face darkened as he said, again. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the trait Extreme Physique. Yes, I knew the system could do it.
Wang Yu quickly turned to examine the effects of the Extreme Physique trait. Extreme Physique, from this moment on, you are the pinnacle of human physicality.
Ding! With this system's assistance, changes to your body will not draw attention from others.
Please use it with peace of mind, host. Wang Yu was thrilled beyond words.
Judging from the effect of the entry, Extreme Physique was incredibly powerful.
As the Extreme Physique entry took effect, Wang Yu felt only a tremendous transformation occurring in his body. His body became significantly more robust, he seemed to have grown slightly taller, and his slightly chubby belly transformed into clearly defined 8-pack abs. His formerly myopic eyes now saw with crystal clarity, as if the entire world before him had been wiped clean with a towel. System, open the personal panel.
Host, Wang Yu, age, 20, height, 188, charm, 92, physique, 120, normal human limit is 100. Endurance, 120, normal human limit is 100. Traits, double cashback, effect description, all reasonable expenses will be doubled and refunded. Peak physique, effect description, from this moment onward, you become the pinnacle of human physical condition. Points, 92. After reviewing the system panel information, an irrepressible smile spread across Wang Yu's face.
Close the system panel. After finishing his shower, he dried off, casually slipped on a bathrobe, and stepped out.
Hey, why do you feel taller and more handsome now?
In the living room, Zhang Ro was idly scrolling through her phone. Seeing Wang Yu come out of the shower completely changed, she couldn't help but feel somewhat puzzled. Yet under the great power of the system, she inexplicably found it quite reasonable and soon stopped dwelling on it.
Ding dong!
Just then, the doorbell to the room suddenly rang. Zhang Ro heard the sound and got up, putting on a coat before opening the door.
Butler Lin was standing respectfully at the entrance.
Behind him stood 2 waitresses pushing food carts.
Good day, madam. Your lunch is ready.
Upon seeing Zhang Ro open the door, Butler Lin greeted her with a smile.
Is lunch here?
Wang Yu's voice came from inside the room. If it's here, just bring it in directly.
Butler Lin personally took over the meal cart from behind and wheeled it straight into the reception room.
Wang Yu sat lazily on the sofa, idly playing with his phone.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wang. This is the lunch you ordered, personally prepared by our head chef. We hope you'll enjoy it.
Butler Lin gave a slight bow as he spoke, then uncovered each dish one by one while introducing them.
This is the appetizer. Rose soy sauce chicken,
golden chrysanthemum jellyfish and conch slices.
Main courses, braised chicken and lobster with 3 types of scallions, steamed red spotted grouper, pig's trotters in abalone sauce, crispy shrimp rice noodle roll, dim sum, pomelo and mango marshmallow, and finally for dessert, almond tofu and handmade durian puff pastry. Exquisite dishes emerged one after another before Wang Yu and Zhang Ro, a dazzling array. The aroma of food instantly filled the entire dining room.
Although the portions didn't look overly generous, each dish was perfectly sized to satisfy 2 diners.
Zhang Rou's eyes flashed with astonishment.
The Chinese cuisine at the Bagley Hotel is made with such extravagance. Gazing at the exquisitely plated dishes radiating color, aroma, and flavor before her, Zhang Rou couldn't help but swallow hard.
Gurgle.
Zhang Rou could feel her stomach protesting loudly.
Butler Lin smiled and said, "Since we weren't entirely clear about Mr. Wang and this lady's preferences, we've prepared all signature dishes from our hotel.
If anything doesn't suit your taste, please feel free to let me know, and I'll have the chef prepare alternatives for you."
"No problems here, this will do just fine,"
Wang Yu said nonchalantly. "Oh, and bring me another bottle of red wine."
"Okay." The butler Lin inquired, "Any specific brand or vintage requirements?"
"Just go with your judgment, nothing too fancy. A regular bottle of red wine for a few thousand will do."
Wang Yu responded indifferently.
It wasn't that he couldn't afford hundreds of thousands worth of red wine, rather, this kind of premium wine tasted no different from bottles costing mere thousands to him. Honestly, his palate couldn't discern the difference. Besides, ordering million yuan wine for an ordinary lunch
just felt somewhat out of place.
Such wines typically appear only on significant occasions. The restaurant happens to have a 10-year-old Grand Cru red wine from Domaine de la Romanée-Conti in France, priced at 68,888.
Would that be acceptable? Fine. Wang Yu replied indifferently.
Understood, we'll prepare it for you immediately. Butler Lin whispered a few words into his headset.
Soon after,
the waiter brought up a bottle of Romanée-Conti red wine.
Steward Lin took the wine and displayed the label and brand to Wang Yu.
After confirming its authenticity, he proceeded to uncork the bottle.
It was poured into a decanter.
As the deep purple-red liquid flowed in, a rich, woody fragrance with hints of elm began to permeate the air.
Enchanting.
Steward Lin poured wine for both of them, then placed the tall-stemmed glasses before them before quietly stepping away, leaving them undisturbed to enjoy their meal. Chapter 13, Zhang Rou, the considerate girl.
Let's eat.
Wang Yu was the first to pick up his chopsticks, ready to start eating. But he noticed Zhang Rou sitting beside him showed no reaction.
Unable to suppress his bewilderment, he asked, "Why aren't you eating? Weren't you starving just now, even swallowing secretly in anticipation?" Zhang Rou's delicate face flushed crimson.
She hadn't expected her subtle movements to be noticed by Wang Yu all along.
"I've just never seen Chinese cuisine this exquisite and delicate before.
It's so beautiful that I can't bear to start eating it," Zhang Rou explained, "and just one bottle of wine costs 68,000 yuan. Spending so much money feels far too extravagant.
I genuinely can't bring myself to dig in. What's there to be afraid of?" Wang Yu raised an eyebrow. "Aren't you a McLaren salesperson?
You deal with wealthy people every day, surely you've seen plenty of scenes like this before."
"No matter how rich they are, it's their money. It has nothing to do with me."
Zhang Rou puckered her lips and said coyly, "Though I work at the McLaren sales center, that doesn't mean I can afford a McLaren or step into the wealthy class."
"Aren't you?" Wang Yu was quite surprised Zhang Rou could actually be so clear-headed.
After all, many sales and service staff working in luxury stores or high-end venues gradually develop inflated egos after long periods on the job, looking down on others while overestimating themselves, growing haughty and self-important over time, thinking that just because they work here, they've crossed class boundaries and risen above their former lives. He even began looking down on the customers who came to spend money.
"Don't overthink unnecessary things."
Wang Yu reached out to pat Zhang Rou's head, gazing at her affectionately as he said, "This is just an ordinary lunch, nothing extraordinary. Besides, now that you're with me, you'll need to get used to this kind of life.
Money sitting there is just numbers, it only becomes yours when you enjoy it."
Using a 60,000 yuan bottle of wine as an everyday dinner drink does seem rather ordinary. Zhang Rou's expression was slightly stiff, and despite forcing a faint smile at the corners of her lips, she couldn't conceal that faint, unnatural twitch. Wang Yu couldn't help but chuckle but didn't say anything further, simply nodding. "Let's eat first before the food gets cold."
"Wait, let me take a photo first." Zhang Rou quickly took out her phone and snapped more than 10 photos in a row.
Then, seemingly unintentionally, she captured a shot that revealed the scenery outside the window. She also, without seeming deliberate, made sure the geographical location of the Bulgari Hotel was displayed.
Photo editing, filters. Then she clicked send. Zhang Rou finally put down her phone with satisfaction. Women are ultimately creatures who say one thing but mean another. Everyone is vain by nature. Normal people would post about their outings or meals on WeChat moments anyway, so Wang Yu didn't see anything inappropriate about it. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Zhang Rou lounged comfortably on the sofa, her slightly rounded belly protruding under her sleepwear that subtly outlined her perfect and utterly alluring figure. Seeing this scene, Wang Yu was instantly intrigued and pressed close against her. "You must be well rested by now. You were still a bit clumsy at the little game we played last night. Let me help you get more familiar with it." "No, if we keep playing, I'm going to fall apart." Zhang Rou turned pale with fright. But he couldn't win against Wang Yu's stubbornness, so he had no choice but to keep playing those little games with him. An hour later. Ahem.
Zhang Ro, who had choked while playing a casual sports game, shot Wang Yu a coquettish glare before covering her mouth and heading to the bathroom to freshen up and brush her teeth.
Not long after, Zhang Ro emerged from the bathroom.
To Wang Yu's surprise, however, Zhang Ro was actually wearing the purple dress she had bought the previous day. Her hair was neatly combed, and she had touched up her makeup slightly. Standing there, Zhang Ro gave her hair a light shake, still slightly damp from a recent shower, making her skin appear exceptionally dewy and fresh.
It's all your fault, I can't wear this outfit anymore. Zhang Ro sat atop Wang Yu, pointing angrily at the McLaren sales uniform she was wearing.
It's covered in stains, she grumbled.
Not sure if it'll even be wearable tomorrow after I wash it.
Wang Yu smiled at her words, then don't go to work.
That won't do. The supervisor only gave me a day and a half off. Zhang Ro shook her head and said, if I don't work, will you support me?
I'll take care of you.
Without hesitation, Wang Yu replied.
Zhang Ro gazed at Wang Yu for a moment, feeling warmth spread through her heart. She wasn't particularly eager to part with Wang Yu either. When couples first get together, they always wish they could be glued together 24 hours a day.
Zhang Ro was no exception.
However, she still said, if I don't go to work, I'll feel like I'm being kept by you. Only when I'm at work, in front of you, can I regain a little sense of myself.
So now I have to go home.
Alright, if work makes you unhappy, just change jobs.
Find something easier, whatever makes you feel happy is what matters.
Wang Yu pondered for a moment before speaking. Zhang Rua stood up, looking at Wang Yu with a resentful expression and said, this way you'll have some private space to fool around with other girls outside, and I won't have to see it to stay annoyed. Wang Yu suddenly felt that Zhang Rua made a fair point. If they were together all the time, where would he find the opportunity to meet other girls? This also gave him the perfect chance to focus on his own affairs.
Fine then, I'll take you home.
I'll transfer 200,000 to your card.
Buy whatever you want daily, don't hold back. Let me know when you've spent it all.
Wang Yu didn't transfer too much to Zhang Ro either. After all, giving money requires finesse, too little isn't good, but too much definitely won't do either. Otherwise you'd just become an easy mark.
Ding!
The system has detected the host's expenditure of 200,000, triggering a double cashback of 400,000.
Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received 20 system points. Mwah!
Hearing this, Zhang Ro's eyes instantly curved into crescent moons, her happiness revived as she clung to Wang Yu's face and planted a hearty kiss on him.
You're the best.
Zhang Ro gazed at the handsome young man before her, suddenly realizing she had completely fallen in love with Wang Yu.
Of course, it wasn't just because of money.
Wang Yu merely smiled in response, naturally wrapping his arm around Zhang Ro's slender waist and pulling her body firmly against his with gentle pressure.
He slowly lowered his head, softly covering Zhang Ro's tender lips with his own.
Their eyes tightly closed, they immersed themselves in this ardent and tender kiss as if the entire world had dissolved until only the two of them remained. Only when both were gasping for breath did they reluctantly end their lingering kiss, yet their gazes remained tightly entwined.
In the afternoon,
the two arrived at the underground garage of the Bulgari Hotel, where Wang Yu started up his beloved McLaren P1.
Boom! With a press on the accelerator, the McLaren P1's engine roared to life. The car smoothly exited the underground garage and headed toward Zhang Ro's rented apartment. Chapter 14, Shanghai Socialite. Half an hour later, Wang Yu drove to his destination, located in the northern district of the Magic City.
The rent here was relatively affordable, yet transportation remained convenient, making it a popular choice for many recent college graduates seeking apartments.
The residential complex where Zhang Ro lived had a decent environment.
At least his sports car, with its adjustable suspension raised, managed to park smoothly beneath the building.
Pop, sweetheart, would you like to come up for a while? I share the place with a friend, and she's probably at work now, shouldn't be anyone home. Zhang Ro stepped out of the car holding shopping bags, suddenly leaned in to plant a kiss on Wang Yu's cheek, then asked, alright, let's go take a look at your place then. Wang Yu responded indifferently.
He was quite interested in visiting the girls' dormitory, as it would be his first time doing so.
Let's go, I'll walk you up.
Wang Yu stepped forward and wrapped his arm around Zhang Ro's waist. As they walked, his eyes casually scanned the surrounding scenery of the residential area. The residential compound wasn't exactly old, but it clearly lacked proper maintenance. The green belts were overgrown with weeds, garbage was scattered around the trash bins, and an unpleasant odor hung in the air. When they reached Zhang Ro's apartment, she took out her keys and unlocked the door. Wang Yu followed her inside. The apartment had a compact layout with simple yet functional furnishings, and the amenities weren't particularly comprehensive.
No one's home, looks like they've gone to work. This is my little nest. Though it's small, it's quite cozy. Zhang Ro introduced with a smile. Roo.
Wang Yu said softly, with a hint of concern in his tone, I think you should consider finding a new place to live.
The environment here really isn't good, it's too beneath you.
Zhang Ro paused for a moment, then replied softly, actually, I've been thinking about this issue too, but I just haven't found the right place yet. The agent will take care of this matter.
Wang Yu said indifferently.
Then he took out his phone, opened the app to contact a real estate agent, found a high-end apartment, and arranged for a moving company to help.
After handling these matters, he finally chose to head downstairs and leave. Wang Yu arrived at the parking area of the residential complex. There, he saw two girls standing near his car, one of them perched on the hood of his McLaren P1, taking photos. Both girls looked quite young and attractive. They both had great figures, tall and slender, though their faces appeared somewhat unnatural, clearly having undergone cosmetic surgery. One girl had dyed blonde hair and wore a tight miniskirt paired with black stockings, along with a short crop top that exposed her slim waist and flat abdomen. The other girl wore a black dress with the hem reaching mid-thigh, showcasing her long legs. She had sunglasses on and carried a black Chanel bag of dubious authenticity. She was the one taking photos, dressed like a socialite. Wang Yu raised an eyebrow but didn't step forward to hurry them. Instead, he stood by and watched their photoshoot with amused interest. Noticing the spectators, the two girls remained unfazed and continued their shoot unabashedly. He didn't linger any longer. He walked straight toward his car. At this time of day, it was rush hour in the Magic City, and he definitely didn't want to be stuck in traffic for hours. That would hardly be worth it. Unexpectedly, as Wang Yu approached his car, the socialite in a black dress who had been posing on the hood gave him a cold glance and said, "I don't exchange contact info. And what's more, you're really creepy, staring at me like that." Another girl chimed in, "Totally, what a creep. Just look at him, some country bumpkin from out of town." Wang Yu was stunned. He hadn't expected that simply standing nearby, trying not to interrupt their photo session, would lead to such a misunderstanding with these two. At this moment, a young man dressed in trendy fashion stepped forward, covered in designer logos with dyed blonde hair. "Hey beauties, this is my car. Want to hop in for a while?" The woman in the black dress immediately lit up and said excitedly, "Really? Wouldn't that be too much trouble, big bro?" The young man said with a pretentious air, "Just add me on WeChat. I'm handling some business nearby, but I'll take you for a spin another day." "Thank you, big brother, let me scan you." "Brother, add me on WeChat too," the blonde woman also said. Wang Yu was instantly dumbfounded. Where did this bizarre creature come from? Wang Yu couldn't be bothered to explain further anyway. He had nothing to say to these fake socialites in Shanghai. He took out his car keys and pressed the unlock button. The roof of the McLaren beneath the socialites suddenly lit up. Wang Yu pushed open the McLaren's dazzling door and got inside. Seeing this, the expressions of those two socialites instantly changed. "Little brother, my apologies, my apologies." "Damn it, you fucking loser, why put on an act when nothing's wrong? Get lost." Seeing he'd encountered the actual person involved, the trendy guy immediately scampered off in disgrace. Not daring to stay another second, the socialite in a black dress quickly approached the driver's side window and hurriedly apologized. "So many people usually ask for my contact info, so I misunderstood earlier. I never imagined you, big brother, would actually be the owner of this car. Alright, I got it." Wang Yu nodded indifferently and was about to close the car door when another girl stopped him. "Big brother, don't be angry. What kind of car is this? It's so cool." This fake socialite acted all cute, trying to appear innocent. "I just noticed this car was different from the others, so my girlfriends and I took a few photos here." Wang Yu looked at her with amusement in his eyes, but didn't respond. What kind of car was this? Could she really not know? These fake socialites in Shanghai probably knew the car's specs better than he did. After all, their high society training courses weren't for nothing. "Since I happen to be heading home, I wonder if Big Brother could give me a ride? Sitting in this car must feel completely different from other cars." The blonde faux socialite kept talking, her eyes gleaming with unmistakable longing. "Take me with you, handsome. I can even join you for dinner." Not to be outdone, another faux socialite in a black dress chimed in. "To make up for the trouble, I'll treat you to dinner at my place. I'm actually quite a good cook, you know." "No." Wang Yu refused bluntly. "I still have things to do, so I'll take my leave first." As for this kind of fake socialite, though she got on his nerves, it wasn't worth making a scene. Ignoring her was enough. Naturally, even if Wang Yu angered her, it wouldn't affect him in the slightest. "Then, big brother, would you like to add me on Xin?" The socialite in the black dress quickly took out her phone, smiling sweetly. "Big brother, whenever you have time, come visit me at my place. I'll always be free for you." "Next time." Wang Yu waved his hand, cutting off any chance for the two to speak further, and closed the car door. "Start the car." Boom! With a press of the accelerator, the car sped away like a shooting star, leaving only a trail of dust in the air. The two socialite wannabes stood rooted to the spot, stomping their feet in frustration. For women like them, their lifelong dream was to marry into wealth, land a golden bachelor and become a wealthy matriarch. Never thought the opportunity would now be right before me, only for them to mess it up. "It's all your fault." How was the guy creepy at all? "Stop talking nonsense. And you're blaming me? Did you even hear what you just said? Country bumpkin? Ridiculous. It's all your fault anyway. It's your fault." "Ow, you hit me. I will hit you. It's all your fault.
otherwise that cute guy would have had dinner with me tonight. The two faux socialites hurled accusations at each other before finally coming to blows and tearing at each other's hair. A while later, the two stopped grappling. He took out his phone, carefully retouched the photo of the McLaren he had just taken, and then posted it in both the Shanghai Elite Ladies group chat and his WeChat moments.
Oh my god,
that's a McLaren P1, a luxury car worth tens of millions.
Where did you find such a high-quality guy, sis? Introduce me to one too. Girl, if you're going to any elite gatherings, don't forget to take me along. Sis, could you ask your boyfriend? I want to take a few photos too. The goddess is still so beautiful. That McLaren must be yours, goddess, not your boyfriend's. It can't be. It just can't be. Not long after, the group chat and social media comments section quickly flooded with admiring messages from fellow socialite circle sisters and simping admirers. Chapter 15, Shanghai University of Finance and Economics.
Of course, the simps' comments were completely ignored by them both. Standing in the residential parking lot, the two girls scrolled through the flattering comments in their group chat, feeling utterly satisfied. Each secretly swore in her heart that they must devise a way to get their hands on such a high-quality guy. Wang drove his McLaren P1 down the road, completely unaware that these two socialites had already set their sights on him.
He was currently driving his car toward Shanghai University of Finance and Economics.
As the car gradually approached the school gate, a long-lost yet familiar sensation welled up within him.
Memories of his alma mater were like old photographs sealed away by time in an ancient album,
still frozen in the image from over a decade ago. The security guard was clearly drawn to the luxury car but didn't raise much objection, simply registering the information before letting it pass.
Wang then parked the car at the North Road parking lot.
Walking toward the college's Springwater Lake, he saw fish swimming freely in the water while willow branches swayed along the shore, just as he remembered it. However, it was currently summer break, so the usual bustle and liveliness of the campus were absent, and there were hardly any people around. On ordinary days, the woods by Chunshui Lake are packed with couples, making it a veritable holy land for romantic dates.
Afterward, he wandered along Sakura Lane and took a stroll around Yuhong Building. Too bad my dorm buddies aren't around, it's been years since I last saw them.
Wang let out a faint sigh, his voice tinged with unmistakable regret. In his previous life, he had a pretty good relationship with his 3 dorm roommates. They often brought each other meals and jokingly called each other son, but after graduation, they all got busy making a living and gradually lost touch. After that, Wang left the campus and arrived at the snack street near the Finance University. This snack street was close to both Fudan University and the Finance University, with one end connected to a shopping plaza and the Shanghai Stadium.
Even during summer vacation, the crowds didn't seem to thin out much. As soon as I approached, the cacophony of noise rushed over me like a tidal wave. The street was lined with food stalls offering a dazzling variety of snacks.
Joe's roast pig trotters,
lamb skewers, Xinjiang lamb skewers, delicious and affordable. Jianbing guozi, a type of Chinese savory crepe. Fragrant spicy squid, don't miss out as you pass by. Stinky tofu for sale. The fragrance of earthly life brings most comfort to ordinary hearts.
The shouts of street vendors kept echoing, beckoning passers-by on the roadside. Wang walked while eating, his mouth glistening with oil. It had been years since he'd tasted the street food near school, couldn't deny he'd missed it oddly. Then he stopped in front of an old Luosafen noodle shop. Uncle Zhang, a bowl of snail rice noodles, with egg and pork trotters. Wang said to the busy middle-aged couple in front of him.
Well, if it isn't you, isn't it summer vacation? Why haven't you gone home?
Hearing this, Uncle Zhang looked up at Wang his eyes lighting up as he spoke. I came all the way to Demon City just because I was craving Uncle Zhang's river snail rice noodles.
You flatterer, you. Alright, sit down quickly, I'll make it right away. And I'm not bragging, but my river snail noodles are the best on this street. Uncle Zhang's face beamed with a simple, honest smile, his eyes twinkling with warmth as he swiftly began preparing the ingredients. Long time no see, Xiao Yu. Quick, find yourself a seat.
Aunt Zhang also hurried forward to greet him warmly. Wang casually found an empty seat and sat down. During his university years in his previous life, he'd eaten snail noodles at Uncle Zhang's shop for 4 years, and now another 2 years in this life he'd been craving this taste for so long. The Zhang couple were nearly 50 years old, and though they reportedly had a son in his 20s, he was never seen helping out at the shop. The elderly couple were honest folks who always insisted on using genuine ingredients in their business, so they had many regular customers. At the moment, they seemed particularly busy. Soon, the snail noodles were served, and Uncle Zhang said earnestly, "Here you go, eat up quickly. Let the fried eggs soak in the broth a bit longer before you dig in."
Got it. You go ahead with your work.
Wang picked up his chopsticks and eagerly reached for the bowl of snail noodles. The rice noodles stood distinct and slender, stretching out freely in the rich, crimson broth. The broth's deep, alluring hue carried a flawless blend of fresh snail's umami, the fiery kick of chile, the mellow tang of fermented bamboo shoots, and the unique fragrance of assorted spices, creating an irresistible, mouth-watering aroma that teased the senses with just a single whiff.
Delicious. Just like before. Wang Yu couldn't help but sigh in quiet admiration.
He took a bite of the perfectly soaked fried egg, and the broth instantly burst in his mouth, with the rich aroma of the egg and the savory flavor of the snail soup intertwining intoxicatingly. The tender braised pork trotters melted in his mouth effortlessly.
Soon after, the big bowl of luosafen was completely devoured. Burp. Uncle Zhang, I've transferred the money. Wang Yu stood up with his belly protruding, without the slightest air of a rich second-generation heir.
He took out his phone, scanned the QR code and transferred 100 yuan, then continued strolling down the snack street with the crowd.
Hey kid, why did you transfer extra?
Quick, take out your QR code, I'll send you back the extra amount.
100 yuan? Uncle Zhang exclaimed upon hearing the payment voice notification, hurriedly pulling out his phone. Please keep it for now, Uncle Zhang. I'll come back to eat another day.
He wasn't skimping on the amount, but rather worried the elderly couple wouldn't accept his money. After all, there will be plenty of time for that, enough opportunities to come back and eat in the future. By the time they returned to the parking lot at Finance University, it was already past 10 o'clock. The campus was shrouded in night, quiet and serene, with only the street lamps casting a faint amber glow, adding a touch of hazy poetry to the scene. Wang Yu strolled over leisurely, pressed the unlock button, and got into the car. Wang Yu propped up his belly, reclining comfortably in the driver's seat for a short rest, adjusting his posture to make himself even more at ease. Boom! After a brief pause, he slowly placed his foot on the accelerator. With a gentle press, the car roared to life like an awakened beast, emitting a deep and powerful growl as it smoothly rolled out of the university gates. The car gradually faded into the distance, leaving only the taillights glow blurred in the night. Half an hour later, Wang Yu parked the car at the entrance of the Bulgari Hotel. As soon as he stepped out, a bellboy swiftly approached, took the car keys, and went to park his vehicle. Returning to his room, he found the lighting already adjusted and the sheets and pillows perfectly arranged. A pot of hot beverage had been prepared on the tea table. Admittedly, the service at Bulgari Hotel is truly exceptional. Though admittedly pricey, the stay is genuinely comfortable. She had sweet dreams all night. The hour of C was nearing noon. The sunlight, like golden threads, quietly streamed through the delicate curtains, casting its shimmer across the expansive and luxurious bed at the Bulgari Hotel. Wang Yu gradually awoke from his slumber under the tender caress of this gentle light. He lazily stretched out his body, reveling in the comfort of gradually awakening from deep sleep. The bed linens were as smooth as silk, and the ceiling mattress was exceptionally soft. Unable to resist, he indulged himself a moment longer in this luxurious embrace. Sleeping so comfortably, it's almost noon. Wang Yu got up and walked to the window, drawing back the curtains. Instantly, floods of sunlight poured into the room like a tide, bathing everything in a bright golden glow. Outside the window was the beautiful cityscape of the bustling metropolis known as Magic City, with boats crisscrossing the river and the streets already bustling with traffic in the early morning. Wang Yu was enjoying snacks delivered by the hotel on the balcony of his room while quietly taking in the view. His heart was filled with contentment and relaxation. Damn, how could I have forgotten something? Wang Yu suddenly looked embarrassed. Chapter 16 Flight Attendant Xinxingya. Damn it, how could I forget something like that? Wang Yu suddenly looked awkward. He remembered something. He seemed to have forgotten his date with flight attendant Xinxingya. Then he felt the little note in his pants pocket. Thank goodness, it's still in my pocket, didn't lose it. Then I dialed the phone number on it. Ding ding ding, the phone emitted a pleasant chime. Wait a moment, the call connected, and a pleasant yet familiar voice came through. Hello, who am I speaking with? This was exactly the flight attendant Xinxingya whom Wang Yu met on the Ronghang Airlines flight. I'm Wang Yu. On the other end of the phone, Xinxingya fell silent for a moment before replying in a slightly stiff tone. Mr. Wang, may I ask what this is about? Xinxingya was clearly upset. Even Wang Yu, who was rather clueless when it came to women and couldn't quite analyze a girl's thoughts, could still detect the stiffness in Xinxingya's tone now. He rubbed his nose. This was simply unavoidable, because he ended up running into Zhang Ro later, making Wang Yu completely forget about their date and stand her up. It took me 2 full days to remember, and only then did I call her. We agreed on the plane, remember? You'll show me around Shanghai and be my guide, and I'll treat you to dinners in return, Wang Yu said with a smile. Mr. Wang doesn't seem to need me much, I reckon. After all, anyone can be a tour guide, and you've been in the Magic City long enough, you should be pretty familiar with it by now. My vacation days are running short too, so I'll have to catch an early flight back to Rong Province tomorrow morning. Even through the phone, Wang Yu could clearly detect the thick undertone of resentment in Xinxingya's voice. I don't have much time either. Let's talk about it when we're both free sometime. I was just dealing with some things. I called you as soon as I finished. Wang Yu explained, quietly setting down his breakfast as he said, I only had time today and remembered I still had this appointment with you.
Right, it's almost noon, so I contacted you first thing. Really?
Xinxingya found herself wavering under Wang Yu's persuasion. After all, she didn't want to miss the chance to date such an outstanding man like Wang Yu.
Of course it's true. Wang Yu smiled faintly, leaving Xinxingya no room for refusal. Where do you live? I'll drive over to pick you up. Maybe we should forget it.
I live with colleagues and we're out shopping right now.
Xinxingya seemed quite hesitant, tempted yet torn. Would agreeing too easily make Wang Yu misunderstand her as a careless woman?
Yet she couldn't bring herself to refuse either.
Give me the address then.
Consider it my apology for this meal.
Wang Yu's words effortlessly dissolved Xinxingya's lingering resentment. Alright then, I'll give you the address. You pick me up. Xinxingya's voice became noticeably quieter. Okay, it'll take me about 40 minutes to get there. I'll call you when I arrive, then you can come down.
Wang Yu hung up the phone after speaking.
Pudong Airport, Shanghai Grand Airport Hotel.
It's a decent aviation hotel located relatively close to the airport, specially arranged by the airline for flight attendants. The hotel facilities are well equipped, and the surrounding amenities are quite comprehensive, overall quite satisfactory.
Brand flagship stores beside Modu Airport.
Xinxingya and her colleague Nana were out shopping. She put down her phone, biting her lip slightly as she ruffled her hair in frustration.
A colleague walking with her caught sight of Xinxingya like this and couldn't help but ask curiously, Xingya, what's wrong? Why the long face?
Xinxingya's expression froze, and she stammered for a long while without managing to utter a word, though her ears turned red first.
Don't tell me you're dating someone?
Colleague Nana's eyes lit up as if she'd discovered a new continent. Your ears are all red, don't even try to deny it.
No they're not.
Xinxingya flushed crimson from Nana's teasing and said shyly, just a regular friend.
Male or female? Male, a guy.
Xinxingya's voice grew increasingly feeble. We already agreed to have dinner together later. How could you stand me up at this moment and still claim he's not your boyfriend?
Nana wore an expression of utter disbelief. He's not my boyfriend, really just an ordinary friend.
Xinxingya stomped her foot in frustration.
How did you two meet? Is he handsome? What does his family do?
He must be loaded, otherwise how could he quietly win over the prettiest flight attendant in our crew without anyone noticing?
Later, introduce us to him too. I'm pretty curious to see what he looks like.
Nana completely ignored Xinxingya's words, the gossip fire burning inside her as her inner melon-eating soul instantly woke up.
Oh, come on, stop it, Nana.
Xinxingya's face had already turned a deep shade of crimson. If you keep talking like that, I won't speak to you anymore.
I need to go back to the dorm first.
Colleague Nana rolled her eyes but didn't press further. She turned around, secretly took out her phone, and sent a message in their sister's group chat. Breaking news.
Gather quick if you want the tea. What's the news? What's up? Where's the gossip?
Soon, the group chat exploded with responses.
Colleague Nana curled her lips into a smirk. Xingya's dating someone, I just found out.
Her boyfriend's coming to pick her up soon.
Want to come down later and see who this mystery man is? Find out if he's handsome or not.
The moment this news dropped, the group chat detonated like an airburst bomb. Countless messages instantly flooded the group chat, with everyone clamoring to go downstairs together to see just who this mysterious figure was that managed to win over the most beautiful flight attendant in their crew.
Xinxingya was completely unaware of the commotion as she quietly walked toward the dormitory, planning to return and freshen up with some makeup.
After all, Wang Yu was the first person she'd given her contact information to since starting this job. Deep down, she couldn't help but feel a flutter of anticipation. She started washing up and putting on makeup as soon as she arrived at the hotel after getting off the plane. Yet she stubbornly waited until 11 p.m., never receiving Wang Yu's call.
This made her particularly angry. A man's words are as deceitful as a ghost's. Wang Yu's sweet talk on the plane turned out to be all lies.
He forgot about her the moment they got off the plane. Yet when Wang Yu called just now, her anger melted away with just a few words from him, leaving her secretly pleased instead.
10 minutes later,
inside the Grand Harbor Hotel, Xinxingya silently scolded herself for being so weak-willed, while simultaneously rushing to touch up her makeup in front of the mirror.
Buzz. Suddenly, the phone rang. Xinxingya saw it was Wang Yu calling and quickly answered. Hello?
I'm already downstairs, come down when you're ready.
Okay, I'll be right down.
Xinxingya hung up the phone, only to realize that her colleague Nana had been secretly standing nearby, eavesdropping with pricked ears. She realized that Xinxingya had noticed her little gesture but didn't feel the least bit awkward. Instead, she burst into laughter and said, That guy you were just on the phone with, he's the boyfriend who invited you out, isn't he? Just going out for a simple meal with friends, not a boyfriend.
Xinxingya reiterated her stance once more. If he's not your boyfriend, then why can't you have dinner with me? We agreed on it, and it was supposed to be just the two of us? Nana shot back. Chapter 17, A Flock of Warblers and Swallows. Xinxingya fell silent.
For a moment, she couldn't think of how to respond. She certainly couldn't tell them what had happened on the plane, otherwise, she'd never hear the end of their teasing. At this thought, her face turned red once again.
Hurry up, get downstairs quickly, don't keep them waiting.
Nana gave Shinshingya no chance to argue at all, and immediately pushed her toward the stairs as soon as she finished speaking.
Wait, girl, you're coming down too? Shinshingya asked in astonishment.
Oh, I was just going down to check things out and vet them for you.
Hurry up, stop dawdling. Nana's gossip-loving soul was burning fiercely.
His eyes were gleaming with excitement. Shinshingya was also feeling a bit anxious at this moment. She couldn't keep Wang Yu waiting too long, nor could she stop Nana from going down, so she had no choice but to agree. You can go down, but you mustn't speak carelessly.
I'm not very familiar with him yet. Shinshingya couldn't help reiterating her warning, still feeling uneasy. Alright, I get it. Hurry up and go down now. Nana directly stepped forward and gave Shinshingya a push.
Shinshingya had no choice but to head towards the hotel elevator, only to discover that the other three sisters from the group chat were already waiting at the doorway. When they saw Shinshingya emerge, their eyes instantly lit up, and they all swarmed around her,
chattering away, saying she wanted to go check on her boyfriend.
By this point, Shinshingya clearly understood what had happened.
She could only shoot Nana an irritated glare.
Knowing she was in the wrong, Nana shrunk her neck and retreated to the back of the crowd like a timid turtle. At this critical moment, Shinshingya found herself powerless to stop it and could only sigh in resignation, resting her forehead in her hand.
She surrendered to fate. She stood expressionless in the elevator, silently praying in her heart that these guys wouldn't say anything inappropriate later. It wouldn't be good if they ruined Wang Yu's impression of her. Ding! The elevator successfully arrived at the hotel lobby on the first floor. Nana immediately stuck her head out and looked around the hotel lobby. Shinshingya, where is he? I don't see him anywhere.
Shinshingya was also frowning as she searched for Wang Yu's figure.
Shinshingya, over here.
Wang Yu's voice came from the doorway of the hall. As everyone looked up, gasps of surprise immediately filled the air. Their gazes were all filled with shock. Standing 1.88 meters tall, Wang Yu was dressed in white casual wear, wearing a Patek Philippe Celestial 6104 on his wrist, positioned beside the road opposite the hall. He looked fresh and clean-cut, because with his youthful face, coupled with a sunny and handsome demeanor, he stood out distinctly in the crowd, drawing everyone's gaze toward him. Of course, it also didn't hurt that he was wearing a Patek Philippe watch and had a McLaren P1 parked behind him, delivering a powerful visual impact.
Is that a McLaren? A car of that model must cost at least 10 million, right? Probably even more.
With all the optional extras, it might hit 20 million.
Look, isn't that a Patek Philippe watch on his wrist? It really is a Patek Philippe. Shinshingya, where did you find such a perfect boyfriend? I'm so jealous. Not only is he outrageously handsome, but also so tall and rich. After a flurry of chirping and chattering, Shinshingya's sisters finally quieted down. Their faces were flushed with excitement as their eyes kept darting between the McLaren and the Patek Philippe watch. Shinshingya hadn't expected that Wang Yu would actually arrive driving a McLaren.
Yet seeing the envious gazes from her girlfriends, she couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. Though a bit embarrassed to admit it, it greatly satisfied her vanity nonetheless. She approached Wang Yu and said somewhat shyly, "These are all my colleagues, and my best girlfriends too. They insisted on coming down to see you, and there was nothing I could do to stop them."
It's fine.
Wang Yu simply smiled at hearing this, then turned to greet them. "Hello, I'm Wang Yu."
"Hello, so you're Shinshingya's boyfriend. When did you two get together?"
Nana stepped forward and said to Wang Yu with a carefree grin, "I'm Lina, Shinshingya's colleague and best friend. No wonder you managed to win over our flower of the flight attendants, you're really handsome."
"Nana, shut your mouth."
Before Lina could finish speaking, Shinshingya became flustered. She hurried forward to cover Lina's mouth, her face flushing red as she explained to Wang Yu, "She always likes to spout nonsense, don't listen to her rambling."
Shinshingya snapped at Lina in exasperation. "I already told you, we're just ordinary friends. Nothing like that is going on at all. Just friends?"
Lina looked at Wang Yu, a smile all over her face. "That proves you haven't won her over yet, Wang Yu. You need to step up your game and strive to pluck this hard-to-get flower.
How about you bribe us? Take Shinshingya out for fun later, and then treat us all to dinner tonight. As her best friends, we can whisper in her ear for you, wouldn't that make things easier? Woo, woo, woo."
Lina was about to say something more when Shinshingya quickly covered her mouth, preventing her from continuing. The other sisters also joined in the lively banter.
"Nana's right. Take us out for a good time, and we'll make sure you get twice the result with half the effort. That delicate little Shinshingya, you'll have her in your grasp in no time. If she refuses, we'll tie her to your bed for you." "Yeah, that's right."
Shinshingya was overwhelmed, unable to stop them. She could only raise her voice sharply. "If you keep this up, I'm really going to lose my temper."
"No problem."
No sooner had she spoken than Wang Yu's voice came through. Wang Yu said with a smile, "After Shinshingya and I finish dinner, I'll book a spot at the bar later.
Let's all go and have some fun together." "You mean it?" their eyes immediately lit up.
They had just graduated from university and become flight attendants, young and naturally full of youthful enthusiasm.
This was the age for fun.
Of course. Wang Yu confirmed, I'll make the reservations, then have Qingya send you the address once it's set.
Then it's settled. Li Na immediately pushed the bashful Qingya toward Wang Yu. Since you're so generous, I'll hand Qingya over to you now.
You'd better take good care of her.
Nana. Qingya was flustered. Why was Li Na making these increasingly embarrassing remarks?
She buried her face in her ample bosom, not daring to look up for a long while.
Her jade-like earlobes had already flushed crimson.
She stole a furtive glance at Wang Yu.
Is he making these arrangements because he's already tacitly pursuing me? Li Na moved close to Qingya's ear and whispered, You dummy. Are you stupid? I'm helping you out. Didn't you see how those little minx's eyes were burning with envy? Where else could you find a man so rich, young, and handsome?
If you don't hurry and take action, those girls will replace you and go on a date with Wang Yu in no time.
You should seize this opportunity yourself.
If you miss such a high-quality man, you might never encounter another like him in this lifetime.
Chapter 18, Qingya's Little Thoughts. Qingya's expression froze as she glanced around. Sure enough,
the other three sisters had their eyes fixed on Wang Yu, unblinking. As a girl herself, how could she not understand what they were thinking? Each one of them resembled a wolf spotting a lamb, practically salivating at the thought of devouring Wang Yu whole. Only her presence in the room kept these so-called sisters from making their move out of sheer embarrassment. I'm afraid if I show the slightest hesitation, they'll all rush at me together. Handsome and wealthy men are rare finds indeed.
Qingya's heart suddenly skipped a beat in panic. She did have feelings for Wang Yu, otherwise, she wouldn't have agreed to this dinner date in the first place. Given her personality, the idea of her actively asking a guy out was outright impossible. Qingya could only bite her lip and silently follow him into the car.
Noticing this, Wang Yu waved goodbye to Li Na and the others before starting up the McLaren P1.
V-room. Boom. The McLaren P1's engine roared with waves of sound. Then, the car smoothly drove out of everyone's sight. Inside the car, the atmosphere was slightly awkward.
Qingya sat on pins and needles, her expression filled with unease. Only then did Wang Yu have time to take a closer look at Qingya. Today, Qingya wasn't wearing her airline uniform, and her hair cascaded down her back, making her appear even more youthful and vibrant. She wore a white bolero jacket over a pale pink sports vest. The vest seemed custom-made for her, clinging tightly to her upper body curves and perfectly outlining her full, elastic bust line. The deep cleavage appeared particularly alluring under the sunlight. Her delicate collarbones were completely exposed. A pair of small silver earrings adorned his ears. She paired it with a white knee-length pleated skirt, showcasing a pair of shapely, straight legs, and wore beige flat sandals on her feet. Her skin had a radiant glow, smooth as silk and milky white. Standing at 170 centimeters tall, she maintained a tall and elegant figure even in flat sandals. Qingya, with her light makeup, embodied a blend of innocence and allure, exuding both cuteness and sensuality. A perfect blend of purity and allure. While Wang Yu was astonished by Qingya's ample curves, his gaze was ultimately drawn to her endless legs. These were quite possibly the most exquisite pair of legs he'd seen across 2 lifetimes. One could spend a whole year admiring those legs and never grow weary. Qingya was already somewhat shy, and she noticed Wang Yu's gaze wandering over her body before finally settling on her legs. She uncomfortably pressed her legs together and adjusted her sitting position. Biting her lip tightly, she silently lowered her head without speaking. Yet Wang Yu's gaze felt so tangible that it seemed like invisible hands were caressing her legs.
Have you looked enough? Can you please focus on driving?
While secretly delighted by her own charm, her inherently shy nature made her body react with discomfort.
Qingya couldn't help but pout coyly. I thought you were an upright person, but turns out you're just another lustful rogue.
Wang Yu, exposed as he was, showed not the slightest hint of embarrassment on his face. With a faint smile, he said, when people encounter beautiful things, it's only natural to view them with an admiring gaze.
Such is human nature. Even if they're beautiful, you can't just keep staring. Qingya trembled slightly and lowered her head as she spoke. You're still driving. Concentrate. What if we encounter danger? Ha! Just look up and you'll see.
Wang Yu suddenly uttered these cryptic words, leaving Qingya somewhat puzzled as she raised her head. And then she saw something that startled her. It was noon, and the roads were quite busy. But around Wang Yu's car, there was an unusually clear path. Wang Yu wasn't a skilled driver to begin with, let alone when handling a supercar like the McLaren P1.
Drivers on both sides of the road, noticing Wang Yu's poor driving skills, instinctively kept their distance from the McLaren. This created the bizarre sight of a conspicuously empty space opening up on what should have been a congested road. Even if other drivers wanted to overtake, they kept a wide berth from Wang Yu's car. After all, the bright yellow McLaren P1 was far too recognizable. Passing vehicles all maintained their distance, afraid of accidentally causing a scratch. If it was Wang Yu's fault, fine, but if they caused the problem instead, even with insurance, I'm afraid my wallet is going to take a huge hit.
And this is in the Magic City. If it were some ordinary small town, the situation would be even more outrageous.
Shanghai couldn't help but shake her head.
Indeed, when you have money, you'll find everything around you seems wonderful.
Did you just buy this car? It looks really expensive.
She remained silent for a moment before asking.
That's right, just bought it yesterday. About 20 million or so. After getting Wang Yu's definitive answer, Shanghai fell into a brief silence before asking with some confusion. Didn't you just come to Shanghai for tourism? How are you returning to Jincheng, driving back?
Keeping his eyes on the road and watching the passing traffic, Wang Yu replied, my semester starts in September.
The university is here in Shanghai. What? Shanghai exclaimed in surprise, you're still a student? To be precise, a sophomore. Currently in my second year at Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. Wang Yu replied nonchalantly.
Wang Yu looked very young, yet upon interacting with him, one could sense that unique aura of calm composure he carried.
Shanghai could distinctly sense it.
There was a natural steadiness about him that made people overlook his youthful aura. Shanghai mistakenly assumed Wang Yu must be around her age, certainly no younger than her.
She never expected otherwise.
Wang Yu was actually still a sophomore in college.
Then how old are you this year? Shanghai looked nervous as she hesitantly asked. Just turned 20.
Wang Yu flashed a playful grin, revealing a row of pearly white teeth.
Shanghai felt like her mentality was about to collapse.
She felt life wasn't worth living. At 24 years old, she'd already been working for 2 years after graduating university, otherwise she could never have qualified to join the airline company. At this age, women tend to be quite sensitive. By their mid-20s, they start feeling anxious.
24 is the last and most beautiful prime of a woman's youth.
After a few years, she'd be labeled a leftover woman. The pressure from family to marry, coupled with the looming crisis of aging,
drove Shanghai to consider romance, which was precisely the opportunity Wang Yu needed. Who would have thought? The first person she'd ever given her contact information to was only 20 years old. Though they say an older wife brings fortune thrice as nice. But when she's 3,000 years your senior, you'll ascend to a mortal tier. She was 4 years older than Wang Yu. Will he dislike me for being older than him? By the time Wang Yu graduates from university and gets married afterward, won't she be almost 30?
Every day he'd mock those greasy middle-aged men who wanted to be cradle robbers.
Who would have thought that even I would have this day?
Shanghai fell into a swirl of wild thoughts, her mind buzzing chaotically. If her girlfriends found out she was an old cow eating young grass, they'd surely laugh her to death. She couldn't help but feel like backing out, yet there was an unwilling reluctance lingering in her heart. After all, with Wang Yu's circumstances only a sophomore in college, his family had already arranged for him to drive a luxury car like the McLaren P1. By the time he could afford Patek Philippe watches and fly business class, Shanghai had long known his family background must be quite affluent.
It seems I was still being too cautious, but if I were to give up just like that, I might never meet someone like Wang Yu again in this lifetime. Does age matter?
Wang Yu glanced at Shanghai and asked.
Doesn't it? Shanghai countered.
After all, women care deeply about their age. If two people are meant to walk the long road together, then age becomes especially significant. She recalled the gazes her girlfriends had directed at Wang Yu earlier. Even if they knew his age, they'd probably throw themselves at him without hesitation.
Not to mention Wang Yu is both wealthy and handsome to boot.
Shanghai remained silent for a while, choosing not to dwell on the topic any further.
Instead, she glanced at Wang Yu and asked, where are we going for dinner? It's peak dining hours right now. Any reputable restaurant nearby is probably already packed. Maybe we should just grab a casual bite somewhere.
Don't worry, I've already reserved a table at a restaurant.
We can head straight there.
Wang Yu glanced at the navigation. It would take about another 10 minutes or so to arrive. Wang Yu said it casually, but his hand naturally settled on Shanghai's long, slender legs. Chapter 19, String Moon Window Restaurant in Shanghai.
Shanghai blushed slightly in embarrassment. Wang Yu's warm palm rested on her thigh, its largeness and slight roughness palpable. Shanghai's face instantly flushed red. She reached out to push Wang Yu's hand away, trying to move it aside. Don't be like this. We've only just met, and I'm not that kind of person. Hearing this, Wang Yu smiled knowingly.
That's the scent of green tea, utterly unmistakable.
Exactly right. But Shanghai's tea skills were clearly still in their infancy. She was little more than a novice in the art.
Shanghai pushed for a long time, but Wang Yu's hand remained on her thigh.
After numerous attempts, she simply let it be. In no time,
Wang Yu arrived at the restaurant he had reserved beforehand.
Lunette by Amanda, a renowned dining spot in the Magic City. This was an exceptionally romantic restaurant. Although slightly pricey, it remained a popular check-in destination for many couples. So Wang Yu chose this restaurant, thinking their first date should be romantic. After parking the car, the two stepped out. Wang Yu directly grasped Shanghai's delicate hand, exceptionally soft, like a piece of fine, warm mutton fat jade, supple and boneless. After struggling for a moment,
she quieted down and chose to let things take their course. Only then did he head toward the restaurant.
L'Unité Soleil restaurant is nestled along the Bund.
Its exterior blends into the solemn classical architecture of historic Puxi, while the interior boasts sophisticated and exquisite decor.
The floor-to-ceiling windows framed the Bund riverside scenery like a painting. At the entrance stood a uniformed waitress. Spotting Wang Yu walking hand-in-hand with Shinxinya, her eyes lit up as she approached enthusiastically. "Good evening, do you have a reservation?" "The name's Wang." The waitress immediately checked the records upon hearing this. "Hello, Mr. Wang.
You've reserved our windowside table at Crescent Moon Window Restaurant. Right this way, please,"
the waitress said. The two then followed and sat down by a window. "Take a look at what you'd like to eat."
Wang Yu picked up the menu, skimmed through the dishes, casually ordered a few signature items, then pushed the menu toward Shinxinya. The dishes here were relatively expensive, and Shinxinya had never tried them before, so for a moment she wasn't sure what to order. She could only pick a few dishes that looked appetizing based on the menu's recommendations.
Since he had to drive, Wang Yu didn't order any alcohol, as the dishes were brought out one by one. The waitress introduced, "Hello Mr. Wang, these are the dishes you ordered. Please enjoy them at your leisure, and we hope you'll like them." As each meticulously prepared dish was presented like a work of art, the air in the restaurant seemed infused with faint, tantalizing wisps of aroma that stirred the senses. Poached egg with ham slices and black truffle. 7-day matured squab. Beef Wellington with foie gras and caviar. Charcoal grilled aged sea bass. The main course is Arctic Ocean deep sea king crab risotto. An array of exquisite dishes were laid out before Wang Yu and Shinxinya.
The meticulously arranged decor exudes sophistication, with every detail showcasing the restaurant's thoughtfulness and refinement.
The food at this restaurant is really quite good.
Wang Yu lightly cleared his throat, breaking the somewhat awkward atmosphere.
Shinxinya nodded slightly and responded, "Yes, the ambience is elegant, the view outside the window is nice, and the music is soothing."
"I saw so many people recommending this restaurant online before, so I thought I'd bring you here to try it."
Wang Yu looked at Shinxinya and continued speaking. "It's really good, you've got great taste."
Shinxinya replied with a smile.
"Try this black truffle, the aroma is exceptionally rich. By the way, do you have a flight tomorrow?"
Wang Yu replied with a smile.
"That's right, back to work tomorrow."
Shinxinya's bright eyes instantly flashed with a trace of dejection upon hearing this, and the cutlery in her hand came to a halt.
"Do you always fly for Sichuan Airlines?"
"Yes, I only operate flights between Sichuan and Shanghai,"
Wang Yu said while using a serving spoon to scoop a portion of black truffle onto Shinxinya's plate.
"From your accent, you must also be from Jincheng."
Yes, my family is local to Jincheng, though not in the city center."
Shinxinya spoke between bites, her cheeks puffed out from the delicious food. Her gluttonous expression prompted a slight smile from Wang Yu as he said,
"Looks like we'll be seeing quite a bit of each other from now on."
Wang Yu didn't continue the conversation either, focusing instead on filling his stomach first.
The food at this restaurant was truly excellent. The meal lasted over an hour. "Sir, your total comes to 5,888 yuan. How would you like to pay?" "Card." Wang Yu took out his bank card and said.
Shinxinya found it outrageous, but Wang Yu didn't think much of it. After all, with the restaurant's location being what it is, the prices couldn't possibly be low.
After paying the bill, the two got up and left the restaurant.
The afternoon sun gently bathed the streets of the Bund. Wang Yu suggested taking a walk along the Bund to aid digestion, and Shinxinya gladly agreed. The river's surface shimmered with sparkling ripples as boats shuttled busily back and forth. On the opposite shore stood the most prosperous district of the Magic City, where towering skyscrapers formed a magnificent modern panorama.
"Handsome big brother, buy your beautiful lady a bouquet of flowers?"
At that moment, a little girl tugged at Wang Yu's trousers. The little girl looked about 6 or 7 years old, with big sparkling eyes and an exceptionally adorable appearance.
"What a cute little girl. What's your name, and how old are you?" Shinxinya bent down and asked with a smile. "My name is Meng Meng.
I'm 7 years old this year."
"Big sister, could you buy a bouquet of flowers? Mommy is sick.
I need to earn money for her medicine,"
Meng Meng said earnestly.
Wang Yu suddenly realized this little girl was dressed neatly in delicate, adorable clothes that didn't seem like those worn by children from poor families.
"Where's your dad? Why isn't he with you?" "Daddy's being a little bear over there." "Daddy, I'm here,"
Meng Meng said cheerfully, bouncing while calling for her father.
"Meng Meng, wait for me, don't run too far."
As she was speaking, a young man dressed in a teddy bear mascot costume came running over, carrying flower balloons in his hand. "Sorry for the trouble. This kid's been lively since childhood and insisted on tagging along when I came out for this part-time job." The young man took off his mascot head and scratched his head apologetically as he spoke.
"It's no problem at all. The child is adorable." Wang Yu smiled and said, "May I ask presumptuously, what's happened to the child's mother?" "Well, it's nothing I can't talk about.
Actually, her mother and I fell in love early and got married young. Her family is from Shanghai, and they look down on me, a poor boy from out of town, never approving of our relationship. After finally overcoming all obstacles to get married and have a child, Yanzi developed heart disease and needed an artificial valve replacement. The young man gazed dotingly at Meng Meng as he spoke to Wang Yu. Judging by your clothes, you don't seem like people who'd be short on money. Why are you buying flowers from street vendors? It's rather embarrassing to say. My name is Li Kai. I used to work at a financial company nearby with a decent income, but early this year, my father-in-law fell seriously ill, and now money's gotten quite tight. We're still 300,000 short for Yanzi's surgery fees. Chapter 20, Awakening the True Mind. Yanzi's condition can't afford any more delays. The doctor has issued an urgent notice. I'm truly at my wit's end, taking every spare moment to work side jobs, even selling flowers during my lunch break from work. Just thinking if I can earn a little more, Yanzi might have a bit more hope. Li Kai finished speaking, his face clouded with anguish. Then let me buy a flower from you. How much? After hearing this, Wang Yu pondered for a moment and said to Li Kai, where's the QR code? Where do I scan? Thanks, $10 each. With a grateful expression, Li Kai took out the QR code he carried with him. Ding, FlyPay transfer received, 300,000 yuan. Wang Yu took out his phone and transferred 300,000 yuan by scanning the QR code. P.S. Don't ask why the QR code can transfer large amounts. If you must know, it's a parallel world thing. Ha, did you make a mistake? These flowers are only 10 yuan each. It's fine, just take the 300,000. Mamang is still young and needs her mother. A childhood without a mother is incomplete and lacking. Such an adorable Mamang must stay happy forever. Wang Yu gently stroked Momang's little face while saying with a smile. The little one stared blankly at Wang Yu with her childlike innocence, curiously wondering why this handsome big brother was touching her. This won't do, it's too much, I can't accept this. Li Kai wore an expression of internal conflict. He was somewhat reluctant to part with this 300,000 yuan. With this money, he could finally afford Yanzi's surgery, nor would he lose the love of his life. Meng Meng won't lose her mother either. But, do I look like someone who needs money? Money is just numbers to me. 300,000 can save a life. I think it's well worth it. Check out that McLaren P1 over there, worth over 20 million. Just bought it yesterday. So take it. This really isn't much money for me. Wang Yu extended his hand, pointing at the McLaren P1 parked on the roadside. Then, he lightly shook his wrist, revealing the Patek Philippe Celestial watch strapped to it. Thank you, thank you. Li Kai's eyes instantly welled up with tears, the droplets shimmering at their brims. His voice grew hoarse from emotion, carrying a trace of choked sobs. He stepped forward and suddenly knelt down, tightly grasping Wang Yu's hands as he pleaded, could you leave me your name? I'll repay you someday, I'll return the money too, I just need time. Ugh, ugh. As he spoke, Li Kai suddenly burst into tears. Men may not cry easily, but only because they've yet to reach the depths of sorrow. Throughout history, true heroes value righteousness, yet their words turn bitter when faced with unspoken hardships. Shedding tears does not make one any less of a man. The pressures lately had been suffocating him. Before the new year, his father-in-law fell ill, and the treatment alone cost over 1 million yuan, leaving them in debt of several 100,000 to relatives and friends. After the new year, Yanzi also fell sick. Coming from a rural background, he had borrowed from everyone he could, but there still wasn't enough money. There was truly nothing left to be done. Money really is a bastard, it can make a proud, 7-foot-tall man kneel. Daddy, what's wrong? Don't cry. Sniffles. Seeing her father weeping, Meng Meng started crying too, drawing puzzled glances from passers-by on the Bund. My name is Wang Yu, I'll remember you. Hope we meet again someday. Wang Yu raised an eyebrow and smiled faintly. With that, he turned around and continued walking forward, still holding Shanxingya's hand. Meng Meng, quickly thank your brother. Mom's saved now. Woo, thank you, big brother. Meng Meng, who had been crying, instinctively expressed her gratitude, still not fully aware of what had just happened. You looked so cool just now. Shanxingya obediently let Wang Yu hold her hand and smiled softly. Wasn't I handsome before? Wang Yu's lips curled into a smile as he handed the bouquet to Shanxingya. Hee, you were handsome before too, but now you're even more dashing. Shanxingya lowered her head to savor the floral fragrance, then turned to gaze at Wang Yu, her eyes sparkling with captivating brilliance. She never expected that Wang Yu would transfer 300,000 yuan to the little girl's father. 30,000 might mean nothing to Wang Yu, but for an ordinary person, it was an astronomical sum, something that would take 5 years, or even 10 to 20 years to save up. Because of these 300,000, perhaps Meng Meng wouldn't have lost her mother, and Li Kai wouldn't have lost his wife. Moreover, the kind-hearted Wang Yu made Shanxingya's heart flutter even more. She stole a glance at him, slowly flushing pink across her cheeks. She was tempted. Ding! The system has detected that the host spent 300,000 yuan, triggering a double cashback of 600,000 yuan. Ding! Congratulations host for obtaining 30 system points. Wang Yu heard the system's announcement. Although the 300,000 yuan he just donated had returned, he felt it wasn't as fulfilling as genuinely helping those in need. The wealthy heirs drown in debauchery and extravagance, letting their riches flow wantonly amidst the neon lights and revelry. The impoverished are often trapped by the lack of a single penny. Even with grand ambitions and heroic spirit, they struggle to unfold their aspirations, like caged beasts, left with nothing but sighs of helplessness. Wang Yu seemed to have found some direction in life. His money would only grow the more he spent. So why not do something more meaningful for this country and its people? The history of Huawei is fundamentally unchanged from that of Earth in his past life. The people here still carry the blood of Yin and Huang, having weathered a century of vicissitudes and a century of struggle. The populace has likewise endured a painful past. Of course, that wasn't now. After all, he's still just a college student. Besides, he had a date with the beauty before him. The Bund was bustling with crowds as people from all over the world flocked there, drawn solely by the allure of this magical metropolis. The Bund is lined with numerous European-style historic buildings of diverse architectural styles, while across the river stand the modern skyscrapers of Pudong New Area. Row upon row, boats crisscross the river, some leisurely sightseeing vessels, others bustling cargo ships, while the riverside breeze refreshed the spirit. "Aren't you my tour guide? We can't spend the whole afternoon wandering here," Wang Yu said faintly. Although I often come to Shanghai, I've never really taken the time to enjoy it properly. The only places I know are the more famous ones like Disneyland and the Oriental Pearl Tower. Xinxingya responded with a hint of embarrassment in her voice. "Let's go to Disneyland then. I'm guessing you girls would love that." Wang Yu smiled faintly. "Oh no, I wasn't talking about going sightseeing with you. Disneyland doesn't seem like a good idea." "That settles it then." Wang Yu finished speaking and, taking Xinxingya's hand, walked straight away. Chapter 21 Disneyland. Then it's happily decided. Wang Yu finished speaking, then took Xinxingya's hand and strode forward confidently. Xinxingya's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she obediently let him hold her hand. Wang Yu immediately took out his phone. He dialed the number for his assigned personal butler, Butler Lin. Soon, Butler Lin's respectful and professional voice came through the phone. "Mr. Wang, how may I be of service to you? Help me book 2 Disney VIP tickets." "Let me be straightforward," Wang Yu said bluntly. The butler, Mr. Lin, promptly replied with deference, "Very well, Mr. Wang. The Bulgari private butler service will undoubtedly meet your expectations. I shall attend to the Disneyland tickets matter with utmost efficiency." Bulgari's private butler service can handle many things, such as pickups and drop-offs or tasks requiring special privileges. Just turn to them. They can arrange almost anything. Shortly after, Disney Town parking lot. Wang Yu stepped out of the car, holding Xinxingya's hand. By this time, the tour guide arranged by Butler Lin had already been waiting here for quite a while. She appeared to be a young woman in her early 20s, like a college student working part-time. Her appearance was fresh and sweet, with her hair tied up in a bun, wearing a Disney tour guide uniform. "Hello, Mr. Wang, I'm Yang Ziqian, your tour guide for today's visit. You can call me Xiao Yang." Young tour guide Yang introduced himself with great professionalism, radiating the unique vibrancy of youth. "You've purchased our Disney 8888 Premium Couple Pass, which grants queue-free access to all attractions. Let me escort you two over." "Great, I'm mainly here to show my girlfriend around." "Any recommended activities?" Wang Yu gave a slight nod. Xinxingya didn't argue either, quietly standing behind Wang Yu with flushed cheeks. The gates of Disney were adorned with various cartoon characters like Snow White, Donald Duck, Judy. Visitors surged in like a tidal wave from all directions, colorful balloons floated in the air, children bounced with excitement, and people frequently paused to take photos in front of the cartoon character statues. "I'll take you in first. The merry-go-round is more suitable for couples." The young tour guide Yang smiled slightly and said, "The carousel is one of Disney's classic attractions. With the music playing, it's as if you've stepped into a dreamlike fairy tale kingdom. It's especially perfect for couples to experience together. Plus, we can get stamps at every place we visit. It's a trendy collection and check-in activity that many young people love these days." The guide handed over 2 park maps with detailed attraction information printed on them. The park was quite crowded at the moment, with most visitors being families bringing their children to play. A long line stretched before the ticket checkpoint, but thanks to the Disney Premier Access Pass, there was no need to waste time queuing. Arriving at the carousel, Xinxingya's eyes instantly lit up. "Wow, it's so beautiful." Looking at the exquisite carousel with its dazzling lights, Xinxingya couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation of delight. "Do you like it? We'll go for a ride together later." Wang Yu gently squeezed her hand, looking at her excited expression as he said softly, "Yeah, I like it." Xinxingya nodded vigorously. Under the arrangements of tour guide Xiao Yang, they smoothly boarded the next carousel ride without needing to queue. Giggle, giggle. As the carousel began to turn slowly, Xinxingya let out a silvery peal of laughter. To the accompaniment of music, colorful wooden horses bobbed up and down as they circled around. Wang Yu sat behind Shinshingya, encircling her slender waist with his arms while quietly surveying their surroundings. Apart from children, most riders on the carousel are young people. Right, this is more suitable for college students. Those extreme roller coasters and spinning motorcycles are too childish for them. Next, I'll take you to experience Frozen Wonderland. The scenery there is absolutely breathtaking. It's like the Ice Kingdom from the movie has been brought directly into reality. You'll be deeply amazed. Just after getting off the carousel, the young tour guide Xiao Yang enthusiastically announced, "I've always loved Frozen so much, I can't wait to experience it soon." With a glimmer of anticipation shining in her eyes, Shinshingya spoke. "Alright, let's get going then, go go go." Wang Yu smiled. Following the tour guide's lead, they boarded a dedicated shuttle and soon arrived at the Frozen-themed arena. The lifelike snowy landscape instantly captured the attention of both Wang Yu and Shinshingya. "Wang Yu, look, this is exactly like in the movies, it's absolutely magical." Shinshingya tightly grasped Wang Yu's hand, her face brimming with excitement. Every girl has a princess dream. She was no exception. It was breathtaking, but in my heart, you're even more beautiful than Elsa. Wang Yu stared intently at Shinshingya and said. Shinshingya averted her gaze, not daring to meet his eyes, her cheeks growing increasingly flushed. The entire Frozen performance lasted about 18 minutes, with artificial snowfall throughout to enhance the atmosphere. Shinshingya watched with visible excitement, continuously taking photos and frequently bursting into delighted laughter. Wang Yu was actually feeling drowsy and not particularly interested. They traveled while taking photos along the way, experiencing various attractions. After spending most of the day touring, their cheerful tour guide Xiaoyan eagerly recommended Disney's delicious snacks, fish and chips, barbecue pork ribs with rice from Barbasa Grill, seafood barbecue platter, Mickey Mouse-shaped ice cream, cheese corn dog, fish balls. He bought everything Shinshingya wanted to eat without exception. The total bill came to 2,865 yuan, and Wang Yu was still only about 30% full. Ever since acquiring the extreme physique trait, his appetite had skyrocketed. This meal was just an appetizer. In the evening, the horizon was dyed a dazzling orange-red, like a magnificent painting stretching across the sky. Wang Yu and Shinshingya stepped into the cabin of the Disney Ferris wheel. As the Ferris wheel slowly ascended, Shinshingya leaned lightly against Wang Yu's shoulder and whispered, "I'm really happy today. Thank you for bringing me here. I'll remember this day forever. As long as you're happy." Wang Yu gently embraced her and, under her gaze, slowly leaned closer to her. What is he trying to do? Is he going to force a kiss on me? Should I resist? Shinshingya felt flustered, at a loss, and could only tightly shut her eyes. Her mind was in complete turmoil, her head buzzing incessantly. "Shingya, be my girlfriend. From now on, you'll be my princess." I agree in principle." "What do you mean, in principle?" Wang Yu asked in confusion. "That depends on your performance later." Giggle. Shinshingya looked playfully at Wang Yu, then burst into laughter herself. In truth, she had already decided to agree to Wang Yu's request, but a girl's modesty made her unwilling to accept too quickly. She was also afraid Wang Yu would think her a casual girl, and she feared he might be disappointed, so she ended up saying something so ambiguous. Chapter 22, Master Bar. 8 p.m. At the Peace Hotel in Shanghai, the ornate chandelier cast a soft glow, shimmering across the marble floor. The lobby's decor embodied the Art Deco style, with clean, flowing geometric patterns that perfectly blended retro charm with contemporary flair. The old photographs on the walls whisper stories of what transpired here. When visiting the Magic City, one must experience the Peace Hotel. Otherwise, the trip would be wasted. Wang Yu and Shinshingya followed the waiter to their reserved dining table. The culinary offerings at the Peace Hotel are renowned for their exquisite craftsmanship and premium-grade ingredients. We didn't order any alcohol since we needed to drive. Wang Yu only ordered a few signature dishes. "Shingya, I assume you haven't dined here before either. Try their braised pork, it's said to be absolutely exceptional." Wang Yu picked up a piece of braised pork and placed it in her bowl. Each piece of this braised pork was meticulously selected and prepared, gleaming with a rich red hue, fatty yet not greasy, melting in the mouth. Of course, the price was far from cheap. "I've never been here before. A junior flight attendant like me doesn't belong in a place like this." It's really delicious, rich but not greasy," Shinshingya replied with a contented smile. If it's tasty, we should come here often." "Oh no, it's good as an occasional treat, but my Jean City stomach couldn't handle eating this all the time." "That's right. By the way, send a message to your girlfriends later. We're meeting at Master Bar." Shinshingya froze for a moment, momentarily stunned. "What are you standing there for? Send the message. Didn't you promise your friends you'd treat them out tonight? They'll get ready and leave. We'll head over after finishing our meal, the timing should work out," Wang Yu said indifferently. Bribing Shinshingya's girlfriends to go clubbing was truly pocket change for him. With their assistance, there might just be a pleasant surprise tonight.
Moreover, Master Club in Shanghai is touted as the only top-tier nightclub in all of Asia with over 3,000 spotlight lamps. It's said the electricity bill alone costs hundreds of thousands per night. The mesmerizing light show has drawn countless celebrities and influencers to visit this must-see venue. The wealthy socialites of Magic City also love to frequent this place. There are even rumors that Principal Wang Sicong has investments in this bar. Wang Yu was also looking forward to it. He had never experienced anything like this in his previous life. They're just messing around and might not actually go. How about we pick a different bar? A cheaper one would be fine. Shinshingya hesitated slightly, given that Master Bar was notoriously known for its high consumption. No problem. Just send them the address directly. When they arrive, have them mention my name. Hey, Manager Lin, could you help me reserve a VIP booth at Master Bar? Wang Yu took out his phone while speaking and dialed Butler Lin's number. Understood, Mr. Wang. Do you have any specific requirements for the booth seating? Butler Lin's respectful voice came through the phone. Get the best seat, slightly bigger. Right away, sir. I'll arrange it for you immediately. Wang Yu hung up the phone and continued his meal. Soon after, he received a message from Butler Lin saying everything had been taken care of. Shinshingya felt a little embarrassed. After all, a casual joke from her sister had led Wang Yu to arrange an outing at Master Bar. She sent the bar's location to their sister group chat. It instantly sparked a wave of excited gasps. It's actually Master Bar? I heard the minimum spend there is several thousand yuan. Young Master Wang is truly generous. Qingya's boyfriend is so generous. Thanks to Qingya, or I wouldn't dare to go in and spend. What's young Master Wang's net worth? Can he meet the minimum spend? You probably can't get away with less than 100 grand tonight. I wonder if we'll run into Wang Sicong. I heard he frequents this bar and even has investments in it. Maybe we'll even get to see some celebrities. Ah, I'm so jealous. Qingya found a boyfriend who's rich and handsome. I want one too. Messages discussing the matter instantly flooded the group chat. Shinshingya couldn't take it all in at once. This time, she didn't bother denying the boyfriend title. Glancing up at Wang Yu eating his meal, the woman's vanity was immensely gratified. Today, on my date with Wang Yu, I witnessed both his kind and gentle side as well as his formidable capabilities. What occupies her mind now is no longer just becoming his girlfriend, but rather how to ascend to the position of a wealthy matriarch. After the meal, Wang Yu approached the cashier to settle the bill. Another expenditure of 4,920 yuan. Wang Yu bought some cigarettes and alcohol at the convenience store by the entrance, spending 100,000. Then he withdrew 50,000 in cash from the bank. After all, bars were shady places where anything could happen, and it was better to be prepared. Ding! System detected the host has spent 100,000 yuan, triggering double cashback of 200,000 yuan. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received 10 system points. Industrial and Commercial Bank of Huaxia reminds you that your account 2846 has received a deposit of 4,920 yuan. Current balance, 1,588,266,819 yuan. Industrial and Commercial Bank of Huaxia reminds you that your account 2846 has received a deposit of 100,000 yuan. Current balance, 1,588,366,819 yuan. Wang Yu glanced at the balance, then turned to take Shinshingya's hand, interlacing their fingers as they walked toward the parking lot. The bright moon hung in the sky, illuminating a sea of twinkling stars. The entire Magic City was enveloped in a kaleidoscope of neon lights. The night scenery of the Bund was especially captivating. Wang Yu drove his yellow McLaren P1, the car body darting through traffic like a streak of yellow lightning. His right hand never left the smooth thigh of Shinshingya. After just over 10 minutes of driving, the car arrived at the entrance of Master Bar. As the most exclusive bar in all of Asia, it could only be described as a dazzling world of debauchery and extravagance. Whether they're white-collar worker drones, students, or celebrities, everyone wants to come here to unwind. The bar entrance was already packed with people. Luxury cars of all kinds were parked at the entrance, with common models like Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Land Rover seen everywhere. There were also a few premium supercars like Porsche, McLaren, and Lamborghini, though not many, and mostly just entry-level sports cars. Wang Yu's McLaren P1 unmistakably stole the spotlight as the absolute star of the show. His gaze swept across the parking lot outside the bar entrance. There's hardly any good parking spots left. Wang Yu frowned. This was clearly a challenge for a beginner like him. His arrival had clearly caused quite a stir on the scene. The eye-catching body of the McLaren P1 drew the gaze of most people at the scene. He waved at the security guard directing traffic at the bar entrance. Boss, what's the matter? The guard, who had been directing traffic all along, glanced at Wang Yu's McLaren and walked over. Wang Yu took out 1,000 yuan from the car, stuffed the money and keys into the security guard's hand. Please help me park the car. This money is for you. Bars are places of all sorts, to get things done smoothly and avoid trouble.
He'd specifically withdrawn some cash to carry with him before coming here. After all, cigarettes build bridges and alcohol paves the way.
This is the traditional etiquette of social interactions in China.
The security guard looked at the stack of bright red Chinese yuan bills, his face immediately brimming with smiles as he nodded repeatedly and said respectfully, "Have a great time, boss.
Don't worry at all, just park your car right here. I guarantee no one will scratch it."
As he spoke, he directly fetched several plastic barrier posts and placed them all around the vehicle.
Chapter 23 Center of the dance floor. Ha, excellent. Sharp eyes. Have someone wash my car when you get the chance.
Wang Yu observed that the security guard, in his early 20s, seemed like a promising talent and laughed heartily.
The guard's eyes lit up as he immediately responded, "You can count on me, boss. I'll make sure it's spotless when you come out." With a faint smile, Wang Yu stepped through the gate alongside Shinxingya. Even before entering, they could already feel the pulsating beats of music emanating from within.
The security guard was secretly delighted. Today he'd encountered a generous soul. Just for parking a car, he'd received 1,000.
How much would washing it fetch? Surely no less than 1,000.
The young guard watched Wang Yu and Shinxingya enter the bar, then beckoned to the ever-ready cleaning staff to bring towels for the car wash. Then he pressed the earpiece clip to his ear and reported, "Manager, a couple just walked in and the guy drove a McLaren P1 and was wearing a Patek Philippe,
clearly loaded. Okay, report immediately if there's any situation."
Manager Lang, who was inspecting the bar, quickly came to the entrance to welcome Wang Yu and his companion upon hearing the report from his subordinate.
"Hello, sir. I'm Lung Weijun, the manager here. May I ask if you have a reservation?"
Manager Lang saw Wang Yu and his companion from a distance and approached them with a warm smile.
"Yes, my surname is Wang." Then he provided the last 4 digits of his phone number. Manager Lang immediately opened the tablet in hand to check, then exclaimed in pleasant surprise, "So you must be Mr. Wang?"
Manager Lang quickly nodded and bowed, his face beaming with a smile as he said, "Mr. Wang, right this way, your private booth has already been prepared for you.
I'll take you there right away." "Okay."
The nightclub was bustling with energy, the air thick with the mingled scents of cigarettes, alcohol, and perfume overwhelmingly pungent to those visiting for the first time. The lights were so dazzling they made people's eyes ache.
"Let's get wild, scream it out." The deafening sound, the dancing DJ. The expressions of the men and women below were brimming with passion and fervor, the scent of hormones thick in the air of the nightclub. It's 10 p.m. now. Ordinary people would be at home playing with their phones and getting ready to rest. For bars, this is just the beginning, yet the venue is already packed to the brim. Every seat was occupied. Manager Lang respectfully led the way ahead. Although Wang Yu didn't fully understand why Manager Lang was being so enthusiastic, he had a pretty good guess in his mind. It's probably due to the connection with the Bulgari Hotel, and the McLaren P1 he parked at the entrance. These factors combined are what made Manager Lang treat him this way. He walked all the way to the beverage area. Behind the bar, bartenders were busily crafting various drinks. The display shelves were packed with dazzling arrays of liquor bottles, shimmering in a kaleidoscope of colors under the lights. He'd never seen such an assortment of alcoholic beverages before. Manager Lang led the two through the beverage hall and past the dance floor, arriving at their reserved spot. The minimum spend for dance floor booths is 100,000 yuan. With a smile, he said to Wang Yu, "Mr. Wang, this is booth number 01 that you reserved. It's our premier dance floor seating with the best unobstructed views in the venue, directly facing the stage." Wang Yu looked at the spacious booth marked with the number 01, large enough to seat 10 people comfortably. Many envious gazes were cast from beneath the dance floor. Several girls who frequented nightclubs fixed their gazes on Wang Yu. If it weren't for Shinxingya standing by his side, they would have already approached him to strike up a conversation. As seasoned regulars at the club, their eyes were sharp. Beyond noticing the VIP booth with a minimum spend of 100,000 yuan, they immediately spotted the Patek Philippe on Wang Yu's wrist. They instantly recognized it as the Patek Philippe Celestial 6104 series, a watch worth over 4 million yuan. Moreover, Wang Yu was young and handsome, exactly their type. Wang Yu looked up to see the DJ performance stage right before him, occupying nearly the best vantage point in the venue. On stage, a performer dressed in traditional style attire was dancing with fiery energy, stirring up waves of screams from the audience below. Perfect timing. Today we've invited Xiaolong Mayo, an influencer with tens of millions of followers, to perform live DJ sets here. Please feel free to contact me if you need anything. Manager Lang blinked and flashed a knowing look that any man would understand, then extended the drink menu saying, "Mr. Wang, here's the cocktail list. Please let us know what you'd like." Wang Yu glanced at the drink menu. There's the Spade Dragon set priced at 188,888, along with even more expensive champagne packages and so on. Having only heard of Spade before, Wang Yu didn't know whether other liquors tasted good, but Spade was so famous it must be decent. Wang Yu immediately said to Manager Lang, "Let's start with 3 sets of the Dragon package." "Certainly, Mr. Wang. I'll make the arrangements for you right away."
Manager Lang's face lit up with pleasant surprise as he hurried off to arrange matters. He then directed several servers to stand by at the booth, ready to assist at any moment.
Won't this be too much? We can't finish all this alcohol, my friends don't drink much, and this is a bit too expensive.
Seeing Wang Yu order so many drinks, Xinxingya anxiously said to him, my friends rarely go to bars, and this is actually my first time at one too.
We really can't drink much. No worries, it's my first time coming out to play too.
Let's just enjoy ourselves. If we can't finish, we'll just store the leftovers here.
Wang Yu knew these bars all offered liquor storage services, so he wasn't at all concerned about ordering too much going to waste.
And as for those hundreds of thousands worth of alcohol, if it doesn't get finished, then it simply doesn't get finished.
He, Mr. Wang, certainly wasn't short on money.
Xinxingya was slightly surprised.
For someone of Wang Yu's wealth, this was actually his first time at a bar?
Seeing how he didn't seem to be lying, she couldn't help but grow curious about Wang Yu's family background.
Are wealthy families really this strict with their children?
At that moment, Manager Lang approached Wang Yu again and bent down to whisper in his ear, there are a few girls outside asking for you.
Wang Yu nodded and said, they're my friends. Please have someone bring them in. Certainly.
With that, Manager Lang said a few words into his headset.
Shortly after, Wang Yu saw Li Na leading two other flight attendants into the bar.
Their arrival drew considerable attention from the patrons.
After all, as flight attendants, even if they weren't as stunning as Xinxingya, but at least they're all above average. On the internet, they'd all be considered goddess-tier beauties.
Soon, they were escorted to the VIP booth by the dance floor.
Mr. Wang, your friends have arrived.
I'll take my leave now, please call if you need anything. Manager Lang threw a glance at the waitresses by the booth, then walked away.
Li Na stepped forward and smiled at Wang Yu. Ha, Wang Yu, we meet again. You really invited us out for fun. It's nothing, you're Qingya's friends. It's only right.
Wang Yu said to them, have a seat, don't just stand there. Li Na was the first to sit down upon hearing this, and the others quickly followed suit.
May I know the names of you three? Wang Yu spoke to the three flight attendants.
My name is Zhou Jing, just call me Jing Jing.
My name is Xiao Xiao, but you can call me Little Xiao. My name is Chun Mengyao.
Wang Yu couldn't help but take an extra glance at Xiao Xiao. She was quite well endowed.
Where exactly was she little? Jing Jing asked Wang Yu, do you come here often?
I noticed the marketing guy who brought us here addressed you as manager. Xiao Xiao also asked curiously, yeah, that manager was so nice to you just now. Shen Mengyao didn't say anything, but there was a hint of envy in her gaze as she looked at Xinxingya. Suddenly, all the lights in the bar dimmed, and the music softened. The crowd below, who had been bouncing wildly, were utterly dumbfounded.
What the hell? I was just getting into the groove. Someone shouted angrily. Chapter 24, A World of Opulence. Bang! Bang bang! Bang bang bang!
After just a brief pause, explosive sound waves suddenly erupted through the crowd, as the sonic waves quickened their rhythm.
In the pitch-black nightclub,
a ribbon of light slowly emerged from behind the bar. Some regulars who frequented nightclubs and bars instantly understood this meant another big shot had ordered an expensive bottle.
Bang!
As the lights flickered back on, a sudden explosion echoed above the dance floor, sending colorful paper scraps fluttering through the air like a festive snowstorm. At this moment, the host at the center of the dance floor appeared before everyone. On the massive LED screen of the bar, footage from VIP booth 01 also appeared, showing Wang Yu and his group.
On the screen, the numbers 566,666 stood out glaringly. The wine delivery procession wound through the dance floor under the twisting lights before finally lining up in front of Wang Yu. 18 dazzlingly dressed girls each held a wine box, bowing at a perfect 90-degree angle before the group while shouting in unison. Thank you, Mr. Wang, for your generous support of our master bar. Wishing Mr. Wang smooth sailing and abundant wealth. The stage host also announced. Distinguished guests, good evening. Tonight, we are truly honored to open these 3 sets of Divine Dragon collection for our VIPs at booth number 1. Let us all witness this luxurious moment together. Once again, we thank all our esteemed guests for gracing us with your presence. May the Divine Dragon collection create wonderful memories for everyone. Let's continue to enjoy this marvelous evening to the fullest. Wishing you all a fantastic time and bottomless drinks. Let's turn this night into an unforgettable celebration. Screaming. The host's words were highly provocative. The booming voice reached everyone's ears, letting everyone on the dance floor know about the extravagant spending at booth 01. Whoa! The entire scene erupted in commotion. The flight attendants sitting near Wang Yu all had a drastic change in their expressions when they looked at him. When their gazes shifted back to Xinxingya again, aside from envy, there was now a hint of some other unreadable emotion in their eyes. 3 sets of the Divine Dragon package? How much money does one need to have this kind of prestige? For the flight attendants present, they encounter plenty of rich second-generation heirs in their daily work, but these heirs are usually tightly controlled by their families. They essentially never have much money on them. Some rich second-generation heirs can't even afford to pay for gas when driving out.
Yet Wang Yu not only drives a McLaren P1, but also spends money so lavishly.
This proves Wang Yu's family background is exceptionally privileged.
Everyone present secretly had designs on Wang Yu, but with Shinshingya present, they couldn't freely engage him in conversation. At that moment, manager Lang approached and gave a meaningful glance. The 18 hostesses neatly arranged the wine boxes they were holding on the table.
Mr. Wang, shall we open all these bottles of wine? Manager Lang asked with an ingratiating smile.
As the manager, he knew all too well the value of big spending customers. Making sure guests had fun and felt comfortable was part of his job description. For a bar, retaining customers was crucial, especially the high-rolling ones.
Wang Yu glanced at manager Lang.
He had to admit the man was quite meticulous.
Open them all, he said flatly. Then I won't disturb Mr. Wang any longer.
With that, he stepped back, leaving the waiters to uncork bottle after bottle of wine. Lina gazed at the abundant liquor before her and secretly clicked her tongue in dismay. Opening all this alcohol would be such a waste if we can't finish it.
Wang Yu smiled and said, we came here to have fun, don't worry about the price of the wine.
Lina raised a glass of wine in response, toasting Wang Yu loudly. Then I won't stand on ceremony.
Let me propose the first toast to young Master Wang. We appreciate young Master Wang's hospitality.
With that, she downed the drink in one gulp.
The other girls stood up together and chimed in. Thank you, young Master Wang.
Wang Yu had no choice but to raise his glass and drink with them.
After downing a glass of champagne,
Wang Yu thought it was fairly mediocre. Spending 188,000 on a set of Dragon Collection was downright overpriced.
Don't just drink with me.
Enjoy yourselves freely, and order more if we run out, he said. Wang Yu watched as Zhou Jing picked up her wine glass and turned her gaze toward him, quickly speaking up.
Then let's toast to Qingya. If it weren't for Qingya, we wouldn't be drinking such expensive wine.
Zhou Jing turned to Xinxingya as she said this. Lina poured herself another glass with a mischievous smile.
Thank you, Qingya.
Chen Mengyao and Xiao Xiao also raised their glasses simultaneously.
No need, no need. Xinxingya quickly waved her hands, somewhat embarrassed.
But in the end, she still clinked glasses with them.
A glass of champagne went down. Xinxingya's cheeks instantly flushed with a faint rosy hue.
Under the dim lighting of the bar, she appeared increasingly alluring. Wang Yu watched them drink with a jovial smile, casually slipping his left arm around Xinxingya's waist.
Xinxingya felt Wang Yu's subtle movement and gracefully leaned into his embrace. Brother Wang Yu, let me propose a toast to you alone.
Xinxingya's eyes brimmed with springtime allure, her charming demeanor utterly captivating.
Ha, alright, if Qingya proposes a toast, I must drink.
Wang Yu laughed heartily, downing the champagne in his glass in one gulp. Xinxingya set down her glass, her eyes misty as she naturally wrapped her arms around Wang Yu's arm. Whether it was the alcohol's influence or not, she increasingly found Wang Yu exuding masculine charm. Her entire body practically clung to Wang Yu, with her ample bust pressing tightly against his arm. She secretly swore to herself that she would hold on to such an exceptional man tightly. She was perfectly aware of her own advantages. Her looks and figure were her bargaining chips. Never mind other women, even these so-called plastic sisters standing before her would likely set their sights on Wang Yu. Strands of hair fell onto Wang Yu's face, tingling slightly. The other sisters watched Wang Yu and Xinxingya, some genuinely happy for her, others burning with envy. These flight attendants waste their prime youth on flying. Aside from their pretty faces, there's hardly anything praiseworthy about them. The best outcome in this lifetime for them is to marry rich, even if the man's somewhat older. Otherwise, when their looks fade, finding a husband would become nearly impossible. Mr. Wang, you're drinking with Qingya but not us, don't play favorites now.
I'll toast you too, no refusing now.
Chen Mengyao stepped forward coquettishly, her eyes alluring as she sidled up beside Wang Yu.
Alright, let's all have a drink together. Wang Yu's expression was indecipherable as his fingers absently brushed against his pocket. Interesting. He suddenly understood why the wealthy love frequenting bars. It's not that the drinks here are particularly good, but this environment amplifies people's vanity and competitive spirit to infinity. The intoxication of luxury dazzles the eyes and leads to corruption. Of course, this was great news for Wang Yu. Wang Yu raised his glass. The champagne sparkled enchantingly under the light.
He snapped out of his thoughts, smiled faintly, and downed it in one go.
He discovered,
under the enhancement of the extreme constitution trait, alcohol had no effect on him whatsoever. It was like drinking fruit juice.
Chapter 25, Bar Brawl. Inside the bar,
the music pounded deafeningly as people swayed wildly on the dance floor. Suddenly, a commotion erupted beneath the stage, accompanied by crackling sounds that grew increasingly closer. This immediately drew many people over to watch the spectacle. At the center of the crowd beneath the dance floor, a young man stood out conspicuously. Dressed in head-to-toe luxury brands, his attire was densely embroidered with logo patterns like a constellation of stars, making his wealthy or noble status obvious at a glance. At this moment, he was engaged in a fierce tug-of-war with someone else. His flushed face was filled with the expression of humiliated fury as he kept shouting, "I want to see who stole my thunder.
Let go of me, damn it. You're drunk, young Master Chen. Let me take you to rest.
Behind him, Manager Lang gripped young Master Chen's arm tightly, sweating profusely with anxiety.
His once neatly pressed shirt was now soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to his back.
They tried to drag this young master, already lost in madness, back to the private room to end this farce as soon as possible.
Chen Xiao's lackeys were also worked up, threateningly glaring at Manager Lang. What the hell are you?
When Chen Xiao calls you manager, it's just to give face to your boss.
Don't actually think you're someone important.
Chen Mingxian roared along, his voice hoarse and piercing from the alcohol stimulation.
Exactly, who the hell do you think you are? I'm just going over for a drink and to make some friends. Why the hell are you pulling me back? Our young Master Chen is a big shot in Magic City. Don't you dare be ungrateful. With that, Chen Xiao forcefully yanked himself free from Manager Lang's grasp with the help of his subordinates.
He stumbled a few steps before rushing over to Wang Yu's booth.
His name was Chen Mingxian, a regular patron of Master Bar.
Since Master Bar first opened, the millions recorded in his spending history were enough to prove he was one of their bigger clients. Having long been the center of attention, seeing Wang Yu steal the spotlight with such flair and with such stunning female companions at his booth, drunk and egged on by his friends, he grew angrier the more he thought about it. In the magical capital, he was quite a figure, known to all the prominent families.
Wang Yu? Just some country bumpkin from out of town.
Manager Lang's face turned a mix of green and white as he realized trouble was brewing. The two present were both extremely wealthy and influential. If anything happened to either, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. He hurriedly signaled the security team to contain the situation while fumbling to pull out his phone to brief the boss. Wang Yu was chatting cheerfully with the flight attendants beside him, assuming the commotion on the dance floor would quickly dissipate, but to his surprise, the troublemaker had now approached his VIP booth.
Hey sweetheart, drink with me. Chen Mingxian swaggered over to the booth and sat down unceremoniously, his posture radiating arrogance. Though the words were directed at Chen Xingya, his glance kept drifting pointedly toward Wang Yu. The provocative intent was quite blatant.
Chen Xingya's face showed undisguised disgust. She turned to Wang Yu with a pleading gaze.
The others remained silent as well, since this was Wang Yu's reserved booth, his territory.
His behavior is already a blatant provocation. They were somewhat curious about how Wang Yu would handle it.
Wang Yu turned to Manager Lang and inquired, and this is?
Young Master Wang, this is Chen Mingxian, young Master Chen, the only son of the Chen family. Manager Lang hurried forward with an ingratiating smile, though his eyes were filled with silent pleading, hoping Wang Yu wouldn't clash with Chen Mingxian. A small-time bar manager like him couldn't handle such consequences.
Wang Yu raised an eyebrow slightly, regarding Chen Mingxian with an amused half-smile. Mr. Chen? Drinking should be a mutual pleasure between willing parties.
Your directness here seems rather inappropriate. Chen Mingxian scoffed coldly. Kid, don't play dumb with me.
I just want to have a drink with this beauty here. What, you can't bear to part with her?
Wang Yu shook his head lightly. That's not quite the spirit of your words.
But since Mr. Chen is in such high spirits, I, Wang Yu, shouldn't spoil your fun. Fine, it's just drinking, right? How about we have a drinking contest?
Whoever passes out first loses, and the loser has to roll from here to the door.
What do you say?
Chen Mingxuan's eyes flashed with interest.
He'd been through countless drinking battles, why fear some outsider kid? He promptly responded, deal. Those are your terms. Don't come crying for mercy later. Alright then, how do you want to do this? Wang Yu said lightly, 1 glass each. Whoever collapses first loses, how about it? Chen Mingxian looked at Wang Yu challengingly, deal.
Manager Lang, bring us some higher proof liquor.
Champagne is boring. This, alright, just a moment.
Manager Lang immediately spoke a few words into his earpiece upon hearing this. After receiving confirmation, he agreed to Chen Mingxuan's request. Soon, the waiter swiftly brought bottle after bottle of strong liquor. Chen Mingxian lifted the glass and threw his head back to gulp it down, the alcohol trickling from the corners of his mouth and soaking his expensive collar. After finishing 1 glass, he slammed it heavily onto the table as if to make a bold statement. Your turn. Wang Yuran was in no hurry, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint smile as he slowly raised his glass and downed it in one go, as if savoring a fine vintage rather than this fiery liquor. After 6 rounds, Chen Mingxuan's steps had begun to sway, his gaze growing increasingly unfocused. But he still stubbornly refused to admit defeat, muttering, again, I'm not drunk yet.
Manager Lang worriedly said, young Master Chen, maybe you should stop drinking.
Wang Yu, however, remained completely unfazed, as if the strong liquor was nothing more than water to him.
After another round, Chen Mingxian finally couldn't hold it in anymore. With a loud blarg, he vomited, the foul discharge splattering on the ground with a pungent stench.
Chen Mingxian was furious with humiliation, considering himself a respectable man. Yet today he had utterly lost face in front of everyone, especially before this country bumpkin he looked down upon. With his extreme constitution, he feared no challenge when it came to drinking. Whoever dared to try would be brought to their knees.
Wang Yu held his wineglass, took a delicate sip, and said coolly, "Heh, with that alcohol tolerance, better join the kids' table." Put. Lina laughed out loud when she saw Chen Mingxian vomit all over the floor. The flight attendants nearby couldn't help but smile as well. "Are you laughing at me?"
Chen Mingxian took a step closer, his face darkening as he stared intently at Lina. Given his noble status, every girl in the bar would flatter and revere him without exception. Wang Yu mocked that even if he showed up, this damned bitch would dare laugh at him. Chen Mingxian, who already felt humiliated in front of everyone, now his anger reached its peak. Lina waved her hand and shook her head, saying, "I just remembered something happy." "Bitch." Chen Mingxian was seething with rage as he scanned the room, finally locking his gaze onto Wang Yu. "I'll remember you, you country bumpkin from out of town. How dare you humiliate me like this?
I'm telling you, this isn't over." "Wang Yu, was it? I'll make sure you can't stay in Shanghai for another damn day." Watching Chen Mingxuan's furious outburst, Lina instinctively drew closer to Wang Yu, trembling with fear. "Threatening me?"
Wang Yu burst into laughter and sat down on the couch, watching him as if observing a clown.
Wang Yu had a mild temperament, but that didn't mean he lacked a temper. Chapter 26: The Clown Who Lost His Cool. "You're full of shit. Trying to copy others by showing off? Just because you spent some money, you think everyone should indulge your whims? This is your drinking limit and you dare challenge me? Who gave you the courage?" Wang Yu stood up, pointing at Chen Mingxuan's nose and scolded, "What do you think you are? You're nothing but trash. Poor bastard." Wang Yu's words struck Chen Mingxuan's heart like a dagger. Chen Mingxuan's eyes instantly turned bloodshot.
Although the Chen family could be considered wealthy, they were still nouveau riches after all. In the rigorously hierarchical circles of Shanghai's elite, lacking heritage always drew contempt from those old money families. Nothing infuriated Chen Mingxian more than people implying he was short of money. He couldn't stand this humiliation. "Fuck your mother." Chen Mingxian, eyes bloodshot, grabbed the wine bottle from the table and was about to smash it on Wang Yu's head.
But then,
the vigilant security team watching nearby would never give him a chance to hurt anyone. This left Wang Yu feeling somewhat regretful. He had wanted to test his combat skills after his physique had been enhanced to its limits.
Bang! Ah!
The liquor bottle smashed on the ground, shattering upon impact as the strong alcohol gushed out, leaving the scene in complete disarray. Chen Mingxian was also pinned down on the sofa by the security guards, firmly restrained.
"Let go of me. Do you even know who I am?" Amid Chen Mingxuan's struggles, chaos erupted across the scene. "Let go of young Master Chen. If anything happens to young Master Chen, you'll regret it. Talk nicely first, release young Master Chen."
Under the dance floor, the young master's anxious underlings, held back by security, paced back and forth like ants on a hot pan. Their faces were filled with anxiety and panic, their eyes locked helplessly on Chen Mingxian who was pinned to the sofa. Wang Yu indeed maintained a calm expression as he picked up a tissue from the table and wiped his alcohol-splashed phone. Then he stood up, looking down at Chen Mingxian with an air of superiority. "Why bother? I couldn't be bothered with small fries like you, but you just had to dance in front of me.
I'll kill you." "Ah, let go of me." Chen Mingxian glared with fury, struggling to rise from the sofa.
Yet the security guards pinned him down relentlessly.
"You just wait, this isn't over. I'll make you regret ever coming to Magic City."
Chen Mingxian had completely lost his mind. Never in his life had he suffered such humiliation.
"I'll be waiting for you." Wang Yu remained expressionless, speaking coolly. "Money, connections, or resources? Whatever you want to compete in, I'll go all the way with you.
I just hope you won't end up pressed down like a dog like this, reduced to nothing but impotent rage."
Competing in wealth? Comparing family backgrounds?
He had plenty, even disregarding the system. When it came to his background, few families in all of China could match his.
The son of China's richest man wouldn't dare act arrogant before him.
Not to mention he still has both grandpas backing him.
In all of China, what could he possibly fear?
Since his rebirth, knowing his family background, he was aware that he would stand at the pinnacle of the world's pyramid in this life. He hadn't revealed his background before because he saw no need for it.
If anyone dared to provoke him, Wang Yu wouldn't mind playing along with them. What does this Chen Mingxian before me even amount to?
Chen Mingxian roared furiously, wishing he could beat Wang Yu to death right then and there.
Ah!
Struggling desperately, he suddenly collapsed face first onto the ground, where shards of glass embedded themselves across his face. Blood immediately gushed down his glass-studded face, pooling on the floor as his entire visage became nightmarishly distorted, resembling a vengeful ghost. He felt nothing but sheer, explosive rage. Manager Ling turned pale with fright upon seeing Chen Mingxian collapse onto the floor, his face impaled with glass shards and streaming with blood.
He was burning with anxiety as he rushed forward, yelling urgently, "Young Master Chen, are you alright? Quick, help young Master Chen up."
Below the dance floor, several lackeys could no longer stand by despite the security team's obstruction and charged up like madmen. In a flurry of panic, they helped Chen Mingxian to his feet, only to see his face covered in blood while fury still blazed in his eyes.
"What the hell are you idiots doing? Didn't you see I was getting beaten up?" Beat this kid to death, I'll take responsibility for anything. Chen Mingxuan's eyes grew venomous, his expression increasingly manic.
The pain from his facial injuries made his voice come out twisted. By now, he'd completely lost his senses, his heart consumed only by hatred for Wang Yu.
Hurry, stop them.
Master Chen, let's leave this place first and go to the private room to treat your wounds. Manager Lang, seeing the situation spiraling out of control, quickly directed the security team to restrain Chen Mingxuan's underlings who were preparing to throw punches. He understood all too well that if Chen Mingxian were to escalate things further, the consequences would be unimaginable and his position as manager would surely be finished.
Under the security team's control, Chen Mingxian and his lackeys were escorted away from the booth. Chen Mingxian roared loudly under the dance floor, stubbornly refusing to return to his private booth.
Your bar should really step up its security. Stop letting every stray cat and dog in here, or you'll lower the bar's standards.
Wang Yu looked at Manager Lang calmly and said,
drinking a little alcohol makes him think he's something great, like he's the crown prince of Shanghai. Although he had a conflict with Chen Mingxian, but emotionally and logically speaking, it was the bar's security that failed to do its job. As a paying customer, the bar had a responsibility to ensure his safety. He was completely justified in saying such words to Manager Lang.
You're absolutely right. Manager Lang nodded repeatedly. I'll handle this matter immediately. No matter what, it's our bar's fault for not maintaining proper order at the scene. Apologies, Mr. Wang, for interrupting your enjoyment. Alright, you handle it. Looks like he won't let this go easily.
Wang Yu genuinely harbored no ill will toward Manager Lang over such a trivial matter. Watching Chen Mingxian lingering near the dance floor instead of returning to the private room, he knew another entertaining spectacle was about to unfold.
You damn blind or what? I'm the one who got hurt, not him. Why the hell are you stopping me? Chen Mingxian, unable to break through the security guard's blockade, could only vent his anger at them and Manager Lang, jabbing his finger at their faces as he cursed, I'm a fucking VIP at your bar, spent so much money here, and this is how you treat me? Let me through, I'm going to beat the crap out of this outsider. Manager Lang gave Chen Mingxian a dismissive glance, ignoring his shouts. Though Chen Mingxian was a regular customer here, the boss had personally instructed them to look after Wang Yu just moments ago, so Manager Lang naturally sided with Wang Yu. The crowd of onlookers grew larger and larger. Such a huge commotion naturally drew many spectators, who pointed and stared as Chen Mingxian shouted and made a scene. Young Master Wang, there are too many prying eyes here. Why not move to a private room? I'll handle this situation.
As the onlookers grew in numbers, Manager Lang turned to Wang Yu and spoke.
No need.
Wang Yu waved his hand, pointing at Chen Mingxian below and said, I'll just stay here.
He said he'd make me regret coming to Demon City, didn't he? I want to see what else he's capable of.
Upon hearing this, Manager Lang felt his headache worsen, unsure how to handle the situation.
Get your ass down here. I'll show you what's what. And you lying, get over here too. If I don't teach you a lesson today, my name isn't Chen. You won't be able to keep this bar running either.
Offend the Chen family, and no one will get off easy. Chen Mingxian was still cursing under his breath when he turned to his underlings and barked, smash this place.
If I can't have peace, neither will anyone else.
Tear this damn place apart. He roared furiously, grabbing a wine bottle and smashing it onto the floor.
His lackeys exchanged uneasy glances.
They knew perfectly well whose territory this bar was after all. They'd been following young Master Chen around long enough.
Though Chen Mingxian was drunk, they remained sober.
But seeing the madness in Chen Mingxuan's eyes, no one dared disobey his orders. They began smashing the liquor bottles and stools around them in frenzy. Instantly, chaos erupted throughout the scene.
Chapter 27 The Nation's Husband.
The sounds of shattering bottles, crashing chairs, and women's screams intertwined. The sudden commotion terrified the bar patrons, who screamed and scrambled away from Chen Mingxian and his group. The lively dance floor music came to an abrupt halt. The scene was in complete chaos.
Quick, stop them. Everyone, stop fighting.
Manager Lang's veins bulged on his forehead as he tried to restrain the frenzied group, but his voice was completely drowned out in the deafening commotion.
What's the point?
They'll regret this when they sober up. Helpless, he could only stand there, watching the frenzied Chen Mingxian and silently cursing his luck as he observed the chaotic antics of the group. With such a major incident this time, he wondered if his manager position could still be salvaged. Meanwhile, Wang Yu sat calmly on the sofa in the booth, watching the chaotic scene unfold with an indifferent gaze, as if observing clowns performing. Turning to the women beside him, he said, keep drinking.
Don't let anyone ruin the mood.
He downed the champagne in his hand in one gulp. Xinxingya and the other women exchanged glances, shrinking closer to Wang Yu in fear as they raised their glasses to drink alongside him.
At that moment,
a lazy yet intensely oppressive voice suddenly came from behind. Who dares speak so boldly about shutting down my bar?
Boss.
Manager Lang seemed to have found a lifeline, hastily turning around to address a young man with respectful deference. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu slightly raised his eyebrows and turned his head with evident interest. Approaching them was a young man walking with a languid stride. He appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old, tall and lean. From a distance, he looked to be about 1.8 meters tall, though whether his weight even crossed 60 kilograms was anyone's guess. Behind him followed several bodyguards dressed in black suits, each broad-shouldered and sturdy, with earpieces in their ears, their eyes sweeping vigilantly across their surroundings, clearly professionals. This was none other than the trending national husband Wang Sicong, famously known across the internet. Known as the self-appointed disciplinary inspector of the entertainment industry. It's Wang Sicong. Honey, I love you. Principal, look over here. Hello everyone, thank you all for your support of Master Bar. Keep enjoying the party. The crowd grew even more frenzied, eagerly stepping forward to take commemorative photos with Wang Sicong. The year 2018 marked Wang Sicong's meteoric rise to internet fame. His nationwide fan base became countless. The heat, popularity, was unimaginable. It took all the security personnel on site plus Wang Sicong's personal bodyguards just to barely maintain order. Wang Sicong surveyed the chaotic scene unfolding before him. His eyes flickered with displeasure at the sight of shattered liquor bottles littering the ground and several individuals entangled in struggles with security guards. Chen Mingxian, who had been shouting moments earlier, shuddered at the sight of the approaching young man, swallowing his curses mid-sentence as his neck instinctively recoiled. His mind cleared instantly, filled with silent regret for causing trouble at his bar. What the hell are you paid for? How can you just stand there watching this mess? Manager Ling trembled and lowered his head to explain. Boss, this happened too suddenly, we hadn't had time to. Shut up. You go deal with your tasks first, handle the scene properly, and make sure no photos get leaked. Leave the rest to me. Understood, boss. Wang Sicong gestured for Manager Ling to leave with a wave of his hand, then turned his gaze to Chen Mingxian and said, well, if it isn't Chen Mingxian, you dare cause trouble on my turf? Wang Sicong strode up to Chen Mingxian and began slapping his bleeding face with deliberate, measured strikes. He looked down at him with mocking amusement. Brother Wang, it hurts. Please be gentle. I was drunk earlier, my apologies. I'll cover all the damages. Please be merciful and let me off this time. Chen Mingxuan's facial wounds were still bleeding when Wang Sicong deliberately slapped them, causing him to grimace in pain, yet his head remained stubbornly still, letting Wang Sicong slap him around. Wang Sicong's face darkened immediately upon hearing Chen Mingxuan's pleas for mercy. If I recall correctly, this should be your second time causing trouble in my bar. Last time it was over a woman, and this time it's over a woman again. If you can't control the 2 inches of flesh between your legs, I won't mind cutting it off for you to save me the trouble next time. Chen Mingxuan's expression changed abruptly upon hearing those words. His hands instinctively moved to shield his groin as he shrank back slightly. Wang Sicong went on, I've already cleaned up your mess once without holding you accountable, but I also warned you there wouldn't be a next time. It seems you didn't take my words seriously. Wang Sicong spoke in a low tone, his hands never stopping their movements. Chen Mingxuan's face was covered in blood, yet he didn't dare move an inch. All his previous arrogance had vanished now. Bearing the pain, he forced an ingratiating smile and said, Brother Wang, whatever wrong I've done is entirely my fault. I apologize sincerely. I was mainly driven mad by some out-of-towner. I just had to vent this rage, he added. Brother Wang, please let me off this time. I promise there won't be a next time. In desperation, Chen Mingxian pulled out a Lamborghini car key from his pocket and handed it to Wang Sicong, ingratiatingly saying, Brother Wang, take this as compensation for tonight's damages. His heart ached at the thought this was something old man Chen had reluctantly agreed to buy for him after much pleading. Wang Sicong toyed with the key in his hand before casually tossing it to a bodyguard behind him. Get lost, he said, and behave yourselves from now on. Next time, a car won't be enough to settle things. Don't worry Brother Wang, there won't be a next time. Get moving. Chen Mingxian cast a grateful glance at Wang Sicong before hastily gathering his underlings and leaving the bar. Tonight's humiliation had already reached across the Pacific. He clearly understood that people are not created equal. He could provoke Wang Yu, even contemplate beating him up. Yet in front of Wang Sicong, he dared not utter a single harsh word. He knew his family background wasn't even worthy of tying Wang Sicong's shoelaces. As for calling the police, Chen Mingxian couldn't bring himself to do such a thing, and besides, it would be pointless anyway. The circles of the wealthy second generation all have their unspoken rules. Cross the line, and you're breaking the code. Chen Mingxian wouldn't be able to survive in Shanghai circles either. Damn it, what the hell is this? No skills at all but acting even cockier than me every day. Damn it. Wang Sicong watched Chen Mingxian and the others walk away, sneering as he said. He then paid no further attention to the matter here, leaving it to Manager Lang and the others to handle. The crowd that had been standing by watching the commotion sighed in disappointment when there was no more drama to enjoy. Woke up New York City, in a funky cheap hotel. She took my heart and she took my money. The live music started up again as the bar DJ, Little Chinchilla, took the stage to liven up the atmosphere. truly worthy of being a DY influencer with tens of millions of fans. Her alluring figure, paired with the dance moves, set the atmosphere ablaze once more. Wang Sicong saw that the scene had returned to normal order, then turned towards booth number 01. With a smile on his face, he extended his hand and said, "You must be Wang Yu from Bulgari Hotel."
"I'm Wang Sicong, one of the shareholders of Master Bar."
Wang Yu also stood up upon seeing this, shaking hands with Wang Sicong and saying, "I've long heard of your esteemed reputation, and meeting you today, it truly lives up to its fame." "Ha ha ha, it's all just reputation, not worth mentioning. Sit, take a seat first, waiter, pour the wine."
"I know you, you're from Rong Province."
Wang Sicong sat down, raised an eyebrow, and smiled at Wang Yu.
Chapter 28, More Friends, More Paths. "You know me?" Wang Yu couldn't help but show a surprised expression.
"You should know, his personal information is under strict confidentiality measures. Not a single trace of him can be found online either.
However,
as the son of the wealthiest man, Wang Sicong knowing his identity isn't exactly surprising. Families that have reached a certain level always place great importance on gathering and consolidating information. After all, when nurturing the next generation, it's essential to teach them which people they can afford to offend and which they should cultivate good relations with.
Otherwise, provoking someone you shouldn't have could lead to the family's downfall overnight. That's no joke. Even if Wang Yu's personal information is guarded with the strictest confidentiality, it remains as transparent as glass in the eyes of these powerful families.
Of course, the young master of Pioneer Heavy Industries Group, the only heir of both the Wang and Xia families.
You're currently a sophomore at Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, right?
I've been wanting to meet you for a while now, but who would have thought we'd finally get acquainted under these circumstances? Wang Sicong's lips curled into a faint smile as he continued, "We're both young people, so you should know that in this circle, information is power. Naturally, I'd pay special attention to someone like you, a scion from such an illustrious family. So you're the heir to Vanguard Heavy Industries Group.
No wonder you spend money so lavishly."
"Yes, Pioneer Heavy Industries Group and Yacht Group are among the top-tier enterprises in our China." Xinxingya, Lina, and the other girls suddenly had an epiphany, as if waking from a dream. No wonder Wang Yu was so wealthy at such a young age. He's actually the young master of the Pioneer Group.
Now it all makes sense.
Chen Mengyao's face gradually flushed crimson, her eyes darting nervously as she subconsciously clenched her fingers. Deep in her heart, she swore an oath, no matter what it took, she would tear Wang Yu away from Xinxingya's side.
Even if settling for second best, one must still join in.
After hearing this, Wang Yu secretly admired Wang Sicong's keen insight and extensive network of connections. He realized that befriending someone like Wang Sicong, known as the national husband, might help him integrate into Shanghai's wealthy second-generation circles.
The current Wang Sicong was far from the dissipated figure he would become in later years.
Though the Wanda Group would face crises in the coming years, his father stubbornly weathered the storm and gradually repaid all debts, a feat worthy of admiration.
Truly admirable. Unlike some other companies that only exploit the hard-earned money of ordinary people. You're quite well informed.
Wang Yu remained calm and responded indifferently. "However, I still hope our acquaintance isn't solely based on family backgrounds." It didn't matter if his background was known, it might even bring some benefits when out and about. At least something like tonight would never have happened again.
Absolutely. Ha ha, in that case, I should really thank Chen Mingxian. If it weren't for him, we'd never have met.
Wang Sicong let out a hearty laugh. Come to think of it, we're both Wangs and hail from Rong Province, might have been family 500 years ago.
Looks like fate's decided we're friends today. Nothing would please me more.
Wang Yu raised an eyebrow and suddenly asked, "By the way, where did Chen Mingxian get the nerve to act so brazenly in your bar?" Wang Sicong scoffed dismissively, "It's really nothing impressive.
His family's in the construction earthwork business, just scavenging leftovers behind some property developers. They're barely making ends meet through back-breaking labor. The entire Chen family combined isn't even worth 1 billion yuan, let alone 10, yet they keep a bunch of underlings around."
He's the only child in his generation, so he's grown accustomed to throwing his weight around. He's caused trouble in my bar more than once. Usually, given how much he spends here, I've let it slide.
Never thought he'd actually kick an iron plate this time.
I thought he was some big shot,
threatening to make life in Magic City impossible for me.
Turns out he's just this. Pathetic. Wang Yu also scoffed at the words. I'd like to see what tricks he has up his sleeve next.
These are trivial matters.
With me stepping in, he wouldn't dare act so arrogantly again.
That should have helped blow off some steam for you.
Wang Sicong added with a hint of schadenfreude. Even if I hadn't stepped in, running into you would have been his bad luck.
Does he really think having a bit of wealth means he can swagger around Shanghai unchecked?
He's headed for a fall sooner or later. I haven't even revealed your identity as the heir of Pioneer Group yet. If I had, he'd probably be scared out of his wits. If his father knew he'd offended you, he'd probably come over begging for forgiveness with a bundle of thorns on his back overnight. That guy's always been trying to cling to our Wang family ship. This little lesson should teach him some manners. Wang Sicong had never liked the guy anyway, so he deliberately held back and didn't reveal Wang Yu's identity earlier.
Ha, you're quite the sneaky one too, Wang Yu said with a laugh. Wang Sicong laughed heartily. You really match my temperament. Tonight we drink till we drop. Till we drop, Wang Yu said calmly.
When it came to drinking, he had never feared anyone. Wang Sicong suddenly showed a hint of curiosity as he looked at Shanxingya, who was holding Wang Yu's arm, and asked, "And who is this?" "This is my girlfriend Shanxingya, and these are all her close friends," Wang Yu replied, holding Shanxingya's hand as he introduced her confidently to Wang Sicong. "Hello, principal." A blush of shyness rose to Shanxingya's face as she softly spoke. Her heart swelled with joy. The fact that Wang Yu had actively introduced her to his friends was undoubtedly his acknowledgement of her. "Hello." Wang Sicong gave a slight nod, his gaze sweeping over the four uniquely charming beauties beside Wang Yu. Then he teased Wang Yu with a grin. "Your wife is so beautiful, but you'd better take it easy. Though you're still young, don't ruin your health. Get lost, I'll break before you do." Wang Yu retorted grumpily. It was ridiculous. Even if there were 2 more women like Zhang Rou and Shanxingya, no, even 3 or 5 extra, he was confident he could handle them easily. "Come on, everyone, bottoms up first." Wang Sicong's face was beaming with joy as he raised his voice. "This first toast is to celebrate my acquaintance with Wang Yu. Cheers!" The crowd raised their glasses one after another, the crisp clinking echoing through the lavish space. Wang Yu drank it all in one gulp, while Shanxingya only took a small sip. She wasn't much of a drinker and didn't want to dampen the mood either. After 3 rounds of drinks, Wang Sicong became completely uninhibited in his conversation. He began recounting his glorious achievements and aristocratic anecdotes from the magical city. The group listened with rapt attention, with Lina laughing so hard she couldn't close her mouth. Clear laughter echoed continuously. At that moment, Shanxingya felt someone tugging at her clothes. Turning her head, she saw Lina giving her a meaningful look. "What's up? I need to use the restroom. This place is too big, and I'm afraid I'll get lost. Come with me?" "Alright, I actually need to go too." Then, Shanxingya whispered in Wang Yu's ear, "Honey, Lina and I are going to the restroom. We'll be right back." Wang Yu nodded with a smile to acknowledge. Swish, swish, swish. Inside the restroom, Shanxingya and Lina were touching up their makeup in front of the mirror. Suddenly, Lina turned to Shanxingya and said, "Xingya, who would have thought Wang Yu was the young master of Pioneer Heavy Industries Group?" "Yes, I never expected it either. I just knew his background must be unusual, but I didn't realize just how unusual it really is." Shanxingya sighed at her own good fortune, telling Lina, "Don't you think I'm incredibly lucky? Don't celebrate too soon." Lina said helplessly, "The reason I asked you to come with me to the restroom was to remind you rich men like Wang Yu are never short of women. The moment he shows interest, flocks of women would throw themselves at him. You didn't see Chen Mengyao's look, she practically wanted to devour Wang Yu alive." Shanxingya frowned and asked, "Are you sure?" Chapter 29 DJ Little Panda. "Of course I'm sure. Do you think I don't know what's going through her head?" As soon as Lina finished speaking, Shanxingya immediately became anxious. Shanxingya never expected that even her most trusted sister would betray her like this. With that, she was about to go confront Chen Mengyao and demand an explanation. "Hey, wait, don't act in haste." Lina quickly reached out to stop her, looking at Shanxingya with a teasing expression. "Don't rush. Many women have set their sights on Wang Yu. Are you going to pick a fight with all of them? Besides, a wealthy man like Wang Yu would never settle for just one woman. What you need to do is play to your strengths and at least secure a place in his heart." As if to cheer Shanxingya on, Lina clenched her fist emphatically and gave her an encouraging pep talk. "Your looks and figure are your greatest assets, your advantage, but nothing is absolute. You should strike first while you can. Here's what we'll do, I'll arrange for your shift to be swapped to the day after tomorrow. Your task tonight is to win over Wang Yu." Lina stared directly at Shanxingya, speaking with utmost seriousness. Shanxingya froze completely. As she gazed blankly at Lina before her, she suddenly felt the woman had become a complete stranger. The once close friend who used to laugh and play with her now wore a completely different face, becoming almost unrecognizable to her. Was this still her hilarious best friend? People are inherently pragmatic. You know what? I dream of finding a wealthy man like Wang Yu every single night. Lina let out a light sigh and glanced helplessly at Shanxingya before continuing. "You're my best friend, so I won't compete with you, but don't blame me if Wang Yu gives me a chance. Nor should you underestimate Wang Yu or think his youth makes him easy to handle. Men like him, with their wealth, have seen more tricks than you've had hot meals. Never try to outsmart him, just obey him quietly. That's the only way you'll keep your place by his side. Got it?" Shanxingya stood petrified, rooted to the spot in silence for a long while before finally raising her head. "I understand. Thank you, Nana," she said. "If Wang Yozhen really has feelings for you, I won't blame you." Her words were very sincere. Though Lina's words were quite pragmatic, Shanxingya found them somewhat difficult to accept at first, but she knew the other woman genuinely had her best interests at heart, wishing her to find happiness and security. Don't worry Nana, she said, it won't be so easy for any other woman to steal Wang Yu away, after all, I knew him first, and he was the one who pursued me. Xinxingya slightly raised her chin as she spoke. She had absolute confidence in her looks and figure. But let's head out first, Wang Yu must have been waiting for a long time. After touching up her makeup in the mirror, Xinxingya hurriedly stepped out of the restroom. Li Na watched her retreating figure and laughed heartily, waving her hand. The booth was bustling with excitement. DJ Xiaolonma, who was supposed to be performing on stage, was now putting on an energetic show before Wang Yu and Wang Sicong. Her captivating dance moves and alluring figure sway like willow branches in the wind. Paired with the faintly visible black stockings, it adds an extra touch of sensual allure. The upbeat music has set the entire venue ablaze with energy. Multicolored lights crisscross and shimmer over little Long Mao's body, outlining her enchanting silhouette, while the surrounding crowd, cheering, screaming, is immersed in this intoxicating revelry of extravagance. The little dragon cat's delicate features looked even more alluring under the dim, ambiguous lighting. Her large, captivating eyes kept batting seductive glances at Wang Yu and Wang Sicong. Her gaze seemed to carry strands of flirtation, teasing enough to steal a man's soul away. Wang Yu raised his glass, sipping slowly with Wang Sicong, who wore a smirk as he teased, "This little dragon cat has crushed countless fans online with her sultry charm. Look at her now, doesn't it seem like she has a thing for us brothers?" Wang Yu chuckled softly. "Don't jump to conclusions, maybe she's just putting on a show." Wang Yu had no interest in the little chinchilla girl, she wasn't his target for the night. His gaze flicked to Xinxingya, nestled in his arms, and his anticipation grew. Xinxingya appeared utterly drunk, her limp body draped languidly across Wang Yu's embrace. He seemed to be completely drunk. Naive? Don't let her innocent appearance fool you. Wang Sicong raised an eyebrow, his eyes glinting with amusement. Wang Yu's gaze slowly drifted over the little hamster. So what? In this looks-obsessed era, relationships between men and women are sometimes just like social name cards. The little hamster's performance gradually reached its climax, ending with an extremely seductive pose. In an instant, the entire bar exploded like a powder keg. Amazing! Encore! The crowd erupted into thunderous cheers and piercing whistles, the noise so loud it seemed about to lift the bar's roof right off. Multicolored lights danced over Xiao Longmao's figure, accentuating her breathtaking physique. The surrounding crowd, as if under a spell, became completely immersed in this intoxicating wave of revelry. Then, Xiao Longmao began making her way toward Wang Yu and Wang Sicong's table. Her swaying gait moved with the playful grace of a kitten. She held a glass of wine in her hand, its surface shimmering with alluring brilliance under the lights. "Young Master Wang, young Master Yu, little sugar glider toasts to you both. Grateful for Master Bar's invitation to perform tonight. I also appreciate both young masters for gracing me with your presence to watch my show." Little Sugar Glider's voice was like a nightingale's melody, carrying a hint of enchantment and coquetry, plucking at the strings of one's heart. Her gaze shifted between the two of them, but lingered longer on Wang Sicong, as if her eyes possessed an alluring magnetism. "Not bad dancing. The star of the night is our young Master Yu, don't neglect our guests." Wang Sicong's lips curved into an amused smirk. He'd already drunk quite a bit before coming to the booth, and now feeling slightly lightheaded, seeing Wang Yu still sober made him think to make the other drink more. The little sugar glider coyly giggled, clinking glasses with Wang Sicong before turning to Wang Yu saying, "Young Master Yu, won't you have a drink too?" Wang Yu initially intended to casually brush it off. Yet the charming appearance and delicate demeanor of the little chinchilla irresistibly drew him to drink several more cups. This move by the little chinchilla, however, provoked Xinxingya's displeasure. Frowning, her eyes carried a hint of irritation as she nestled softly in Wang Yu's arms, as if declaring her sovereignty. Seemingly oblivious to Xinxingya's displeasure, the little chinchilla leaned even closer to Wang Yu, her gaze towards Xinxingya brimming with defiance. That gaze seemed to say, "What can you possibly do to me?" Although Xinxingya was filled with anger, she could only suppress it, shooting the little chinchilla a fierce glare. Wang Yu had no choice but to turn to Li Na and the others, saying, "Can't you see the principal drinking alone? For an ordinary person, getting a chance to share a drink with him isn't easy. This is a rare opportunity." Upon hearing this, Li Na and the others raised their wine glasses, offering a toast to Wang Sicong. "Principal, don't drink alone, come join us, sisters." With Wang Yu's instruction, Zhou Jing and Xiao Xiao stepped forward first. They had long wanted to drink with Wang Sicong, but the status gap had made them hesitate. This time he mustered even more courage, though still fearing he might displease Wang Sicong. As they spoke, each of them clinked glasses with Wang Sicong in turn and downed their drinks in one go. Wang Sicong laughed and said, "No need to be so formal with me." Xinxingya watched as Wang Yu and Little Panda pressed closer together, becoming so furious she couldn't take it anymore. "Can't you see he's already had too much to drink?" she snapped. "And here you are still pushing more on him. Brother Wang Yu, don't drink anymore." "Miss Shen, I was merely expressing my respect for young Master Yu. Why are you so nervous? Could it be you lack confidence in yourself?"
The little chinchilla remained utterly composed, still wearing that enchanting smile as she provocatively met Chinchingya's gaze. Chinchingya's face turned pale with anger. "Don't stir up trouble here. A dance hall girl like you has no business meddling in our affairs. Brother Wang Yu, look at her." Chinchingya nestled coquettishly in Wang Yu's embrace.
Seeing the situation turning sour, Wang Yu quickly stepped in to mediate. "Everyone, calm down.
Tonight's for relaxing, don't let tempers ruin the evening's fun."
Although Chinchingya still harbored anger in her heart, under Wang Yu's soothing words, she managed to suppress her outburst for the moment, only shooting the little chinchilla a fierce glare.
Chapter 30, Young Master Wang is paying for everyone tonight. Amidst the clinking of glasses and the exchange of toasts, the atmosphere at the scene reached its peak. At this moment, Wang Yu said to the little hamster clinging to him by his side, "Go tell them I'll cover all the tabs tonight." "What?" The little hamster was utterly shocked, thinking he must have misheard. One must understand that as Shanghai's premier nightclub, Master Bar's nightly turnover was at least tens of millions, although Wang Yu was the young master of the pioneer group. But even he couldn't be this rich. After all, Wang Yu was only 20 years old and hadn't yet taken over the reins from his father's generation. Tonight being able to spend hundreds of thousands already qualifies you as one of the wealthier second-generation rich kids in her eyes. After all, many silver spoon heirs may appear glamorous when taking girls out, but in reality, even their hotel room expenses are paid by the girls, and such instances are far from rare. I declare, tonight's entire venue tab is on me. Do I make myself clear? Wang Yu had no choice but to shout loudly. Money truly meant nothing to Wang Yu. After all, with the double cashback effect in play, no matter how much he spent, it would multiply in return. Before reaching a certain threshold, whether the amount was slightly more or less made little difference. The most important thing is to earn system points through spending. That's what truly matters. The reason he can now indulge in such an extravagant lifestyle without restraint is entirely due to the double cashback perk and his peak physique. The former provides financial support, while the latter ensures his physical well-being. So spending money is the ultimate rule to live by. The points earned were still too few, leaving Wang Yu no choice but to resort to extreme measures and make a grand gesture. Wang Sicong and his gang, drinking nearby, were utterly shocked. "Dude, seriously?" Wang Sicong froze in place. Having spent so many years accustomed to squandering money, he had never seen anyone as extravagantly lavish as Wang Yu. After all, no one's money grows on trees. As one of the shareholders of Master Bar, he knew full well that the establishment's nightly turnover reached tens of millions. Spending that kind of money would sting his heart. Chinchingya was also shocked, covering her mouth as she stared dumbfounded at Wang Yu. "Is there a problem?" Wang Yu looked at Wang Sicong and said, "No way, man. You're the real badass here." Wang Sicong shook his head repeatedly and beckoned to Manager Lang standing in the distance. Manager Lang immediately scurried over obediently. Bowing before Wang Sicong, he said, "Boss, what would you have me do?" "Arrange it. Tonight's entire tab is on Master Yu's dime. Remember to make it grand, don't lose face." "Entire tab?" Manager Lang wondered if his ears were playing tricks on him. This news truly shocked him. Having worked in the bar for so many years, he'd seen plenty of wealthy people, but never encountered anyone as extravagant as Wang Yu. Even extravagant to the point of sheer stupidity. "Is there a problem? Get it Divine Dragon set for every booth and even the walk-in tables. Make sure everyone gets a drink. If it's not enough, let them order more themselves. Just don't let it go to waste," Wang Yu said nonchalantly. Manager Lang kept shaking his head. Then he turned and walked down from the VIP booth to arrange the relevant matters. Before long, as the bar's music volume decreased, all the spotlights converged on the VIP booth area where Wang Yu and his group were seated. The intense lights, dazzling beams encircling, creating a unique visual focal point. "What are you up to again?" A sudden murmur of hushed whispers rose all around. Boom! Bang! 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 Amidst the rhythm of musical drums and the crackling of celebration cannons, on the massive naked eye 3D display of the stage, accompanied by lights and music, several large characters emerged. "Thanks to Wang Yu, Young Master Wang, tonight's entire bill is on Young Master Wang. May Young Master Wang navigate winds and currents smoothly, welcomed by the god of wealth. May riches flow endlessly through his doors, with gold pouring in daily and success stretching far ahead. Tonight's festivities are all sponsored by Young Master Wang. Let's all raise our glasses to you, Xiao. May his nights be forever filled with revelry." The stage host, with an excited expression, shouted at the top of his lungs, screams and cheers. Ah! The already noisy bar instantly erupted into complete chaos. Dragged by Wang Sicong, Wang Yu stood up alongside him, waving to the crowd below. Ribbons of light snaked out from the backstage, as hundreds of hostesses carried liquor boxes while dressed in revealing, sexy outfits, moving with captivating steps to every corner of the venue. Colorful confetti swirled wildly through the air. Golden ribbons rained down as if they cost nothing. At that moment, the stage's display screen switched to footage of Wang Yu and Wang Sicong. "Oh, it's Ace of Spades. I've never had this before. Prince Wang is awesome." The guests' dancing figures grew increasingly excited.
One by one, bunny girls with rabbit ears, seductively voluptuous figures, and skin so pale it seemed to glow took their places around Wang Yu and his group's booth, dancing unrestrainedly to the music. The host's impassioned voice resounded through the venue as everyone in the bar began chanting the name Young Master Yu. The atmosphere was so electrifying it seemed ready to burst through the venue and shoot straight into the heavens. Wang Yu's handsome face exuded an air of effortless composure. The screams from all the girls in the venue went wild, reaching a fever pitch. Handsome and young, he was practically the dream guy from fantasies. If not for manager Lang's foresight in arranging a security team to cordon off the booth early on, Wang Yu and Wang Sicong would likely have been swallowed by the tidal wave of frenzied girls by now. Even so, there were still some girls who, like crazed fans, desperately tried to break through the security line, shouting loudly, "Young Master Wang, add me on FlyChat. I can do any position, I won't disappoint you. Principal, I love you. Principal, let me in. I'll do anything tonight." The remarks from some of the girls were undeniably bold, catching Wang Yu completely off guard.
Ha ha ha. Wang Sicong noticed Wang Yu's troubled expression and burst into loud laughter.
Wang Yu turned to the flight attendants and casually remarked, "Drink up, if there's any left. Just open the bottles and spray it on the floor. Xingya, pour some on my hands, I need to wash them." He had always wanted to try this classic cinematic moment for himself.
Wang Yu's calm speech nonetheless stirred excitement among the flight attendants present.
She secretly clenched her thighs together. Such a Wang Yu exuded such masculine charm. If Wang Yu were to beckon them with a mere crook of his finger at this moment, they would undoubtedly throw themselves upon him without hesitation and never come down again. Xingya filled the wineglass, her gaze also wandering dreamily upon Wang Yu.
She had to admit it. Wang Yu's charm was absolutely off the charts right now. She could barely restrain herself. All she wanted was to hurry and end tonight's bar gathering so she could rush back to the hotel with Wang Yu. There's nothing wrong with that, really.
Wang Yu washed his hands and sighed, looking at the surrounding crowd sinking into madness.
Money and desire. Throughout history, they have been humanity's ultimate pursuit.
Without a desire for money or ambition for power, you might end up with nothing in the Magic City.
Chapter 31, You Can't Get Rid of Me in This Lifetime. Ding!
System detected host's expenditure of 29,860,000 yuan. Double cashback activated, 59,720,000 yuan.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have received 2,986 system points.
Midnight. The chilly moonlight spilled onto the street. Master Bar.
Not far from the entrance, the sounds of retching echoed as the ground was littered with filth.
Young Master Yu, we'll take our leave now.
Chen Mengyao smiled and waved at Wang Yu, then threw him a look that only the two of them could understand. Afterwards, several people supported the thoroughly drunk Li Na as they boarded the minivan arranged by manager Lang, disappearing from the crowd sight. Wang Yu's heart stirred imperceptibly as he silently fingered the small note in his pocket.
Let's head back to.
Xingya, her face flushed pink, clung tightly to Wang Yu's arm, pressing her body snugly against his as they walked in lockstep.
Just then, a pink Rolls-Royce Cullinan pulled up directly in front of Wang Yu.
Manager Lang stepped out of the car and opened the door for Wang Yu, saying, "Young Master Yu, our boss drank a bit too much and has already gone back first. Since you've been drinking too, it wouldn't be safe for you to drive. Before leaving, the boss specifically instructed us to drive you home in his car. If you don't mind, we can also have someone drive your beloved car back for you. Or you can come back to pick it up whenever you're free." Hearing this, Wang Yu thought Wang Sicong was quite considerate, not only arranging for someone to send Li Na and the others home but also ensuring his beloved car was taken care of to see him home. He was still thinking about calling a designated driver.
Looks like that won't be necessary now. Alright. Wang Yu didn't stand on ceremony either, handing the car keys to Manager Lang. "Then I won't be polite. You're our boss's friend, it's the least we can do."
Manager Lang smiled and said, "Young Master Yu, please get in the car first.
Just tell the driver your destination."
Wang Yu nodded and said to Xingya beside him, "Let's go, we should head back too." As he was about to get into the car, he suddenly remembered something and turned to Manager Lang. "There was a security guard who helped park my car when I arrived.
Call him over." Although Manager Lang was somewhat puzzled, he still called out through his earpiece. After a short while, a young security guard jogged over quickly, looking at Wang Yu with anticipation in his eyes as he asked, "Boss, did you need something?" Wang Yu glanced at Manager Lang and said, "Just have him drive my car back." Manager Lang handed the keys to the security guard and said, "Drive young Master Yu's car back. Just follow the car ahead and don't lose it."
"Don't worry, I'll make sure the mission gets done."
The young security guard stood at attention, took the keys, saluted, and replied, "You're quite the character, kid." Wang Yu nodded and helped Xingya into the pink Rolls-Royce Cullinan.
The car door closed automatically.
The young driver clad in a black suit turned his head and asked respectfully, "Young Master Yu, where should we go?"
"To the Bulgari Hotel."
"Very well." Without another word, the driver pressed a button. A partition slowly descended between the seats in the car.
The rear seats became a private space, completely hidden from the driver's view. The car slowly pulled out of the bar's entrance. The security guard followed behind, driving Wang Yu's McLaren P1. The car was very quiet. Xinxingya sat with her legs pressed together, stealing glances at Wang Yu. She felt both nervous and expectant about what was to come. Suddenly, he turned her face toward him. Wang Yu pried open her tightly clenched teeth.
Wang Yu's domineering kiss made Xinxingya lose all will to resist.
Her gaze grew increasingly dazed as she pressed her body closer against his.
Their breathing grew ever more rapid.
I don't know how much time had passed. Xinxingya suddenly came to her senses when she felt Wang Yu's hands loosening her clothes.
She hastily reached out and patted Wang Yu, saying, Don't do this in the car. Not here. Wang Yu rolled down the car window and took a deep breath of the chilly pre-dawn air to calm himself down. Xinxingya gasped for fresh air in ragged gulps. He glanced toward the car's partition and saw that it was tightly sealed. The driver couldn't possibly see anything happening in the back. Only then did he let out a small sigh of relief. As soon as she turned her head, she noticed Wang Yu gazing at her with a playful smirk and asking, Not in the car, huh? Does that mean it'll be fine once we get back to the hotel? Xinxingya's fair face flushed crimson in an instant.
Biting her lip, she protested, I never said that.
Bad guy. Ugh, annoying.
Xinxingya clenched her fist and gave Wang Yu a playful punch on the chest.
Gazing at him affectionately, Xinxingya's half-hearted resistance only served to set Wang Yu's blood ablaze with excitement. He immediately took a deep breath, afraid he might lose control.
Young Master Yu, we've arrived.
In the dead of night, the roads of Shanghai were eerily empty.
Before long, the car pulled smoothly to a stop at the entrance of the Bulgari Hotel. The driver's voice came from the front.
Okay.
Xinxingya clumsily straightened her crumpled clothes and followed him out of the car. Her legs simply felt a little weak. The moment he thought about what had happened in the car, even though the driver couldn't see them, he should still have been able to guess roughly what they were doing. At this thought, Xinxingya wished nothing more than to vanish into thin air.
Boss, here are your car keys.
As he stepped out of the car, the young security guard parked his vehicle in the Bulgari Hotel's parking space and handed over the keys with both hands. Wang Yu took the keys and then retrieved 3 bundles of cash from the car. He handed 2 of the bundles to the young man in front of him and said, Thanks.
The young man instantly beamed with joy, his face all smiles as he said, Thank you, boss. Hope you have a great time.
Wang Yu nodded, then walked up to the driver's seat of the Cullinan and handed the remaining stack of cash to the chauffeur. Please relay my thanks to your boss on my behalf.
Young Master Yu, I can't accept this. The driver waved his hands repeatedly. Here, take it. Sorry to trouble you so late at night.
Wang Yu finished speaking, patted the driver on the shoulder, turned around, and holding Xinxingya's hand, walked toward the hotel.
Just as they stepped out of the elevator, Steward Lin stood there, bowing slightly to Wang Yu and saying, Mr. Wang, welcome home.
Wang Yu said faintly.
Inside the Bulgari suite,
the soft, dim light illuminated their eager silhouettes.
Wang Yu stepped closer, tenderly gathering Xinxingya into his embrace.
He lowered his head and gently pressed his lips to hers, at times soft, at times fervent. Wang Yu's warm hands trailed over the curve of Xinxingya's hips before pressing down lightly, drawing her even closer against him. Everything became hazy, leaving only the presence of each other. Wang Yu's lips gradually moved downward, carrying endless tenderness and longing.
Xinxingya wrapped her arms around Wang Yu's descending head, gazing at his face with affection in her eyes. Wang Yu, will you take responsibility for me? Do you love me? As long as you don't leave me, you'll always be my woman.
The so-called love in this world is merely finding someone attractive at first sight.
Xinxingya looked at Wang Yu, wrinkling her adorable delicate nose. So you were just mesmerized by my looks? You're just lusting after my body. Wang Yu continued, what's the difference between being drawn to someone's looks and craving your body? If you follow me, I can provide you with ample material security and the life you desire. Tell me, doesn't this prove how much I love you?
Xinxingya pondered for a moment, then her face blossomed into a smile as she hugged Wang Yu tightly.
Yes, I love you too. Don't you dare think of leaving me behind in this lifetime. Chapter 32, Live Broadcast Tips. 3 in the morning.
The bustling magic city had also fallen into silence. However, Wang Yu felt no drowsiness as he sat quietly on the living room sofa. His gaze fell upon Xinxingya, who had long fallen asleep. At this moment, she resembled a little kitten, with a sweet and blissful smile gracing her sleeping face. Wang Yu's thoughts began to wander, and his hand unconsciously slipped into his pants pocket, pulling out a small slip of paper. It bore a string of phone numbers. This was precisely the small note Chen Mengyao had slipped into his pocket while toasting him at the bar. Wang Yu chuckled softly, took out his phone, and searched for the string of numbers before adding it on Fei Xin. The other side seemed to have been waiting all along, instantly approving the friend request. Immediately, a message popped up.
Brother Wang Yu, I'm Chen Mengyao. What happened to you? Wang Yu felt a trace of curiosity. What words would this girl utter next? Could it really be as he suspected? Brother Wang Yu, please don't reject me outright, give me a chance, okay? I want to be your woman too. Anything Xinxingya can do, I can do. And even things she can't do, I can. I don't want much. Chen Mengyao's coquettish voice came through the phone with perfect clarity. Straightforward and direct, she simply stated what she wanted. Interesting. Wang Yu uttered a soft chuckle as he spoke quietly. I'll do it when I have time. After brief contemplation, he replied. Although Chen Mengyao couldn't quite match Xinxingya in terms of figure and appearance, being slightly inferior in both aspects, yet in the eyes of ordinary people, she was undoubtedly a goddess-level beauty. In her natural state, according to the system's rating standards, she would easily score above 90 points. In his previous life, someone like Wang Yu wouldn't have even had a chance to cross paths with a girl of this caliber. And now, Wang Yu didn't feel there was anything improper about Chen Mengyao's proactive behavior, nor did he look down upon her for it. In his opinion, women who want to be by a rich man's side should have this kind of awareness. Chen Mengyao's current demeanor shows considerable vision. She's also quite open-minded. Compared to spending time and effort to pursue someone, this kind of willingness to offer herself is quite appealing. Then, Wang Yu stopped paying attention to the messages sent by Chen Mengyao. Instead, he opened the DY live streaming platform. The points are still accumulating a bit too slowly. Wang Yu felt that finding a female streamer to shower with gifts would be a quicker way. Soon, his attention was caught by a sweet-looking streamer on his phone screen, dressed in white stockings and dancing. She looked to be in her early 20s, dancing the once viral CC. Day by day, I'm an alert girl. A mile, across the field. As the dance ended, the live streamer named Dodo Hates Cilantro paused her movements on screen. Then he began chatting and interacting with fans in the live stream. Folks, was my dance performance good? If you like me, send a little heart and hit that follow. Love you. Dodo Hates Cilantro was a streamer with hundreds of thousands of followers. There were very few people watching the live stream, only a little over 1,000 viewers. Wang Yu could tell she was putting in effort, her dancing wasn't bad, and she was decently attractive. So Wang Yu linked his bank card, opened the gifts section, and immediately sent out 100 carnival gifts. Worry-free sent out carnival times 100. Instantly, the live stream was flooded with a barrage of gift animations. Dodo, who had been chatting with fans, froze in shock. Holy shit, where did this big spender come from? And only level 1. Anchor got lucky today, bumping into a big shot, hurry up and go butter him up. Carefree sent carnival times 100. Dodo pinched her thigh hard, not dreaming, this isn't a dream. Snapping back to reality, she hastily exclaimed, thank you brother Carefree for the 200 carnivals. Love you, brother Carefree. Dodo has never received so many gifts before. Woyo Gij is just amazing. Dodo will dance for Woyo Gij. Whatever dance Gij likes to watch, Dodo can perform. The live stream atmosphere instantly ignited. Random viewer, a whale actually came to the stream, looks like Dodo's about to make it big. A passerby chimed in, hey streamer, give us something alluring and sexy. Oh no, the streamer's about to be molded into someone else's shape. As gifts kept flooding in, they drew a crowd of newcomers, and the live stream's viewer count quickly surged to 10,000. Dodo's eyes welled up with excitement, her voice trembling slightly as she said, thank you, brother Woyo, for the gift. Everyone, hit that follow button, your girl's about to start dancing. Woyo, how about Gokuraku Jodo? Of course, brother Woyo. Seeing Wang Yu's message scroll across the screen, Dodo immediately began to dance. To the rhythm of the music, Dodo danced with utmost dedication. The stream's gift effects kept flooding the screen like tidal waves. Carefree donated carnival times 1,000. Woyo sent 1,000 carnivals. Woyo sent 1,000 dream castles. As the gifts were sent out, Wang Yu's Douyin account level reached the prestigious level 70. Ding! System detected host spending 9,488,800. Double cashback 18,977,600. Ding! System congratulates host for obtaining 948 system points. Ding! For the host's convenience in viewing the balance, the host's bank card balance has been added to the system panel. Please check at your leisure. Wang Yu's curiosity piqued, and he immediately opened the system panel to check. A pale blue light screen instantly materialized before his eyes. Host, Wang Yu, age, 20, height, 188 cm, charm, 92. Physique, 120, normal human limit is 100. Stamina, 120, normal human limit is 100. Entry, double cashback, entry effect, all reasonable expenditures will be refunded at double the amount. Peak physique, entry effect, from this moment onward, you represent the pinnacle of human physical potential. Points, 4099. Huaxia coin, 1, 627, 746, 619. That does make it much more straightforward. Wang Yu shook his hand, which had grown slightly sore from clicking the gift repeatedly. Thank you so much for the gift, Woyo brother, I really appreciate it. After finishing the dance to Gokuraku Jodo, Dodo beamed with joy and said, Woyo, I'll take my leave now. I'll come again next time. What? Are you leaving already, Wuyo brother? I still have so many performances left to show you. Wuyo brother, remember to check your private messages, alright? Daodu will be waiting for you.
Seeing Wang Yu about to leave, Daodu didn't feel right about forcing him to stay. After all, this tycoon had visited her livestream for the first time and gifted so generously.
She couldn't appear too greedy, lest it leave a bad impression on Wang Yu.
To secure this big spending brother Wang Yu as a patron, she abandoned her usual reserve and directly told him in the livestream to check his private messages. She could only silently pray in her heart that Wang Yu would visit her livestream again. After all, just this wave of gifts alone would earn her at least $1 million. This was more than she had ever made since she started streaming. Wang Yu casually clicked follow before exiting the livestream, moving on to the next one.
Chapter 33, Dreaming Back to 2018. Wang Yu shifted into a more comfortable position, lounging on his Flexarm-branded sofa.
He continued scrolling through livestream videos, searching for the next lucky recipient of his lavish gifts. Through smoke and desert winds. General, please drink less wine.
The road ahead is rough. I'll be waiting at home.
A raspy female voice coming from the video made Wang Yu pause his incessant scrolling fingers. The live stream room was named Big Brother S. On the screen was a girl dressed in a pure and innocent style, singing "Oh My General Ah" into the microphone before her. The live stream had hundreds of thousands of viewers, with gifts flooding the screen, creating an electrifying atmosphere. She wore a form-fitting black dress paired with sheer black stockings and black high heels, accentuating her graceful figure. With her pure and sweet appearance, strikingly beautiful eyes that sparkled with vitality, and her distinctive smoky voice, she created a uniquely captivating contrast.
Bro S? Is this hitting upon an ancient true deity?
In another 2 years, her presence won't be seen online anymore. Wang Yu clicked into the livestream, and instantly, dazzling starlight filled the screen while gorgeous petals swirled through the air. The livestream erupted with various extravagant visual effects announcing Wang Yu's grand entrance.
Welcome, Brother Wuyo. Brother S was somewhat surprised. Level 70 elites were quite rare, and a captivating smile appeared on his face as he spoke into the mic. Big brother, worry free, is there any song you'd like to hear? Play the general again. 98k, my heart is as calm as still water. Before Wang Yu could say a word, the barrage of comments in the livestream was already racing across the screen. Wuyo sighed and gestured casually, just go ahead and sing.
Then I'll sing another song, my great General Atvat. Seeing this, Brother S took out his hit song, My Dear General. Wang Yu opened the gift list and began browsing through them one by one. The live stream instantly erupted with various gift effects, completely flooding the screen.
Wuyo sends Carnival times 1000. Wuyo sends Volcanic Eruption times 1000. Wuyo sends Romantic Carriage times 1000. Wuyo sends Douyin number 1 times 1000.
With every gift sent, different visual effects illuminated the screen, romantic ones, dazzling ones, all sorts of dazzling bombardments.
Against the backdrop music, the phone screen vibrated intensely. The entire live stream began to lag visibly. Ding!
System detected host expenditure, 8,202,900.
Double cashback activated, 16,405,800. Ding!
System congratulates host for earning 820 system points.
The live stream audience was utterly stunned by this wave of gifts.
Big boss, do you still need a sidekick to hang on your leg? Every day it's just small hearts, but today we finally see an expensive gift.
Please adopt me. Holy Mother of God, how much money is this?
Seeing the flood of bootlicking comments across the screen, Wang Yu felt a surge of satisfaction in his heart. No wonder so many rich people loved splurging in live streams. In his past life, he had only been on the receiving end of watching others flex their wealth through gifts. Back then, his motto had always been, not dropping a single cent, just here for the vibes. Sometimes when watching live streams, I just can't resist, but only send a few small hearts. The flood of gifts was clearly too much for Brother S to handle.
Ah,
thank you, Brother Worry Free, for the carnival, the volcanic eruption, the romantic carriage, and the Douyin top gift. Brother S trembled with excitement, his voice shaking.
What could possibly captivate a streamer the most? Nothing tops a generous spending overlord. With the support of these big spenders, even a rookie can skyrocket to fame overnight.
Not to mention she already had plenty of traffic. What she lacked was precisely the backing of a lavish benefactor. Brother S's eyes sparkled as a smile curved at the corners of his lips, speaking in a melodious voice.
Big Brother Wuyo, what songs would you like to hear next? Feel free to request. Tonight, I'm entirely at your service. Wuyo, anything goes, you decide.
Singing, dancing, or even PK battles, just bring it on.
Endless entertainment, endless gifts. Brother S saw Wang Yu's barrage message and felt even more exhilarated.
She knew this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that she must seize with both hands. So she steadied her excited emotions, then smiled at the camera and said, "Alright, Brother Wuyo, let's begin with Heart Like Still Water first." As the music started playing, Escu began her performance. The bullet screen comments were filled with praises, with many people sending little hearts and other gifts to the rhythm. You opened the gift list and started showering her with presents. Wu Yu sent Carnival times 2000. Woyo sends Dream Castle times 2000. Woyo sends Romantic Carriage times 2000. Wang Yu's fingers ached from all the clicking, but his Douyin account level finally reached the maximum level 75. Ding! System detects host expenditure 175,552.00, double cashback 35,110,400. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired 1755 system points. System, open personal panel. Age, 20 years old. Height, 188. Charm, 92. Constitution, 120, normal human limit is 100. Durability, 120, normal human limit is 100. Entry. Double cashback effect, all reasonable expenditures will be refunded double the amount. Peak physique effect, from this moment onward, you possess the pinnacle of human physical constitution. Points, 6,674. Huaxia currency, 1,653,504,719. Wang Yu rested his chin on one hand and sighed, this stream of gifts is still moving too slowly. I'll need to think of a solution. The song came to an end. Brother S quickly expressed his gratitude, Brother Woyo, you're the best. The sheer number of gift effects dazzled his eyes, making him feel like he had reached the pinnacle of his streaming career. At that moment, another streamer suddenly requested a PK duel. She hesitated, knowing that the person requesting the livestream connection was also a big-name streamer. She wasn't so worried about winning or losing this battle, what really concerned her was Wang Yu possibly switching sides. By then, it would be too late for regrets. After all, everyone wants a capable elder brother to rely on. Wu Yu, go challenge someone to a duel. With me here, you can't lose. Brother S could only smile helplessly and agree to the request. The opponent was also a top-tier Douyin streamer with a top supporter guarding them. The battle raged on, and the stream was flooded with gifts non-stop. In the end, Wang Yu's financial firepower proved overwhelming, and the opponent conceded defeat. Brother S emerged victorious from this PK battle. There might be some tricks involved, but for Wang Yu, his goal was achieved. The other party may profit handsomely, but Wang Yu never loses. As the final 1,000 carnival gifts were sent out, the system announcement rang out right on time. Ding! System detects host spent 38,566,000, double cashback 77,132,000. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have earned 3,856 system points. Chapter 34, The Great Harvest. System, open the personal panel. Wang Yu's voice was brimming with anticipation. He had been looking forward to this lottery draw for quite some time. In an instant, a pale blue screen visible only to him quietly materialized before his eyes, clearly displaying his personal information. Age, 20 years old. Height, 188 cm. Charm, 92. Physique, 120, normal human limit is 100. Durability, 120, normal human limit is 100. Entries, double cashback, entry effect, all reasonable expenses will be doubled and refunded. Peak physical condition, entry effect, from this moment onward, you are the pinnacle of human physicality. Points, 10,531. Huaxia currency, 1,692,070, 719. Gazing at the unprecedented 10,000 plus points, Wang Yu's lips curled into a satisfied smirk. In his heart, he silently prayed, hoping tonight's lottery draw would bring bountiful rewards, with numerous premium attributes descending upon him like a shower. I hope the system will come through for me. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he steadied his nerves and silently commanded, System, open the intermediate wheel. I'm going all in 10 consecutive draws. The pale blue personal interface vanished like a bubble, replaced before his eyes by an ancient silver wheel cast from white metal. It floated quietly in midair, enveloped in a shimmering silver-white halo that exuded an air of profound mystery and antiquity. The roulette wheel shimmered with mysterious patterns, exuding an arcane aura. As the wheel turned, the strange light flickering along its enigmatic grooves grew increasingly dazzling. The mysterious markings seemed to come alive, each line pulsating with an otherworldly glow. Wang Yu's expression was strained beyond measure, his eyes locked onto the ceaselessly spinning wheel. It was as if the entire world had frozen in this moment, only the wheel's rotation still tugged at every fiber of his being. Ding! Detected host has consumed 10,000 points, activating intermediate roulette 10 draw. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining 133,333,333 Huaxia dollars. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received 66,666,666 Huaxia dollars. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining a pack of toilet paper. Thank you for your patronage. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining the keyword solidification. Ding! Congratulations, host, on receiving 2 billion Huaxia currency.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, on obtaining 1 pair of black stockings.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, for obtaining a Huawei Mate 60 Pro.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, for acquiring the term Eye of Truth. Seeing this, Wang Yu casually tossed the abrupt black silk aside and eagerly checked the effect of the newly acquired term. Solidification. Your physical condition will always remain at its peak state. The Eye of Truth, the mysterious power that opens the gates of reality, all hidden disguises shall be laid bare under its gaze.
Note, observing different objects will reveal varying information. Ding.
ICBC of China reminds you that 2,199,999,999 has been deposited into your account.
Your current balance is 3,892,070,718 Chinese yuan. Yes, the system rocks.
Wang Yu couldn't conceal his excitement and cheered loudly. He swiftly opened his personal panel to examine it in detail. Age, 20 years old. Height, 188. Charm, 92. Physique, 120, normal human limit is 100. Stamina, 120, normal human limit is 100. Entry. Double cashback, entry effect, all reasonable expenses will be refunded double. Peak physique, entry effect, from this moment on, you represent the pinnacle of human physical capabilities. Permanent peak, entry effect, your physical condition will forever remain at its optimal state.
The Eye of Truth, entry effect.
The mystical power to open the gates of truth, all hidden disguises shall be laid bare under its gaze.
Points, 531. Huaxia currency, 3,892,070, 718. 3.8 billion Huaxia yuan. He couldn't help but gasp in shock. This was undoubtedly an astonishingly enormous fortune. Just think back in the day when the so-called destitute Mr. Lei said his wallet contained only a measly 4 billion. Now he had nearly 4 billion too. How unbelievably heartwarming this feels. After a long while, Wang Yu finally managed to tear his gaze away from those enticing balance figures. From the panel descriptions alone, it was clear that solidification and true sight were exceptionally rare and practical perks. Solidification could prevent the decline of all his physical attributes.
After all, as one grows older, most men will inevitably feel physical decline after the age of 30, as bodily functions gradually begin to deteriorate. But with the solidify trait, he could maintain peak condition indefinitely. Thanks to the solidify trait, he would never have to worry about such issues. But Eyes of Truth proved even more useful, as all lies and disguises in the world would be laid bare before it, freeing him from ever fearing deception again. Wang Yu's expression unconsciously relaxed as he stood up and returned to the master bedroom. A faint golden glow flashed across his eyes, and Xinxingya's information instantly appeared with perfect clarity on the system panel.
Name, Xinxingya. Age, 24 years old. Height, 170 cm. Charm, 95. Physique, 82. Favorability, 99. Skills, beginner singing, advanced etiquette, intermediate yoga. A flash of surprise crossed Wang Yu's eyes. He truly hadn't expected Xinxingya's favorability toward him to be so astonishingly high. According to the system's explanation, Wang Yu understood easily, the higher the favorability points, the greater the loyalty, and once it reached 100 points, it would never decrease again. Similarly, the lower the favorability, the greater the malice toward him, and vice versa. Xinxingya's astonishing 99-point favorability left him both shocked and delighted. Wang Yu stood silently in place, his mind awash with turbulent thoughts. He knew well that with the Eyes of Truth, his world would become even more transparent and clear. Back to bed. Wang Yu's heart brimmed with affection as he tenderly kissed Xinxingya's soft lips. Xinxingya seemed moved by this sudden display of intimacy, instantly clinging to him like an octopus. Their bodies clung tightly together, as if trying to merge each other into the depths of their souls. The sun climbed high in the sky. Sunlight seeped through the gaps in the curtains, spilling onto Wang Yu and Xinxingya's bed. Wang Yu was the first to wake. Glancing at the time, it was already 12:30. Looking at Xinxingya still sleeping peacefully in his arms, his heart overflowed with tenderness. He gently brushed aside the strands of hair from Xinxingya's forehead and planted a kiss there. Yet even this slight movement managed to rouse Xinxingya. She drowsily opened her eyes and mumbled, "What are you doing? Waking me up so early? The sun's already high, sleepyhead." Wang Yu said softly with a smile. Xinxingya let out a dissatisfied hum and nestled further into Wang Yu's embrace, coquettishly saying, "Just let me sleep a little longer. You utterly exhausted me last night." Ahem. Wang Yu's face reddened slightly as he picked up the hotel room phone and said to Xinxingya, order whatever you want for breakfast." Chapter 35, Grand Gateway Shopping Mall. Magic City. Shanghai Plaza 66. Known as the premier shopping destination in Magic City, its reputation is nothing short of legendary. Here you'll find the most comprehensive collection of luxury brand boutiques in all of China. As Shanghai's premier shopping center, Plaza 66 gathers over 100 renowned global luxury brands across multiple categories, including Louis Vuitton, Hermes, Chanel, and more. The wealthy love to shop here.
The scorching summer heat is dispelled by the refreshingly cool air inside the mall.
Xinxingya was dressed in light summer attire.
His legs moved a bit unnaturally as he walked. She clung to Wang Yu's arm like a little bird, her beautiful eyes filled with a trace of confusion.
Brother Wang Yu, why are we at the mall? Since you performed so well last night, you can buy anything you like in this mall. Wang Yu replied nonchalantly.
Xinxingya's cheeks instantly flushed with a shy pink, as she shook her head slightly and said coyly, I don't want it.
Just spend more time with me, that's enough. You're such a fool. Perfect timing, I was just thinking about buying some new clothes. Help me pick them out. Wang Yu couldn't help but feel somewhat exasperated.
Hearing Wang Yu's request, Xinxingya's eyes lit up, her heart brimming with joy. To be needed by Wang Yu and involved in his daily affairs, even something as ordinary as choosing clothes, held a special significance for her. Her mind was already racing, imagining Wang Yu dressed in different styles of clothing. The two casually walked into a men's brand specialty store. With Xinxingya's help, Wang Yu simply picked a few casual outfits for changing, spent 88,000 yen, and then took Xinxingya to the women's brand store.
Welcome to the Dior flagship store. As soon as they stepped into the Dior flagship store, a sales attendant greeted them with a warm smile and politely asked, May I know what you're looking for today? Let's just look around casually for now.
It was Xinxingya's first time visiting this kind of place, so she couldn't help feeling slightly restrained and somewhat ill at ease. At Wang Yu's persistent urging, Xinxingya eventually picked out a piece of clothing that caught her eye. A short while later,
Xinxingya emerged from the dressing room, gracefully clad in a flowing white halter-neck gown. The moment she stepped out,
both Wang Yu and the boutique staff were utterly spellbound by her radiance.
The white halter dress transformed her entire demeanor, as if she had undergone a magnificent metamorphosis.
The once efficient and professional demeanor of the flight attendant was instantly replaced by the noble and elegant aura of a wealthy heiress, as if her very soul had been exchanged. To be honest, there's a reason why these luxury items are sold at such high prices.
Brother Wang Yu, what do you think?
Xinxingya spun lightly on the spot, resembling an enchanting fairy who had just descended from a fairy tale wonderland, radiant with charm. The sales assistant maintained her professional sweet smile and showered praises. Madam, you have excellent taste.
This dress looks as if it were tailor-made just for you.
Wang Yu stroked his chin, sizing things up carefully before remarking indifferently, it does look rather nice. But this one's too pure, let's pick a few more. That sweet but sexy style over there looks nice. Xinxingya heard Wang Yu's praise and responded sweetly, alright, I'll try this one on.
I'm waiting.
Wang Yu smiled faintly.
Before long, Xinxingya stepped out of the fitting room once more.
Now dressed in an elegant and aloof black bodycon dress, her tall and flawless figure was perfectly accentuated. Her S-shaped silhouette was on full display, with sweetness and sensuality intertwining to exude a breathtaking, captivating charm. This version of Xinxingya completely mesmerized Wang Yu, leaving him unable to look away. Wang Yu nodded repeatedly in satisfaction, saying, beautiful, it suits you perfectly.
How much does this dress cost? Xinxingya asked. Madam, this is Dior's new summer collection, so the price is relatively high.
The retail price for this piece is 59,998 yuan, the sales associate said with a smile. Xinxingya was startled.
She gave an awkward smile and said, I think I'll keep looking around. 59,000. Just for a single dress. The price truly pained her heart. Ma'am, I believe this outfit suits you perfectly. Wearing this bodycon dress elevates your elegance to extraordinary levels, both graceful and understated. Many people buy this dress, but it's rare to see someone who looks as stunning in it as you do. The salesgirl piled on the compliments, trying desperately to close the deal. But what she said was truly heartfelt. Xinxingya did look absolutely stunning in it.
Xinxingya examined herself carefully in the mirror. It was indeed beautiful, but the price still made her hesitate.
She could only look at Wang Yu, leaving the decision to him.
Wang Yu nodded at the sales assistant and said, wrap this one up along with the white one from earlier.
Very well, sir.
Upon hearing this, the sales assistant's smile grew even wider.
I'll wrap this up for you right away.
Sir, your total comes to 79,996 yuan.
How would you like to proceed with payment? Charge it.
Wang Yu handed over his bank card as he spoke.
The two walked out of the Dior flagship store and immediately turned into the Chanel boutique. Let me see this bag, please. Right away, sir.
The Chanel sales associate deftly retrieved a black handbag from the counter and enthusiastically introduced, this small flap mini bag is Chanel's latest 2018 release, meticulously crafted by top industry designers and paired with our classic lambskin leather.
The current retail price is 119,998. Would you like to see if it suits your preference?
Xinxingya took the bag, her eyelids twitching involuntarily. A single bag dares to sell for 110,000. It looks unremarkable, yet unexpectedly so expensive it's beyond her imagination. Wang Yu observed for a moment before nodding approvingly.
Xinxingya's outfit paired with this bag looks both stylish and elegant. It's a perfect match. Alright, I'll take it. Charge it. Wang Yu directly pulled out his bank card. Certainly, sir. I'll wrap this up for you right away.
The sales assistant beamed as she swiftly produced a gift bag and began packaging.
Ding.
System detected host spend 119,998 yuan.
Double cashback, 239,996 yuan. Ding.
Congratulations host for earning 12 points. The system's announcement promptly sounded in Wang Yu's mind. He stepped out of the store. Xinxingya held Wang Yu's arm with one hand and carried shopping bags with the other, feeling as though she were in a dream. In just a few dozen minutes, nearly 200,000 had been lavishly spent.
Everything felt surreal, like a dream within a dream. Let's check out this store. Wang Yu's eyes lit up as he glanced at Xinxingya's fair wrist. Since we're already at the Cartier flagship store, why not pick up a watch while we're here? Don't all flight attendants wear watches? I noticed you don't seem to be wearing one.
As a flight attendant, you're not allowed to use communication devices like mobile phones during flights.
Watches became the choice of most flight attendants. Xinxingya naturally wore one while working as well. However, it wasn't a luxury brand watch, so there was no need to wear it when going out. Good day, sir. Welcome to the Cartier flagship store. How may I assist you today? The Cartier sales associate beamed with smiles, eagerly greeting Wang Yu and Xinxingya. As a Cartier sales associate, she immediately recognized the Patek Philippe Celestial 6104 watch on Wang Yu's wrist. Chapter 36, Korogi Blackwood Kaiseki Cuisine. Wang Yu pointed at Xinxingya and said to the salesperson, "Pick a watch that suits her." "Certainly, sir. Please have a seat in the resting area, and I'll take the lady to make a selection right away." The salesperson guided Wang Yu to sit in the lounge area before leading Xinxingya toward the watch counter. The display counter was filled with stylishly designed watches adorned with diamonds of various sizes, a dazzling array that almost blinded the eye. Xinxingya immediately couldn't tear her gaze away. At that moment, the sales assistant picked up an exquisite watch and introduced, "Ma'am, would you like to take a look at this watch? Do you like it? This watch belongs to our Cartier Ballon Bleu WJBB 0082 collection, featuring a three-dimensional bezel design and a sapphire crystal glass surface. It showcases ultimate luxurious texture with top-grade diamonds and exquisite inlay craftsmanship. With its simple yet elegant design and high-quality craftsmanship, this series has gained worldwide popularity. It offers exceptional comfort and sits perfectly on the wrist." The salesperson enthusiastically removed the watch. "Let me help you try it on. You have exceptionally beautiful hands. This watch will undoubtedly enhance your elegance." Xinxingya looked at the watch adorning her wrist. It was truly exquisite. "How much is this watch?" The sales assistant said with a smile. "This watch is priced at 296,880. Xinxingya's hand trembled slightly, and she instinctively wanted to take off this wristwatch. "Do you like this watch?" Wang Yu appeared beside her at some unknown moment. Xinxingya hesitated for a moment, then said, "I do like it quite a bit, it's just too expensive." "Charge it, check please." Without hesitation, Wang Yu directly handed his bank card to the sales associate. "Very well, sir. I'll pack it for you right away." The salesgirl was overjoyed. This deal was closed too easily. This is a watch worth 300,000 yuan. Normally, even when wealthy people consider buying watches, they deliberate multiple times before making a purchase. None were as decisive as Wang Yu. "Maybe we should get a cheaper one." The salesperson took the watch away for packaging, while Xinxingya turned to Wang Yu and spoke. "That's 300,000 yuan, selling her wouldn't even fetch that much money. Since you like it, we'll buy it then, consider it a celebration for becoming my girlfriend." Wang Yu raised the corners of his mouth, smiling as he looked at her. Xinxingya's face flushed slightly as she whispered, "Alright, okay then." Her eyes curved into crescents, her face brimming with delight. The payment deduction was successfully processed. The sales associate handed Wang Yu the bank card and receipt, saying, "Thank you so much for your support of Cartier. We look forward to welcoming you again next time." Ding! System detected host's expenditure of 296,880, triggering double cashback of 593,760. Ding! System congratulates host on earning 29 system points. Night descended. A sleek McLaren P1 raced through the streets of Magic City. Before long, Wang Yu and Xinxingya arrived at a Japanese restaurant, Korogi, the renowned Kaiseki cuisine establishment. The most renowned restaurant in Magic City, though certainly not cheap on average. The overall decor favors a black palette, complemented by warm yellow lighting that exudes an air of sophistication and elegance. The interior is meticulously designed, with tatami rooms arranged in an orderly yet varied layout, while the walls display Japanese ukiyo-e paintings whose artistic merit may not be universally appreciated. A waitress dressed in traditional Japanese kimono approached, gave a slight bow, and led them to a private room. The two casually sat down on the tatami mat. As the server was about to hand over the menu, Wang Yu waved his hand and asked, "What are your signature dishes?" The server replied with a smile, "Our specials today include a tuna sashimi platter, grilled eel, salmon belly claypot rice,
and Wagyu beef paired with white truffle.
Bring us one of each. Wang Yu nodded in agreement.
As we all know, Japanese cuisine is notorious for small portions. Ever since acquiring the extreme physique trait, Wang Yu's appetite had increased dramatically, and he was genuinely worried that ordering too little would leave him unsatisfied. The server nodded with a smile and soon brought over tea and appetizers. Soon, one after another, exquisite dishes were served, delicate in presentation yet scant in portion. Beef with sea urchin and caviar, foie gras sesame tofu, salmon belly clay pot rice, grilled eel. The sashimi platter was particularly eye-catching, with tuna boasting firm flesh that shimmered a pale pink hue, salmon slices displaying vivid orange-red tones with clear marbling, and sweet shrimp so translucent they seemed to radiate an enticing glow, though the decorative flower on top did seem somewhat outdated. Accompanied by a chef in traditional attire, who carried unprocessed ingredients while wearing gloves to prepare dishes on the spot. Sea urchin sushi, enjoy your meal. Thank you. The chef looked serious as he handed it to Wang Yu, then quickly prepared another sushi right on the spot. Salmon roast sushi, please enjoy. Shinshingya hesitated slightly as she accepted the sushi. She parted her lips gently and took a small bite. After a few chews, her eyes instantly lit up as she exclaimed, "Wow, this is seriously delicious. The texture is absolutely marvelous. Have more if you like it." Wang Yu felt indifferent about this. Chinese cuisine suited his taste buds far better. He could still enjoy seafood now, but in a few years when Japan discharges nuclear-contaminated water, he wouldn't want to eat any seafood from Japanese waters. After completing the sushi, the chef continued preparing white truffle with Wagyu beef on the spot. He took out a blowtorch and seared a piece of beef until both sides were slightly charred, then placed it on a plate, drizzled it with a special sauce, and sprinkled slices of white truffle on top. Instantly, the distinctive aroma of truffle wafted through the air. Wagyu beef with white truffle, please enjoy. Shinshingya didn't miss this rare opportunity either, snapping numerous photos from the side. She chewed on the tender beef, her gaze dreamy as she murmured, "Do rich people eat like this all the time?" "Of course not. What are you thinking?" Wang Yu chuckled in amusement. "I'm just an ordinary person too. How could I afford to eat like this every meal? I chose this place specifically because I was treating you. After all, I figured you probably hadn't tasted this restaurant before. Just so happens I've never tried it either, so I brought you along to give it a try." Although in this life he'd become wealthy enough to splurge freely and eat whatever he desired, but Wang Yu always felt that cuisine detached from the laboring masses carried a certain superficial air about it. This meal was just for novelty's sake. In his heart, nothing could compare to the sheer satisfaction of a steaming bowl of spicy hot pot from some old alleyway stall. The meal was finished. Spent 35,860 yen. The next day, 1 a.m., Wang Yu sent Shinshingya to the Magic City Airport. By now, Shinshingya had changed back into her usual flight attendant attire. She looked aloof and dignified. "Wang Yu, I'm leaving." Shinshingya took the initiative to hug Wang Yu, her heart filled with reluctance. But she had already changed her flight, and taking more time off wasn't practical. She still needed this job. With a serious expression, Wang Yu looked at Shinshingya and said, "Shingya, if you don't want to work, I can buy you a place nearby. You can do whatever you want and not waste your time at a job." Better forget about it for now. We'll talk later." After thorough consideration, Shinshingya still declined. Wang Yu was still in school. He wouldn't have much time to accompany her anyway. It's better to keep working for now. Having close friends like Li now by my side is better than keeping an empty house. So, she thought it would be better to continue working. Besides, who knows what the future holds. All right. Wang Yu leaned close to Shinshingya's ear and whispered, "Give me a call if you miss me." "I know," Shinshingya said with a resentful expression. "You're in Magic City alone. Behave yourself, play however you want, just don't let me find out. Otherwise, I'll get angry." She knew Wang Yu couldn't possibly have only her as his woman. Out of sight, out of mind. Wang Yu smiled. Ridiculous, he had been reborn. Did they really think he would still obey her? What a waste of a rebirth otherwise. But to set her mind at ease, he naturally agreed without hesitation. Wang Yu stood where he was, watching Shinshingya disappear into the airport terminal. Then he turned around and started the McLaren P1, heading towards an apartment. Chapter 37, so blissful as to forget home. Wang Yu drove his yellow McLaren P1 slowly into the underground parking lot of a luxury apartment building. This is the new apartment Wang Yu rented for Zhang Ro. The apartment is located in Yangpu district of Magic City, adjacent to Magic City University of Finance and Economics, showcasing its prime location. This is considered one of the better apartments in Magic City. The environment and amenities are vastly superior to the previous neighborhood. It's like the difference between heaven and earth. However, this comes with a somewhat hefty rental price. The monthly price of up to 30,000 yuan is enough to deter the vast majority of ordinary workers. Wang Yu stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the 22nd floor. Upon reaching the 12th floor, he adeptly entered the password, and with a sharp beep, the door swung open. Zhang Rou had given Wang Yu the passcode immediately upon moving in. 2 a.m. The room was pitch dark. Wang Yu gently pressed the light switch in the living room, and soft light instantly dispelled the darkness. He walked straight to the bedroom, where Zhang Rou was immersed in a sweet dream. Her hair was scattered haphazardly across the pillow, somewhat disheveled yet undeniably charming, adding a touch of languid allure to her appearance. To Wang Yu's surprise, Zhang Rou, who usually projected an image of a sophisticated older sister, was now wearing an adorable bunny-themed pajama set. The stark contrast made him pause momentarily. A golden glint flashed in Wang Yu's eyes as he activated his eyes of truth, curious to know just how much affection Zhang Rou held for him. Moments later, Zhang Rou's information surfaced on the system panel before him.
Name, Zhang Rou. Age, 23. Height, 165 cm. Charm, 91. Constitution, 86. Affection level, 93. Skills, intermediate painting, intermediate sales techniques. The affection level isn't bad, seems like I left quite an impression on him. Wang Yu's lips curled up involuntarily, he absolutely adored this entry. The blaring lights startled Zhang Rou awake. Rubbing her eyes, Zhang Rou looked at Wang Yu in bewilderment and said, "Darling, what are you doing here? It's the middle of the night." Wang Yu stepped forward and hugged Zhang Rou, saying apologetically, "I missed you and came to see you." "I missed you too, honey." Zhang Rou glanced at the time, it was 2 a.m. "Why didn't you let me know before coming?" "You scared me. My bad, it's so late. Let's get some sleep." "Ah, what are you doing?" Wang Yu flipped onto the bed in one swift motion, leaving Zhang Rou no chance to refuse. An hour later, the room was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Zhang Rou nestled languidly in Wang Yu's embrace, breathing in the fresh air with deep gasps. The sheets were stained with patches of sweat marks where they had lain. Normally neglecting exercise, she now lacked even the strength to move a single finger. It took a while before he gradually recovered from it. She lightly raised her hand, drawing little circles on Wang Yu's chest with a coquettish tone, saying, "Darling, let me off for today. I'll take the day off tomorrow, and we can exercise together then." Wang Yu held her fragrant, soft body tightly, burying his nose in her hair to savor the intoxicating scent. He responded softly, "Alright, I won't torment you anymore, but your technique is really quite amateur. Just see how I'll teach you properly tomorrow." The next day at noon, sunlight streamed through the window, spilling across the living room sofa. "Ah!" Wang Yu sat on the sofa, frowning deeply as he watched thick smoke billow intermittently from the kitchen alongside Zhang Rou's screams. He couldn't help wondering to himself, is stir-frying really this difficult? Zhang Rou went out early in the morning to buy plenty of ingredients, saying she wanted him to taste her special love-filled breakfast. "I'd been running around all morning." Wang Yu shook his head helplessly, resigning himself to the fact that his loving breakfast wasn't going to happen. "Alright, time for lunch." He took out his phone and chose a nearby restaurant with high ratings. "Place an order, pay 688 yuan. In the kitchen at this moment, Zhang Rou stared at the scene before her with a look of utter devastation. She never thought cooking could be so difficult, those online cooking videos made it look so easy. Did something go wrong? She dumped a blackened, unidentifiable mass into the trash bin. He walked out of the kitchen dejectedly and said to Wang Yu, "Honey, I'm sorry, I messed up. Should we just order takeout instead?" "I knew it, I already ordered takeout. It should be here soon." Wang Yu raised an eyebrow and lounged leisurely on the sofa. "Humph, I refuse to believe I can't do this. Next time you come over, I'll definitely succeed." Zhang Rou finished speaking, feeling a surge of determination rise within her as she silently cheered herself on. She remembered what her mother had told her. To win a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach. "Well then, it's perfect, I'll stay with you a few more days to see if your cooking skills can progress." Zhang Rou's expression froze for a moment before she playfully blinked and said, "No problem. You'll get to eat my lovingly made breakfast tomorrow." Then she hurried into the bathroom for a quick wash-up. To Wang Yu's considerable surprise, Zhang Rou's cooking skills seemed enchanted by magic, growing more exquisite with each passing day. Meanwhile, her gaming skills were becoming increasingly proficient through constant practice. For a time, Wang Yu was so engrossed that he forgot to return home. Life in this apartment was becoming increasingly cozy for Wang Yu. Wang Yu decided he might as well stay a few more days at Zhang Rou's place. The Bulgari Hotel might be convenient to stay at, but nothing beats the comfort of home. On the living room sofa, Wang Yu held Zhang Rou with one hand while sitting deep in thought. A golden light flashed through his eyes. He looked down at the busy Zhang Rou. Suddenly, a pale blue light screen appeared before Wang Yu's eyes. Name, Zhang Rou. Age, 23. Height, 165 cm. Charm, 91. Constitution, 86. Favorability, 96. Skills, intermediate painting, intermediate sales techniques, intermediate gaming. All this hard work over the past few days hasn't been in vain. Wang Yu thought to himself. Staying in hotels all the time isn't ideal, it seems I should buy myself an apartment. These past few days staying with Zhang Rou had been so comfortable that it sparked Wang Yu's desire to purchase property.
He still had 2 years of university left and would be spending considerable time in Shanghai going forward.
And he couldn't possibly live in student dormitories forever, could he?
But, when the time comes, he'll have to buy apartments for both Zhang Rou and Xinxingya.
Though there's no immediate need for that now.
Wang Yu didn't mind at all. With the system in place, his money would only grow the more he spent. Besides, with housing prices in Magic City, buying a few more properties as investments wouldn't hurt. After all, even in future generations, Magic City's real estate prices would remain robust.
And so it was. More than half a month passed in the blink of an eye.
Wang Yu had also been staying at Zhang Rou's place for over half a month now. During this time, he occasionally returned to the Bulgari Hotel to spend time with Xinxingya, who had flown to the Magic City.
However, the time together always passes too quickly.
Xinxingya would soon have to fly back to Rong province, filling Wang Yu's heart with regret and reluctance. During this period, Shen Mengyao, Xinxingyao's best friend, had also been constantly messaging Wang Yu on Feishin. Every day, she bombarded him with messages alternating between calling him hubby and brother, sending good mornings and good nights. She turned out to be completely different from her initial cold and taciturn image.
A stark contrast. Under Chen Mengyao's efforts, their relationship gradually warmed up, and today she even took time off specifically to come to the Magic City.
Seeing her work so hard to seduce him, Wang Yu decided to give her a chance. It all depended on whether she could seize it.
Chapter 38, Flight Attendant Chen Mengyao. The next day, 9 a.m.
The sweltering summer weather made people feel irritable. Inside Shanghai Pudong International Airport, crowds bustled about, most in a hurry.
Darling, I'm over here.
Chen Mengyao had just stepped out when she waved at Wang Yu with a beckoning gesture. Her delicate oval face and almond-shaped eyes shone with liveliness, exuding an alluring charm. Standing at 171 centimeters tall, she wore a form-fitting purple dress. The fabric of the dress was silky smooth, clinging tightly to her body and accentuating her curvaceous figure flawlessly. Paired with black stiletto heels, her long and slender legs appeared perfectly straight, making her look elegant and graceful while exuding an exceptional aura. She carried a small black suitcase. She dashed straight into Wang Yu's arms. Wang Yu felt a fragrant breeze envelop him as a soft body pressed tightly against his. He reached out to steady her slender waist, while Chen Mengyao, completely unbothered by the surrounding gazes, hugged his arm and cheerfully walked outside with him, chatting and laughing. Without Xinxingya and her close girlfriends around, Chen Mengyao appeared remarkably different. Even though she knew Wang Yu had more than one woman by his side, but she still hoped to have a pleasant date with Wang Yu.
To outsiders, this scene appeared no different from any ordinary couple. The two got into the car. Ignition, 1 foot on the gas. Boom! Under Wang Yu's control, the car smoothly drove out.
Wang Yu activated his true eyes to look at Chen Mengyao. A light screen instantly appeared before his eyes.
Name, Chen Mengyao. Age, 24. Height, 171 cm. Charm, 93. Physique, 82. Favorability, 78. Skills, advanced etiquette, advanced fashion styling, advanced makeup. This self-directed affection level reaching 78 is impressive. Truly worthy of her. What a wonderful little sister. Wang Yu rejoiced inwardly. Honey, what should we do later? This is actually my first time riding in a luxury car like this. Wow, Chen Mengyao sighed.
She sat in the passenger seat of the McLaren P1, curiously surveying the car's interior. There will be plenty more opportunities like this in the future.
Wang Yu shot Chen Mengyao a glance and said, You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Let's get some food first, then I'll show you exactly what you're looking for.
He drove the McLaren P1, taking Chen Mengyao to their usual spot,
National Gold Shopping Center. After breakfast, the two soon arrived before an extravagantly designed glass structure. Inside, luxury goods were abundant, with countless major brands available.
Chen Mengyao stood in front of them all, looking up with eyes full of yearning and aspiration.
Been here before? Wang Yu noticed and asked. No.
Chen Mengyao shook her head and said, I just passed by this place before and walked around outside the shop.
The prices here are too expensive, I didn't dare go in. This isn't somewhere I could afford. Wang Yu didn't say anything more as he drove the car into the mall's underground parking lot. After turning off the engine, the two took the elevator up to the mall's first floor. At this hour, the spacious mall felt slightly desolate. Louis Vuitton, Chanel, Cartier, Dior, Versace. Chen Menyao's gaze was tightly drawn to the array of luxurious brand stores before her, her eyes unable to conceal their excitement. Her heartbeat quickened. It felt like I was living in a beautiful dream at this very moment. How many times had I come here to window shop, only able to gaze from afar? Little did I know that today I'd realize this long-cherished dream. This is pure reality. I believe few women could resist this place. What do you desire most? Wang Yu said nonchalantly.
Chen Mengyao gazed at the luxurious brand store. She wanted everything there, yet such desires remained merely wishful thinking.
I don't know. Chen Mengyao shook her head and said. Then let's do this, anything under $1 million. Take your pick. Really, honey? Chen Mengyao appeared extremely excited.
Wang Yu spread his arms as if to embrace the entire shopping mall. Pick any brand you like here, but the spending limit is 1 million.
How does that sound? Satisfied? $1 million is no small sum.
Although Wang Yu had substantial financial resources, he couldn't spend money on women without restraint, otherwise, he'd just be a gullible fool throwing cash away.
Honey, I love you to death. Mwah. Chen Mengyao was very satisfied with Wang Yu's arrangement.
She stood on tiptoe and planted a kiss on his cheek. On their first date, Wang Yu could afford to buy her such expensive things. She was already quite satisfied. Since that's the case, let's head to your favorite store and start shopping like crazy. Wang Yu's lips curled into a faint smile as he asked with amusement, so which brand store are we heading to first? Chanel. Chen Mengyao glanced around coldly, then pointed decisively toward the Chanel store without hesitation. After all, no woman can resist the allure of Chanel.
Alright, let's go then.
Chen Mengyao held onto Wang Yu's arm as they walked towards the Chanel boutique. Welcome to the Chanel flagship store. The moment they stepped inside, a young Chanel sales associate approached them with a smile and said, "Good morning, sir and madam.
How may I assist you today?"
The saleswoman greeted both of them courteously. Wang Yu waved his hand and said to Chen Mengyao, "Go pick something out yourself." Chen Mengyao then began looking around the store somewhat timidly. "Madam, this dress is Chanel's new summer collection, and I believe it would look perfect on you," the salesperson stepped forward to introduce upon seeing her.
"Would you like to try it on? With such a great figure, I'm sure it would look absolutely stunning on you." Chen Mengyao looked at the pale pink dress. It was truly beautiful. She instinctively asked, "How much is this dress?" "This dress is part of our new summer collection, so the price is slightly higher. The current retail price is 18,888 yuan. The salesperson smiled and said, "Why not try it on first and see if you like it? Go ahead and give it a try if you like." Wang Yu remarked nonchalantly from the side. "Then I'll go to the changing room first." Chen Mengyao was also startled by the price. Although Wang Yu had told her to casually spend $1 million, but she still struggled to adjust to the idea of a single dress being so expensive. A moment later, Chen Mengyao walked out wearing a light pink dress. Her fair skin paired with the light pink dress made her appear especially radiant and charming, perfectly accentuating the curves of her figure. Her slender thighs peeked subtly through the swaying hemline, exuding an endless allure with every movement. Wang Yu nodded in approval and said, "It truly is beautiful. Madam, you look absolutely radiant in this dress, as if it were tailor-made just for you. Look how everyone's eyes are drawn to you." The salesgirl immediately chimed in with compliments while stepping forward to adjust Chen Mengyao's skirt and collar. Chen Mengyao noticed all the surrounding gazes fixed on her, especially Wang Yu's admiring glances. She gazed at her reflection in the mirror, as if she had truly transformed into a wealthy heiress. Subsequently, under the enthusiastic recommendations of the shopping assistant, Chen Mengyao picked out a few more Chanel outfits, purchased several bottles of perfume, and a limited edition Chanel handbag. These combinations on her made her appear even more elegant, fashionable and sexy at the same time. Seeing that Chen Mengyao had made enough selections, Wang Yu nodded to the sales assistant and said, "That'll be all." "How much is it?" "Sir, the total for these items comes to 462,888 yuan. How would you like to make the payment?" "Charge it." "Right away, sir. Please wait a moment." The salesperson took the bank card, the smile at the corners of their mouth growing increasingly pronounced. She had encountered many wealthy clients before, but few were as generously open-handed as Wang Yu, nor were they as extravagantly generous as Wang Yu. "Sir, here is your bank card, please keep it safe," the sales attendant said as she respectfully handed it over with both hands. Ding! System detected host expenditure of 462,888 yuan. Double cashback of 925,776 yuan awarded. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have earned 46 system points. Welcome back again. Chapter 39, Balenciaga Stockings. Then the two walked out of the Chanel flagship store. They turned around and stepped into the Dior flagship store. The lights inside Dior were soft and bright, casting a charming glow on various fashion items. Under the warm and attentive service and recommendations from the sales associate, Chen Mengyao effortlessly purchased 3 items with the momentum. Total expenditure, 128,500 yuan. Ding! System detected host's expenditure of 128,500 yuan, triggering double cashback of 257,000 yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning 12 system points. Let's go, we should check out some other places. Chen Mengyao carefully held the shopping bags, her expression as if she were in a dream, her heart slightly hesitant. Though she was somewhat materialistic, she wasn't the insatiably greedy type. She'd already spent far more than usual today, well beyond her normal shopping standards. She was completely satisfied now. Balenciaga? Chen Mengyao gazed at the distinctive storefront sign of Balenciaga and felt a sudden impulse. Turning to Wang Yu, she said, "Let's go check out Balenciaga." "Sure. Welcome to Balenciaga. How may I assist you today?"
As soon as the two stepped inside, they were greeted by an overwhelmingly stylish atmosphere. The store's interior design was uniquely crafted, featuring a predominantly cool-toned color scheme that created a shopping atmosphere both stylish and slightly aloof.
The sales assistant immediately approached with a professional smile. "I'd like to see the stockings in your store." Chen Mengyao's cheeks flushed red as she spoke somewhat shyly and awkwardly. Wang Yu's previously calm eyes instantly lit up upon hearing these words. He finally understood. Balenciaga's stockings are truly unparalleled in the world of hosiery.
Stockings with letter patterns, no man could possibly resist such temptation. Green TB** cheese are the best, so understanding.
Such sensible girls. Very well, madam. The sales associate brought out various exquisitely packaged stockings from the counter.
Black stockings, white stockings, gray stockings, nude stockings, lace stockings, you name it. Wang Yu waved his hand casually and said, "I'll take them all, give me several pairs of each."
Those two. Chen Mengyao couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated at the sight, secretly wondering when he'd ever finish wearing all those stockings. Men often lose all reason when confronted with certain specific items.
Most men are like this, they go all starry-eyed at the sight of stockings.
That's enough, now pick out a pair of high heels.
Chen Mengyao shook her head helplessly and handed a pair of black high heels with red soles to the sales assistant. With this many stockings, she'd still be wearing them well into next year. These are all consumables, buy more to stock up in case we run out when needed.
Wang Yu still felt unsatisfied and continued instructing the sales assistant, "Pack up this polka dot one too."
Chen Mengyao suddenly thought of something, her small face instantly turning deathly pale as an inexplicable unease welled up in her heart. She suddenly began worrying whether she might have walked straight into a wolf's den.
Is it too late to run away now?
In the end, Wang Yu finally chose over 20 pairs of stockings before stopping. "Sir, the total for these stockings and high heels is 86,500 yuan.
How would you like to pay?" "Charge it." Wang Yu spoke in a calm tone. "Payment completed."
The sales associate smiled as she handed over the bank card, saying, "Sir, please keep your card safe."
"Welcome to visit Balenciaga again." After leaving the Balenciaga flagship store, the two strolled along the mall corridor, surrounded by well-known brand boutiques. Their figures soon reappeared inside the Louis Vuitton store.
"Hello madam, this necklace is Louis Vuitton's latest design this year, crafted entirely from 18K gold with meticulous detail. The pendant is set with 144 diamonds, totaling approximately 2.3 carats. The design inspiration for this necklace comes from the classic monogram floral pattern, exuding a sense of luxury and artistry."
The sales associate explained in detail and professionally. The current retail price of this necklace is 266,600 yuan.
As she spoke, she slowly rotated the necklace, allowing Chen Mengyao to appreciate its beauty from every angle.
Wang Yu, with a calm expression, quietly said, "Charge it to my card." Chen Mengyao wore the necklace, gazing at her shimmering reflection in the mirror. She truly looked like a princess.
The two continued strolling through the mall as if grocery shopping, buying everything that caught their fancy.
With Chen Mengyao's careful selections, she picked out several complete outfits for Wang Yu from head to toe. The total amount comes to 599,800 yuan. Ding! System detected host expenditure of 599,800. Double cashback, 1,199,600. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for earning 60 system points.
System, open personal panel. Understood, host. Host, Wang Yu, age, 20. Height, 188 cm. Charm, 92. Physique, 120, normal human limit is 100. Durability, 120, normal human limit is 100. Entry. Double cashback, entry effect, all reasonable expenses will be doubled and refunded. Peak physique, entry effect, from this moment onward, you are the pinnacle of human physical condition. Points, 712. Huaxia currency, 3,893,881,828.
Wang Yu thought to himself, looks like buying a house needs to be put on the agenda.
Wang Yu's McLaren P1 couldn't hold all the purchased goods anymore.
He had no choice but to leave his phone number and address, asking the mall to deliver the items to the Bulgari Hotel.
It was almost noon. The two stepped out of the Shanghai IFC shopping mall.
Wang Yu took Chen Mengyao to an upscale Western restaurant for lunch.
The total bill came to 12,800 yuan. After the meal,
Wang Yu took out his phone and dialed Butler Lin's number. Soon, the call was answered on the other end.
"Hello, Mr. Wang, how may I assist you?"
Butler Lin's respectful voice came through the phone.
"Help me contact an agent." "Okay, I'll send the information to your phone in just a moment." After listening, Wang Yu hung up the phone. Some premium properties aren't accessible through ordinary real estate agents. High-end agents can provide affluent clients with comprehensive, customized services. During transactions, they also assist in handling complex financial and legal matters. Wang Yu wanted to avoid complications.
He had no choice but to ask Bulgari to connect him with such services again.
The message quickly arrived on his phone. The address happened to be just a short distance from the International Finance Center Mall. Wang Yu pulled Chen Mengyao back into the car, and she asked in confusion, "What are we going to do now? Buy a house?" With that, Wang Yu started the car and merged into Shanghai's congested traffic. Chapter 40, Zhongliang Haijingyihao, Sino-Ocean 1. 3 minutes later. Lujiazui, Shanghai. At the Sino-Ocean 1 sales center by the Riverside Avenue. This area is entirely composed of upscale commercial districts, where every inch of land is worth its weight in gold. Wang Yu parked his car by the roadside, and the well-prepared staff immediately approached him. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man, dressed in a black suit with his hair neatly combed. Behind him stood a row of uniformed men and women, all smiling warmly at Wang Yu. After Wang Yu and Chen Mengyao got out of the car, the middle-aged man quickly stepped forward, extending both hands enthusiastically toward Wang Yu, his face wearing a professional smile as he said, "You must be Mr. Wang, the distinguished guest contacted by Bulgari. I truly didn't expect you to be so young, such remarkable talent at such a young age." "I'm Xiao Yan, the sales manager introduced by Butler Lin. Thank you very much for choosing our Zhongliang Haijingyihao. I'll be taking you to the property now. Do you have any preferred unit types in mind?" The Bulgari personal concierge had directly arranged this property viewing for them. They naturally knew Wang Yu's basic information. After all, he was the VIP who had booked the Bulgari suite for an entire month. For a premium guest like Wang Yu, Xiao Yan wouldn't dare slack off. Upon receiving the news, he immediately rushed over with his sales team to greet Wang Yu at the entrance. Fortunately, they arrived just before Wang Yu did. "You flatter me. Just take me directly to see your best floor plan," Wang Yu said calmly. In the reception room, Xiao Yan retrieved the prized Longjing tea he had treasured for years and handed it to his secretary to brew. He took out a tablet, pulled up the relevant information, and handed it to Wang Yu, saying, "Mr. Wang, our Zhongliang Haijingyihao has been highly sought after since its launch in 2012. This property is located in an irreplaceable premier position in Lujiazui and along the riverfront. To the west, it borders Binjiang Avenue and faces the Huangpu River directly, offering panoramic views of the century-old landmarks on both sides of the river. The Bund's collection of historic international architecture is all within sight, giving it an unparalleled scenic advantage. The neighborhood is well equipped with essential amenities like hospitals and shopping centers. The residential area features 12,400 square meters of landscaped greenery." Xiao Yan smiled slightly and added, "The compound also includes dual clubhouses, complete with both indoor and outdoor swimming pools, a multifunction hall, fitness and massage facilities, and entertainment amenities, providing residents with a rich array of leisure and recreational options. Mr. Wang, as you can see, our Zhongliang Haijingyihao complex offers various large layouts including 4-bedroom, 5-bedroom, and 6-bedroom units, with areas ranging from 308 square meters to 1,080 square meters. The current average price is approximately 160,000 per square meter. You could say that in the entire Magic City, Shanghai, there are hardly any properties that can rival our Zhongliang Haijingyihao," Manager Li said with great confidence to Wang Yu while displaying the floor plans on the tablet. "Mr. Wang, Mrs. Chen, please enjoy some tea." The secretary brought 2 cups of tea and said softly, "Mr. Wang, please have a taste. This is my treasured Longjing tea harvested before the rainy season, aged for many years." "Excellent tea." Wang Yu reached out to take it, took a sip, and nodded slightly. To him, it tasted no different from ordinary tea. At least, he couldn't tell the difference. Priced at 160,000 per square meter, a modest 300 square meter apartment would only set him back a mere 40 million. Just one lottery ticket's worth. The price of properties in Lujiazui has remained sky-high even in later years. Whether for personal residence or investment, now is the perfect time to buy at this price. Compared to the commonplace Thompson Riviera properties flooding the internet, the Sino-Ocean Taikuli project exudes far more understated luxury. At least it sounds impressive when mentioned. Chen Mengyao sat to the side, watching Manager Li and Wang Yu chatting happily. She could only feel her heart pounding with fear. An apartment with an average price of 160,000 per unit. Even in the most upscale area of Magic City, she found it utterly absurd. Wang Yu would definitely not choose the smallest unit. He was probably eyeing properties where even the last unit listed would cost tens of millions. What shocked her most was how completely unfazed Wang Yu appeared by these astronomical prices. The world of the wealthy was simply beyond her comprehension. Their extravagance defied imagination. "Mr. Wang, have any floor plans caught your interest? Perhaps I could show you the properties in person. Video tours simply can't compare to experiencing the space firsthand," Manager Xiao said with a smile. Normally, as a sales manager, showing properties to clients was a task handled by junior sales staff. However, Wang Yu came highly recommended through Bulgari's connections, and such premium clients were rare with an extremely high likelihood of closing the deal. Who knows, they might even sell the crown jewel of their China Resources Haojing No. 1 development today. The commission from selling this would be quite substantial. Can't blame Manager Xiao for being so proactive. Take me directly to see this 6-bedroom penthouse unit.
Wang Yu pointed at a property model in the video, his expression composed. For Wang Yu, if the best is available, he'd never settle for second best. Money was no object for this man.
Moreover, he took an instant liking to this penthouse duplex the moment he saw it. A 1,080 square meter sky mansion. From the top floor of the building, the entire Magic City could be taken in at a glance.
Chen Mengyao was inwardly startled by Wang Yu's words. She hadn't expected him to directly propose viewing this 1,080 square meter 6-bedroom apartment. This is a property worth over 100 million. She wouldn't even dare to dream of such things. Chen Mengyao picked up the teacup before her, took a sip of tea to steady her emotions.
Very well, Mr. Wang. I'll take you to view the property right away. Manager Zhao's face lit up with joy. Wang Yu was truly no ordinary person.
Straight away, he went for the crown jewel of the property. He stood up and said, "This way, please. This apartment is located on the top floor, the 45th level." Wang Yu followed behind Manager Li, guided by his lead. They arrived beside a towering building. The structure stood majestic and imposing, like a sharp sword piercing the clouds. The group then proceeded inside the building. The living room was luxuriously decorated, with bulbs on the crystal chandelier flickering, refracting light onto the walls and floor, creating patches of luminous reflections. The entire space seemed draped in the shimmer of gold and diamonds, so dazzling it was almost blinding. Manager Li introduced, "All our unit designs here feature private elevator access.
This ensures residents' privacy, provides convenience for commuting, and reflects the exclusive prestige of high-end residences. Please, come in first."
After speaking, Manager Xiao pressed the button for the 45th floor. The elevator was brightly lit, clean and tidy.
A dozen people standing together wouldn't be a problem either. In no time,
they arrived at the 45th floor.
Ding!
As soon as Wang Yu stepped out of the elevator, he saw a jet-black door waiting before him. The door was intricately carved with patterns and inlaid with unnamed gemstones. It exuded an austere sense of solidity. Manager Xiao stepped forward and entered the password, explaining, "This grand entrance was designed by a world-renowned architect, fashioned entirely from premium stone materials, with construction costs exceeding 3 million.
Mr. Wang, Mrs. Chen, please come this way."
Manager Xiao opened the door, stood to one side at the entrance, and said with a slight bow. Wang Yu stepped forward at the words, and his eyes were dazzled in an instant. The luxurious interior decor complements the Huangpu River view outside the window, creating a truly refreshing and delightful atmosphere. Wang Yu walked to the window and stretched out his arms, savoring the unique perspective from high above.
45 floors high, nearly over 200 meters, truly overlooking the magical city from above. Chapter 41, Paid in Full.
Chen Mengyao followed behind Wang Yu as they stepped into the house. He was instantly stunned by the luxurious decor and spacious living room inside. And such living rooms weren't just limited to one. The extravagant living space and the night scenery of the Pujiang River banks outside the window complemented each other, painting a mesmerizing picture. Chen Mengyao felt her head spinning. The scene before her eyes truly overturned all her previous perceptions. She never imagined that people could live in such a large, luxurious house.
What was the cramped few dozen square meter apartment she lived in now? A doghouse, huh?
Chen Mengyao involuntarily walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, reaching out to touch the night scene beyond the glass. The iconic landmarks of Shanghai like the Oriental Pearl Tower appeared before her eyes, as dreamlike as an illusion. This scene deeply stirred emotions within her. Everything that happened today made Chen Mengyao yearn intensely. This was exactly the kind of life she desired. She wants to be the mistress of this house. She no longer wants to worry about money. She desires to stand at the pinnacle of the Magic City, becoming the woman envied by everyone. But the prerequisite for all this is winning over Wang Yu. Chen Mengyao's mind involuntarily conjures scenes of frolicking with Wang Yu in this house, eventually stepping into the marriage hall and growing old together, lost in wild fantasies, like a dream within a dream.
Mr. Wang, this is the penthouse of our Zhongliang Harbor City 1.
You can sit here, sip a glass of red wine, and overlook the scenery on both sides of the Huangpu River. When it comes to river views, Zhongliang Harbor City 1 has never lost. And look here, the interior is equipped with an ultra-luxurious heated swimming pool, allowing you and your wife to enjoy the most premium experiences without ever leaving home after work. Mr. Wang, this way, please. This 300 square meter terrace landscape was exclusively designed by a world-renowned designer for our Zhongliang Harbor City 1. Every flower and plant has been meticulously crafted by the master. The spacious area provides ample room for you to host gatherings with family and friends. We've also included a professional telescope, allowing you to see stars light years away right from your home. An expansive space spanning 1,080 square meters, with 6-meter-high ceilings, featuring 6 parking spaces, dual Chinese and Western kitchens, a dedicated collection area, a discreetly luxurious reception room, bathroom fixtures and furniture from European luxury brands, smart home technology, a private gym, and a billiards room allowing you to enjoy top-tier services without leaving home.
Moreover, your neighbors will all be renowned figures from various sectors of society, including A-list celebrities. This is the true Sky Palace, reserved only for the genuine elite. Mr. Wang, simply purchase this property, and all of this will be yours. You and this lovely lady by your side can enjoy fine wine on the terrace tonight while taking in the breathtaking views along both banks of the Huangpu River. The entire introduction took half an hour to complete. Manager Zhao's presentation was both professional and passionate. It made Chen Mangyao feel as if she truly belonged here. Who said this house was expensive? It's not expensive at all. Not pricey in the slightest. This property is such a steal, what a pity she can only dream about it. 160,000 per square meter. 1,080 square meters. The price tag would easily hit 200 million yuan. Let alone buying the property, she couldn't even afford the management fees. Mr. Wang, what do you think? Does this property meet your requirements? Sales manager Xiao looked at Wang Yu, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back before the window, and posed the question. Gazing out the window, Wang Yu seemed lost in thought. The luxury mansion he could only fantasize about browsing online in his past life was now merely a small goal worth 200 million to his present self. In his previous life, he had struggled for half a lifetime, yet with his parents' help, he could only afford to buy a small apartment of less than 100 square meters. Even that had drained half a lifetime of savings from his parents. Ridiculous, pitiful, lamentable. Manager Xiao noticed Wang Yu hadn't reacted for a while. Though his smile remained, his heart sank. It seems, Wang Yu doesn't seem entirely satisfied with this property. Indeed, a small goal of nearly 200 million. Even Wang Sicong would probably think twice before making such a purchase. Manager Xiao inwardly sighed, realizing today's efforts were ultimately futile. The property king is worried the units won't sell. Indeed, if it were truly such a good deal, after all these years since the property's launch, it wouldn't have fallen into Wang Yu's lap. Some other wealthy person would have snapped it up long ago. Mr. Wang, if this layout doesn't meet your requirements, I can show you some other options. How does that sound? Manager Xiao continued respectfully. After all, Wang Yu was a premium client who could easily afford a several hundred square meter apartment. All this effort would be worth it. Let me give you a quick overview first, so you can see which floor plan better meets your requirements. No need for introductions. Wang Yu snapped back to his senses and waved his hand dismissively. Manager Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Was he not going to buy it after all? Then again, Wang Yu was simply too young. Despite his impressive family background, Wang Yu looked to be only in his early 20s. Most other rich kids his age could barely afford to fill up their car tanks by month's end, let alone purchase a luxury mansion like this. It's alright, Mr. Wang. I'll introduce it to you another time when you're free. Manager Xiao suppressed his disappointment and smiled even more warmly. He dared not show any attitude to the rich, who knew what kind of retribution he might face otherwise. The high seas weren't that far from here. I'll take this one. Wang Yu's voice continued. Manager Xiao, calculate the total price for me, give me the lowest quote, and prepare the paperwork and contract. Full payment. What? Manager Xiao jolted in surprise, momentarily caught off guard. I said I'll take this one, full payment. Wang Yu frowned and said. Manager Zhao's eyes were filled with delight as he hurriedly responded. Mr. Wang, rest assured, I'll go prepare the contract right away. I promise you'll get the best possible deal and be absolutely satisfied. Please wait here and rest. I'll have the relevant procedures prepared immediately. Just a moment, please. Manager Xiao quickly turned and headed out the door. When he arrived outside the entrance, he took out his phone, trying hard to steady his emotions. Manager Xiao felt his heartbeat quicken, his face flushing red. If this deal went through, the commission combined with his previous savings would be enough to pay off his mortgage. For over 10 years now, the millions in mortgage debt weighed heavily on him, leaving him gasping for breath. He dared not pause for even a moment. He had come to the metropolis from a small county town and struggled all these years. Only at this very moment did he truly feel he belonged here. His hand holding the phone still trembled slightly. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Soon, the call connected. Manager Xiao, what's the matter? Standing by the window with the breeze blowing, Manager Xiao tried to steady his voice as he replied, Xiao Lu, go and prepare the quotation immediately. Yes, it's for the property I showed earlier. What? The client has already reserved it? A startled exclamation came from the other end of the phone. Xiao Lu, how many times have I told you to stay calm in situations? Look at how flustered you are. What if a client sees you like this? Deliver it as soon as possible. We mustn't keep the guest waiting. Yes, Manager Xiao, you're absolutely right. I'll bring it over right away. Okay. Manager Xiao hung up after speaking. Turning back into the living room, barely able to contain his excitement, he respectfully said to Wang Yu, Mr. Wang, everything is arranged. The contract will be delivered shortly. Chapter 42, Points Break 10,000. In no time, several sales associates dressed in black suits came trotting in, arms piled high with thick stacks of documents. Manager Xiao hurriedly stepped forward to meet them.
After collecting the documents, he respectfully placed them before Wang Yu, his face brimming with an enthusiastic smile, saying, "Mr. Wang, kindly take a look first. This Skyview Palace currently sells for 166,000 yen per square meter. For the full 1,080.6 square meters, the total comes to 179,379,600 yen in Huaxia currency." Manager Xiao paused for a moment before continuing, "As our esteemed guest at Sino-Ocean Zhongliang Haijingihao, I took the liberty of waiving the odd 300,000 yuan first. Then, on that basis, I'm offering you an additional 5% discount. After these calculations, the remaining balance is 170,050,000 yuan. Since we're at it, I'll go ahead and waive that extra 50,000 yuan too. This brings the total down to just 170 million yuan for you to acquire this sky mansion. Mr. Wang, considering you're making a full upfront payment, I've specially applied for our company's highest tier benefits on your behalf. If you purchase this sky mansion, in addition to the 6 parking spaces that originally come with it, we'll give you 2 extra parking spaces. We'll also waive your property management fees for 5 years. Moreover, we'll provide you with personal butler service and regular exclusive housekeeping to ensure your utmost comfort." Seemingly worried that Wang Yu might still be unsatisfied, he hurriedly added, "This is already our best offer for the Zhongliang Haijingihao property. Just 170 million yuan to acquire this sky palace. May I ask what you think, Mr. Wang?" Manager Xiao leaned slightly forward, gazing at Wang Yu with hopeful anticipation in his eyes. He didn't dare relax until the payment was successfully completed. After all, 170 million yuan was no small sum. This was an enormous amount of cash that no ordinary boss could easily produce at will, especially considering how young Wang Yu was. "Charge it, full payment." Wang Yu nodded nonchalantly and produced his bank card as he spoke. For Wang Yu, spending 170 million to purchase the Sky Vale Palace was absolutely a guaranteed profitable deal. Not to mention the system's 170 million cashback. Just talking about this house alone, the price will definitely rise to over 200 million in a couple of years. By any measure, this deal is a steal. Moreover, Wang Yu was extremely satisfied with this Sky Haven mansion. Located in the most bustling area of Magic City and just 10 kilometers away from the University of Finance and Economics. "Mr. Wang, I'll handle the paperwork for you right away. It might take a little time, please have a seat and enjoy some tea. I promise to expedite the process as quickly as possible for you." Manager Xiao took the bank card and assured him. Wang Yu nodded lightly and responded impassively. Manager Xiao immediately brought staff to handle the formalities. For such high-profile clients, time is money. He dared not slack off. Chen Mengyao still found it somewhat hard to believe. Even though Wang Yu was the young master of Pioneer Heavy Industries Group, but this was 170 million yuan. Just like that, bought it outright? Sales center. Wang Yu signed the contract and, under the expectant gaze of sales manager Xiao and the other salespeople, entered his bank card password. Transfer processed. Ding dong. At that moment, Wang Yu's phone rang. He answered the call, and a sweet female voice came through the receiver. "Hello, may I speak with Mr. Wang? This is Industrial and Commercial Bank of China calling. We've detected a transaction of 170 million yuan from your bank account, indicated for property purchase. We'd like to verify, was this transaction authorized by you personally?" "It's me," Wang Yu said. "Okay, Mr. Wang, thank you for taking my call." Ding. System detects host expenditure of 170 million, triggering double cashback of 340 million. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received 17,000 system points. As the transfer was successfully completed, Manager Xiao finally let out a long sigh of relief, and immediately afterward, overwhelming excitement surged up like a tide. He couldn't help but mentally calculate how much commission this deal would bring him. Bang! At this moment, sales staff gleefully pulled out confetti cannons and champagne. With a loud bang, rainbow-colored streamers danced wildly in the air, the deafening roar of celebratory cannons filled the space, and champagne foam sprayed everywhere. The on-site sales team cheered excitedly, their faces radiating irrepressible joy and elation. "Thank you, Mr. Wang, for your support of our Sino-Ocean Zhongliang Haijing mansion." Manager Xiao shouted loudly, his voice carrying a faint tremble, the lingering aftermath of excitement and nervousness intertwined. He quickly approached Wang Yu, respectfully presenting the room key, purchase contract, and other relevant documents with both hands. With a beaming smile, he said, "Mr. Wang, here are all your documents, please keep them safe. From this moment onward, this remarkable sky palace belongs exclusively to you." Wang Yu nodded slightly and reached out to take the documents. "Mr. Wang, you truly have impeccable taste and vision. This property seems tailor-made just for you. Young Master Wang, you're so handsome." Many of the female sales staff at the scene gazed at Wang Yu with starry-eyed admiration. He was handsome, young, and wealthy. He was practically a prince charming straight out of a fairy tale. System, open personal panel. Wang Yu muttered to himself. In an instant, a pale blue light screen materialized before his eyes.
Host, Wang Yu. Age, 20 years old. Height, 188 cm. Charm, 92. Physique, 120. Normal human limit is 100. Endurance, 120. Normal human limit is 100. Entry. Double cashback, effect. All reasonable expenditures will be doubled and returned. Peak physical constitution, effect. From this moment onward, you are the pinnacle of human physique. Solidification, entry effect. True sight, entry effect. Points, 17,713. Huaxia coins, 4063, 894, 628. Finally broke 10,000 points, but this is only enough for one spin on the premium wheel. Wang Yu's heart stirred, and he reached out to pull the still confused Chen Mengyao beside him, turning to walk outside. Then, driving his dazzling McLaren P1, he slowly departed from the Sino-Ocean Taiku Li luxury residence. Wang Yu pondered to himself, figuring he needed to buy more items to accumulate enough points for another 20,000 point draw. After all, single draws always yielded the worst results. Another try might give him something good. Chapter 43, Vacheron Constantin, IFC Shopping Mall. In the brightly lit corridor of the shopping center. Why are we here again? We just bought the Sky Sanctuary, shouldn't we be savoring it properly? Chen Mengyao held Wang Yu's arm, looking somewhat puzzled. Let's buy a watch, Wang Yu said softly. Chen Mengyao truly couldn't understand Wang Yu's thought process. Any normal person who spent a fortune to buy the Celestial Palace would surely be overjoyed. But Wang Yu brought her shopping again, maintaining an indifferent demeanor throughout. Is this how the wealthy think? Good afternoon, sir. Welcome to the Vacheron Constantin flagship store. As soon as they entered the store, a uniformed saleswoman bowed slightly in greeting. The store was brightly lit, with a faint aroma of incense lingering in the air, exuding elegance in every detail. The classic Maltese cross emblem and the tagline "You can easily own time, but you can't easily own a Vacheron Constantin" left a deep impression on Wang Yu. Hello, sir. I'm Cici, a sales consultant at the Vacheron Constantin flagship store. Do you have an appointment? The salesgirl said with a smile. No appointment, Wang Yu said indifferently. At that moment, a young woman walked in arm with a balding middle-aged man. The middle-aged man spoke directly. My surname is Chen. I had a reservation for 5 o'clock. Mr. Chen, we've been expecting you. Cici apologetically said to Wang Yu. Sir, I'm so sorry, but I need to attend to this guest who made a prior reservation. Originally, she was the shopping consultant assigned to Wang Yu, but now she left him to attend to this couple. Cici knew this balding man had considerable spending power. He was in real estate and often brought young ladies here to shop. Moreover, judging by Wang Yu's youthful appearance, even if he were a rich second-generation heir, his spending would cap at a few $100,000 at most. She undoubtedly chose to maintain good relations with established clients, since her commission percentage would be significantly higher with them. Wang Yu noticed someone had an appointment but didn't pay it much heed. He proceeded to browse around the store with Chen Mengyao. Hello sir, I'm sales associate Zhao Xian. You can call me Xiao Zhao. Have you spotted any watches you like? Zhao Xian had just started working part-time as a salesperson at Vacheron Constantin. As a new salesperson, she had no choice but to take the customers left over by senior staff members in order to make her first sale. No matter how small the commission, she just hoped to close a deal. Wang Yu looked up at the salesperson before him, his eyes appraising her carefully. Though dressed in the Vacheron Constantin employee uniform, she stood out remarkably. Her ample bosom heaved, and the fitted uniform tightly wrapped around her slender legs, outlining an alluring curve to her figure. With fair skin, delicate and finely sculpted features, even her large, gleaming eyes betrayed a hint of that naive foolishness unique to college students. It stirred something in Wang Yu's heart, a desire to bully her. Activate the eyes of truth. Name, Zhao Xian. Age, 21. Height, 175 cm. Charm, 96. Constitution, 90. Favorability, 25. Skills, Advanced Sanshou, Intermediate Wing Chun, Advanced Accounting. 96 charm points. No wonder she's so beautiful. Wang Yu was secretly astonished that her combat abilities were so formidable. Advanced Sanshou, Intermediate Wing Chun, a violent girl? You'd never guess it from looking at her. Then he nodded and said, show me the most expensive watch in your store. Zhao Xian sighed inwardly. Based on the sales experience of the past few days, Wang Yu was just here to impress his girlfriend. But to hone her sales skills, Zhao Xian still led Wang Yu to the counter. Sir, these are some of our best-selling watches this year. This Vacheron Constantin Patrimony Collection 4020T/000 features an automatic mechanical movement, full calendar with skeletonized design, and an alligator strap, currently retailing for 255,880.
This Vacheron Constantin Overseas Collection Model 47450/000W9511 embodies contemporary fashion trends, seamlessly blending leisure, sportiness, high-end luxury, and business elegance.
Its current retail price is $88,888.
This Vacheron Constantin KDLL Model 850500000D has a retail price of $128,000.
Would you mind taking a look if any of these watches catches your fancy?
Zhao Xian wore a professional smile as she spoke. It wasn't that Zhao Xian didn't want to introduce more expensive watches, she simply believed someone as young as Wang Yu probably couldn't afford anything too pricey even if he wanted to buy. She didn't want this handsome young man to lose face simply because he couldn't afford them. Wang Yu frowned, these watches were all too cheap.
Just how many would he need to buy to accumulate 20,000 points?
Seeing this, Zhao Xian said softly, "Sir, are these watches not to your liking?
These don't suit me.
Stop showing me these low-end pieces.
Bring out the most expensive watch in your store." Wang Yu nodded slightly and spoke with indifference.
Having completed her transaction, Cici stood to the side watching Wang Yu insist on seeing Vacheron Constantin's most expensive watch, secretly finding the situation somewhat amusing. The most expensive watch in their store costs over 10 million. That's not something a blockhead like Wang Yu could afford. She was dying to see how he'd get himself out of this mess. Zhao Xian had no choice but to lead Wang Yu to a private counter. "Sir, this watch is the most expensive piece in our store, the Vacheron Constantin Atelier Cabinotier 6620C/000 or B656.
The current price is $18,888,888.
The case is crafted from 18K5N pink gold, with a blue dial and a strap made of Mississippi alligator leather. This model is the Vacheron Constantin Multi 30682/S21G9477, a classic tourbillon design powered by the Calpoint 1795 or movement. It measures 27.37 mm in diameter and 6.1 mm in thickness, with an 18K white gold case set with diamonds.
The current retail price is 9.998 million yuan.
This is the Vacheron Constantin Patrimony Collection 30020/000P7596 with a 37 mm case diameter, crafted from 950 platinum.
The current retail price is 6.888 million yuan.
Zhao Xian introduced three expensive watches in one breath, then looked at Wang Yu with a smile and said,
"It's so expensive."
Chen Mengyao covered her mouth with her fair, delicate hand, unable to hold back her exclamation. A watch that could sell for over 10 million left her completely stunned.
That exaggerated?
This watch was even more expensive than Wang Yu's McLaren P1.
She simply couldn't comprehend where exactly did this watch's value of 18.888 million come from. Even if it were plated with gold and diamonds, it wouldn't be worth that much. Poor folks play with cars, the rich play with watches. Watches carry ridiculously high markups, there's no limit to how expensive they can get. Can I try on this 18.88 million yuan one? Wang Yu pointed to the most expensive watch and said, "Certainly. For safety reasons, allow me to personally assist you in putting it on."
Zhao Xian hesitated for a moment before speaking. Then she carefully retrieved the watch from the counter, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. If anything went wrong, she couldn't possibly afford to compensate for it. Wang Yu showed understanding, as his left wrist bore the Patek Philippe, leaving only his right hand free to gesture for Zhao Xian to proceed with the operation. Zhao Xian cradled the watch in both hands and gently fastened it onto Wang Yu's wrist, only releasing it after confirming everything was in place. Wang Yu raised his right hand for a closer look. It truly suited him.
It perfectly matched his aesthetic sensibilities. Wang Yu nodded in satisfaction, took out his bank card, and said to Zhao Xian, "Calculate how much it is. I'll take all three of these watches." Swipe the card.
Ha! Zhao Xian was stunned, not even taking the bank card Wang Yu handed over.
Just like that, he's buying them? Or the three most expensive watches in the store? She was slightly concerned whether Wang Yu had heard the price correctly and confirmed again, "Sir, the current price of this watch is 18.888 million. Are you sure you want all three of these watches?" "You heard me right. I'll take all three watches," Wang Yu said nonchalantly. Boom!
Zhao Xian felt as if her mind had been blown apart, hardly able to believe what was happening. Wang Yu was actually going to purchase all three watches.
As a newcomer, closing a sale worth tens of millions, her commission would surely be several hundred thousand, wouldn't it?
Cici also looked at Wang Yu with a skeptical expression. Not just Cici, but all the sales staff in the store, including the customers, didn't believe Wang Yu could come up with over 30 million. The total is 35,774,888. With a discount it's 35,500,000.
I'll process it for you right away.
Zhao Xian's hands trembled slightly as he took the bank card, pulled out a POS machine, and swiped it. Then he half knelt before Wang Yu and said, "Please enter your password." Wang Yu raised his hand and entered the password.
Payment successful.
Zhao Xian breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Chapter 44, The Machine Spirit is Pleased. Hiss. The onlookers gathered not far away in the shop collectively gasped at the sight, contributing another fraction to global warming.
They never imagined that Wang Yu wasn't here to show off. The man genuinely had real money.
Especially the sales associate Cici, she was now filled with overwhelming regret.
But was it too late for regrets now?
Originally, Wang Yu was her first client, so logically speaking, the commission should rightfully be hers. If it weren't for her looking down on Wang Yu, firmly believing his spending power couldn't match that balding man's, she wouldn't have given up on serving him.
Now the cooked duck has flown away.
She stood there rooted to the spot, listless and vacant, as if her soul had departed.
Ding!
System detected host expenditure of 35,500,000, double cashback awarded, 71 million.
Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received 3,350 system points.
Thank you so much for your strong support of Vacheron Constantine.
Let me add you on Feishin, FlyChat. Feel free to contact me anytime if you have any questions in the future.
Zhao Xian carefully packed the 3 watches and placed them in an exquisite shopping bag, then handed it to Wang Yu with both hands. At this moment, her mind remained somewhat dazed, and her reactions were still sluggish.
This is a whopping 35 million in sales. Just the commission alone amounts to hundreds of thousands. For a college junior like her, this was an astronomical figure.
And to think she earned it all with her own hands, it felt utterly unbelievable. Wang Yu couldn't help but find it amusing, thinking how funny it was that Zhao Xian had actually delivered herself to his doorstep. He took out his phone and added her on Feishin.
With a smile, Wang Yu said, "You provided excellent service. Let's keep in touch if there's an opportunity in the future."
The two of them walked out of the Shanghai IFC mall. Looking up and seeing that night had fallen, he found a well-reputed restaurant nearby for dinner. The meal cost 2,688 yuan. After dinner, Wang Yu took Chen Mangyao back to the Celestial Screen Palace. In the spacious living room, a blend of indigo and lavender ambient lights interwove, casting an ethereal web of shifting light and shadow like dancing sprites fluttering through the air. Chen Mangyao stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, utterly captivated by the dazzling, enchanting night view of the magic city outside, lost in its mesmerizing beauty.
"Do you like it here?"
Wang Yu approached from behind, offering her a glass of red wine. Taking the glass, Chen Mengyao's eyes shimmered with a hint of intoxication as she murmured softly, "I do, it's so beautiful. Everything feels like a dream, almost too surreal." Wang Yu naturally wrapped his arms around Chen Mengyao's waist, bringing his nose close to her hair to gently inhale the enchanting fragrance. "As long as you're willing, you can stay here forever," he murmured.
Hearing these words, Chen Mangyao couldn't help but feel a tinge of amusement in her heart. Could Wang Yu ever truly belong to her completely? Clearly, he could not. She's just a mistress who inserted herself between best friends. What right does she have to stay here permanently? She knew all too well that a man like Wang Yu would never be satisfied with just one woman, nor could he ever be possessed by a single woman. Yet deep down, she couldn't help but feel a pang of loss. After all, which woman wouldn't want such an outstanding man like Wang Yu all to herself? Still, just being Wang Yu's woman was more than enough to satisfy her. "I'm going to take a shower first. Wait for me here, I have a surprise for you." Chen Mengyao made a concerted effort to compose herself. Lowering her head, she downed the glass of red wine in one gulp, as if steeling herself for some resolution. What surprise? Wang Yu couldn't help but feel a little curious. Chen Mengyao blushed slightly and puckered her lips playfully at Wang Yu, saying, "You'll find out soon enough. I'm sure it'll satisfy you." Wang Yu gazed at the enchantingly beautiful Chen Mengyao in his arms, feeling his heart swell with excitement. He was genuinely curious to discover what this surprise could be that would supposedly satisfy him. "Go on then, don't keep me waiting too long. Wait for me, moi, heartsuit heartsuit." Chen Mengyao left behind just a sweet kiss before turning to walk toward the shower. Wang Yu gazed at the dazzling nightscape of Shanghai's Huangpu district outside the window and murmured softly, "How interesting. I'm actually looking forward to this now." System, open the personal panel. Ding! The personal panel has been opened for the host. Host, Wang Yu, age, 20 years old, height, 188 cm, charisma, 92. Physique, 120, normal human limit is 100. Endurance, 120, normal human limit is 100. Entries, double cashback, entry effect, all reasonable expenses will be refunded at double the amount. Peak physique, entry effect, from this moment onward, you become the pinnacle of human physical condition. Permanence, entry effect, your physical state will permanently remain at its peak performance. Eye of Truth, entry effect, a mysterious power that opens the gate to truth, no hidden disguise can escape its gaze. Points, 21,264. Huaxia currency, 4099, 397, 316. Wang Yu sighed with relief, finally reached 20,000 points. Let's see what makes the advanced wheel different. System, open the advanced roulette. As Wang Yu's words fell, a dazzling golden light erupted on the system interface before him, flickering relentlessly, seemingly infused with an indescribable mystical aura, solemn, sacred, and infinitely vast.
When the light faded, an ancient yet mysterious roulette appeared before him, covered in intricate patterns that spun continuously.
Wang Yu's eyes ached from the intense glare, and he couldn't help but mutter, "Damn, these special effects are way over the top. The entries in this golden roulette must be absolutely game-breaking." System, first draw from the advanced roulette.
As Wang Yu's voice fell, the golden roulette wheel before him began spinning wildly like a runaway stallion. The golden light flickered unsteadily. He stared at it intently, his anticipation growing stronger by the second. As the roulette wheel gradually slowed to a stop, only one pattern remained, still shimmering with a golden glow.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, for obtaining 3 billion Huaxia dollars.
Wang Yu's face darkened instantly.
While 3 billion is an unimaginable fortune for most people, to Wang Yu, it merely meant buying a few extra properties.
System, don't make me slap you. Ding!
Whatever you draw is purely based on your luck, as the system cannot interfere or determine the outcome. The system's cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind.
Wang Yu cast a resentful look at the system and said, "Draw again. You'd better watch out this time."
The golden roulette wheel before his eyes began to rotate slowly once more, radiating brilliant light.
Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining the entry, Machine Spirit's Delight. Machine Spirit's Delight. When piloting any mechanical device, you will achieve a state of perfect symbiosis, man and machine as one, the machine within you and you within the machine. Young man, don't underestimate the bond between you two. For F***'s sake. Wang Yu's face darkened again. What kind of nonsense is this?
What fucking you have machines within you, and machines have you within them?
Is this a legitimate entry? Whose encyclopedia entry is described like this? This entry seems pretty decent, actually.
At the very least, he wouldn't have to crawl along at a snail's pace when driving his beloved McLaren P1 anymore. Industrial and Commercial Bank of Hua Nation reminds you, your account has received a deposit of 3 billion, with a remaining balance of 7,099,397,316 Huaxia currency.
Chapter 45, Balenciaga Black Stockings. An hour later.
Wang Yu had nearly finished an entire bottle of red wine, yet Chen Mengyao still hadn't emerged from the bathing room. This made Wang Yu frown.
What the hell is Chen Mengyao doing in there? Suddenly, all the lights in the room flickered on.
There stood Chen Mengyao, dressed in Chengdu Airlines flight attendant uniform, a red silk scarf tied around her neck and the signature flight attendant cap perched atop her head, accentuating her delicate and graceful facial features. She stepped out of the room wearing Balenciaga black stockings with lettering and crimson-soled high heels.
Chen Mengyao's face was flushed, her eyes seductive as silk. Hiss! Wang Yu instantly gasped sharply, completely losing his composure.
She slowly approached Wang Yu, smiling as she encircled him with her arms, whispering softly, "Honey, are you happy with this surprise?"
"Happy? I couldn't be happier."
Wang Yu smiled, his hands instinctively beginning to roam up and down. Dressed in a flight attendant's uniform, Chen Mengyao looked irresistibly charming, far more alluring than usual. What a thoughtful and sweet sister,
knowing exactly what Wang Yu likes. Chen Mengyao's body shifted slightly.
But it wasn't to avoid Wang Yu's wandering hands, it was to make things easier for him. Her long legs, clad in sheer Balenciaga stockings, rubbed against Wang Yu's thighs. Chen Mengyao leaned closer to Wang Yu's ear and said, "Mr. Wang, hello, welcome aboard this flight from Jincheng to Modu. I'm Chen Mengyao, the chief flight attendant for this journey, and it's my pleasure to serve you. During this flight, I will do my utmost to provide you with a safe and comfortable journey. Please feel free to let me know if you have any requests."
Ah!
Chen Mengyao let out a delicate cry of surprise. Wang Yu suddenly hugged Chen Mengyao and said, "Chief flight attendant, the plane is about to take off.
Why aren't you sitting down and fastening your seatbelt?" "It's alright, Mr. Wang. Serving passengers well is our principle. Please relax, and let me take you to your seat to lie down now."
Chen Mengyao tugged at Wang Yu's collar and led him toward the room, though I just wonder how Mr. Wang's physical condition is, whether he can handle a long flight. After all, it's a 2.5-hour journey.
Wang Yu smiled and said, "My health is excellent.
I often take international flights over 10 hours long.
The real question is whether the chief flight attendant can handle it. This passenger's got quite the sharp tongue.
Let's hope they don't get airsick the moment the plane takes off." Chen Mengyao's delicate laughter grew increasingly enticing, her charm radiating. As the two entered the room, Chen Mengyao slowly pushed Wang Yu down onto the bed.
Wang Yu wasted no more words, pulling Mengyao down onto himself in one fluid motion.
His arms tightly encircled her slender waist, eyes burning with raw desire. Chen Mengyao didn't resist, gently leaning against Wang Yu's chest as her fingers drew circles on his torso, her warm breath brushing against his neck. "Now please relax and enjoy this flight.
Chief Stewardess, you'll have to take extra care of me during this long flight. I'm afraid I might get bored," Wang Yu teased.
One hand began slowly moving upward along Chen Mengyao's black silk-clad thigh.
1,000 words are omitted here. The sun is already high in the sky. "Good morning, darling."
Wang Yu felt a sudden itching in his nose and abruptly opened his eyes, waking up. After a long pause, he said to Chen Mengyao with some complexity, "Are you still He thought a woman as forward as Chen Mengyao, who played so freely, should have long lost her virginity. Never did he expect she'd still be a pristine white lotus,
pure and flawless. Didn't expect that, did you?
Chen Mengyao nestled in Wang Yu's arms, pouting coquettishly as she laughed. You must think I'm quite loose, imagining a woman like me should have lost her virginity ages ago.
It was indeed a bit unexpected. Don't you regret it?
Wang Yu fell silent for a moment before speaking.
He never expected he'd be the one to take Chen Mengyao's virginity.
This woman was cunning beyond measure. A faint golden glint flashed unnoticed in Wang Yu's eyes, and instantly, Chen Mengyao's information appeared before him.
Name, Chen Mengyao. Age, 24. Height, 171 cm. Charm, 93. Constitution, 82. Affection level, 95.
Skills, advanced etiquette, advanced styling, advanced makeup.
Wang Yu nodded with satisfaction.
An affection level of 95 points. All that hard work throughout the night hadn't been in vain. It seems this little green tea bitch has been thoroughly conquered.
There's nothing to regret. Every girl must eventually become a woman. Chen Mengyao smiled and said, I don't regret it at all. At least I've already achieved my goal. Wang Yu asked curiously, what goal?
Ever since I started university and saw how truly wealthy people live, I'd been determined to marry into money and live the life of a rich housewife. Of course, it'd be best if he were handsome and young. I simply couldn't stand those greasy middle-aged men. Wang Yu remained silent as he looked at Chen Mengyao, who giggled delightedly and said, actually, just meeting you makes me feel so happy already.
You're really so handsome, hubby, I like you so much.
Before Wang Yu could respond, Chen Mengyao suddenly grew somber and asked,
would you look down on a woman like me? Think I'm too materialistic, with eyes only for money?
But this year, I'm already 24 and have been working for 2 years. Being a flight attendant may seem glamorous on the surface, the kind of job everyone envies, but only those who do it truly understand the hardships behind it. The best years of my life were spent aboard airplanes, greeting and seeing off countless passengers day after day.
Always having to keep a smile, never showing a hint of irritation, no matter how unreasonable the passengers might be.
During the holidays, when everyone gathers with their families for lively reunion dinners, I'm mostly on a plane keeping strangers company. Most flight attendants just year after year end up marrying ordinary men, starting a life of domesticity, day after day of mundane chores.
This kind of predictable life, I've had enough of it. I don't want to live like that.
Tears shimmered in Chen Mengyao's eyes as she choked out, but in this industry, we mostly encounter wealthy people. Seeing them so often changes your mindset. Most flight attendants dream of finding a rich man to secure a life of luxury. I know perfectly well, my body is my most valuable bargaining chip, so I've kept it well protected. Chen Mengyao's eyes reddened as she fought back tears, forcing a light-hearted tone as she said, darling, at least I found you in the end. Otherwise, I don't know when I might have broken down completely.
It's just, I feel somewhat sorry to Qingya. Having said this, Chen Mengyao put on a pitiful expression and gazed at Wang Yu. Darling, you won't abandon me, will you?
Wang Yu deliberately remained silent while looking at Chen Mengyao, only breaking into a smile when she was on the verge of crying and saying, of course I won't. It's only natural to desire a comfortable life. Everyone yearns for prosperity.
And as for me, I lack neither wealth nor influence.
As the heir to Pioneer Group and Huayao Group, I believe there are very few in all of China who can compare to me. I'll give you whatever you desire. If you want to live like royalty, I'll grant you a royal life.
As long as you behave obediently from now on, all these will be yours.
Chen Mengyao was overjoyed upon hearing this, cooing sweetly, love you hubby asterisk happy face asterisk.
Looks like you're well rested. Time for the plane to take off again. Last night's flight duration was too short anyway.
The chief attendant better cooperate properly this time.
Chen Mengyao's smile instantly vanished.
She pleaded hurriedly, I can't take any more. Spare me please hubby, we went at it all night yesterday.
Let's take today off, okay? Please. That's not up to you. You're the one who dared question me in the first place. Chapter 46, ICBC phone call. The next day, 6:30 a.m.
The horizon was just beginning to pale with the first light of dawn, as faint morning rays filtered through the thin clouds, casting a dreamlike veil over the earth. The city of magic hadn't fully awakened from its slumber yet, with streets shrouded in a light mist that lent them an air of hazy mystery. Wang Yu, looking drowsy, drove his McLaren P1 and dropped Chen Mengyao off at Shanghai Pudong International Airport. Her vacation had come to an end, and she had no choice but to return to work. At this moment, Chen Mengyao had changed back into her flight attendant uniform, appearing poised and aloof, a complete contrast to the woman she'd been the day before. The moment she stepped out of the car, Chen Mengyao felt her legs go weak beneath her, nearly causing her to stumble. She shot Wang Yu a resentful look as she said, husband, I'll be heading to work now then. Actually, Wang Yu had mentioned last night that he could buy her an apartment in Shanghai so she wouldn't have to work anymore. But in the end, she still decided to go to work. After all, the profession of a flight attendant carries a special status, with inherent professional perks. She feared that without this halo, given time, Wang Yu might grow tired of her, his heart being lured away by another woman, leaving her unnecessary. If that happened, she would have no chance for regrets. Moreover, Shinshingya is still working at the airline company, she just needs to find the right opportunity to make Shinshingya accept her presence. Years of close friendship, combined with her persistent persuasion, made her confident that Shinshingya would eventually soften. With both of them working in tandem, how could they not carve out a place for themselves in Wang Yu's heart? No man could resist such temptation. Wang Yu isn't good enough either. Got it. Message me when you arrive. Wang Yu pulled out his phone and said, I just transferred you 200,000. Spend it however you like. Ask me for more if you run out. Does this mean I'm officially a kept man now? Chen Mengyao looked at the balance on her phone and said, what do you think? It's too late for regrets now. That's not what I meant. Shaking her head, Chen Mengyao said, I was just feeling a little emotional, afraid you might not want me anymore. As long as you don't want to leave, I won't abandon you. Wang Yu smiled faintly. I'll believe you just this once. Chen Mengyao gazed at Wang Yu standing before her, then stood on tiptoe to gently place a fragrant kiss upon his lips. I'm off now, remember to miss me, love you. With that, she turned breezily and walked toward the boarding gate. This woman. Wang Yu smiled faintly. Old friend, let me see your limits. Wang Yu patted his beloved car before getting back in and flooring the accelerator. The McLaren P1 instantly shot out of Pudong Airport at incredible speed. Vroom. Boom. Whoa-ho. Hell yeah. This is what driving a supercar feels like. A yellow lightning bolt streaked down the expressway of Magic City, constantly accelerating and weaving through traffic to overtake car after car. Damn it, driving that fast you wanna die? Think you're special with that sports car? F***CKU. A stream of curses followed from behind. Evidently, the people of Shanghai weren't going to let Wang Yu off the hook just because he was driving a McLaren P1. Under the boost of the machine's spirit-elated entry, Wang Yu felt as if he had become one with the McLaren P1 beneath him, maneuvering it with the effortless mastery of a seasoned racing driver, as naturally as moving his own limbs. All traces of a novice's unfamiliarity had vanished. Ding-ling-ling. At that moment, Wang Yu's phone began to ring. He slowed the car and answered the call. Hello, Mr. Wang. Who is this? The voice of a middle-aged man came through the phone. Bank President Liu Yanqing's voice came through the phone, sounding exceptionally sincere. Hello, Mr. Wang. I'm Liu Yanqing, President of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China's Jincheng branch. You recently transferred 3 billion yuan to our bank. We greatly appreciate your support and trust in ICBC. To express our gratitude and better understand your needs, would Mr. Wang have some free time recently for a meeting? How does that sound to you? Wang Yu was slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting to receive such an invitation. But indeed, Wang Yu's deposits at ICBC were nearing 10 billion yuan. With over 7 billion in liquid assets, any bank would want to maintain good relations with such a major client. After all, these 7 billion plus generate massive daily interest, filling the bank's coffers to overflowing. Naturally, ICBC feared he might transfer the funds elsewhere. Liu Yanqing calling at this hour to maintain the connection, what he really wanted was obvious. Wang Yu pondered briefly before replying, President Liu, you're too kind, but I've been staying in Moto recently and can't return to Jincheng for now. What do you think? Mr. Wang, what a fortunate coincidence. I happen to be on a business trip to Moto myself, just got off the plane. Wang Yu smiled wryly and said, alright then, name a place, I'm free all day today. That's wonderful. Liu Yanqing's voice carried a note of delight as he suggested, how about lunch today? I know a restaurant with excellent dishes, I'm sure you'll like it. Sounds good, see you at noon then. Then I won't disturb you any further. I'll send the restaurant address to your phone shortly. Got it. Wang Yu hung up the phone and fully immersed himself in the thrill delivered by the supercar. Wang Yu was quite looking forward to Director Liu's invitation. Private banking VIP services, he'd heard about them in his past life. All sorts of privileged affairs requiring connections could be handled by the bank, as long as you had money. Perhaps even the Ferrari he'd always dreamed of buying. The Industrial and Commercial Bank could help him acquire it. Soon after, the restaurant address was sent directly to Wang Yu's phone. Jingxihui, the Bund location, in Huangpu district. They sped through the journey. 2 hours later, having had his fill of fun, Wang Yu returned to the Celestial Vale Palace to catch up on his sleep. Approaching 12 o'clock, the McLaren P1 pulled up at the entrance of Shanghai's financial district. Wang Yu parked the car in one smooth motion, perfectly aligned. Then he stepped out of the car and walked toward the entrance. Jingxihui is located on the 4th floor of the financial center. It has been awarded Michelin 1-star for 7 consecutive years. From the main hall to private rooms, the restaurant commands iconic views of the Bund, offering panoramic splendor along the Huangpu River waterfront, with select spots boasting premium riverfront vistas. At the entrance of the financial center stood a young woman dressed in a bank uniform. She kept glancing at the watch on her wrist, looking around anxiously. As Wang Yu approached, her eyes lit up, and she quickly stepped forward, saying joyfully, "Hello, you must be Mr. Wang." "That's me." Wang Yu nodded and replied, Mr. Wang, I'm Long Lily, your private butler from ICBC. Please just call me Lily. Long Lily introduced herself with a smile.
President Lu specifically instructed me to wait for you downstairs.
Wang Yu glanced the woman up and down. She stood about 168 centimeters tall, with a petite face as fair and delicate as snow, so tender it seemed one poke might bruise it.
Her peach blossom eyes shimmered with liquid charm, each sideways glance radiating bewitching allure. The form-fitting bank uniform clung tightly to her exquisitely proportioned figure. Her legs were clad in black stockings that clung to her straight, slender limbs like a second skin, shimmering with an alluring glow. Every step taken in those high heels exuded sensual charm, her every gesture radiating an irresistible allure. Wang Yu thought to himself, she's truly an enchantress. As he lifted his gaze, a golden glint flashed through his eyes, instantly revealing Long Lily's personal information before him. Chapter 47 The Personal Butler, Long Lily. Name, Long Lily. Age, 26 years old. Height, 168 centimeters. Charm, 93. Physique, 81. Favorability, 65. Skills, advanced accounting, advanced housekeeping, advanced etiquette. President Lu is waiting for you in the private room. I'll take you up right away. Long Lily suggested with a smile. All right. Wang Yu then followed Long Lily and took the elevator up to the 4th floor of the financial center. The elevator doors opened. Two elegantly poised women in exquisite kipeos bowed gracefully to them. Welcome to Jingxihui. Please come in. They passed through the entrance. Under the glow of Italian handcrafted crystal chandeliers, every corner radiated an air of refinement and luxury. A harmonious blend of Eastern Confucian elegance and Western sophistication. A 6-meter floor-to-ceiling wine cellar. An 8-meter tea table crafted from sapphire jade crystal. Under Long Lily's guidance, they arrived at the private dining room. A middle-aged man in a black suit was sitting at the dining table. President, Mr. Wang has arrived. Long Lily stood in front of President Lu to report. Lu Yanqing stood up, extended his hands warmly, and said with a smile, "Hello, Mr. Wang. I'm Lu Yanqing, President of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China's Jin City branch." "Hello, President Lu." Wang Yu responded with a handshake while offering an apology. There were some delays on the way, keeping President Lu waiting. Although Wang Yu's words carried an apologetic tone, his expression remained remarkably composed. After all, President Lu hadn't simply invited him to deposit money at ICBC casually. His family background also granted him the composure to remain calm. After all, the assets of Pioneer Heavy Industries Group amounted to trillions. "Not at all, I just arrived not long ago myself. The traffic situation in the Magic City is always like this, delays are quite common. Please, have a seat." President Lu smiled brightly before instructing Long Lily, "You may sit next to Mr. Wang." "Okay." Long Lily responded and immediately sat down beside Wang Yu. Just as everyone took their seats, a waiter in a cheongsam began bringing in their dishes one after another. Triple-headed butterfly gum, Chaosan puning tofu, braised sunflower chicken with crab roe and fish maw, signature aged goose head. As the dishes were laid out one by one on the dining table, they gleamed temptingly under the lights. The aroma was tantalizing. Manager Lu explained, "I wasn't sure about your taste preferences, Mr. Wang, so I just ordered some of the restaurant's signature dishes at random." "You're very considerate, Manager Lu." Wang Yu nodded in acknowledgement. In his previous life, Wang Yu had never enjoyed such treatment. A bank president was someone ordinary people could hardly reach, yet now even he had come to curry favor with Wang Yu. Fate indeed plays tricks on people. The new generation always surpasses the old. "Mr. Wang, you're so young yet already have deposits reaching 10 billion. May I ask what your family business is?" Bank manager Lu probed cautiously. I suppose President Lu already knows everything about me before coming to meet me today." "Just so," Wang Yu said indifferently. "Ah, Mr. Wang, you wouldn't believe it. I couldn't find any information about you at all. How embarrassing." "Oh," Bank manager Lu's eyes flashed as he continued. "May I ask which distinguished family of Rome province young Master Wang hails from?" "A small business owner, surname Wang." Wang Yu responded curtly, then fell silent. "Ahem." Long Lily, sitting nearby, coughed lightly, drawing both their gazes. She immediately apologized profusely. "Sorry, Mr. Wang. 70 billion in deposits still counts as a small business?" Lily Long rolled her eyes inwardly. In Cheng Province, when it comes to small and micro enterprises with the surname Wang, apart from Pioneer Heavy Industries Group, there is no other. President Lu immediately caught on. Indeed, apart from companies the size of Pioneer Heavy Industries Group in Rome Province, which one would hand out tens of billions in pocket money to someone Wang Yu's age? For such top-tier enterprises, if they deliberately conceal information, it's completely normal that he couldn't uncover Wang Yu's details. "My apologies, young Master Wang." Bank manager Lu hurriedly offered his apology. After all, he had privately looked into Wang Yu's records, which was somewhat improper.
Most wealthy individuals place great importance on personal privacy. Had it been someone more particular about such matters? Whether this meal will even be eaten remains to be seen.
It's fine. Wang Yu waved his hand dismissively, showing no offense.
After several rounds of drinks and culinary delights, as glasses clinked amidst the lively atmosphere, the private dining room gradually grew animated with warmth.
President Lu raised his wine glass and toasted to Wang Yu once again, smiling as he said, "Young Master Wang, I believe you've already guessed the purpose of inviting you here today."
With a beaming smile, President Lu continued, "First, to express our gratitude for your support and trust in our industrial bank.
Second, to get acquainted with the outstanding young talents of Rong Province.
Of course, most importantly, it's to invite you to join our bank's private VIP service."
Hearing this, Wang Yu nodded at President Lu, signaling him to go on.
President Lu introduced, "At ICBC, our VIP clients are categorized from probationary star level, 3-star level, all the way up to 7-star level. With young Master Wang's current deposits, you far exceeded the criteria for 7-star level and qualify as a private banking tier VIP client."
President Lu proudly stated,
"Every private banking tier client is indispensable to our ICBC. We tailor exclusive asset allocation plans for our clients based on their risk preferences, investment goals, and financial conditions to help preserve and grow their assets.
As long as young Master Wang joins our ICBC private banking tier, we will spare no effort in safeguarding your interests." Wang Yu said indifferently, "Is that all? I'm afraid it's not enough. These privileges would already be more than enough in the eyes of ordinary people." But for Wang Yu, it was like chewing chicken ribs, tasteless yet not worth discarding. Of course, these are beneath young Master Wang's status.
Bank manager Lu remained composed, fixing his burning gaze on Wang Yu as he said, "Such ordinary services naturally wouldn't interest someone of your standing. To address this, our industrial and commercial bank has specially designed a one-on-one private banking butler service for you, providing personalized and professional financial solutions. It also provides exclusive private services, including private club memberships, bespoke luxury travel, art appraisal and investment, private jet charters, and premium medical care, catering to all your needs for elevating lifestyle standards and social engagements. Whenever required, ICBC will leverage all resources at its disposal to assist you with global asset allocation, forging your distinguished identity."
That's somewhat intriguing.
Wang Yu gave a faint smile and took a sip from his wine glass. The quick-witted Long Lily immediately stood up to pour him a drink. This man could be her boss for years, even decades to come. She needed to stay attentive.
Wang Yu fell into brief contemplation.
There was no doubt about it, President Lu's words had genuinely moved Wang Yu.
Resources and connections are the most scarce commodities in this society.
Even with his privileged background, Wang Yu wouldn't mind having more connections and resources.
He didn't want to trouble his family with every little thing.
Given a second chance at life, he now possessed both top-tier connections and a supreme system.
Still, some achievements must be made.
Only then would this rebirth not be in vain.
"President Lu, I'm afraid I won't be returning to Rong Province much these next few years, this private service."
President Lu's eyes lit up as he replied with a smile, "Rest assured, I brought Lily along precisely to address all your concerns. From now on, she will serve as your ICBC private wealth manager, staying by your side to address any issues you may encounter. Whenever you have any needs, just contact Lily directly. She will coordinate all the resources of ICBC for you."
Chapter 48, The Terrifying Resources of ICBC.
"Mr. Wang, if it's convenient, let's add each other on Feishin.
I'll be at your service 24/7 should you have any questions."
Upon hearing this, Long Lily immediately stood up and respectfully presented her Feishin QR code. Wang Yu took out his phone, opened Feishin, and scanned the QR code. As expected, he would be dealing with Long Lily frequently for quite some time to come. Young Master Wang, having a personal butler assigned is a privilege reserved only for the most premium clients at the entire ICBC. Whatever requests you may have, just mention them to Lily, she'll fulfill them all for you."
President Lu explained once more.
Their gazes locked intently on Wang Yu before both men exchanged a knowing smile. He flashed a knowing smirk that only men would understand. Wang Yu slightly raised his chin, his eyes glinting with amusement as he said, "President Lu, I must say, today I've truly experienced the full force of your hospitality.
Quite impressive."
Just then, his phone pinged softly with a notification confirming he'd successfully added Long Lily as a friend. Long Lily gave a slight bow, her face adorned with a perfectly polished professional smile. Raising his glass, he said softly, "Toasting you, young Master Wang.
Please don't hesitate to give me orders whenever you need anything. Easy as pie.
However, I'm quite particular, things must be done to my liking.
Do it well, and you'll be handsomely rewarded."
Wang Yu also raised his glass, clinking it lightly against Long Lily's with a clear chime before tossing it back in one go. Long Lily gave a slight nod, a glimmer of delight flashing in her eyes. "Don't worry, young Master Wang.
Lily will spare no effort. Your satisfaction is my ultimate pursuit."
President Lu quickly raised his glass and said, Come, Mr. Wang, let's toast to our happy cooperation in advance." From now on, ICBC will accompany you all the way as your wealth soars to new heights.
The meal lasted over an hour.
Glasses clinked merrily as hosts and guests reveled together. Wang Yu glanced at the Vacheron Constantine on his wrist, where the hour hand quietly pointed to 1.
He rose lazily to his feet. President Liu, today's meal was truly delightful. Your thoughtfulness is much appreciated.
Wang Yu's gaze swept over bank manager Liu before settling quietly on Long Lily, who was standing by in wait. He said indifferently, Miss Long, I'll be counting on you from now on.
President Liu promptly stood up, his face breaking into a flattering smile.
Young Master Wang, such words are too polite between us. What do you mean by standing on ceremony? Long Lily quickly stepped forward as well, placing her hands neatly folded in front of her while giving a slight bow. Young Master Wang, allow me to escort you out, she said. The group arrived at the entrance of the financial center downstairs, where the pre-arranged designated driver had been waiting for quite some time. President Liu grasped Wang Yu's hand, all smiles as he said, Young Master Wang, this trip to the Magic City was rather rushed. I'm not sure if it suited your tastes. When you have the time to return to Jincheng, I'll be sure to host you properly and guarantee your satisfaction.
President Liu, you're too kind.
We're fellow townsfolk after all, no need for such formalities.
When we're back in Jincheng, I'll definitely be troubling you often.
Wang Yu also smiled. There are 3 great joys in life.
Meeting an old friend in a foreign land is indeed a pleasure.
Wang Yu was quite delighted to dine with a fellow townsman who had traveled far to meet him in the distant metropolis of Shanghai.
After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Wang Yu took a seat in the passenger side of the McLaren P1.
The car slowly started and merged into the bustling streets of Shanghai. Standing at the entrance of the financial center, Manager Liu and Long Lily watched the departing McLaren P1. Manager Liu let out a long sigh of relief. He turned to Long Lily and said, Lily, young Master Wang is one of our bank's most important VIP clients. You must take good care of him. This directly affects a significant portion of our ICBC performance. Rest assured, branch manager.
I know what I'm doing.
Long Lily watched the distant McLaren P1 with a determined look in her eyes. She understood perfectly well that catering to a high-profile client like Wang Yu was both an opportunity and a challenge. If she handled it right, her status within the bank and even her entire career would take a qualitative leap forward.
Even soaring to the highest branch to become a phoenix wasn't entirely impossible.
Wang Yu was young, handsome, and came from an illustrious family background. In her eyes, few in the world could compare to him. It was only natural for her heart to flutter. The two stood in place, watching the car gradually fade into the distance until it disappeared from view. Moments later, each lost in their own thoughts, they turned and walked back into the hotel.
3 days later, 10 o'clock in the morning, downtown Jing'an District, Shanghai, Ferrari Sales Center.
Wang Yu drove Long Lily and parked the car right at the entrance of the Ferrari Sales Center. Since the banquet that night, Wang Yu had asked Long Lily to help him arrange the purchase of a ready-made Ferrari LaFerrari.
Unexpectedly, news arrived today.
The connections and resources of ICBC genuinely shocked Wang Yu.
Truly worthy of being called the universe's #1 bank. The prestige of ICBC is no joke. At this moment, 2 rows of sales personnel were already standing in perfect formation at the entrance of the Ferrari showroom.
At the forefront stood a woman in her 30s. She wore a tailored gray suit whose fitted design accentuated her graceful figure flawlessly. A slender belt of matching shade cinched her willowy waist, not only emphasizing its slimness but also projecting an air of sharp efficiency. The slightly wavy short hair fell neatly behind the ears, with a pair of delicate pearl earrings exuding an understated elegance. As Wang Yu and her companion stepped out of the car, she strode forward, her silver-white high heels tapping against the ground with crisp, assertive clicks.
The epitome of an elegant, domineering beauty.
Hello Mr. Wang, Miss Long, I'm Lian, the owner of the Ferrari Sales Center.
Welcome to our establishment. Lian greeted them with a warm smile and enthusiastically extended her right hand toward Wang Yu.
Seeing this, Wang Yu reached out his hand and said, Hello, President Yan.
Hello, President Yan. Lily Long also smiled.
Wang Yu's eyes shimmered with golden light as the system panel instantly appeared before him.
Name, Lian. Age, 38 years old. Height, 170 cm. Charm, 85. Physique, 83. Favorability, 72.
Skills, advanced social, advanced management, intermediate taekwondo. Coming back to his senses, Wang Yu said, I believe you're already aware of our purpose for coming today.
I wonder if,
with our connections at ICBC, rest assured about the Rafa matter.
Let's continue this conversation in the meeting room. Mr. Wang, you're so young. Please don't call me President Yan either. I'm only a few years older than you. You can call me Sister Liu or Sister Yan. Lu Yan was inwardly astonished by Wang Yu's youth.
She had been striving in Shanghai for so many years. As a private VIP client of ICBC, she had certainly met her fair share, but this was her first time encountering someone as young as Wang Yu. This was more than enough proof of how formidable the forces behind Wang Yu must be. At the very least, he wasn't someone she could afford to offend. Ever since receiving that call from ICBC the day before yesterday, Yu Yan hadn't dared to slack off, urgently coordinating with headquarters to arrange for a LaFerrari to be delivered. Rules and regulations that seemed unbreakable to ordinary people were nothing more than empty words in the eyes of the wealthy. My rules are the only rules that matter. Even if Wang Yu wanted a ready-to-drive car, it could be arranged within 3 days. Under normal procedures, placing an order to final delivery would take at least half a year.
Come on, let's go. With undisguised excitement across his face, Wang Yu couldn't wait as he spoke.
Then I'll call you Sister Yan, and please don't call me Mr. Wang either, just call me Wang Yu. Inside the luxurious reception room of the Ferrari sales center,
the spacious interior was bright and airy.
A massive chandelier crafted from Swarovski crystals cascaded downwards, illuminating every inch of the room with a dazzling brilliance. Beneath his feet was a thick handmade wool rug, its texture plush and soft. The exquisitely woven Ferrari prancing horse emblem on the carpet stood out boldly and ostentatiously, showcasing the brand's prestige. In the corner, there was also a small indoor fountain, the gentle murmur of flowing water adding a touch of liveliness and elegance to the room.
This living room is quite well decorated, wouldn't you say?
Noticing how the two were captivated by the luxurious decor, Lei Yan said with confidence, I hired a famous French designer for this. Only the finest materials and furniture were used.
Though this space isn't large, it cost me over 20 million. Not bad at all.
Wang Yu said with a smile.
Chapter 49, Wang Sicong calls.
They had just taken their seats.
Just as Lu Yan was about to speak, Wang Yu's phone rang.
Wang Yu took out his phone and saw the caller ID, Wang Sicong. Wang Yu was somewhat surprised. It had been nearly a month since they last met at the bar and exchanged contact information. Originally, he had hoped to integrate into Shanghai's wealthy second-generation circle through Wang Sicong, who might introduce him to some friends. But Wang Sicong never reached out to him afterward.
Wang Yu had already put the matter out of his mind.
After all, someone like Wang Sicong, a top-tier rich second generation, must have a lot on his plate. It's perfectly normal for him to overlook things. Unexpectedly, he reached out today, which came as a surprise to him.
Is there something you need? Lu Yan asked curiously. It's fine, let me take this call first. Wang Yu shook his head and then answered the phone. Wang Yu, where have you been making fortunes lately?
Wang Sicong's voice came through the phone, teasing as he said, you haven't reached out, and you didn't bother to contact me either.
Really hurts a buddy's feelings. You're the busy one. News about you is everywhere online, how dare I bother you? Wang Yu replied coolly.
In recent days, the boss of a certain company was framed and accused of rape, sparking widespread attention and heated discussions online. Wang Sicong couldn't resist commenting frequently on the internet, prompting countless netizens to eagerly follow the drama. It's simply exhilarating. Don't even mention it. Because of this incident, I even got a warning from my old man. Wang Sicong grumbled irritably, to be honest. It's just that he didn't fork over enough money.
If he'd coughed up a few million, do you really think that girl would have accused him of rape? A few million wasn't enough, surely 10 million would have done the trick?
Such a big shot being so stingy.
Serves him right. Ended up in the police station. Must be so embarrassed the whole world knows now. Wang Sicong burst into laughter, thoroughly amused by the other's misfortune. He suddenly asked, how's your kidney holding up lately?
Still going strong, no problem handling 7 rounds a night.
Wang Yu replied nonchalantly. Damn it, just because you're young you think you can do whatever you want.
Wang Sicong said helplessly, you'll understand when you reach my age. Young people should still practice moderation. If you're too indulgent, you'll regret it sooner or later.
Don't worry about me. I could keep this up even at 80. What? Wang Yu asked curiously, you're already spent?
You should take care of yourself then.
I heard Ning Province's goji berries are quite good. Want me to get someone to fetch you some? Go to hell.
Wang Sicong snapped furiously, I'll still be going strong when you're done for.
How could I possibly be spent?
I'm only 30, prime age for a man at his strongest.
What do you know?
Ha, speaking of which, how do you, such a busy man, have time to call me?
Wang Yu chuckled and said, actually, I've been quite busy lately. All sorts of things have been driving me up the wall. Not like you, living it up every day.
Wang Sicong said with a headache, you'd better cherish your last days at university.
Wait till you graduate, you'll find out, being a wealthy second generation isn't as easy as it looks.
Give up, and your family says you're not trying hard enough. Try hard, yet you're just not cut out for it. The business world is like a battlefield, full of hidden dangers where you can never be too cautious. Wang Sicong sighed deeply, then said seriously, since we last met at the bar, I've been wanting to introduce you to some friends when the chance arises.
There's a highly exclusive auction taking place the day after tomorrow in international waters not far from China.
They'll have all sorts of antiques, artworks, private collections and such. I think you'd find it quite interesting. Besides, many top-tier second-generation elites from Shanghai will be there.
Are you free the day after tomorrow?
If so, come along, and I'll introduce you to a few friends while we're at it.
Wang Yu pondered for a moment and then asked, held on international waters, is it safe? Don't worry,
Wang Sicong chimed in, the attendees are all top-tier figures and A-list celebrities.
If you're concerned, you can even bring bodyguards.
It's a Christie's private auction held every 3 years, completely confidential and never open to the public.
I guarantee it won't disappoint. Just set your mind at ease. Alright, send me the time and address. I'll be there the day after tomorrow. Wang Yu replied, I'm free before the semester starts. How many days will we be in international waters? You can come back whenever you want.
It's quite coincidental though, the schedule was moved up this year, otherwise you wouldn't have made it before school starts.
Wang Sicong also laughed.
That's perfect.
Wang Yu couldn't help but look forward to it.
After casually chatting for a few more sentences, Wang Sicong concluded the conversation by saying, then it's settled. Let's meet the day after tomorrow and have a proper chat, just us brothers.
Deal, see you the day after tomorrow. Wang Yu promptly hung up the phone.
To outsiders, the circle of wealthy second-generation heirs in the Magic City is a mysterious existence.
Yet for him, merely wanting to was enough to integrate seamlessly into any circle he desired. And it's the absolute top tier.
This was the confidence instilled in him by the system and the formidable backing behind him. His friendship with Wang Sicong was also because he found him to be a decent guy. Wang Yu wouldn't bother getting to know just anyone.
Sitting nearby, Lian's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she looked at Wang Yu and said, judging by the voice from across, is that Wang Sicong? Yan Jia, do you know Wang Sicong? Wang Yu asked curiously.
I've met him a few times, but we're not very close.
You two must be on good terms. He's willing to bring you to Christie's triennial private auction. Is there a problem with that?
I've never participated in Christie's private auctions either. I heard you need a member recommendation just to qualify. In recent years, Christie's auctions have featured quite a few world-class collections. Last time, Leonardo da Vinci's Solvitor Mundi reached an astronomical price of $450.3 million, breaking the previous record for art auction sales.
Lian sighed admiringly. Sounds like there are quite a few treasures then. Wang Yu pondered for a moment and grew even more excited by the prospect.
His grand money-making scheme might just come to fruition at this auction. $450 million for a single painting, only fools with more money than sense would pay that. The inflated value involved was almost laughably obvious. But for Wang Yu, money wasn't an issue. He could buy as many collectibles as he wanted, which also counted as a decent investment. For world-class auction houses like Christie's, reputation is valued more than life itself. The authenticity of auction items is rigorously assessed by professional appraisal teams, so Wang Yu had complete confidence in them.
Wang Yu snapped back to reality and asked Lu Yan, Sister Yan, has the LaFerrari arrived in Shanghai yet?
The customs procedures are already completed, and it'll be in the store within an hour. Just as you requested, Lu Yan smiled. The design features vibrant red accents, while everything else comes fully loaded.
Ferrari LaFerrari,
ranked alongside the McLaren P1 and Porsche 918 as one of the 3 legendary supercars. Limited to just 499 units worldwide, with a starting price exceeding 20 million yuan. Including customization options, import taxes, and a series of other fees.
The final price will likely exceed 50 million. Half a small goal.
The legendary supercars Wang Yu had only seen online in his previous life, now he could finally own one. In this life, Wang Yu possesses ample capital and confidence. Although the LaFerrari is practically a common sight on the internet, in reality, shockingly few have been sold across all of China.
To date, the number hasn't even exceeded 20.
Seeing one in Shanghai in an entire year is already a rare occurrence, let alone in other cities.
Chapter 50, finally obtaining the Ferrari LaFerrari. In the world of supercars, the Ferrari LaFerrari is undoubtedly the most dazzling star. It represents the ultimate in speed, dreams, and luxurious craftsmanship, captivating the hearts of countless car enthusiasts. Wang Yu, in this lifetime with immense wealth at his disposal, was determined to claim it no matter what. You might not be aware, but normally, placing an order for a LaFerrari comes with exceptionally high requirements. Generally speaking, one must own at least 2 limited edition Ferrari supercars, or alternatively 5 flagship models, to qualify for ordering a LaFerrari. At this moment, Lu Yan was patiently explaining all this to Wang Yu with a radiant smile. Her gaze radiated reverence and pride for this top luxury car brand. Moreover, the ordering process is extremely cumbersome and complex.
Starting with placing an order through us, then sending the specifications to Ferrari's headquarters, followed by arranging production at the headquarters, the entire process takes no less than 6 months before the car can be delivered. Lian paused slightly and sighed, but during this lengthy period, some orders inevitably encounter unexpected changes due to the prolonged waiting time. Some clients may face cash flow issues and, as a last resort, have no choice but to abandon their orders. As a result, those LaFerraris that are halfway through production or already completed end up in the awkward situation of having no owner to claim them. Normally when such orders appear, numerous buyers still swarm towards them, often ending up in bidding wars to snatch them, and even then they're practically impossible to obtain at any price, with each order being incredibly scarce. Fortunately, with ICBC as your intermediary, you managed to connect directly with Ferrari headquarters.
They transferred an available order slot to you, working overnight to add your requested configurations before air shipping it to you. So that's how it was. Wang Yu finally understood, and the doubts in his heart instantly dissipated. Ordering a Ferrari has always been a tedious affair, let alone the LaFerrari. As a world-class exemplar of luxury vehicles, every LaFerrari embodies the utmost craftsmanship of Ferrari's master artisans, meticulously hand-built. From the sculpting of its body contours to the meticulous selection of interior materials, each one is meticulously tailored to the owner's unique preferences and personality, with every detail engraved with exclusive markings. But precisely because of this, the time cost is extremely high, with production cycles of 6 months to a year being quite common. These modern technological marvels embodying both speed and luxury carry price tags often reaching tens of millions, no small sum by any measure. The customer who ordered the LaFerrari likely faced a financial crisis with their business, urgently needing a large sum of money to keep operations afloat. Under the weight of reality, even with immense reluctance, they had no choice but to grit their teeth, forfeit the final payment, and cancel the order, leaving nothing but regret. Money isn't an issue. Just tell me how much is needed, I'll swipe the card immediately. Wang Yu waved his hand dismissively and said, since it's a resale order, there's inevitably some price markup. After factoring in various taxes and miscellaneous fees, your total payment comes to 68,880,000 yuan. Lian handed Wang Yu a tablet and said, here's the detailed bill for your reference. Charge it. Wang Yu took the tablet, glanced at it briefly, then promptly produced his bank card and said decisively, all right. Lian took the bank card and pulled out the POS machine she had prepared in advance, swiping it. Please enter your password. She then handed the POS machine over to Wang Yu. Wang Yu raised his hand and entered the password. Payment successful. BZZZT. The payment went through, and the POS machine spat out the transaction receipt. With Long Lily, the ICBC private banker, by his side, there was naturally no repeat of the awkward situation from last time when purchasing the Sky Palace, where the transfer had merely been accepted but not processed. Ding! The system detected host expenditure of 68,880,000. Triggering double cashback of 137,760,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning 6,888 system points. At almost the same moment, a cold mechanical voice from the system echoed in Wang Yu's mind. Yet, his expression remained utterly unfazed. He was no longer the excitable youth who had just transmigrated and would get thrilled at the sight of 50 million. The IC 70+ billion cash deposited in his bank account ensured his heart no longer stirred easily at the mere accumulation of wealth. Lu Yan smiled with satisfaction upon seeing the successful payment. This single order alone would earn her a considerable profit. However, befriending a top-tier rich second generation like Wang Yu was far more valuable to her. Long Lily clicked her tongue in amazement as she watched Wang Yu casually swipe over 6 million without batting an eye. Even though she served as a private banker dealing with wealthy and influential clients daily, having encountered all kinds of rich people throughout her career, she couldn't help but marvel at Wang Yu's staggering extravagance. In the afternoon, a specialized armored transport vehicle smoothly pulled up at the entrance of the Ferrari dealership. This vehicle is designed to meet special transportation needs, equipped with an advanced shock absorption system with significantly better damping performance than ordinary trucks. The interior also features specialized securing fixtures. Moreover, it can be precisely customized according to the specific shape of the sports car, ensuring not the slightest displacement occurs during transportation. Since the car is quite expensive, to avoid any issues on the road, we drove rather slowly the whole way. Lu Yan smiled slightly. Please wait a moment, the car will be unloaded shortly. Lu Yan stepped forward and entered the password on the cargo truck's rear door. The staff, who had long been on standby, sprang into action with trained precision, carefully unloading the LaFerrari from the transport vehicle. Then, a professional driver smoothly maneuvered the car to the meticulously prepared handover ceremony site. Moments later, under the lights, a strikingly red Ferrari LaFerrari was unveiled before Wang Yu's eyes. The Rafale's fluid body line stretched seamlessly from the front to the rear, exuding a beauty born of speed. The yellow brake calipers and the violently aesthetic brake discs, coupled with the prancing horse emblem rearing proudly on the hood and the red doors bearing Wang Yu's embroidered initials. Every detail proclaims its noble pedigree. The LaFerrari, as Ferrari's ultimate supercar, epitomizes pinnacle design in every aspect. It stands as the most masterful masterpiece in the Ferrari lineage. Each vehicle is a privately customized rarity, with no two identical models existing worldwide. It even bears the coveted license plate Magic 8.66666. This license plate was obtained by Wang Yu through contacts at ICBC, and it took considerable effort to secure. A luxury car deserves the finest license plate. In a metropolis like Shanghai, getting a purely numeric license plate is already extremely rare,
let alone a 5-digit repeating 6 lucky number like this.
Buying a luxury car only requires sufficient money,
but to match it with a good license plate, you'll need sufficient status and standing. If you drive a luxury car, people on the road might look down on you, calling you a trust fund kid who coasts through life. What a waste of space. But when paired with a top-tier license plate, everyone who sees it would exclaim, damn, that's impressive.
This young man is anything but ordinary. I believe you can't wait either. Go and give it a try, Lu Yan said with a cheerful smile. Without offering too much explanation, she took out the keys and handed them to Wang Yu.
Given Wang Yu's willingness to pay such a premium for the LaFerrari, she assumed he must already be thoroughly familiar with its performance and specifications. With a car of this caliber, both its performance and features were top-tier.
As long as Wang Yu was satisfied, nothing more needed to be said.
Wang Yu took the keys. He swung open the Ferrari's iconic butterfly doors, plopped into the driver's seat, and shut the door behind him.
The red upholstery and the legendary prancing horse emblem came into view. Wang Yu's signature could be seen everywhere inside the car.
The dashboard is entirely crafted from carbon fiber, paired with the D-shaped steering wheel, all immersing the driver in an intense racing atmosphere within the LaFerrari's cockpit. Wang Yu grasped the steering wheel with both hands, and a sense of perfect communion with the machine surged through him. Under the influence of the mechanical soul's delight effect, he momentarily felt as if he had already driven this LaFerrari through countless racetracks, familiar with every quirk and nuance of its performance as intimately as knowing his own body. He gently pressed the ignition button. Roar! In an instant, the LaFerrari beneath him was like a long slumbering beast abruptly awakened, its slender headlights suddenly flaring to life. The car body trembled slightly as the engine roared with furious bellows, the deafening growls striking everyone present like relentless hammer blows to the chest. The entire sales center was filled with the deafening roar of Rafa's fury. Wang Yu sat inside the car. Apart from the rumble of the engine, no other sound reached his ears. Under the spotlight's glare, Rafa shone as brilliantly as the sun. It didn't seem like a family car, it belonged on the racetrack, roaming freely on the world's top-tier circuits. Chapter 51, Xin Rongji Restaurant. Wang Yu turned off the engine, got out of the car. Yan Jia, could you trouble someone to drive this McLaren P1 back for me? Wang Yu said. No problem, I'll arrange for someone to follow your LaFerrari shortly. A smile graced Lei Yan's delicate, fair face as she said, I was actually thinking of having dinner with a fresh face like you, but it seems you just couldn't wait. Absolutely, no way I'd turn down an invitation from Sister Yan. You've done me such a huge favor, it should be my treat. Wang Yu chuckled softly. To be honest, Lu Yan's age gap with him was indeed somewhat significant. She wasn't really his type, but she had just helped him secure the LaFerrari. It's only right for Wang Yu to treat her to a meal as a gesture of gratitude. The neon lights flickered to life. The Bund, Xin Rongji Restaurant. Warm yellow light spilled through the carved window lattice. The three stepped into the restaurant, greeted by an elegantly rustic decor, neatly arranged wooden tables and chairs, with tableware glowing softly under the lights. The air carried a delicate fragrance of tea and the faintest hint of food. The melodious tune of the guzheng softly played by the ear, like a babbling brook, instantly calming one's heart. The waiter led them to an excellent window seat, where the bustling scenery of the Oriental Pearl Tower could be fully admired below. People come and go, all in a hurry, either chasing after survival, or pursuing dreams. The insatiable desires are hard to fill, leaving no way out. As soon as he took his seat, a waiter dressed in traditional attire handed him the menu. Wang Yu leaned slightly forward, offering the menu to Lu Yan with both hands in a gesture of utmost gentlemanly courtesy. Sister Yan, please order first. Lu Yan didn't stand on ceremony either. With slender fingers flipping through the menu, she said, they have quite a few signature dishes here. Their sha swan bean noodles are a must-try, and that tender, flavorful braised pomfret cooked home-style, just the thought of it makes my mouth water. After speaking, she expertly ordered several dishes, then turned to Wang Yu and said, Xiao Yu, take a look if there's anything else you'd like to eat. Don't stand on ceremony with me. Lily, you decide. I'm fine with anything. Wang Yu smiled as he took the menu and handed it directly to Long Lily, casually adding a few of the restaurant's signature dishes before the attendant quietly withdrew. Xiao Yu, are you adjusting well to life in Magic City? Does it bring you joy? Lian asked with a gentle smile. Not bad. Wang Yu smiled and said, I heard you're from Rong Province. What does your family do for a living? Li Yan tilted her head to look at Wang Yu, a seemingly casual smile playing on her lips as she spoke. Though it appeared to be ordinary small talk, a faint glint of scrutiny flashed imperceptibly in her eyes. At such a young age, Wang Yu had already become a private banking VIP at ICBC. She was genuinely curious about Wang Yu's family background. It's nothing, just running some small business. Wang Yu maintained his gentle smile and replied with perfect composure. A faint smile played at the corners of Lian's lips as she gently swirled her wineglass.
With a teasing tone, she said, "Small business? Don't fool your elder sister. Whatever lets a young man like you live so freely, coming and going with luxury cars and beautiful women by your side, that's no ordinary small business." Wang Yu calmly took a sip of tea, his expression composed as he replied, "Sister Yan, it's really not as grand as you think. My family just deals in some traditional small trade back in Rong province." Though Lian still had her doubts, she knew it'd be impolite to press further. Still, she couldn't help grumbling inwardly. What the hell kind of small business is this? Since when does a small business operate at the scale of ICBC's private wealth clients? Before long, one exquisitely prepared dish after another was methodically served by the waitstaff. The first dish served was the braised sand garlic with bean noodles, steaming hot, where the umami of sand garlic perfectly harmonized with the rich texture of the bean noodles, its enticing aroma wafting through the air. Lian smiled warmly and said to Wang Yu, "Xiaoyu, try it quickly, this is one of their signature dishes. The flavor is so good, I guarantee you'll crave more after just one bite." Wang Yu responded with a smile, picked up a portion with his chopsticks, carefully savored it, then praised, "Truly delicious, this taste is so fresh it feels like my eyebrows are about to drop from amazement." Next, the braised pomfret was also served. The fish was cooked to a bright reddish hue, its skin slightly charred and fragrant, while the flesh inside remained incredibly tender, melting in the mouth. Lian skillfully picked out a piece of the belly meat and placed it into Long Lily's bowl, saying, "Lily, the belly is the softest and most tender part. Have more." Long Lily quickly expressed her thanks, and as the three ate and chatted, the atmosphere grew even more harmonious. At this moment, the guzheng music in the restaurant transitioned into Evening Song of the Fishing Boat, its melodious tune harmonizing perfectly with the bustling yet serene night scenery outside the window. A young woman dressed in ancient-style attire danced gracefully by the window. With each light spin, her swaying skirt blossomed like layered petals, drawing the gazes of many diners in the restaurant. As we spoke, the other signature dishes we had ordered were served one after another. Crispy golden belt fish, crispy roast pigeon, whitewater young tofu hot pot, glazed sweet potatoes. With bellies full and hearts content, the trio gazed out the window while savoring their syrup-laced sweet potatoes. Outside, the Bund shimmered with neon lights under the nighttime glow, its surrounding streets still bustling with pedestrians and an endless stream of traffic. "Sister Yan, it's getting late. Thank you for today, I'll treat you properly another time." After some more conversation, Wang Yu checked his watch and rose to say his goodbyes. "Don't mention trouble," Lian waved dismissively. "Let's just make sure to meet up more often in the future." Long Lily also stood up, and the three of them walked out of the restaurant together. The night breeze outside carried a slight chill, yet it left one feeling refreshed and invigorated. The driver arranged by Lian was already waiting at the gate. After bidding farewell to Lian, Wang Yu and Long Lily got into the car. Wang Yu took out the key to unlock the LaFerrari. Opening the car door, the LaFerrari's red doors spread upward like butterfly wings. Long Lily, wearing high heels, slid sideways into the passenger seat of the LaFerrari. She tightened the seatbelt around her, feeling it press uncomfortably against her chest before adjusting it downward with a tug. The car door clicked shut. Wang Yu pressed the brake and ignited the engine with a jab of the ignition button. Vroom! Instantly, the entire LaFerrari roared like a beast waking from slumber, its deafening growl piercing the air. It sent adrenaline coursing relentlessly through the veins. Wang Yu's eyebrows kept rising ever higher. Even though he had driven supercars like the McLaren P1 before, the Ferrari LaFerrari still gave him an extraordinary feeling. Excited as if driving for the first time, Wang Yu skillfully shifted gears, and the LaFerrari swiftly sped out of the street, heading towards the Sky Palace. Under the glow of the streetlights in Shanghai, the LaFerrari shot through the night like a crimson bolt of lightning. Wang Yu maintained a steady speed, always right at the limit. Under the effect of the machine spirit-pleased trait, the LaFerrari in his hands was like a tamed blood-sweating steed. It responded to his slightest touch. The driver of the McLaren P1 trailing closely behind didn't dare relax for even a moment, concentrating fully lest he lose sight of it in an instant. More than 10 minutes later, Wang Yu returned to the Sky Curtain Palace and directed the driver to park the McLaren P1 in his parking spot. He opened the McLaren P1's hood, took out a stack of bills from the storage compartment, handed it to the driver, and said, "Thanks for the trouble, bro. Please thank Sister Yan for me." The young driver accepted the cash with an instantly beaming smile. "Thank you, boss. I'll make sure to pass on your message." After speaking, Wang Yu returned to the LaFerrari car. "Tomorrow, help me contact a reliable security company, professional ones, preferably with veterans who served for over a decade," he said casually to Long Lily. "Bodyguard?" Long Lily was somewhat puzzled, but still replied, "No problem, I'll help you arrange it when I get back." Wang Yu was full of anticipation for the upcoming trip to international waters the day after tomorrow. Though it was Wang Sicong who had extended the invitation, safety concerns couldn't be ignored.
Although Wang Yu had strong physical attributes, he lacked actual combat experience after all, and this was international waters, where nobody would know if a person or two went missing. A wise man doesn't stand beneath a crumbling wall. Hiring bodyguards had become absolutely imperative. As an ICBC private banker, Long Lily had numerous banking resources at her fingertips. Therefore, Wang Yu didn't need to personally run around hiring bodyguards. She would handle the screening first, and he could make the final decision later. "Where do you live? Let me take you home first," Wang Yu said calmly. "No need to trouble yourself, I'll just take a taxi back." Long Lily looked nervous and kept waving her hands. "Let's go. It's still early, I'll take you home." Wang Yu started the car directly and drove out of Zhongliang Haijingihao. "Alright then, I live in Central Apartments, not far from here." Chapter 52 Full Favorability Rating. Wang Yu, who returned alone to the Heavenly Curtain Palace, appeared calm and composed, showing no trace of urgency. As his personal bank steward, Long Lily couldn't escape his grasp. A little patience was all that was needed. Wang Yu took out his phone, opened WeChat, and found Zhang Rou's profile picture. He dialed a video call. In the dead of night, the dim lighting in Tenmu Palace created an ambiguous atmosphere. The room was in complete disarray, with clothes strewn everywhere and tattered black stockings carelessly scattered about. Zhang Rou lay panting in Wang Yu's embrace, her eyes dazed, her body drenched in sweat, the bedsheet beneath her soaked through. It took her a long while to regain her composure. Only after some time had passed did she seem to recover a fraction of her strength. She felt as if she had come back to life. Only then did Zhang Rou have time to carefully observe the mansion before her, which was beyond her comprehension. Everywhere her eyes fell were designer furnishings she had never seen before, every detail exuding refinement and luxury. Especially the panoramic glass skylight, which showcased the dazzling night view of the Bund, the most vibrant part of Shanghai, without reservation, making one feel as if they were immersed in a dreamlike world. Zhang Rou was utterly astonished. She had never imagined a home could be so luxurious. The moment she arrived at Tianmu Palace, before she could even take in her surroundings, Wang Yu pulled her into playing games. Only now did she have time to notice the finer details of the rooms. The more she looked, the more she adored it. Zhang Rou nestled nakedly against Wang Yu's chest, her eyes full of curiosity as she whispered softly, "Honey, this apartment is absolutely gorgeous. When did you buy it?" "Just a few days ago," Wang Yu replied with a faint smile, his tone casual. "This place is so spacious. It feels like it could easily fit a dozen people, and being in a prime location like Lujiazui, how much did this even cost?" Wang Yu said nonchalantly, "It's not much, just about 200 million. Zhang Rou's expression froze upon hearing this. Her already weak body instantly went limp, nearly sliding out of Wang Yu's embrace. 200 million. Zhang Rou's voice carried a noticeable tremor. To Zhang Rou, this astronomical figure seemed utterly unreachable. Throughout her life, she had never dared entertain such extravagant hopes, let alone consider spending 200 million on property. Zhang Rou came from an ordinary family and had always lived in a modest 3-bedroom apartment. Compared to this nearly $200 million luxury mansion before her eyes, the difference was like night and day. Although she knew Wang Yu was quite wealthy, someone who could casually purchase luxury cars like a McLaren, his actual level of affluence still far exceeded her imagination. He casually bought this house worth 200 million. For someone of Wang Yu's age, this really shouldn't be happening. For most people, buying a house is a major life decision, one that requires careful consideration and multiple deliberations before taking the plunge. Yet Wang Yu made the purchase without a second thought. From Zhang Rou's understanding of him, the time it took probably didn't exceed a single day. The disparity between these two realities was nothing short of staggering. Zhang Rou lifted her head, her fair complexion still faintly flushed as she asked with innocent curiosity, "Honey, what does your family do anyway?" Wang Yu replied indifferently, "What, you want to know?" "Ah, I'm just curious." Zhang Rou coquettishly said, "Ever heard of Rong Province Pioneer Heavy Industry Group? My surname is Wang." "Ah." Zhang Rou couldn't help covering her mouth, her face filled with astonishment. Pioneer Heavy Industries Group was one of the top enterprises in all of Hua Nation, and even on a global scale, it stood at the absolute pinnacle. She had never imagined in her wildest dreams that Wang Yu was actually the young master of the Pioneer Group. This identity truly astonished her. Zhang Rou felt her heartbeat quicken, as if it might leap out of her chest at any moment. At this moment, she only felt that the man before her grew increasingly captivating. Zhang Rou draped a coat over her shoulders and walked to the balcony, standing still to feel the cool breezes sweeping across both banks of the Huangpu River. It took a while before he finally calmed down. From over 200 meters high, the night view of the Magic City stretched below, dazzling with brilliant lights and neon glows. Only from this vantage point could one truly appreciate the splendor and allure of the Magic City. The legendary 10-mile foreign concession and its scintillating nights. The winds of change gather over the Huangpu waterfront.
Such a wonderful feeling, truly befitting of a 200 million yuan mansion.
Standing here, it feels like the entire magic city is cradled in my arms.
Zhang Rui couldn't help but marvel at Shanghai's nightscape.
You're feeling all excited now because it's new, but once you've lived here long enough, it'll just feel like the same old thing. Wang Yu walked up behind Zhang Rou and gazed out the window, speaking softly.
Not at all.
A house like this, I wouldn't even dare dream about it before. I doubt I'd ever get tired of living here, no matter how long I stay. Zhang Ruan turned around, her eyes gleaming as she said, this is an almost $200 million house, how insane is that?
You can move in tomorrow if you'd like.
Wang Yu said with a smile.
Ah, honey, you'd really let me move in with you?
Zhang Rou looked at Wang Yu with a face full of pleasant surprise. Of course, you're my woman, that makes you the mistress of this house.
If I don't let you live here, who else would I allow? Wang Yu smiled gently. Zhang Rou coquettishly called out, hubby.
Wang Yu saw Zhang Ryu before him, her bright eyes gazing directly into his, brimming with tenderness. Her tender eyes had already misted over with tears. You're so good to me, I love you. Zhang Rou clung tightly to Wang Yu, burying her head in his chest, her heart overflowing with emotion. Even though she knew full well she was just one of many women in Wang Yu's life, yet the kindness he showed her made her truly feel happiness. She felt that even if she ultimately couldn't walk into the marriage hall with Wang Yu, these beautiful memories would already be enough.
If not good to you, then to whom?
Wang Yu gazed out the window with profound eyes, speaking somewhat meaningfully. Zhang Rou wrapped her arms around Wang Yu's thick, powerful waist, stood on tiptoe, and gently kissed his cheek. Her eyes brimming with coquettish charm, she said in a sweet voice, hubby, I feel my gaming skills are still a bit rusty.
Teach me again.
Wang Yu slightly froze, looking down at Zhang Rou. This was the first time she'd actively sought a challenge.
He couldn't help but ask, are you sure you can handle it? Meichum, I've rested enough. Zhang Rou responded with a beaming smile. Are you sure? I love you.
Zhang Rou pressed her head against Wang Yu's chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. Although the intimate moments earlier in the night had left her utterly fatigued, but now, she had only one thought in her mind, to melt completely into Wang Yu's embrace, to become one, indistinguishable from each other. This was the purest bliss shared between lovers. Faced with such passion from Zhang Rou, Wang Yu found it impossible to refuse. So, he scooped Zhang Rou into his arms and headed toward the bedroom.
After a night of passion, when Wang Yu awoke again, it was already 10 in the morning.
He stretched his body upon waking, feeling refreshed and invigorated. Wang Yu turned to glance at Zhang Rou, who was still fast asleep. He never expected her to be so passionate this time. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Yu also unlocked quite a few new gameplay mechanics. Although it ultimately ended with Zhang Rou exhausting her stamina, Wang Yu was still utterly astonished by the experience. Such a small body could actually unleash tremendous energy. A golden glint flashed in Wang Yu's eyes as the system interface instantly manifested before him.
Name, Zhang Rou. Age, 23. Height, 165 cm. Charm, 91. Constitution, 83. Favorability, 100. Skills, intermediate painting, intermediate sales techniques. Wang Yu gazed at Zhang Rou with adoration in his eyes. With her affection meter maxed out, he no longer needed to worry about it decreasing. From body to soul, this woman before him now belonged to him completely. Chapter 53, Jian Security Service Company. A night of exertion left Zhang Rou utterly exhausted. She didn't slowly wake until noon at 12 o'clock. Don't blame me for this, you were the one who seduced me first. Wang Yu spread his hands at Zhang Rou's resentful gaze as he spoke. You jerk, don't you know how to cherish me? If you scare me away, you'll regret it. Zhang Rou's fair and dewy face flushed with a lovely shade of red, making her look utterly enchanting. Wang Yu chuckled and said, well, you started at first, can't handle the heat but still love to play the game. Take a good rest. Today I'll take you out for some shopping to make it up to you. Just wait a bit longer. I feel like I'm completely broken. Zhang Rou lay on the bed. She only felt completely drained, wanting to lie in bed through endlessly alternating days and nights, going nowhere. Even her innate feminine love for shopping couldn't spark any interest in her. Wang Yu had no choice but to order a pile of takeout and eat at home. To nourish Zhang Rou's health, he prepared bird's nest, shark's fin, abalone, and sea cucumber. Nothing was lacking. The meal cost 18,890 yuan. After the meal, Wang Yu's phone suddenly rang. It was Long Lily calling. Young Master Wang, the bodyguard arrangements are all set. Come review them. Alright, send me the address. I'll be there soon. I'm right next to your LaFerrari. Alright. Wang Yu hung up the phone and turned to Zhang Rou, saying, I have some business to take care of outside. You should rest well at home. Meichun, I'll wait for you to come back. Zhang Rou's small head peeked out from beneath the blanket as she spoke tenderly. Underground parking lot of the Celestial Palace. Wang Yu stepped out of the elevator to find Long Lily standing beside the LaFerrari, holding a stack of documents in her hands. Wang Yu walked over while unlocking the car and asked, since you're already here, why not come upstairs for a while? Lily Long smiled and said, I just arrived too.
After all, Wang Yu was still her boss, so she couldn't just approach him directly. Lily Long turned sideways to sit in the LaFerrari's passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt. Seeing this, Wang Yu started the LaFerrari and smoothly drove out of the underground garage. Long Lily straightened the documents in her hand and said, "Young Master Wang, I've compiled information on 3 highly professional security companies in Magic City.
Let me read them to you.
Gold Shield Security employs bodyguards exclusively recruited from elite special forces veterans of major military regions and outstanding martial artists from combat sports schools.
We offer a comprehensive range of personal protection services.
Jian Security Services Company, Limited is a company licensed by the Moto Public Security Bureau.
It has grown and thrived by leveraging social ties and police connections within Moto.
The security team is assembled from Special Forces veterans, retired officers from the Central Guards Bureau, and similar elite backgrounds, capable of providing VIP private security services for domestic and international dignitaries, corporate executives, entertainment celebrities, and other high-profile clients. SparkGuard Security Company, with most members being recently retired Special Forces veterans who meet 27 international standards, operates under a strict training and assessment elimination mechanism. Equipped with a comprehensive training support center, it conducts rigorous background checks and implements multiple security measures for bodyguards to ensure service quality.
Among these 3 companies, Jian Security has the strongest capabilities. Which one shall we visit first? After a moment of contemplation, Wang Yu said, "Let's go to Jian then." Half an hour later, Wang Yu parked his car in front of Jixian Security Service Company, Limited in Suwei District.
At the entrance of Jixian Company, General Manager Lin Shen, accompanied by several executives, had been waiting for quite some time. As Wang Yu's LaFerrari slowly drove in, they immediately greeted him with beaming smiles.
"Young Master Wang, what an honor to have you grace us with your presence.
We should have welcomed you earlier. I'm Lin Shen, the General Manager of Jixian, and these are all key members of our team." Lin Shen warmly extended his hand. Wang Yu turned off the engine, got out of the car, and shook his hand politely, responding, "President Lin, you shouldn't have troubled yourself to wait for us in person. I'm the one who should feel embarrassed." Long Lily followed behind and gave a slight nod in greeting.
"Young Master Wang, Miss Long, please come in quickly.
I've prepared some fine Longjing tea for us to enjoy while we chat." Lin Shen stepped aside to guide them in. Before Wang Yu arrived, Long Lily had already contacted him. Learning that Wang Yu was a private VIP client of ICBC, he dared not show any neglect. He had come down with several senior executives in advance to greet him. The group entered the reception room, elegantly furnished with an air of sophistication, where the fragrance of tea lingered in the air. After everyone was seated, Lin Shen personally poured tea for the 2 guests and then launched into an enthusiastic introduction about his company's bodyguard services.
"You've come to the right place, Mr. Wang.
Here in Shanghai, our Jian Security's reputation speaks for itself. As I mentioned earlier to Ms. Long, all our bodyguards are veterans from Special Forces and the Central Guard Bureau, the elite among elites, each one exceptionally skilled." While speaking, Lin Shen handed over a detailed brochure. This contains comprehensive information about our various services along with some notable case studies. Please take a look.
Wang Yu took the information booklet.
Bodyguard services, emergency crisis response, risk assessment, security strategy development, information security guarantees, and so on.
He casually flipped through a few pages and nodded in approval.
Lin Shen observed his reaction and continued, "As for the price, young Master Wang, rest assured we'll give you the most favorable rate.
Let's be frank, you get what you pay for. Since you're requesting top-tier security, we'll provide premium service. We'd never make you spend money needlessly. Director Lin, I trust your judgment, that's why I came straight to Jian Security, but I'd still like to meet the candidates personally.
After all, when it comes to bodyguards, skill and experience are what really matter."
Wang Yu set down the portfolio and smiled. "Of course, absolutely."
Lin Shen promptly stood up and went to the door to call someone in.
In no time,
6 tall and straight-bodied bodyguards strode in with synchronized steps, lining up in a row, each exuding a fierce demeanor with piercing cold gazes. "Report, the Wolf Fang squad has assembled and awaits your instructions." The leader took a step forward and reported loudly. Wang Yu's gaze fell upon the leader of the group. The man moved with agile grace, his muscles taut, and his eyes carried a steely determination, clearly a seasoned veteran of many battles. Wang Yu activated his true sight and looked.
Name, Long Feng, age, 32 years old, height, 185 centimeters, charm, 80, physique, 96, favorability, 50, skills, advanced combat, advanced reconnaissance, advanced marksmanship, intermediate demolition. The other individuals were all around 30 years old, with physiques above 90, and were proficient in various professional skills. Wang Yu nodded in satisfaction and asked, "What's your name?" Reporting, "My name is Li Jiming, codenamed Cold Edge."
Cold Edge's voice was loud and brimming with vigor.
Tell me about your team's specialties. How would you handle an emergency situation?
Wang Yu leaned back on the sofa, casually posing the question while keenly observing their reactions. Lang Feng stood at attention and responded methodically, Mr. Wang, every member of our team has undergone rigorous specialized training in counter-terrorism, anti-hijacking, emergency rescue, and excels at handling various complex and volatile environments. In the event of an emergency, our priority is ensuring your personal safety. We would immediately evacuate you to a secure location while taking appropriate countermeasures based on the situation, never engaging in unnecessary combat, with your safety always being our paramount concern.
Chapter 54, Umbrella Corporation.
Wang Yu nodded slightly, fairly satisfied with Long Feng's response. He stood up and walked over to the bodyguards, carefully examining each one in turn, occasionally reaching out to squeeze their arms to test their strength.
Long Lily added from the side, young Master Wang, I've also looked into it before. Jian's bodyguards have impeccable background checks with no negative records whatsoever.
And there will be regular psychological and skills assessments afterward to ensure the bodyguard's physical condition always remains at peak performance.
Seeing Wang Yu's preliminary approval of the bodyguard candidates, Lin Shan felt a surge of delight.
He quickly seized the opportunity to elaborate on service details. Young Master Wang, our bodyguard service offers comprehensive, tailor-made protection.
Take this 6-member security detail before you as an example. They provide 24/7 dedicated personal service, ready to respond instantly to your command day or night, offering all-around protection for your safety. Wang Yu arched an eyebrow slightly and asked, how much does this cost? Young Master Wang, as a VIP client of ICBC, we won't beat around the bush. The monthly service fee for this team is 680,000 yuan.
Although the price may seem steep, every penny delivers its full value where it counts. These 6 individuals have clearly defined roles. Some are responsible for close personal protection, others scout routes and mitigate risks in advance, and there are also experts skilled in operating various security equipment who can instantly establish a protective perimeter.
No matter where you are, your safety will be as impenetrable as a fortress.
Wang Yu crossed his arms and gave him a look that said go on. Seeing this, Lin Shan added, our company currently has over 3,000 long-term security personnel and can mobilize more than 1,000 temporary guards. All of them are composed of Special Forces veterans and retired personnel from the Central Guards Bureau. In case of special circumstances, such as needing to temporarily increase manpower or deploy special equipment, our company has an emergency mobilization mechanism in place to fully cooperate without any hesitation.
What the hell?
Wang Yu was shocked upon hearing this.
He stood up and said loudly, is your company legitimate? Why are you hiring so many retired veterans? Umbrella Corporation in reality? No wonder Wang Yu was shocked.
Over 4,000 retired veterans, all from Special Forces and the Central Guard Bureau. Equipped with the right gear, this force could probably conquer a smaller, weaker nation.
And if you outfitted them with a heavy combined arms brigade's equipment?
A reinforced heavy armored brigade of over 4,000 men deployed to our monkey neighbor country could probably conquer quite a sizable territory. Manager Lin waved his hand and said with a bitter smile, don't worry, young Master Wang.
We're licensed by the Shanghai Public Security Bureau, we wouldn't dare recruit so many people otherwise.
Honestly, we have no choice but to hire so many. Every year sees countless veterans retiring without transferable civilian skills.
Many end up as security guards or factory workers tightening screws, can't even earn enough to get married.
Those from Special Forces fare slightly better with their specialized skills, at least they can become bodyguards with decent salaries to support their families. The market isn't doing well these days, and supporting so many employees is putting a strain on the company's finances.
680,000 is already a very preferential price.
Long Lily whispered beside him, young Master Wang, Jian's qualifications are absolutely impeccable, they're properly registered with the Ministry of Public Security.
In terms of cost-effectiveness, Jian's quote is quite reasonable within the industry.
Security teams of comparable caliber would charge higher prices elsewhere, and they might not even offer such comprehensive after-sales service. Wang Yu pondered for a moment, patted Lung Feng's shoulder lightly, then turned to Manager Lin and said, let's book them for a year first. I'll pay by card. Manager Lin's eyes instantly widened upon hearing these words.
1 year? How long has it been since we've had such a large order?
His face lit up with undisguised surprise. After a brief pause to process the unexpected turn, he quickly responded, absolutely, young Master Wang.
Your generosity is truly staggering. I'll have someone prepare the necessary documents right away.
With that, Manager Lin hastily walked out of the meeting room.
In no time,
Manager Lin arrived with a stack of documents and a POS machine in hand. Mr. Wang, the annual fee comes to 8.16 million yuan. Let's round it down to 8 million. Consider it a token of our friendship.
Take a look.
With that, he handed the documents in his hand to Wang Yu. Wang Yu took it and carefully reviewed the terms of service, then nodded and said, charge it. Manager Lin's heart leapt with joy as he hurriedly fetched the POS machine, handing it to Wang Yu with slightly trembling hands. His eyes were fixed intently on Wang Yu's card-swiping motion, as if fearing the deal might fall through at any moment.
Payment successful. Ding.
System detected host expenditure of 8 million, double cashback 16 million.
Ding. Congratulations, host, for earning 800 system points.
Only when the crisp chime of a successful payment rang out did he finally let out a long sigh of relief. His face beamed with a wide smile as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Young Master Wang, I can't thank you enough. Rest assured, from this moment on, the Wolfang squad is at your beck and call around the clock. We'll make sure you're absolutely satisfied. Lang Feng took a step forward, his posture ramrod straight, and snapped a crisp military salute. With unwavering resolve in his eyes, he addressed Wang Yu. Young Master Wang, we deeply appreciate your trust. Our Wolfang squad will defend your safety with our lives, through fire and water, without hesitation. Through fire and water, I shall not refuse. The other 5 team members echoed in unison. Their voices resonated through the reception room, brimming with heroic spirit. After completing their business, Wang Yu and Long Lily stood up to leave. Manager Lin trotted ahead to lead the way, escorting them all the way to the company entrance. All along the way, he kept chattering non-stop, alternating between gratitude and promises of impeccable follow-up service, while frequently leaning sideways to show Wang Yu around the company's other security facilities, oozing obsequiousness. Arriving beside the Lafar car, Manager Lin personally opened the door for Wang Yu. Young Master Wang, take care on your way. If you need anything in the future, feel free to contact me anytime. The Wolffall team sprang into action with perfectly synchronized movements. At Captain Lang Feng's command, 2 members hurried to the parking lot to drive the pre-prepared professional security vehicles to the entrance. The vehicles were equipped with state-of-the-art communication devices, protective gear, and emergency rescue tools. The other 3 members returned to the company's equipment room, quickly retrieving specialized bulletproof vests and close-quarters combat weapons before expertly suiting up in full gear.
Lang Feng remained at the entrance, double-checking his essential gear, the walkie-talkie, bulletproof vest, and other critical equipment to ensure nothing was amiss. Then he stopped Wang Yu, who was about to get in the car, and said, Young Master Wang, please wait a moment. I'll inspect it first. Wang Yu immediately stopped and watched Cold Blade curiously as he examined the vehicle. After speaking, Cold Blade began a meticulous inspection around the LaFerrari, scrutinizing every minute gap to uncover any potential hidden threats. He then popped open the hood, leveraging his professional expertise and experience to methodically inspect critical components such as the engine and wiring. Occasionally, he tested the temperature with his hand or listened carefully to the sound of its operation. After a moment, Lang Feng stood up, faced Wang Yu, and reported with certainty, Young Master Wang, the vehicle has no issues and is safe to drive. Wang Yu stood to the side, taking in everything with a glance, and couldn't help but nod slightly, privately impressed by the Wolfang squad's professionalism. He turned to Long Lily, the corners of his mouth lifting in satisfaction as he said, this money was well spent. I'll feel much more at ease heading to international waters tomorrow. After all, they're professionals. Long Lily said. Manager Lin smiled and added, Mr. Wang, your safety is of utmost importance. With the Wolfang team as your escort, you can rest assured when going out in the future. Only then did Wang Yu feel at ease and sit down in the LaFerrari. Seeing this, Lang Feng quickly directed his team members to take their positions. On both vehicles, the security personnel remained vigilant, their eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. With the roar of the LaFerrari's engine, the convoy slowly departed from Jian Corporation and headed toward Tianmu Palace. Chapter 55, The Benefactor of Life. After returning to Tianmu Palace, Zhang Ro was nowhere to be found in the bedroom, only leaving a message on Feixin saying she was shopping at the mall. Under Captain Lang Feng's arrangement, Team Wolfang conducted a thorough inspection of the Celestial Palace to ensure no issues remained. After leaving 2 members on guard duty at the entrance, the rest returned to standby in their vehicles. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Yu turned to Long Lily and said, Lily, contact the sales manager of Zhongliang Sea View 1 residence. We're buying an apartment downstairs. Why buy an apartment? Long Lily asked curiously. Having them wait in the car isn't a solution. If something really goes wrong, by the time they come up it'll be too late. We've got a long road ahead of us. Forget it, just call him over. I'll buy a few extra sets. Understood, I'll contact him right away. Long Lily silently complained in her heart. What a spendthrift, buying a house in Zhongliang Haijingihao for bodyguards to live in. This is simply too extravagant. Before long, sales manager Xiao from Zhongliang Haijingihao came trotting in briskly. His face was radiant with enthusiasm as he slightly bent forward and respectfully said, Young Master Wang, long time no see. Do you still remember me? I'm sales manager Xiao from Zhongliang Haijingihao. We just met a few days ago. I remember you, Xiao Yan, right? Good that you remember, good that you remember. I wonder what young Master Wang has summoned me for. Manager Xiao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said with a smile, This is a top-tier young master we're talking about, there's absolutely no room for carelessness. Wang Yu said nonchalantly, on this floor of mine, how many units remain unsold in the level below?
Manager Xiao immediately perked up.
Is this young master planning to buy another property? He snapped back to attention and quickly elaborated. Young Master Wang, there's also a 210 square meter 3-bedroom unit on the floor below yours. South-facing, fully furnished, ready to move in. There are also 2 4-bedroom, 2 living room units around 300 square meters, with excellent lighting and scenic views, perfect for enjoying the nightscape of Magic City.
On the 43rd floor below, there's another 3-bedroom unit around 300 square meters, also still available. Wang Yu listened, gave a slight nod, and with a casual wave of his hand, said, alright, no need for further details. I'll take all the unit types on these 2 floors below. Give me a good price, and go prepare the necessary paperwork. At these words, Long Lily's eyes widened in disbelief, her face full of shock. She never expected Wang Yu would make such a grand gesture, buying up all the available units on 2 entire floors at once. Xiao, the manager, also froze in momentary surprise. Then the surprise on his face could no longer be contained, and his voice trembled slightly with excitement. Mr. Wang, you are truly too generous. I'll go prepare the necessary documents right away. I promise to give you the best possible price. Just wait a moment, I'll be right back. Manager Xiao hurriedly stepped out of the room as he spoke, rushing off to prepare the property purchase contract and other paperwork. He sped away even faster than when he'd arrived, as if afraid Wang Yu might change his mind. Soon, Manager Xiao returned to the Celestial Palace with several colleagues in tow. Manager Xiao handed the quote to Wang Yu and said, please take a look, young Master Wang. The lower 2 floors have 4 unsold units combined, totaling 1,232 square meters at 166,000 per square meter. The total comes to 204,512,000 yuan. Young Master Wang, as our most valued VIP at China Resources Haitang Bay, I've done my utmost to secure a 7% discount for you. After rounding off, you only need 190 million yuan to acquire these 4 units, and will include parking spaces plus waive 5 years of property management fees. This represents the utmost sincerity from China Resources Haitang Bay. What do you think? Wang Yu nodded upon hearing this, took out his bank card, and said, charge it. Full payment. I'll handle it for you right away. I'll do everything in my power to process this as quickly as possible and get the property deed into your hands in record time. Manager Xiao took a deep breath, his hands trembling slightly as he accepted the bank card. Under Manager Zhao's direction, the entire sales team sprang into action with lightning speed. 2.5 hours later, Wang Yu signed the contract. Under the gaze of the crowd, he entered the password into the POS machine. The payment was successfully completed. A prompt system notification sounded in Wang Yu's mind. Ding! System detected host spending 190 million yen, double cashback 380 million yen. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 19,000 system points. Manager Xiao stepped forward with a beaming smile, saying, thank you, young Master Wang, for your continued support toward our Zhongliang Haijing #1 property. As long as you're satisfied living here, it would be our greatest honor. He couldn't help but feel that Wang Yu was his life's benefactor. Units that would typically take half a year to sell, Wang Yu had purchased 5 of them in just a few short days. And all of them were expansive luxury flats. He didn't even dare to say, congratulations to Wang Yu for becoming a distinguished member of our Zhongliang Haijinghao. This is far too demeaning for Prince Yu's noble status. I'm afraid the entire Zhongliang Haijinghao neighborhood combined couldn't rival Wang Yu's noble status. Manager Xiao had been in sales for so many years, but today he finally witnessed what a truly wealthy person looked like. Buying a house is as easy as buying cabbage. Wang Yu, who had just purchased 4 properties, still felt it wasn't enough. With so many women in his life, to avoid future complications, he decided to buy a few more homes today. Dragging Long Lily, who was still stunned, along with him, Wang Yu drove off in his Ferrari LaFerrari from the Zhengliang Haijinghao estate. He then proceeded to buy another apartment not far away at the Thompson Riviera, a 300 square meter compact apartment, priced at around 200,000 per square meter. After discounts, the total came to 63 million. Afterward, he visited Riverside Kaichunman and Emerald Riverside, purchasing an apartment in each location. They're all small-sized apartments. It adds up to over 700 square meters. A total of 131 million yuan was spent. Since he planned to keep a canary, he naturally needed to prepare several houses in advance. Moreover, they couldn't be purchased together and had to be bought separately. This wasn't because Wang Yu feared encountering a chaotic confrontation, but simply to avoid unnecessary trouble. Ding! System detects host expenditure of 194 million, triggering double cashback of 388 million. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 19,400 system points. System, open the personal panel. A pale blue screen instantly appeared before Wang Yu's eyes. Host, Wang Yu, age, 20 years old.
Height, 188 cm. Charm, 92. Physique, 120, normal human limit is 100. Durability, 120, normal human limit is 100. Entry. Double cashback, entry effect, all reasonable expenses will be refunded double. Peak physical condition, entry effect, starting now, you reach the pinnacle of human physicality. Solidification, entry effect. Eye of truth, entry effect. Machine spirits delight, entry effect. Points, 47,357. Huaxia coins, 7 560 506 206.
Wang Yu stared at the staggering figures displayed on the light screen, his heart filled with tranquility.
75 billion.
Once upon a time, these astronomical figures had seemed nothing but distant, unattainable dreams, yet now, they materialized tangibly before his very eyes. The corners of his mouth unconsciously curled upwards.
This feeling, it's truly addictive, Wang Yu murmured to himself.
The light in his eyes burned so intensely it could have ignited the air. Wang Yu tilted his head to glance at the still somewhat bewildered Long Lily beside him, the smile at his lips deepening.
Beauty by his side, wealth overflowing in his accounts.
The days ahead were destined to be an intoxicating, exhilarating carnival of luxury and indulgence.
Chapter 56 Shamelessness. Beneath the glow of neon lights, the night was as dark as ink.
By the time Wang Yu and Long Lily had completed all the necessary procedures and returned to Sky Vale Palace, the night had long since fallen unseen. At the palace gates stood two towering, stern-faced bodyguards, vigilant as statues in their dutiful watch. Seeing Wang Yu arrive, the bodyguard gave a slight bow and said, "Young Master Wang."
Wang Yu nodded and stepped into the palace. The interior was silent. Zhang Ro hadn't returned yet from her shopping trip.
The 6-person Wolf Fawn team had already been arranged by Wang Yu to stay in a 4-bedroom apartment on the 44th floor below his residence.
Make sure to react quickly. Lily, why have you been standing at the window for so long?
Wang Yu noticed Long Lily staring absently at the night view outside the window, her posture graceful, and couldn't help but ask.
It feels so beautiful.
Long Lily's beautiful eyes shimmered with a hint of dreaminess as she said, "The nightscape here is too beautiful.
Only by standing here does one truly feel the charm of Magic City. If you like it here, you can stay."
A meaningful smirk tugged at the corner of Wang Yu's lips as he uttered with profound implication.
Me, live here? Wang Yu, stop joking around.
Lily Long stiffened slightly, pulling her lips into a somewhat awkward smile as she spoke.
Her mind was crystal clear. She understood the deeper implications behind Wang Yu's words all too well. After all, they were both adults.
A faint blush crept onto her cheeks as her heartbeat quickened involuntarily.
I'm not joking. My door is always open for you.
Wang Yu smiled faintly, yet spoke with utter seriousness in his tone.
You must have a girlfriend, right? Long Lily blurted out the question almost instinctively. After all, someone as wealthy as Wang Yu never lacks for girlfriends. Moreover, Wang Yu is still so young and handsome. After asking, she didn't dare meet his gaze and hurriedly lowered her head. Heart racing. Her heart surged with joy. Wang Yu's words proved that her charm had won his approval. Being liked by an outstanding young man like Wang Yu is something any girl would be delighted about. A woman beautifies herself for the one who admires her. Yeah, I do have many girlfriends, more than one.
Wang Yu shrugged his hands and said calmly. Long Lily, upon hearing Wang Yu's words, forgot her shyness and lifted her head, looking at him with astonishment. She had never seen someone so shameless before. Wang Yu actually spoke about having many girlfriends with such composure, his facial expression completely unchanged, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Long Lily had originally been daydreaming about what life with Wang Yu would be like. Now it seemed she couldn't even rank as the mistress. The fourth wheel? Still in 5th grade? Long Lily's gaze at Wang Yu carried a mix of complicated emotions. She aspired to marry into wealth and rise like a phoenix, but she never imagined becoming someone's 4th or 5th mistress. Wang Yu walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and stood there, hands clasped behind his back. In a deep, magnetic voice, he said, "You know, in this world, some people are born at the very top of the pyramid, looking down upon all these pitiful masses." Lily Long nodded in agreement. There's a saying online that rings true, if you weren't born to ride in a Rolls-Royce, chances are you never will. Your decade of arduous study cannot compare to 3 generations of their family's business. The resources of this society are destined to be held in the hands of a few. To climb upwards always requires paying some price. A trace of bitterness crossed Long Lily's face. Wang Yu's words were harsh, but undeniably true. You're right, but how can matters of the heart be weighed against such things? Lily Long murmured her rebuttal. Aren't high-quality men and women also a kind of resource? Wang Yu turned around, fixing her with a burning gaze. Regardless of gender, premium resources never belong to the bottom tier. Wang Yu's words hit the mark, leaving Long Lily speechless and at a loss for a response. Wang Yu stepped forward and gently wrapped his arm around Long Lily's slender waist. Long Lily's delicate frame trembled slightly, but she didn't resist. Lowering her head meekly, she whispered, "Wang Yu, don't do this. I'm a bank employee and you're my boss. We can't, I'll get fired."
Do you really think Manager Lu would dare? And even if she gets fired, that's fine. It just so happens I'll be starting a company later, she can be my secretary. I can't let such a professional talent slip away.
Long Lily looked up, her sparkling doe-like eyes brimming with liquid light that reflected Wang Yu's face. Wang Yu's head slowly drew nearer. Long Lily's eyes fluttered shut, her breathing growing heavy, her lashes trembling like butterfly wings as her arms instinctively encircled Wang Yu. Time seemed to stand still, the clamor of the outside world fading away until only the chaotic symphony of their intertwined heartbeats remained. Her mind went utterly blank, her body melting into helpless softness. Responding purely by instinct, her mouth filled with his breath, an intoxicating poison that swept her into complete surrender.
A few minutes later,
Long Lily pushed Wang Yu away in a flustered manner, her cheeks flushed and her eyes darting nervously.
My mind is in turmoil right now. Let me go home and think things through. Don't accompany me.
Having said that, Long Lily turned to leave immediately.
Wang Yu quickly responded, you can take the 3-bedroom apartment downstairs. After all, you're my personal banking butler, living nearby makes it easier to serve me around the clock. All right. Lily Long bit her lip and ultimately didn't refuse. With those words, she hurriedly left the celestial canopy palace. Wang Yu watched Long Lily's retreating figure with an indifferent expression.
Long Lily had already come to accept herself inwardly. What he had just said was merely giving her an out. Women are creatures who say one thing but mean another.
The bait has been cast. All Wang Yu needed to do now was wait a little while. He had plenty of patience. Before long, Zhang Ro returned from shopping. Seeing 2 tall and stern-faced bodyguards standing at the door, she couldn't help but pause in surprise, her eyes filled with confusion. The bodyguards, recognizing her identity, inclined slightly to the side, signaling for her to pass through.
Zhang Ro paused her steps for a brief moment before stepping inside.
Upon seeing Wang Yu, she immediately asked, honey, why are there 2 extra bodyguards at the door?
Wang Yu raised his eyes and calmly explained, it was just arranged this afternoon. From now on, they'll be stationed here in 24-hour shifts to handle any emergencies.
Zhang Ro nodded slightly.
Though still somewhat curious, she didn't pry further. Instead, she turned her attention to organizing the various bags of shopping spoils.
Wang Yu walked forward, looked at Zhang Ro's busy figure, and said softly, did you enjoy yourself today?
I bought some things I liked, but shopping is really exhausting.
Zhang Ro said with a cheerful smile, after you left, I felt so bored that I could only go shopping. You never keep me company.
The corners of Wang Yu's lips curved upward as he took out his phone and tapped a few times in front of Zhang Ro.
To make it up to you, I've transferred 300,000 to you. Buy whatever you like, don't worry about the money, as long as you're happy. Ding.
System detects host has spent 300,000, triggering double cashback of 600,000.
Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received 30 system points. Zhang Ro's phone pinged with a notification.
The moment she saw the transfer alert, her eyes widened in shock and delight.
Honey, you're spoiling me way too much, she gasped.
Wang Yu gently wrapped his arm around her waist and whispered in her ear, you deserve this. Warm breaths sprayed against Zhang Ro's neck, making her cheeks flush red. This night, the moonlight flowed like water. Wang Yu and Zhang Ro lay embraced together. For a moment, the room was filled with amorous sighs as clouds rolled and rain poured. Passion subsided, Zhang Ro nestled in Wang Yu's embrace, a satisfied smile playing on her lips as she drifted into deep sleep.
Chapter 57, Just a Small Business. Strands of sunlight shimmered like golden threads.
They gently pierced through the sheer curtains, quietly slipping into the bedroom to illuminate Wang Yu's face.
Wang Yu drowsily opened his eyes as sunlight spilled across his face. He lazily reached for his phone on the bedside table.
The illuminated screen clearly showed it was already 12:30. Littered across Feishin were numerous notifications. The address and time for today's gathering had been sent by Wang Sicong fully 2 hours earlier. Wang Yu rolled out of bed, casually straightening the disheveled sheets before shuffling in slippers to the bedroom door where he grabbed and pulled on his pants.
He paced back to the bedside and gave the still sleeping Zhang Ro a gentle nudge.
Yet she showed no reaction beyond a slight furrow between her brows, muttering some indistinct dream talk before turning over and sinking back into deep slumber. Wang Yu gave a soft chuckle, the corners of his lips curling into a helpless yet doting smile as he decided not to disturb her further.
After freshening up in the shower, Wang Yu headed alone to the nearby popular Shibei Yumian Village restaurant for a meal. Shibei Yumian Village specializes in Northwest Chinese cuisine, with simply prepared dishes that preserve the ingredients' natural colors and authentic flavors. Wang Yu ordered several signature dishes. There are grilled lamb chops, Mongolian beef ribs, lamb skewers, chilled millet cakes, Shibei-style wheat gluten, and more. Juicy and tender grilled lamb chops, exuding an enticing aroma. The tender and firm Mongolian beef ribs were an absolute delight to gnaw on, satisfying to the core. The authentic Northwest cuisine had Wang Yu wolfing down his meal with relish, greasy lips, and all. After a satisfying meal, he thoughtfully packed some food for Zhang Ro, planning to give it to her when she woke up. I believe she would like it. Total expenditure, 1,688 yuan. 2:30 in the afternoon.
By the Huangpu River, the sunlight danced upon the rippling river, sprinkling shimmering golden flecks that mirrored the bustling prosperity along the shore.
Boom!
Wang Yu drove his red LaFerrari at lightning speed to the private yacht dock. Lang Feng, along with 2 other bodyguards, pulled up behind him in another car.
Wang Yu had just stepped out of the vehicle.
He was preparing to give Wang Sicong a call.
From a distance came Wang Sicong's unmistakably distinctive shout. Wang Yu, over here.
Wang Yu looked up to see a 3-story luxury yacht docked at a pier not far away. The yacht was snow white, reflecting a lavish sheen under the sunlight, with several well-dressed people standing nearby. A group of bodyguards in black suits were scattered around. Wang Sicong hurried forward to greet him. Wang Yu, you're finally here.
We've been waiting for you. It's still early, isn't it? It's only 2:30.
Wang Yu glanced at his Vacheron Constantin watch and said nonchalantly,
Damn, dude, you're right on time.
Wang Sicong's gaze was instantly drawn to the LaFerrari, his eyes brimming with envy. A LaFerrari.
Did you change cars again? Just bought it yesterday. Wang Sicong looked on with envy. He wanted that LaFerrari too. With that, he punched Wang Yu's shoulder. Damn, that's hard as hell. Are you some kind of ox? He shook his hand, then glanced at the watch on his wrist and said in surprise, Vacheron Constantin's Les Cabinotiers? You recognize it? Wang Yu was somewhat taken aback. I never heard that Wang Sicong was into watches. Do you think I'm some country bumpkin who's never seen the world?
Wang Sicong looked at Wang Yu with a resentful expression and said, I've collected quite a few luxury watches, including a Vacheron Constantin Les Cabinotiers series worth 20 million, which is naturally part of my collection.
Seems you're a fellow watch enthusiast. Wang Sicong wasn't surprised by this either. For most second-generation rich kids, these are precisely the things they pursue. Beauties, luxury cars, designer watches. Perfectly normal.
Poor men play with cars, rich men play with watches.
Panko bathed in the golden glow of wealth and gaming.
The value of watches isn't like cars that can reach absurdly high prices.
Not bad. Compared to watches, I prefer supercars. Of course, I do like limited edition watches too, Wang Yu remarked nonchalantly. Wang Sicong felt an instant kinship with Wang Yu, recognizing him as a kindred spirit. Thrilled, he draped an arm around Wang Yu's shoulders and exclaimed, Come on, let me introduce you to some friends first. You've come at just the right time today. Prepare to have your mind blown later.
Wang Sicong teased mysteriously, winking playfully at Wang Yu as he spoke. The two walked arm in arm toward the dock.
This is my good brother, Wang Yu. He's from my hometown in Rome province, Jincheng. Everyone, get to know him. Wang Sicong pointed at Wang Yu and introduced him to the crowd. Don't let his youth fool you, his family's no less impressive than mine. The Pioneer Heavy Industries Group belongs to his family. Everyone present had flickering eyes upon hearing this. Vanguard Heavy Industries Group. Who in China hasn't heard of them? With its industrial empire spanning multiple sectors, it stands as an undisputed giant in its field. The people present quickly stepped forward to greet him. Wang Sicong smiled as he introduced them one by one to Wang Yu. He pointed to a young man in a black short-sleeve shirt, standing 180 centimeters tall but as thin as a monkey, and said, This is Chen Su, from Luzhou. His family's in logistics, and like you, he's into supercars. How's it going, bro? Chen Su was clearly the type who makes friends easily. Without any trace of a rich kid's arrogance, he greeted Wang Yu with a broad smile. Hello. Wang Yu also smiled and nodded in response. Holy crap. A Vacheron Constantin Les Cabinotiers. If I'm not mistaken, this watch costs nearly 20 million yuan. Chen Su's gaze was instantly drawn to the watch on Wang Yu's wrist. Raising an eyebrow, he said, I've always wanted to buy this exact model, but unfortunately, I don't have enough money. 1800, just shy of 20. Wang Yu added matter-of-factly. That's really fucking expensive. Chen Su smacked his lips enviously. As expected of Pioneer Heavy Industries Group, their cash flow is truly massive. When I was 20, I desperately wanted to buy a Lamborghini, but my family absolutely refused. I had to beg and plead for ages before they finally agreed to get it for me. Wang Sicong slung an arm over Wang Yu's shoulder and teased, Being awesome is nothing. Last time he was driving a McLaren P1, and today it's a Ferrari LaFerrari. Chen Su's face immediately fell as he said dejectedly, How can the gap between people be so huge? I'll fight you rich folks to the death. Just a small business, hardly worth mentioning. Wang Yu waved his hand dismissively. Chen Su's eyes widened in disbelief. By that logic, even cigarette manufacturers would qualify as small and micro enterprises? Exactly. At that moment, the plump little guy beside them, with his cheerful and kindly smile, chimed in, Honestly, though, the tobacco group has always been a small business at heart, just hardly anyone knows it. Holy shit. Chen Su took out his phone to search, and after reading it, he couldn't help but grumble, seriously. The chubby guy turned to Wang Yu again. If I remember correctly, Huadiao Group is also part of your family business, isn't it? It's just a small business. Wang Yu kept shaking his head excessively modestly. Bro, if you keep being this humble, it's gonna come off as pretentious. Chen-su looked at Wang Yu with gloomy resentment as he spoke. Everyone burst into laughter at Chen-su's antics. Wang Yu also chuckled, waving his hand and saying, "Keep it low-key, low-key." Chen-su was truly a riot. With him there, the atmosphere instantly came alive. "This is Li Xiang, from Jinling. His family's in finance." Wang Sicong then introduced the previously mentioned chubby guy to Wang Yu. The chubby guy wore a friendly smile as he extended his hand toward Wang Yu. "Young Master Wang, pleasure to meet you." Wang Yu shook his hand and responded, "Hello." Chapter 58 The Uncorrupt Official. This one, you should recognize. He's a perennial occupier of internet hot search rankings. Wang Sicong spoke while pointing at another young man. The young man had a slightly slender build but exuded a distinctive handsomeness, standing around 1.7 meters tall. His tattoos and earrings showcased his unique personality. The young man turned his gaze toward Wang Yu. Seeing this, Wang Yu responded with a smile and nodded, saying, "Of course I know you. You're so popular online, it's hard not to recognize you." The young man smiled warmly, appearing quite friendly, and proactively extended his hand, saying, "Hello, I'm Qinfen." The tattoo-covered young man standing before me was none other than Qinfen, famously known as the Emperor of Shanghai. In 2018, his fame was unprecedented. Online, gossip circulated almost exclusively about his extravagant spending sprees and scandals with internet celebrities. One particular image, where he sat calmly in his wrecked Porsche 918, casually using his phone in the rain, etched him into the memories of netizens. This single photo propelled him to overnight internet stardom. His privileged family background and relatively handsome looks only added fuel to the fire. Qinfen quickly became the internet's white knight in shining armor for many young women. However, there was widespread speculation about his background. Rumors spread like wildfire. One persistent rumor claimed Qinfen's father was a shareholder in Macau's David Group. There are rumors that his father operates casinos in Macau, along with real estate and financial companies. The Qin family's annual cash flow reaches tens of billions of Huaxia coins, with formidable family assets. Some internet users even compare him to Wang Sicong, the son of the richest man. But Wang Yu knows perfectly well, most of these are just baseless rumors. Qinfen's background isn't nearly as mysterious as people make it out to be. Before he was reborn, someone had already uncovered the truth about Qinfen's family background. The Qin family's previous generation made their fortune through the business of being gambling junket promoters. Later, leveraging the accumulated connections, he gradually built a vast business empire spanning numerous industries. A hero is known in adversity, not by his origins. In this era, people ridicule poverty, not prostitution. Only those with money, connections, and resources possess real capability. "Hello, Emperor of Shanghai, I'm Wang Yu." Wang Yu chuckled as he shook hands with Qinfen, tossing in a teasing remark as well. Qinfen quickly waved his hand and said, "Stop teasing me, I don't dare claim that title, it's all made up by netizens. There are plenty of people in Shanghai far more impressive than me. I just happen to be slightly better off than the average person." Not to mention old Wang, take Shen-su and Li Xiang for example, their families are way wealthier than mine. Qinfen continued, "I've noticed you rich folks are all so modest. Each one tries to outdo the others in playing down your wealth." Chen-su couldn't help but grumble on the side. First it's Wang Yu's small business, then Qinfen shows up with slightly more disposable income than the average person. "So it's just me and Li Xiang who are actually rich? Can't we at least pretend to be modest?" Qinfen retorted irritably, "What do you mean you rich people? Your family was wealthier than mine to begin with. Our little family business is nothing compared to yours, just scraping by with hard-earned money." Chen-su chuckled and responded, "You're full of it, no one puts on airs quite like you." Qinfen shot a glance at Chen-su, then turned to Wang Yu and explained, his family owns the largest logistics company in Luzhou, they've got over 1,000 trucks alone. Next, Wang Sicong introduced Wang Yu to the other three individuals in turn. One was Su Yuza, whose family ran a real estate business in Shanghai, another was Lin Hao, who worked in the retail industry, and the third was Wei Jinglan, who was involved in foreign trade. "Let's board the ship first." After the introductions were finished, Wang Sicong said to Wang Yu, "It's about time. There'll be activities on the ship later." "What event?" Wang Yu gazed at the yacht moored before him. "You'll find out soon enough." Wang Sicong raised an eyebrow with deliberate mysteriousness. "The auction isn't until evening, we're going way too early right now." Wang Yu's heart stirred with anticipation upon hearing this. In Hollywood movies, the rich kids usually go out for a sail. He'd call up a bunch of bikini models in the metropolis, then party wildly on the yacht, champagne, barbecue, the whole shebang. Just wonder what kind of activity Wang Sicong's referring to? Then it's up to your arrangements. Wang Yu said with a smile, "Otherwise, going out to sea with you bunch of old geezers holds absolutely no appeal for me. It seems we're birds of a feather. Let's board the ship and have a proper discussion later." Qinfen's tone noticeably warmed by several degrees. Online rumors from his past life claimed his romantic life was extremely chaotic,
with relationships involving numerous influencers and celebrities.
Judging by the current situation, those rumors indeed appear to hold water. Wang Yu, talking like that really hurts your brother's heart. Wang Sicong said with a melancholy expression, women are just ornaments. Having fun with brothers is what brings true happiness. Damn it, old Wang, can you be normal for once?
Shinfen looked at Wang Sicong with disgust, then turned to Wang Yu and said, Wang Yu, you'd better watch out for old Wang here. You're so handsome and young, who knows if he's into that sort of thing.
Exactly, if this gets posted online, you'll be socially dead across the entire internet, Chen Su added gloomily from the sidelines. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu quickly took several steps back, eyeing Wang Sicong warily as he said, Old Wang, what's gotten into you? Even though we're both from Jincheng, I'm straight, you know. Wang Sicong felt utterly exasperated, as if a lump of frustration was stuck in his chest unable to rise or settle. After a long pause, he finally shouted helplessly, Great official of clear soup, in broad daylight, under the vast sky, you three dare to tarnish my innocence. The group chatted, laughed, and roughhoused their way toward the yacht. Lung Feng and his two companions, along with Wang Sicong's bodyguards, followed closely behind them, not straying a step away. They boarded the yacht. The teak floor beneath his feet was polished to a mirror-like sheen, reflecting the figures of those present. The interior of the yacht was even more astonishingly luxurious, with crystal chandeliers dazzling the eyes, leather sofas soft and comfortable, and artworks adorning the walls. Wang Yu stood on the deck of the yacht, quietly gazing at the scenery along both banks of the Huangpu River. The daytime view was still somewhat different from that of night. There was a bit more hustle and bustle, with a little less of that opulent sense of luxury. As the yacht slowly set sail, the deep rumble of the engine instantly echoed across the entire dock. The wind from the riverside blew gently against their faces, carrying the refreshing scent of the sea, dispelling much of the summer heat. Soon, the yacht reached the middle of the river. Then the vessel began to turn around, heading in the direction of the East China Sea. Only when no other ships remained within sight did the yacht gradually begin to pick up speed. The waves rhythmically lapped against the yacht, churning up layers of white foam. The sunlight poured down without reservation, piercing through the seawater, revealing the sandy seabed, swaying seaweed, and colorful little fish darting between them. All lay bare before the eyes without concealment. A flock of seagulls wheeled and soared overhead, their pure white wings shimmering faintly in the sunlight. They stretched their wings, gliding effortlessly, occasionally giving short flaps accompanied by crisp, clear cries. Some seagulls playfully skimmed close to the sea surface, their pointed beaks occasionally dipping into the water, splashing up strings of crystalline droplets. Then they flapped their wings and soar high, vanishing into that vast azure sky. All this was genuinely awe-inspiring for Wang Yu, who came from the mountains. The boundless sea stretched endlessly to the horizon, forming a striking contrast with the limited views enclosed by mountains. It's often said, what truly broadens a man's mind are only lofty mountains and vast oceans. The more one sees, the wider their horizons become, and naturally, their perspective expands. This is undoubtedly true. Chapter 59, Yacht Revelry. When does the auction start? Wang Yu stood on the deck of the yacht and asked Wang Sicong beside him. It doesn't start until 9 p.m., don't be in such a hurry. Wang Sicong wore a slightly mischievous smile and winked at Chen Su. Chen Shi nodded with a sly grin, then rose from his lounger and walked to the deck stairway. He leaned over and called down toward the cabin below. From inside the cabin came the immediate clatter of high heels, then followed over a dozen women, all scoring above 80 in looks and figure, emerging in bikinis. One by one, they walked and circled before Wang Yu and the others. Then, smiling, they stood side by side on the deck facing them. In an instant, even the ocean breeze seemed infused with the girl's fragrance. Each of them possessed an exceptionally alluring figure. Her slender waist was so delicate it seemed as if it might break with a single touch, yet it perfectly traced out seductive curves. Following the flat plane of her abdomen downward, the contours led to perfectly rounded buttocks that appeared all the more firm and enticing wrapped in the bikini. Her fair skin glowed with a delicate radiance under the sunlight. They stood there side by side, exuding an irresistible charm. Some were bewitching while others appeared refreshingly pure. You actually prepared this surprise? Su Yuza said to Wang Sicong with some surprise. This eye-catching scene before him was something he hadn't anticipated at all. Of course. Wang Sicong smirked with pride, chuckling, luckily I planned ahead and arranged something. Otherwise, after we dock, who knows what kind of rumors you guys would spread about me. If word got out, how could I keep my reputation? So, how about my arrangements? Good enough to shut you up, right? If I catch wind of any gossip later, you're gonna regret it. Shinfen lazily reclined in his chair, stroking his chin as he said to Wang Yu beside him, just these few people seems a bit lacking, don't you think? I agree. Not even enough to split among us. If the foreigners next door saw this, they'd think we couldn't afford better. Wang Yu nodded in agreement, playing along. Exactly. Tonight's guests are literally the wealthiest crowd in all of Asia. Lao Wang, you're being stingy here. Chen Su also smirked mischievously, since old Wang is being so insincere, don't blame us for not being polite.
We'll go back and tell the entire internet that old Wang is gay, keep all the girls away from him.
The chubby guy suddenly muttered, what if this actually plays right into old Wang's hands?
The venue instantly fell silent.
After a moment, the entire crowd erupted in laughter.
You're all my sworn brothers, don't mess with me like this.
Wang Sicong's mentality completely collapsed. With a look of grief and indignation, he said, little fatty, we've known each other for so many years, and this is how you treat me? You guys just met Wang Yu and already formed a shady alliance with him? No way. The chubby guy shook his head and said, we're like brothers, closer than kin. So you're saying it'll cost me extra, right? Chen Xiufu chimed in with agreement.
Then the group exchanged glances and burst into laughter while looking at Wang Sicong.
Alright, that's enough.
Xinfen said seriously, if we keep this up, old Wan might just feel compelled to give us a live demonstration.
I don't want to get a sty in my eye.
Wang Sicong glared at Xinfen and said to Wang Yu, you pick two first.
They'll keep you company later.
As top-tier second-generation heirs, they were already accustomed to scenes like this. There was no rush at the moment. Wang Yu didn't pretend to be modest either, openly sizing up the row of girls before him.
Then he casually picked two.
One was a tall girl with an innocent face and a pair of slender, perfectly straight legs like jade. The other had a bombshell figure with voluptuous curves, especially the conspicuous big mines on her chest.
Just these two.
The two girls' eyes instantly lit up when Wang Yu pointed at them.
Smiling broadly, they didn't need any prompting before actively stepping forward to stand before Wang Yu.
The remaining girls on the deck couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy at the sight. They came here fully aware of the identities of those present. These were the top young masters of China.
Good service would undoubtedly bring generous rewards.
Among them, Wang Yu stood out so conspicuously. With a handsome face and a towering height of 188 centimeters, no girl would likely refuse. Accompanying such a handsome and wealthy second-generation rich kid is naturally far better than accompanying anyone else.
You've got good taste.
Wang Sicong looked at the girl Wang Yu had chosen and praised. He was quite satisfied with these two, never expecting Wang Yu would pick them first. But he didn't feel bothered by it, this only proved they shared similar tastes and vibed well together. Wang Sicong immediately introduced the girls before them. This is Wang Yu, just call him young master Yu.
He's my brother. Take good care of him, and you'll be rewarded handsomely if he's happy.
Got it, they replied. The two girls nodded obediently and walked over to Wang Yu with enchanting steps, taking the initiative to wrap their arms around his. The innocent-looking girl spoke up, young master Yu, you can just call me Lele.
Young master Yu, my name is Tang Tang, the other said coyly.
The girl with the bombshell figure said coyly. Wang Yu smiled, wrapping his arms around both of them and pulling them close. Lele appeared slightly shy yet offered no resistance, docilely allowing Wang Yu to hold her like a delicate little bird nestling against him. Tang Tang cooperatively snuggled deeper into his embrace, while her twin peaks pressed firmly against Wang Yu's body. They came aboard the yacht willingly, fully aware of what was expected of them.
Once Wang Yu made his selection,
Wang Sicong and Xinfen also began choosing the girls they liked, followed by Chen Su and Li Xiang. Although their banter was lively and carefree, but this small detail clearly reveals the disparity in their statuses. Wang Yu was the newcomer to their circle, so letting him pick first was a given. Wang Sicong and Xinfen held the highest status within this circle's hierarchy. They occupied the dominant seats at the table.
In society, people are strictly stratified by hierarchy. Among the wealthy second generation, the class distinctions are only more pronounced. Otherwise, how could it manifest even in these minute details? Come on, let's go unwind first.
Xinfen beckoned Wang Yu over while casually draping an arm around a bikini-clad blonde beauty with striking blue eyes. Wang Yu naturally strolled toward the front deck of the yacht. A small swimming pool occupied the space, surrounded by numerous water guns and fishing rods. Under the scorching summer sun amidst the open sea, water play was practically mandatory. Xinfen and the others picked up their water guns and filled them to the brim. Then, exchanging mischievous glances, they opened fire on the girls. Instantly, the already sparse fabric covering the girls became soaking wet,
revealing tantalizing glimpses of bare skin. Ouch! Young Master Qin, you're so naughty. You're awful, young Master Chen.
The girls giggled incessantly, playfully dodging from side to side.
The yacht instantly became a scene of springtime splendor, a feast for the eyes.
Witnessing this spectacle, Wang Yu couldn't help but conceive the desire to purchase a yacht himself. A perfect occasion to invite a few bosom friends and set sail upon the open sea. Azure skies, cotton-white clouds, boundless ocean, beautiful women, champagne, barbecues.
Hosting a grand party is truly one of life's greatest pleasures. Chapter 60. Are you the god's illegitimate child or something? Young Master Yu, why aren't you joining in the fun? Tang Tang couldn't help but ask curiously as she watched Wang Yu standing to the side. What, you two want to join them? Wang Yu raised an eyebrow and said.
Lele glanced at the girl by the poolside, charming yet somewhat disheveled, and shook her head repeatedly, saying, I'd rather stay by your side, sir. Wherever you go, I'll follow.
Tauntaun's eyes sparkled as she chimed in, whatever young master you says goes. I'll stay right here with you. Wang Yu nodded with a faint smile, saying nothing. The sea breeze carried the ocean's distinct scent, intensifying the decadent atmosphere even further. At this moment, bodyguards stood scattered around, their gaze sharp and unwavering, vigilantly alert to any hint of suspicious activity. A stark contrast to the lavish revelry and merry laughter at the center of the deck. Wang Sicong sank deeply into the plush sofa, then snapped his fingers at a nearby waiter. The waiter understood immediately, presenting him with an exquisitely crafted cocktail. Wang Sicong picked up the cocktail, gave it a light swirl, then looked toward Wang Yu not far away and called out loudly, Wang Yu, getting accustomed to life on my yacht? I've arranged things quite well, haven't I? The school director sure goes all out when he treats us. This lavish setup is absolutely first-rate. Wang Yu slightly turned his body, the corners of his mouth curling upward as he spoke. Wang Sicong laughed heartily, standing up and casually grabbing a bottle of champagne. Damn right. When you're out to have fun, you've gotta go all in. With that, he yanked out the cork and forcefully sprayed the bubbly in everyone's direction. Ugh, how annoying. He, come at me again. Champagne foam sprayed through the air as the girls' surprised shrieks and playful laughter mingled together. In an instant, the lively atmosphere escalated to new heights of revelry. Wang Sicong shouted between sprays, everyone, get hyped. The prep DJ immediately started spinning records, filling the venue with upbeat music. The club isn't the best place to find a lover, so the bar is where I go. Me and my friends at the table doing. This part of the plot is tricky to write, so imagine scenes from movies like I the Wolf of Wall Street /I and immerse yourselves accordingly. Wang Yu gazed at the lively scene, a flicker of interest flashing in his eyes. The smile at the corner of his lips deepened as he casually picked up another bottle of champagne from the ice bucket beside him. Seeing this, Lele and Tang Tang beside him froze momentarily. Then their eyes filled with anticipation and excitement. Wang Yu walked toward Wang Sicong, pulling the champagne cork as he went pop as the cork shot out. The sprayed champagne splashed all over Wang Sicong, turning heads around them. The two exchanged glances before bursting into laughter, then raised their champagne bottles in unison, spraying exuberantly into the air. Like a fine, glittering drizzle, the champagne rained down on the cheering crowd below. Wang Yu swayed gently to the rhythm of the music, his usually composed face now brimming with uninhibited joy and exhilaration. 25 minutes later, only when Wang Sicong, Qin Fun, and the others had exhausted themselves from revelry did they finally decide to end the celebration. Then, arm in arm with their respective female companions, they headed towards the cabin rooms. Wang Sicong approached Wang Yu and said casually, I'm heading to my room first. There are plenty of empty rooms here. If you decide to go in later, just pick any unoccupied one and walk right in. You know what I mean. Later. Shensu, Qinfun, and the others winked suggestively at Wang Yu before filing into their rooms one after another. Soon, only Wang Yu and the two girls Lele and Tang Tang remained on the deck, surrounded by bodyguards on all sides. Wang Yu walked to the bow of the ship, gazed at the scenery for a while, and let the sea breeze brush against him. Then he also felt it wasn't very interesting. So he said to Lele and Tang Tang, shall we go in too? Lele blushed slightly and responded softly, Master Yu, I can't wait any longer, let's go. Tang Tang stepped forward and looped her arm through Wang Yu's, deliberately adopting a coquettish tone laced with subtle innuendo. As she spoke, she didn't forget to wink at Lele, her eyes brimming with playful mischief. Her breezy demeanor suggested she didn't take the upcoming events too seriously, though a faint trace of barely concealed anticipation flickered in the depths of her gaze. Tugging Wang Yu along, she sauntered toward the cabin, her high heels clicking crisply against the deck as her swaying figure exuded undeniable allure. 2 hours later, when Wang Yu emerged from the room, he found Qinfun, Wang Sicong, and the others already chatting in the living room inside. A group of girls occasionally raised their glasses to feed them wine. The moment they saw Wang Yu appear, all eyes instantly turned to him. Wang Yu, you little bastard, don't tell me you fell asleep in there? Wang Sicong said in a teasing tone. What's wrong? Too exhausted at such a young age? Don't be like that, we're all men here. There's no need to force yourself. Yeah Wang Yu, we're all brothers here. Stop pretending. Chunsu wore a broad smile as he looked at Wang Yu. Qinfun chuckled and said, sure, you can fool your buddies, just don't end up fooling yourself. We all see right through it, just didn't bother calling you out. So cut the act. How bizarre. Wang Yu, seeing this, replied calmly, I'll head to the restroom first. Wait, I'm coming too. Chunsu immediately stood up and followed Wang Yu into the yacht's bathroom. As a luxury yacht, the bathroom facilities were also exceptionally lavish, featuring only the world's top-tier furnishings. The decor looked no different from a 5-star hotel, though the limited space made it less spacious than an actual hotel. There were only 2 urinals. Wang Yu and Chunsu had no choice but to stand side by side. Just as Chunsu was about to relieve himself, his eyes inadvertently flickered toward Wang Yu. His 2 eyeballs instantly bulged wide open. Chunsu exclaimed in astonishment. Holy shit, How the F*** can you be this crazy? Are you even human? Stay calm. Wang Yu calmly pulled up his pants.
Chen Su held his forehead, looking rather pained as he returned to the living room with Wang Yu. His eyes brimmed with resentment.
Just why?
Wang Yu, this young lad, handsome, from a wealthy family, that alone would be irritating enough. Why is his also so impressive?
Wang Yu must be the illegitimate son of the heavens. How else could all the world's blessings be showered upon him alone? Why did it take so long? Chen Su and Wang Yu had just sat down when Qin Fan asked curiously, "Where are your two female companions? Why didn't they come out?" His companions probably need more rest. This guy's too ing intense. Who could handle that? Chen Su's gloomy voice drifted over from the side. Ha!
The gazes of Wang Sicong and the others instantly fell upon Wang Yu.
The surrounding girls secretly looked Wang Yu up and down, their faces filled with curiosity.
Their hearts were brimming with envy.
Lucky Lei and Tang Tang, they're so fortunate. Damn, you're really hiding your talents. How do you always get all the good luck?
Wang Sicong said with a laugh. Wang Yu remained calm, merely smiling faintly without saying a word.
Let's not dwell on this any further, it would be imprecision. Chapter 61 Symphony of the Seas. It's about time, isn't it?
Wang Sicong slightly raised his wrist, glanced at the Patek Philippe on it, then lifted his gaze to Qin Fan as he voiced the question.
Yes. Qin Fan gave a slight nod, though a trace of frustration remained evident in his expression as he responded softly, "The time should be about right. Let's go, we'll head up together."
Wang Sicong took the lead, turning and striding toward the upper deck of the yacht. Seeing this, Qin Fan took a deep breath and followed closely behind.
As everyone boarded the yacht's deck,
night had already descended like an expansive brocade of ink, surging from the horizon's edge to tightly envelop the entire Miyako Strait.
At this moment,
this supposedly tranquil stretch of sea was now extraordinarily lively, resembling a sleepless city afloat on the waters.
On the vast sea, scattered lights twinkle at irregular intervals.
Wang Yu looked closely and realized those were lights emanating from boats moored there. Though varying in design, every vessel radiated opulence as far as the eye could see.
There lay nothing but luxury yachts. Wang Yu couldn't help but ask, "Who are these people?" "They're just like us, either wealthy young masters or social elites," came the reply.
Wang Sicong's eyes gleamed with unspoken emotions as he sighed softly. Nearly all the qualified wealthy individuals across Asia, even the world, have gathered here today.
What about the Christie's auction people?
Wang Sicong pointed toward the depths of the Miyako Strait and said, "Look over there." Wang Yu gazed intently in the direction he was pointing.
In that instant, he couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath.
There stood a colossal luxury cruise ship, seeming to have sailed straight out of a dream, towering majestically on the distant sea. Its immense silhouette, set against the night sky and the sea, resembled a floating city upon the waters, quietly radiating an awe-inspiring majesty.
Like a massive suspended koan fish resting upon the ocean's surface,
the entire hull was bathed in soft yet luminous lights, illuminating every intricate detail of its structure.
The entire cruise ship shimmered brilliantly in the darkness,
like a radiant pearl emerging from the depths of the ocean. Wang Sicong leaned forward, pointed at the colossal ship, and said, "This is the world's largest and most luxurious cruise ship, the Symphony of the Seas." This giant vessel was built by the world's top shipyard. It's 362 meters long, 66 meters wide, with a total height of 108 meters and a gross tonnage of 228,081 tons. It said the vessel can accommodate 8,880 passengers simultaneously, with 4,200 professional attendants providing meticulous service to every guest.
Such a massive scale would undoubtedly make it a behemoth on the open seas.
Wang Yu was completely stunned by what he heard and couldn't help letting out an odd exclamation. The facilities inside this giant ship are truly unmatched. Wang Sicong paused, his eyes revealing a hint of unconcealable envy, then continued, "This ship has 18 decks in total, each with its own distinct theme, from the entertainment and leisure areas on the lower decks to the observation suites on the top floor.
Dozens of restaurants, each with its own unique character and distinctive flavors.
Escape rooms, a royal grand theater, as well as the tallest waterslide at sea, the ultimate abyss, and a water park called Perfect Storm.
2 wave pools, a mini golf course, a 9-story high aerial zipline, and an oceanfront swimming pool, among other amenities. Everything you could ever want."
Wang Yu stood dumbfounded, his mouth slightly agape, and it took him a while to regain his senses before he exclaimed, "Did they somehow move an entire city onto this ship?
This is simply unbelievable. How much would something like this even cost?" After snapping out of his daze, Wang Yu pressed on with eager curiosity.
Qin Fan kept his gaze fixed on the distant Symphony of the Seas as he murmured, "According to public records, the Symphony of the Seas cost approximately $1.8 billion to build."
$1.8 billion. Converted to Chinese yuan, that's a staggering 12.2 billion. Over 10 billion yuan, just to build a single ship like this.
This is way too luxurious. Wang Yu gazed around with awe in his eyes, exclaiming, "It's practically a palace on the sea, more extravagant than I could have imagined." Wang Sicong chuckled and reached out, giving Wang Yu's shoulder a hearty pat, his eyes brimming with excitement. Of course, Christie's auction house has really gone all out for this event. They've brought out the treasures they usually keep under lock and key. Tonight, I guarantee you'll witness what a truly grand spectacle looks like. As the yacht gradually approached, the surroundings became increasingly lively and bustling. The Symphony of the Seas slowly lowered its boarding ramp. People from the yachts that had arrived earlier and were anchored nearby were already eagerly stepping onto it. Everyone was impeccably dressed, clearly either wealthy or of high social standing. Every movement shimmered with the glow of gold and silver jewelry, his entire being surrounded by a dazzling halo built upon mountains of wealth.
Wang Yu and his companion's yacht was also steadily approaching the boarding deck in an orderly manner.
They were nearly ashore now.
Bang! Suddenly,
a yacht came charging directly at them, forcefully colliding with Wang Yu's yacht and pushing it aside.
The yacht rocked violently.
Qinfen stumbled, nearly falling, with anger instantly flushing his face.
Wang Sicong's eyes widened in shock as fury instantly erupted from the depths of his heart. What the hell? Who the hell is this? Can't they *King steer a boat properly? Qinfen roared angrily. Wang Sicong cursed angrily too. Are you blind? Charging around like that, can't wait to be reborn? Fuck, that idiot.
The chubby kid rubbed his waist and swore. The words had barely faded. A lone figure emerged lazily from the opposite yacht. He was a squat man with shifty eyes that darted around, exuding an air of utter sleaziness. Dressed in garish, ill-fitting casual wear that hung loosely off his frame, he carried himself with an insolent swagger. Still holding a cigar between his fingers, the swirling smoke added an extra layer of obnoxious arrogance to his demeanor. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He suddenly barked something in Japanese at the top of his lungs. Though the exact words were incomprehensible, the provocative tone was unmistakable. Wang Sicong frowned and asked, "What the hell is he saying?" The waiter beside them quickly approached and whispered the translation. "He says it's their turn to be served first. You damn chinks can wait at the end of the line. This little Japanese bastard is clearly here to pick a fight. He's up to no good." Wang Sicong's veins bulged on his forehead as his face twisted with fury. Fuck this idiot. Let's see what tricks he's got up his sleeve. Wang Yu's face was also flushed with anger as he snorted coldly and spoke. Wang Sicong stepped forward, pointing at the short man and roared in Chinese, "You mother *King dwarf. What kind of bullsh** tea are you spouting? This stretch of sea ain't your playground to act wild. Apologize right now and get the hell out of my way." His face was flushed with anger, poised as if he was about to charge forward and throw down with the other party. The Japanese man seemed as if he hadn't heard, the corners of his lips curling into a mocking smile as he took another drag of his cigar and blew out a smoke ring. Then, deliberately, he responded in broken Chinese, "Baka, what can you do? This is the territorial waters of our great empire of Japan. You outsiders should obediently comply if you want benefits." Wang Yu laughed in extreme fury, his eyes radiating a chilling coldness as he said loudly, "You must still be living in a dream. Since when did the Miyako Strait become part of your wretched Japan? Open your damn eyes and look, you idiot." Wang Yu felt his blood boiling, itching to rip off this little dwarf's head and kick it like a ball. For a moment, a tense and confrontational atmosphere spread across the sea. The bodyguards on the deck were on high alert, eyeing the Japanese warriors opposite with vigilance. The two groups stood in a stalemate while the sea wind, as if sensing the tension, howled even more fiercely. The Miyako Strait, also known as the Miyako Channel, lies between Miyako Island and the Kyum Island Okinawa Island chain of the Ryukyu Islands. As an international waterway, it grants freedom of navigation and overflight for warships and aircraft. It serves as a vital passage for ships and planes from various nations and is an ideal international route for China's naval forces entering and exiting the Western Pacific for training exercises. Chapter 62 The Abstract Item. "Captain, ram them head on, I'll cover all the damages." Wang Yu frowned, feeling a surge of blood rushing to his head as an overwhelming rage welled up in his heart. The captain hesitated, turning to look at Wang Sicong. Wang Sicong swore directly, "Are you fucking deaf? Damn it, floor it and ram them. Those damn Japs are asking for it, messing with me. Sink that fucking yacht across from us, and when we get back, I'll give you 10 million as a reward." "Got it, young Master Wang. I've been itching to take them out, time to send them to their graves." The captain immediately stopped hesitating, pushed the throttle to full power, and was about to ram into the yacht ahead. At that moment, ding-dong beep beep beep, a rapid alarm sounded from the Symphony of the Seas. A group of white men dressed in naval uniforms swiftly stepped onto the boarding deck, weapons in hand, aiming at the crowd before them. The leader, with a stern face and sharp, hawk-like eyes, barked loudly, "Everyone, stop. This area is now under the protection of the Royal Navy. This is no place for your rowdiness, consider this your warning." The sudden rebuke momentarily stunned both sides, gradually cooling their tempers. Though Wang Sicong and his group were seething with anger, they knew acting rashly now would be unwise and restrained themselves for the time being. After all, principles are in others' hands. Don't act impulsively. Meanwhile, the short Japanese man flashed a look of reluctance across his face. It seemed somewhat apprehensive too. He glared fiercely at Wang Yu and the others before snorting coldly and muttering a few words in Japanese to his attendant beside him. The attendant immediately stepped forward with an obsequious smile and announced loudly, "Our young master says he is Shota Koizumi, the illustrious heir of the renowned Koizumi family from the great nation of Japan. Today, he does not wish to stoop to your level, you Chinese peasants, and will spare you for now." As he spoke, he deliberately puffed out his chest, as if the name he uttered carried immense intimidation.
Shota Koizumi tilted his head up arrogantly.
Swaggering with an arrogant gait, he strutted toward the boarding deck of the Symphony of the Seas. "That little bastard, just wait till I get my hands on him. I'll teach him a lesson sooner or later." Wang Sicong gnashed his teeth in fury and cursed under his breath.
Wang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze tightly fixed on Koizumi Shota's back.
This Koizumi Shota is so arrogant and domineering. Today on this ship, there's no telling what other trouble he might stir up.
Don't let him seize any opportunity. What's the matter with this Royal Navy?
Shinfeng furrowed his brow and explained, "You don't realize this, but this Christie's auction house is no ordinary establishment. Rumor has it that it has the backing of the French royal family, and this Symphony of the Seas supposedly belongs to one of the princes.
Because all the guests attending the auction are either wealthy or noble. To ensure safety, the Symphony of the Seas has Navy personnel maintaining order, and stationed in the adjacent international waters is a royal French fleet."
Wang Sicong pointed at the surrounding sea and continued, "The Miyako Strait holds significant geopolitical sensitivity. It's always been a focal area garnering attention from all sides. In order to safeguard the security of our surrounding waters, China has also deployed naval fleets to patrol this area.
Japan and South Korea each have their own hidden agendas too.
But precisely because of this, security for this Christie's auction can actually be somewhat guaranteed. After all, there are so many watchful eyes keeping tabs here. I didn't expect to run into this kind of person right after arriving here.
What rotten luck."
Wang Yu listened to Qin Fun and Wang Sicong's explanations, gaining a deeper understanding of the complex situation at hand.
He nodded slightly and said, "We'll need to keep our wits about us today and find an opportunity to take him down a notch." "Exactly, we can't let him bully us like this." Wang Sicong wore an expression of indignation. "We'll need to keep a close eye on him once we're aboard. If he dares to pull any shady moves again, we'll make sure he regrets it."
As they spoke, the group continued moving with the crowd toward the boarding deck of the Symphony of the Seas. Their bodyguards and female companions had all been left behind on the yacht.
The Symphony of the Seas is not a ship they can simply board.
Wang Sicong and the others exchanged cautious glances, on alert for any complications that might arise. After all, troublemakers like Koizumi Shota are already on board. And given the tense and unpredictable nature of their current predicament, no one can foresee what might happen next. After undergoing stringent inspections, the group boarded the Symphony of the Seas one after another. The moment he stepped inside, it felt like entering a luxurious oceanic palace. Beneath his feet lay gleaming Italian marble tiles imported from Italy. Above, a Swarovski crystal chandelier cascaded down like a shower of fallen stars, illuminating the entire entrance hall as bright as daylight, its brilliance almost blinding.
Not far away,
the reception desk, carved from a single piece of jade, exuded a warm, lustrous glow.
Fresh flowers, transported by air, adorned its surface. They blossomed with intoxicating vibrancy at this very moment.
Elegant classical music drifted softly through the air, where violin and piano wove together in a captivating melody. Waiters in tuxedos stood tall, holding champagne and exquisite pastries as they moved gracefully through the crowd with smiles.
Patrolling marine guards could be seen everywhere, vigilantly monitoring the scene.
Tycoons from across Asia gathered in small groups, savoring fine wines. Some were discussing the latest business investments, eliciting occasional gasps of awe from those around them. Others were talking about the most recent international developments. They spoke eloquently and at length. The ladies wore splendid evening gowns, their jewelry dazzling under the lights. They laughed joyfully, their every gesture exuding grace and elegance. In truth, most people came here with the intention of making connections and befriending the powerful. Only a few like Wang Yu and his group attended purely for the auction. Now that was rare. It seems there are quite a few people from other countries too. Listening to the various languages surrounding him, Wang Yu couldn't help but marvel. Wang Sicong and his companions were surveying the extravagantly luxurious Symphony of the Seas, their eyes brimming with wonder and admiration. Suddenly, Qinfen's eyes lit up as he waved excitedly and shouted, "Hey, Xiang, over here, what a coincidence!" The crowd turned to look. They saw a tall, broad-shouldered young man with well-defined muscles striding toward them, though his outfit was, to put it mildly, rather flamboyant. He wore a gaudy sequin jacket on top, paired with ripped jeans, and sported a pair of glittering sneakers. His entire outfit was quirky and eye-catching. His hair was deliberately tousled, as if just blown by a typhoon, while his signature grin stretched across his face. With a wide smile, he responded, "Yo-ho, if it isn't old Qin and old Wang, long time no see."
Never thought I'd run into you guys here.
Wang Sicong beamed with delight, taking several quick steps forward to give Xiang a hefty bear hug, even giving his back a few hearty slaps.
The sound resonated like someone beating a drum. Then he turned to face Wang Yu and the others, introducing, "Come on, let me introduce everyone, this is Xiang. In Hong Kong, there's practically no one who doesn't know his name. He's making waves in the film industry, stirring up storms in the business world, and the best part? The guy's absolutely hilarious."
Wang Sicong turned to Xiang and said, "This is Wang Yu, my ride-or-die homie."
His family owns the Xianfeng Heavy Industries Group in Rong Province. Chapter 63, What Utter Humiliation. Upon hearing this, Xiang's eyes instantly widened into perfect circles, his mouth slightly agape in disbelief.
His face was a picture of sheer astonishment.
Countless details about Pioneer Heavy Industries instantly flashed through his mind. It was practically a behemoth. That was Pioneer Heavy Industries. Even at the pinnacle of their family's glory, the Xiangs couldn't hold a candle to them.
"Long have I admired your reputation, your fame has long thundered in my ears.
Seeing you today, you are indeed extraordinary."
Wang Yu quickly stepped forward with an outstretched hand, beaming as he spoke.
Xiang Ke skyrocketed to fame in 2024 thanks to his uniquely absurd comedic talent, gained the favor of most people on Douyin.
I just never expected that in 2018, Xiang already had this look.
Well, I'll be darned. This outfit would be too much for most people to pull off. Hello, I'm Xiang.
Xiang snapped out of his thoughts and enthusiastically extended both hands. He grabbed Wang Yu's hand with a tight grip, deliberately giving it a few forceful shakes. Famous or not, it's all thanks to friends showing favor, just fooling around, really. With a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, he said with a touch of defiance, "Cut out all that superficial nonsense.
Since we've met, we're friends, let's just relax and have a good time together. You guys just got here?"
Wang Sicong pouted, his face full of anger as he said,
"Exactly. We just arrived when we ran into some short, stubby Japanese guy named Koizumi Shota.
That bastard was incredibly arrogant, picking a fight right off the bat. If the Royal Navy hadn't shown up so soon, we'd have left his corpse floating in international waters today."
Koizumi Shota?
Xiang frowned and growled, "That name sounds like a pile of shit to me.
Probably some rich kid throwing his weight around with daddy's money." "Exactly, it's nothing but a piece of shit." Wang Yu suppressed a laugh, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly as he chimed in, "By the way, Xiang, did you come here for the auction too?"
"Exactly. I heard this auction has quite a few of our nation's lost treasures returning from overseas."
Xiang nodded vigorously like a pecking chick, saying with utter seriousness, "Let me see if there's a chance to bid on a few pieces. At least it'd be my humble contribution to the country." Wang Sicong's brows furrowed instantly upon hearing this.
The anger faded from his face as he sighed heavily and said, "Just mentioning this topic makes my chest tighten with frustration. Back in the day, our nation suffered through a century of humiliation, invaded by foreign powers who looted and burned, taking countless priceless cultural treasures from us. Though our motherland grows stronger by the day, these lost treasures still wander abroad, unable to return home.
Just thinking about it fills me with anger."
Wang Yu also sighed, his eyes brimming with melancholy. With a tone of sorrow and indignation, he said, "Indeed, every time I see those Chinese artifacts displayed in foreign museums, the bitterness in my heart is beyond words. These are all treasures passed down by our ancestors, yet here they are displayed in distant foreign lands for others to admire, some even bought and sold without a care. What a disgrace." Xiang Zue clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white, his teeth grinding audibly. Through gritted teeth, he vowed, "Our forefathers sacrificed their lives and shed their blood to build this prosperous era we enjoy today. I absolutely cannot stand by and watch these national treasures remain adrift overseas. Even if my personal strength alone may not be able to change this situation overnight, I'll save what I can one artifact at a time. I came this time just to do my small part. If I can actually manage to win a few bids, that would be more than worth it." Wang Yu also raised his head, his eyes gleaming with determination as he said, "Count me in. Regardless of whether we succeed in the auction or not, at least we'll have given it our all. How could I possibly miss out on something like this? If we join forces, who knows, we might actually manage to bring all these national treasures home." Wang Sicong chimed in, giving Xiang's shoulder a friendly pat as he spoke.
"With our family's financial resources, buying it at auction shouldn't be a problem."
Qin Fen also said. Wang Yu swore silently to himself that he must do something for these national treasures exiled overseas. With the system in hand, his wealth would only continue to grow. He would do everything in his power to acquire all the national treasures, repatriating these relics that had wandered abroad for over a century back to their homeland. For a moment, the scene fell into silence. Xiang reached out, picked up a glass of champagne from the table, tossed it back in one gulp, then wiped his mouth with a carefree swipe. His face regained that carefree smirk as he said cheerfully, "Alright, let's not dwell on these troublesome matters for now. Since we're here, we might as well make the best of it. Let's watch the auction first and see how it goes." At this point, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he said savagely, however, if that damn Koizumi Shota dares to cause trouble again, I guarantee he'll be carried out on a stretcher. I've trained for this, I won't hold back. Hiya! After saying this, Xiang clownishly threw a few mock punches. Ha ha ha! Wang, Sicong and Wan Yu exchanged glances, thoroughly amused by Xiang's was hilarious antics. In an instant, the previously tense atmosphere dissipated completely. After Wang Yu and the others had dinner at the restaurant that evening, Xiang, Wang Yu, and Wang Sicong, led by attendants, stepped into the auction venue. Upon entering, the crowd was instantly awestruck by its grandeur and opulent ambience. The hall, capable of accommodating 1,800 people, was packed to capacity, with tiered viewing platforms rising multiple levels high. Brilliant lights shimmered as enormous crystal chandeliers cast dazzling rays, illuminating row upon row of neatly arranged seats. And ahead lies that magnificent stage specially designed for displaying auction items. Thousands have gathered here. Most of them are top-tier tycoons from Asia. Clad in luxurious attire and adorned with exquisite jewelry, their every gesture exudes an air of affluence. Among them were scattered a few wealthy white individuals and Middle Eastern tycoons wearing headscarves. If terrorists were to attack this place, it could undoubtedly set the global economy back decades, plunging it into a recession more severe than that of 2008. Xiang Ji and his companions followed the attendants to their seats in the front row. Wan Yu inadvertently looked up and spotted Koizumi Shota in the distance. The young Koizumi Shota was arrogantly making all sorts of provocative gestures at them, though the distance made his words inaudible. His vile expression and cocky movements made it clear he wasn't saying anything pleasant. Chapter 64, Let's make a bet. That short stump dares to provoke me? Truly doesn't know what's good for him. Xiang frowned slightly, a dangerous gleam flashing through his eyes as he muttered under his breath. Don't be fooled by Xiang's usual carefree demeanor. The Xiang family is no pushover. During their early rise to fortune, they had connections stretching across both sides of the law. Back in Xiang's grandfather's day, before the founding of the nation, they established the Righteous Merchants and Workers Association to protect Chinese laborers, boasting nearly 100,000 members at its peak. Later in Hong Kong, they were even revered as the emperors of Kowloon. It was only in recent years, under the leadership of Xiang's father, that the family gradually transitioned to legitimate business operations. Xiang personally was particularly passionate about filmmaking and philanthropic activities. However, this certainly didn't mean just anyone was qualified to provoke the Xiang family. In certain specific fields and among older generation circles, the Xiang family's residual influence still lingered to some extent. That guy, I've been wanting to punch him earlier, and now he's provoking us again. Does he really think we're pushovers? Wang Sicong also said with an angry expression. Wang Yu, on the other hand, stared coldly at Koizumi Shota and said sternly, ignore him. We're here for the auction, don't let him ruin our mood. However, Koizumi Shota, seeing that no one responded, only became more aggressive. He swaggered towards the group, followed by a few lackeys, acting all high and mighty. Baka, aren't these the same Chinamen from earlier? Why aren't they coming over to greet me when they see me? Koizumi Shota said in a mocking tone, his face brimming with smug satisfaction. Xiang instantly flew into a rage, springing to his feet and glaring at Koizumi Shota. You ignorant little runt! I couldn't be bothered with you before, but now you're pushing your luck. Go ahead, hit me if you dare. Koizumi Shota showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, he burst into laughter. What's the matter? Can't handle the truth? Back then, you were crushed by our great Yamato Empire, and now all you can do is put on a tough act. You! Xiang trembled with rage. His clenched fists cracked audibly, itching to immediately teach this arrogant fool a lesson. Shensu exploded with curses. F***ck your mother, whose dog is barking nonsense here. Screw your F*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************̈ glances from onlookers, their curious gazes converging on the scene. The Navy personnel maintaining order on the scene also noticed the commotion here and immediately looked over. Wang Sicong pressed down on Xiang's hand, pointing at Koizumi Shota and cursing, you motherfucker, how dare you provoke us again? Do you really think we won't beat you up? Wan Yu slowly stood up as well, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes as he said icily, Koizumi Shota, does your mouth only spew shit? Let's make a bet then. Koizumi Shota asked curiously, what kind of bet? Tell me about it. I bet you won't win a single auction item tonight. Wan Yu extended a finger, taunting as he spoke. Nanny! Koizumi Shota's smile vanished instantly upon hearing this, replaced with a savage glare. Baka, do you even know what the Koizumi family specializes in? Our Koizumi family has been in the arms trade for over a century. The wealth we've accumulated is beyond your comprehension. Just wait and see at today's auction. All those Chinese treasures will end up in my hands, none of you can stop me. In your dreams. Xiang roared, those national treasures belong to our Hua nation. We will never let you succeed. Wang Yu responded indifferently, then we shall see. At this moment, a team of naval guards approached, armed with firearms. Koizumi Shota saw the situation turning unfavorable, gave a cold snort, and retreated to his seat with his cronies in tow.
Don't be angry, don't be angry. Someone like him isn't worth it.
Wang Yu patted Xiang's shoulder and comforted him.
Xiang took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions, and said, I'm fine.
It's just that whenever I hear him say those things, I can't help but want to punch him.
That's right, this is absolutely unbearable.
But let's hold back for now and wait until the auction begins, then we'll settle the score with him properly.
Wang Sicong also nodded in agreement. The group sat back down, their eyes revealing unwavering determination.
Wang Sicong, Xinfun, and the others took out their phones and started pooling funds in preparation for the upcoming auction. This was no longer just a simple quarrel between individuals, but had escalated into a battle over national treasures, a contest of national and ethnic dignity. If they lost, they truly would never be able to hold their heads high for the rest of their lives. They would be too ashamed to face their ancestors and fellow countrymen.
9 p.m.
The Christie's auction commenced right on schedule.
The entire venue was solemn and dignified.
Beneath the massive dome, thousands of crystal chandeliers emitted a soft yet radiant light, illuminating the space as brightly as daylight. Yet, due to the predominant use of dark tones in the surrounding decor, it created a mysterious and somewhat oppressive black ambience.
All eyes in the crowd were fixed on the stage.
A middle-aged auctioneer in a crisp suit stepped steadily onto the stage, his hair meticulously combed and shoes gleaming, exuding professionalism in every gesture. He first bowed slightly, paying respects to the guests below. Then clearing his throat, he declared in a steady, resonant voice, "Esteemed guests, welcome to this extraordinary auction of great significance. I am Lin Yicheng, senior auctioneer at Christie's, deeply honored to preside over this auction for you all. Today, we gather here to witness a grand contest of rare treasures. Each of these auction items carries profound history, transcending time and space to meet you all at this very moment. Before the auction begins, let me briefly introduce the rules of today's event. We will be using Huaxia currency as tonight's monetary unit, with increments of at least 1 million per bid. When I ask 3 times without receiving further bids, the lot will be sold to the highest bidder, with settlement to be completed uniformly after the auction concludes. At the same time, we hope all bidders will maintain order at the auction venue, bid rationally, and respect every offer made. This auction is jointly guaranteed by Christie's Auction House and the French royal family. Its authenticity and security are beyond doubt, so everyone can bid with confidence. Above the stage, a panoramic display screen provides real-time translations in various national languages.
At this moment,
around the auction stage, a team of Royal Navy guards emerged from behind the platform with impeccable posture.
Armed and stern-faced, they formed a tight security perimeter around the stage, ensuring the auction proceeded flawlessly. Without further ado, let's present the first auction item.
As the auctioneer's voice trailed off, several young women dressed in elegant kipayos moved with lotus-like steps, steadily carrying the first auction item on their trays as they gracefully approached the stage. The item was carefully veiled with red silk, further piquing the crowd's curiosity. Xiang, Wang Yu, and Wang Sicong sat in the front row, their eyes fixed intently on the first auction item on the stage. They were both nervous and expectant. Xiang clenched his fist slightly, his knuckles turning white, while Wang Sicong kept swiping on his phone screen, scrambling to secure funds at the last moment. Wang Yu, on the other hand, lounged lazily on the sofa, quietly sizing up the surroundings.
This auction was as good as in the bag for him.
When it came to cash, he wasn't afraid of anyone present.
He was determined to make Koizumi Shoyuta leave empty-handed tonight. Chapter 65, Abe Sakurako. Not far away, Koizumi Shota was huddled with several men dressed in traditional Japanese attire, whispering among themselves while bursting into occasional arrogant laughter. His eyes kept sweeping towards where Wang Yu and the others were standing, brimming with undisguised contempt. At that moment, on the stage, the auctioneer gently lifted the red velvet cloth. An auction item then came into everyone's view, an exquisitely crafted ancient jade sculpture. The warm, lustrous jade with its extraordinarily refined carving shimmered brilliantly under the lights, immediately drawing gasps of admiration from the audience. This jade sculpture originates from ancient China, showcasing exceptional craftsmanship dating back to the Yunla era of the Ming dynasty. Having journeyed through time to be here today, it is truly a rare privilege to present such a piece before you all. Without further ado, the starting bid is 5 million.
The auctioneer announced with fervent enthusiasm. No sooner had the words been spoken than a forest of bidding paddles sprang up in the audience.
6 million. Xiang raised his bidding paddle high without hesitation and shouted loudly. He stared fixedly at the jade carving on the stage, radiating an air of absolute determination. Seeing this, Shota Koizumi's lips curled into a faint smirk as he also raised his paddle and called out, 7 million. Wang Yu snorted coldly and immediately countered, 10 million. 12 million.
As the price continued to soar, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense and heated, as if invisible gunpowder smoke permeated the air. Each raised bid felt like a silent declaration of war, tightening the hearts of everyone present. The auctioneer's gaze swiftly darted between the bidders, his voice growing increasingly impassioned. 18 million once, 18 million twice.
20 million.
At that very moment, Shota Koizumi suddenly stood up, his face brimming with arrogance, and shouted loudly. He looked provocatively at Wang Yu and the others, his smug expression as if he had already determined that the auction item would surely be his. Xiang gritted his teeth in anger and was about to raise his bid again when Wang Yu pressed his hand down and calmly raised the bid instead. 50 million. Wang Yu's gaze was steady as he said in a low voice, leave it to me.
The highlight is still to come.
Suppressing the fury in his heart, Xiang slowly lowered his hand. The auctioneer shifted his gaze toward Wang Yu and announced with excitement in his voice, 50 million once, 50 million twice.
Then he asked loudly, any higher bids? Baka, you fool! Koizumi Shota, though filled with resentment, could only sit back down in a huff.
Although the Koizumi family was financially powerful, spending 50 million on such a mediocre jade carving seemed nothing short of a reckless waste of family fortune.
Although he was the next generation heir of the Koizumi family, he still didn't dare to spend money so lavishly without restraint.
Congratulations to this gentleman for winning this jade carving artifact from the Yongle era of China's Ming dynasty. As the auctioneer's gavel fell, the bidding for the first auction item was finally settled.
And the auction continued to proceed in an orderly manner. Shota-kun, they won't be gloating for long. A young man sitting beside Koizumi Shota whispered softly.
Don't worry, we'll find a chance to turn the tables later.
The funds are almost fully prepared.
Another man thin as a reed leaned in and murmured in a hushed voice. Hey, Kenichi-kun and Tetsuya-kun are right, I was being too hasty. Just then, Abe Sakura walked over with graceful, alluring steps. She was clad in the traditional Japanese 12-layered Junihaido robe, adorned with large, passionately blooming red spider lilies that extended boldly across the fabric, beautiful, striking, and eye-catching. The wide sash at her waist accentuated her slender figure perfectly, adding to her enchanting charm. Her ample bosom rose prominently, the deep V-neckline framing a tantalizing cleavage that played peekaboo with the imagination, alluring to the point of distraction.
Her petite ruby lips glistened like freshly drawn blood, ripe and irresistibly kissable.
Her gaze, fluid as a swirling tide, seemed to possess a mesmerizing charm capable of enchanting multitudes. Just that fleeting grace alone could effortlessly captivate souls, drawing people in so deeply they'd find it impossible to extricate themselves.
Abe Sakiko gracefully settled beside the group with a sidelong movement, the corners of her lips curling into a faint, teasing smile.
Shifting her gaze toward Wang Yu in the distance, she spoke up, brother, Samsung's Lee family has been contacted.
You can rest assured now. Hearing this, Abe Tetsuya gave a slight nod and said, Yoshi, with Samsung's Lee family backing us, I trust you'll feel more at ease now, Shota-kun.
Hey,
I was worrying too much.
Thank you for your hard work, Ms. Sakurako.
Koizumi Shota's eyes gleamed with a hint of lewdness, his greedy gaze repeatedly sweeping over Abe Sakurako's prominently heating chest.
Abe Sakiko glanced at Koizumi Shota with a face full of disgust and disdain, saying, just a few Chinese people, are they really worth our families joining forces? What a bunch of good-for-nothings. Don't underestimate the few in the middle. Wang Sicong, son of China's richest man, Wang Yu from Rong province, and Xiang from the Xiang family.
These three families are not to be trifled with, Sato Kenichi said with a solemn expression. Wang Yu? Abe Sakurako gazed thoughtfully at Wang Yu, unconsciously murmuring under her breath. At that moment, several young women in cheapao dresses emerged from the backstage again, each steadily holding a tray. Resting atop the tray was precisely the second auction item.
The auctioneer paused slightly on the stage. After the first item had been properly removed, he stepped forward and gently lifted a golden brocade cloth covering the tray. In an instant, a dazzling, brilliant light flashed before the eyes of the crowd below the stage, revealing a mysterious treasure from ancient Egypt, the golden scepter of the pharaoh. Ladies and gentlemen, the treasure presented before you at this moment carries profound significance.
It hails from the ancient and enigmatic land of Egypt, symbolizing the pharaoh's divine authority.
The auctioneer passionately elaborated, crafted entirely of pure gold, the scepter is crowned with an exceptionally rare emerald, a gem said to possess mystical powers, capable of silently bestowing protection upon its bearer. This golden scepter measures 1.5 meters in length with a fan-shaped head. Having weathered thousands of years, it carries the unparalleled glory and splendor of ancient Egyptian dynasties. This treasure comes from the collection of an English nobleman, and after our professional appraisal, we've confirmed this golden scepter originated from the era of Pharaoh Tutankhamun.
We are absolutely certain this is a genuine artifact.
The auctioneer grew increasingly passionate as he spoke, the scepter in his hands refracting dazzling beams under the spotlight. Everyone in the audience was utterly captivated, with gasps of amazement rising and falling like waves throughout the room. Everyone surely knows the value of this treasure.
The starting bid is 88 million.
The auctioneer shouted loudly. As his words fell, the venue erupted in an uproar, with everyone rubbing their hands in anticipation, ready to start bidding. The first to raise his bidding paddle was a Middle Eastern-looking tycoon. He was draped in a flowing white robe with a white checkered headscarf, his every gesture exuding boldness and grandeur. He then bellowed loudly, 100 million huaxia dollars.
Koizumi Shota refused to back down, still smarting from his previous loss and holding a grudge.
Seeing someone else take the lead, he immediately raised his paddle and shouted, 120 million. He turned his head and provocatively glared at Wang Yu and the others, his eyes flashing with a trace of ferocity, as if victory was already within his grasp. Wang Yu stared at the golden scepter on the stage, stroking his chin and lost in thought for a moment before a sudden idea crossed his mind. I wonder if the Eye of Truth can discern the authenticity of this golden scepter. A faint golden glimmer flickered in his eyes as he activated the Eye of Truth and turned his gaze toward the stage.
Chapter 66, The Correct Way to Use the Eye of Truth. Item, Pharaoh's Golden Scepter. Originated from Pharaoh Tutankhamun circa 1331 BC. Entirely crafted from gold and inlaid with emeralds, it is said to bestow protection upon its bearer. Wang Yu felt a surge of joy in his heart, yet his face remained utterly expressionless. The true eye can actually discern information about these treasures. He had previously regarded the true eye as merely a tool for checking favorability ratings. Now it seemed like such a waste of its potential. If it can appraise these treasures, then perhaps lottery tickets, stone gambling. Could it even analyze ordinary everyday objects? Wang Yu's gaze flickered as he looked at the Vacheron Constantine watch on his wrist. Item, Vacheron Constantine Les Cabinotiers collection. A legendary exemplar in watchmaking, its design blends classic and contemporary styles, crafted by the world's finest artisans. Wang Yu nodded to himself, just as he'd predicted. This was indeed the correct way to utilize the true sight ability. He leaned slightly towards Xiang and whispered a few words, then raised his bidding paddle with a composed smile. 150 million, he announced. Wang Sicong stared intently at the auction stage, nervously rubbing his phone in his hands. Koizumi Shota shot Wang Yu a venomous glare before raising his paddle again and shouting, 160 million. 18 million. Wang Yu leisurely followed along once more. As the bidding continued to escalate, the tension in the air became increasingly palpable. A Caucasian European also joined the fray, declaring in impeccable British English, 200 million. I'm definitely getting this ancient Egyptian pharaoh's scepter.
The white billionaire was clad in a black tuxedo, his collar adorned with an exquisite bow tie, and behind his gold-rimmed glasses shone eyes burning with fervent desire for this treasure. Wang Yu raised his bidding paddle once more and shouted, 250 million. Xinfen noticed this and tugged at Wang Yu's sleeve, saying, Wang Yu, take it easy. Although this golden scepter is precious, it's not worth spending over 300 million.
No problem, Wang Yu replied indifferently.
This ancient Egyptian golden scepter was truly a rare find in the world, and Wang Yu was quite fond of it in his heart. Especially since he had a bet with Koizumi Shota, he was determined to win it no matter what. 300 million. Koizumi Shota, looking tense, raised his bidding paddle again. The auctioneer's gaze instantly shifted to Koizumi Shota's side as he announced excitedly, 300 million, going once. 300 million, going twice. Any higher bids? Wang Yu raised his paddle and shouted, 350 million. Come on, you Japanese runt. Dare to match that. Koizumi Shota angrily shouted, 355 million. 380 million. Wang Yu gave him a challenging look and raised his paddle to shout again. The auctioneer excitedly announced, 380 million going once. 380 million going once. Any higher bids? Gavel sound. Congratulations to this gentleman for winning the golden scepter of Pharaoh Tutankhamun. As the auctioneer's hammer fell, the golden scepter was claimed by Wang Yu. Shensu and the pudgy kid immediately turned toward Koizumi Shota, flipping him off in unison. Baka, this is beyond outrageous. Koizumi Shota angrily smashed his fist against the armrest as he spoke. Abe Tetsuya calmly picked up a cup of green tea, took a sip, and said, this golden scepter is worth at most 350 million. Since he wants it, let them have it. Indeed, as Tetsuya-kun said, I heard the grand finale of this auction will be an exceedingly rare treasure from China. Sato Kenichi said, let them be cocky for a while. As each auction item made its appearance, the atmosphere in the venue grew increasingly fervent, with competing bids rising like surging tidal waves, one after another. With his substantial financial resources, Wang Yu successively acquired several rare treasures, among which a bronze sword from the Warring States period was obtained for a staggering 120 million yuan, drawing envious glances from those around him. Xiang, Wang, and Sicong also made bids and secured a few items. But with Koizumi Shota getting in the way, he ultimately had to pay a hefty price to secure each bid. At this moment, the spotlight on stage focused once more as several attendants in lavish attire slowly unveiled a new auction item. Ladies and gentlemen, before you is a gold and silver inlaid zither from the Tang dynasty of China, later introduced to Japan and lost during wartime turmoil. Measuring 114.5 centimeters in length, its surface is adorned with delicate gold and silver foil patterns, while the body is crafted from bronze and wood. This masterpiece of exquisite craftsmanship has endured the trials of time, remaining perfectly preserved to this day, a truly rare treasure. The auctioneer delivered his passionate introduction as the panoramic display screen projected detailed information about this precious artifact. Having grasped the value of this treasure, we'll begin the bidding at 40 million. As soon as the words were spoken, many in the audience grew restless. Wang Yu opened his true sight and focused his gaze. Item, gold and silver inlaid chain. Manufactured in the 23rd year of the Kaiyuan era of the Tang dynasty. The chain body is made of copper and wood with black lacquer. The nut and tailpiece are crafted from rosewood, featuring ice crack patterns. On the back, twin dragon motifs in silver inlay flank the dragon pool, while twin phoenix designs in silver adorn either side of the phoenix pond, all accented with floral decorations above and below. 50 million. Koizumi Shota was the first to strike, swiftly raising his bidding paddle with a flourish and declaring loudly. After all, these were treasures from his homeland, he had no intention of yielding them easily. Wang Yu, observing this, allowed a faint smile to curl at the corners of his mouth as he leisurely raised his own paddle and countered, 60 million. Although this gold and silver inlaid zither was brought from the Tang dynasty to Wa country, where it stayed for over 1,000 years. But it won't be passed down anymore, it's time to go home. Koizumi Shota's expression changed slightly before he gritted his teeth and raised his paddle again, 70 million. This is an artifact of our Wa country, don't think you can take it away so easily. He turned to Wang Sicong and Wang Yu, his face darkening as he spoke. Beside them, Wang Sicong suddenly grew interested too. Staring at the Qin on stage while fiddling with his phone, after a moment's consideration, he entered the fray. Without hesitation, he raised his paddle and announced, 80 million. Exchanging glances with Wang Sicong, Wang Yu let out a knowing chuckle, the two were clearly operating on the same wavelength. At this moment, an elderly man with silver-white hair slowly raised his placard and spoke in ancient tone Japanese, 90 million. Everyone turned their gaze toward the old man, who had a head of white hair and wore traditional Japanese attire. The simple yet elegant cotton linen fabric was secured firmly with a dark woven sash, occasionally adorned with a small wooden or bone accessory. The atmosphere at the scene grew increasingly tense as bidding escalated rapidly, the prices soaring like a rocket. Koizumi Shotai's forehead began to bead with sweat, and in a moment of determination, he shouted, 100 million. Wang Yu raised his paddle once more, 130 million. Anyone can buy this piano, just not Koizumi Shota. Otherwise, where would he put his face? Koizumi Shota's face turned deathly pale as he raised his bidding paddle and shouted, 200 million. Wang Yu raised his paddle once more, 250 million. 300 million. 350 million. Damn it, how much money does this guy have? Koizumi Shota clenched his fists tightly, sitting back down helplessly. The auctioneer's voice grew increasingly excited, sweeping his gaze across the crowd as he shouted, 350 million once, 350 million twice. Congratulations to this gentleman. Bang! As the auctioneer's gavel fell, Wang Yu successfully secured this lot once again. Shansu and the chubby kid were so excited they started dancing wildly, with the chubby kid even shaking his rear at Koizumi Shota. The look on his face couldn't have been more smug. Baka! Bang! Koizumi Shota was so furious that he kicked over the chair in front of him. This Guchin is a treasure of our Japan, and now they've actually won the auction for it. I can't accept this. Abe Tetsuya remained as calm as ever. He gently set down his teacup, stood up, and patted Koizumi Shota on the shoulder, comforting him, Shota-kun, calm down. There's still the grand finale to come. Let's see how much longer they can gloat. Chapter 67. Preface to the Orchid Pavilion Gathering. As the bidding for the gold and silver inlaid sheen came to a close, the atmosphere in the venue remained undiminished, with everyone eagerly anticipating the next blockbuster auction item's appearance. At this moment, the stage light suddenly shone with unparalleled brilliance, all beams converging precisely onto a single spot. Several staff members clad in black uniforms, their expressions solemn, carefully pushed a specially designed display case with constant temperature and humidity into the venue with measured steps. The display case, crafted from crystal clear material, revealed a calligraphy and painting artwork clearly visible to everyone's eyes. The auctioneer, dressed in a sleek black suit, stood tall and straight beside the display case, his face alight with barely contained excitement. He raised his hand slightly, gesturing calmly for silence, his deep and penetrating voice resonating throughout the auction hall. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item is nothing short of a crowning masterpiece among the treasures of Chinese culture and unsurpassed monument in the history of calligraphy. It is none other than the authentic preface to the Orchid Pavilion collection, crafted by Wang Shiji of the Eastern Jin dynasty. The moment these words were spoken, the entire auction hall erupted like a boiling cauldron. Holy shit, it's the Lanting Su. Wasn't it said to have been buried with Emperor Taizong of Tang? I heard it's still located at Qianling Mausoleum. How dare Christie's be so bold? Could it have been dug up from somewhere? Gasps, exclamations, and murmurs intermingled as the venue instantly descended into chaos. On the panoramic display screen, the flowing, effortless calligraphy of preface to the poems composed at the Orchid Pavilion unfolded stroke by stroke, each line seeming to pulse with life as it danced across the screen, whispering to the world about the grace and unrestrained spirit of that elegant gathering 1,000 years ago.
Please quiet down, everyone. I know you're all thrilled, so am I. As a Chinese person, this is the most exciting moment of my career as an auctioneer.
This calligraphy piece by Wang comes from the collection of a French royal family member, who stated it was acquired during that turbulent era of the last century.
This treasure has been jointly authenticated by experts from our Christie's auction house and several other top auction firms. We guarantee its absolute authenticity. The starting bid is 300 million. The auctioneer's voice pierced through the bustling venue, striking at everyone's eardrums.
In the front row, a bespectacled, refined middle-aged Chinese man with fiery determination in his eyes almost instantly raised his bidding paddle and shouted, 400 million. Clearly, when faced with a divine masterpiece like Preface to the Orchid Pavilion handscroll, no Chinese person could resist its allure. Wang sat in his seat, his gaze piercing through the crowd, firmly locked onto the Orchid Pavilion preface displayed in the showcase, his eyes filled with fascination and awe.
Item, Orchid Pavilion Preface. In the 9th year of Emperor Mu of the Eastern Jin Dynasty, 353 AD, on the 3rd day of the 3rd lunar month, Wang Shishi gathered with Xian, Sunshua, and others to drink and compose poetry, resulting in the creation of the Orchid Pavilion Preface.
Xiang, sitting beside him, shook his arm vigorously and exclaimed loudly, Wang Yu, this is the divine work of Wang Shishi. The price is probably going to soar to the heavens.
Wang Yu nodded slightly, took a deep breath, and slowly raised his paddle. 500 million.
The most divine masterpiece of running script, lost for years, countless emperors through history failed to obtain it, he was determined to claim it.
Koizumi Shota could no longer restrain himself.
He sprang to his feet, his face flushing crimson, and bellowed hoarsely, 600 million. Such a peerless masterpiece should have the chance to be treasured by our Japan too.
Oomph. You think someone like you is worthy of laying hands on the preface to the Orchid Pavilion collection? I bid 700 million. Wang Sicheng's face flushed with excitement as he sneered and cursed.
Bidding shouts rose and fell across the venue like unbridled stallions galloping wildly as prices skyrocketed.
An oil tycoon from the Middle East joined the fray, dressed in flowing white robes and traditional Arabic headdress.
Raising his bidding paddle high, he declared, 800 million.
I'll gladly spend this oil-forged fortune to safeguard this glittering jewel of human civilization. Wang Yu stared intently at preface to the poems composed at the Orchid Pavilion. Raising his paddle once more, he declared, 1 billion. This masterpiece carries the cultural heritage of Chinese civilization spanning thousands of years. How could he bear to watch it drift away to foreign lands?
At this moment, the atmosphere in the auction hall had reached its peak tension, the very air seeming to freeze under the fierce bidding war. The crowd's gazes darted between the bidders, their heartbeats growing increasingly frantic as the price soared higher. After exchanging hushed words with his companions, Koizumi Shota's eyes burned with unwillingness as he bellowed hoarsely, 1.1 billion.
This is my final offer. Wang Yu immediately raised his paddle and said, can't handle this already? 1.5 billion. The auctioneer's voice trembled slightly with excitement as he scanned the room and announced loudly, 1.5 billion going once. Any higher bids? 1.5 billion going twice. 1.5 billion, going once. 1.5 billion, going twice. 1.5 billion, sold. Deal. Congratulations to this gentleman. Thud.
As the auctioneer's gavel fell with a heavy thud, the entire auction hall fell into a silence so profound one could hear a pin drop.
Moments later,
many looked up to the heavens with sighs, pounding their chests in endless regret for not having prepared more funds. This is the preface to the Orchid Pavilion collection, a treasure countless emperors throughout history coveted yet failed to obtain. I believe many present today, even in their twilight years, will still recall this moment with lingering fascination.
Until the end of eternity.
Shen Su and the chubby boy were overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling up in their eyes as they rushed forward and tightly embraced Wang Yu. Wang Shiji's preface to the poems composed at the Orchid Pavilion, after a millennium of tumultuous wandering, was finally acquired at this moment by Wang Yu for the staggering price of 1.5 billion.
Returning to Huaxia, the venue erupted in applause. This treasure nearly fell into the hands of Koizumi Shota. Had that happened, who knows how many years might have passed before it could return to China. Xiao Wang Sicong was brimming with excitement as he hugged Wang Yu and exclaimed, damn, bro, you gotta help me go home and show off later. If my old man finds out I brought back the preface to the Orchid Pavilion collection, he'll be over the moon with joy.
All right. Wang Yu breathed a sigh of relief as the auctioneer's gavel fell, then spoke nonchalantly. Koizumi Shota looked unwilling to accept defeat, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white, his chest heaving violently. He turned to glare at his companions, his eyes blazing with fury, his voice hoarse and sharp from rage and frustration.
Baka, idiot.
That preface to the Orchid Pavilion collection rightfully belonged to me, we were so close.
Do you realize what this means?
This is the pinnacle of Chinese cultural treasure. Bringing it back to our great Yamato would have been tremendous glory, enough to make our entire empire hold its head high.
Shota-kun, calm down. The bidding just went too high. Our budget isn't limitless. Abe Tetsuya patted his shoulder and tried to persuade him. I don't care about the later auction items. No matter how high the bidding goes for the Orchid Pavilion preface, I'd rather lose my family fortune and sell everything I own to secure it. Koizumi Shota violently shook off his friend's hand, widening his eyes as he roared. Sato Kenichi showed a troubled expression and muttered quietly, Shota-kun, that later auction item is also important, it's our assignment from above. Chapter 68, The Pride of Human Civilization. Humph. Koizumi Shota snorted coldly, cutting him off. What do the higher-ups understand? Can they possibly grasp the true value of preface to the poems composed at the Orchid Pavilion? If we miss this chance, who knows how long we'll have to wait for the next opportunity. We might never get another one. With that, he raised his head to gaze at the sky and heaved a long sigh, feeling an overwhelming lump of frustration stuck in his chest. The cheerful voices of Xiang, Wang, Sicong, and others drifted over from a distance. Koizumi Shota found their laughter particularly grating. Clenching his teeth, he hissed through them, Wang Yu, I'll remember this debt. Don't think it's over so easily. The preface to the Orchid Pavilion collection won't escape my grasp. A sinister fury burned in Koizumi Shota's chest, searing his heart with pain. With nowhere to vent his overwhelming resentment, he could only glare helplessly. At that very moment, the stage lights transformed once again. The originally bright white lights gradually took on a layer of mysterious and solemn golden radiance. Everyone held their breath in anticipation of the final show-stopping auction item. Several staff members carefully carried out another temperature-controlled, humidity-regulated display case, with 2 people on each side. Ladies and gentlemen, today's auction has already been spectacular, but what we're about to present next is the final lot. Its rarity can be described as the most dazzling, most brilliant gem atop the crown, the most awe-inspiring and monumental chapter in humanity's treasury of knowledge. The auctioneer solemnly finished speaking and stepped forward to introduce. Inside the box, atop thick brocade fabric, lay 68 ancient tomes in quiet repose. Ladies and gentlemen, what you see before you is the original edition of the Yongle Encyclopedia, compiled during the Ming Dynasty's Yongle era with the full might of the Chinese nation. This magnum opus gathered 7,000 to 8,000 ancient and contemporary texts, encompassing classics, history, philosophy, literature, astronomy, geography, yin-yang medicine, divination, Buddhist and Taoist scriptures, opera, crafts, agriculture, and various other fields. It is truly deserving of its title as an encyclopedic collection of knowledge. Though having endured the vicissitudes of time, the ravages of war, and the trials of fire and water, only 68 volumes remain in existence today. Yet every page carries the boundless wisdom and painstaking effort of human civilization. It is the culmination of Chinese culture and a pride for all of humanity. The auctioneer's impassioned introduction was like a blazing fire, instantly igniting the enthusiasm of the entire audience. On the stage's display screen, high-definition images of the inner pages of the Yongle Encyclopedia scrolled by. The meticulously penned tiny regular script was elegant and refined, while the illustrations were exquisitely beautiful, immersing viewers as if they had traveled through time to the glorious era of the Ming Dynasty, a golden age of cultural prosperity when nations came to pay tribute. Inside, it is also adorned with numerous exquisite illustrations and paintings. The starting bid is 880 million. At the front row, an elderly scholar with silver hair but a spirited demeanor was the first to shakily raise his bidding paddle, his voice trembling slightly as he announced, 1 billion. I have devoted my life to studying ancient texts. If I can bring this portion of the original Yongle Encyclopedia back to our country, it would be my humble contribution to preserving the legacy of Chinese culture. Koizumi Shota immediately raised his bidding paddle and declared, 1.2 billion. He had waited all night, finally getting to this grand finale item. Yongle Encyclopedia. Completed in the 6th year of the Yongle era, 1408 AD, during the Ming Dynasty under the supervision of Grand Mentor Yao Guangxiu and Imperial Academy scholar Xie Jin, with participation from over 3,000 compilers, totaling 11,095 volumes with approximately 370 million characters. It assembled nearly 8,000 types of ancient and contemporary texts, the world's largest encyclopedia in history and a treasure of human civilization. Wang Yu gazed intently at the Yongle Encyclopedia with a solemn expression. Though he didn't particularly like the Yongle Encyclopedia, he understood full well just how crucial this ancient text was to Chinese civilization. Wang Yu sneered, I bid 1.5 billion. Our Chinese treasures have no place for foreign covetousness. 1.6 billion. This Yongle Encyclopedia doesn't just belong to China, it's cultural heritage for all of humanity. Housing it in Europe's finest museum will allow countless more to appreciate the splendor of Eastern civilization. Wang Yu turned at the sound and looked. Not far away, an elderly white man, dressed in a crisp black suit, spoke in fluent French. Wang Yu stared intently at the Yongle Encyclopedia on the stage and raised his paddle again. 2 billion. A voice with a Korean accent suddenly rang out from the crowd. Aish, how could such a thing be without our great Republic of Korea?
Everyone turned to look and saw a young man rising to his feet, dressed in a crisp suit with neatly parted slicked-back hair. His face bore that distinctive mix of confidence and arrogance. He declared loudly, 2.1 billion, this Yangla encyclopedia will belong to Samsung's Lee family.
It's someone from Samsung. This is trouble, who knows how high the price will go. The on-site bidding clamored like crashing waves, surge after surge, while the prices skyrocketed as if launched by a rocket, ceaselessly climbing higher. The auction hall's atmosphere was so tense it could have sparked flames, suffocating every breath. The crowd's gaze darted like lightning, rapidly flickering between bidders. My heartbeat quickened with each rising bid, pounding like a drum, thump, 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 until I felt it might leap right out of my throat. Koizumi Shota and the others beside him fidgeted like ants on a hot pan, whispering anxiously before suddenly yelling at the top of their lungs, 300 million. Wang Yu didn't hesitate for a second, immediately raising his paddle and declaring, 3.5 billion. Oh shit, 3.6 billion. Li Zixuan didn't back down either.
Frowning and clenching his teeth, he shouted loudly in Korean. The auctioneer's voice trembled slightly with excitement as fine beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. His gaze swept between Wang Yu and the other bidders as he shouted at the top of his voice, 3.6 billion once, 3.6 billion twice.
Any higher offers?
Wang Yu raised his paddle once more and declared, 3.8 billion. A direct bid increase of 200 million yuan. This treasure, priced at 3.8 billion, is absolutely not its true worth.
4 billion. 4.2 billion. 4.3 billion.
Wang Yu had no choice but to raise his placard again, regardless of whether his bank account had sufficient funds, and declared, I bid 6 billion. Go ahead, keep bidding if you dare, he said, glaring at Koizumi Shota. Koizumi Shota's face turned deathly pale as he glared at Wang Yu, grinding out through clenched teeth. Wang Yu, you keep interfering with my plans. Mark my words, we'll settle this score eventually. Just you wait. The auctioneer's voice rang out excitedly, 6 billion once.
6 billion, second try. Any higher bids? 6 billion for the third time. Sold. Boom. With the auctioneer's hammer coming down heavily.
The entire auction hall fell into a deathly silence at first, then erupted like a boiling pot, bursting into thunderous applause. The 68-volume original edition of the Yangla Encyclopedia, after enduring the vicissitudes of time and drifting in foreign lands, has reappeared in the world.
History will remember this day. Lee Jae-hoon also looked thoroughly annoyed, glaring fiercely at Wang Yu before cursing in Korean and storming off with a dismissive wave of his hand.
As the auction concluded, the crowd gradually dispersed.
Right then,
the silver-haired scholar slowly made his way toward him.
What a formidable young man!
His voice was filled with excitement, his eyes brimming with emotion and warmth as he extended his hand to Wang Yu and said, I am Professor Wei Chiming from Tsinghua University.
Thank you for your contribution to our nation.
This is truly a remarkable achievement.
Professor Wei, you flatter me too much.
Wang Yu quickly stood up, hurriedly reaching out his hand as he replied respectfully, My name is Wang Yu, just call me Xiao Wang. I merely did what I believed was right. The Yangla Encyclopedia belongs to China, and I could never let it be lost to foreign hands.
Professor Wei nodded slightly and asked, Do you realize the significance of the Yangla Encyclopedia for our country and for Chinese culture?
Wang Yu scratched his head and awkwardly admitted, I don't know much about it.
Chapter 69, Returning with a Full Load.
The Yangla Encyclopedia was painstakingly compiled during the Yangla era of the Ming dynasty, with the imperial court gathering countless scholars and skilled craftsmen to create it. At the time of its compilation, it incorporated 7,000 to 8,000 ancient and contemporary books, encompassing astronomy, geography, classics, history, philosophy, literature, medicine, and crafts, truly a comprehensive masterpiece of Chinese culture. Professor Wei paused, a hint of melancholy flashing in his eyes. What a pity! After enduring the ravages of time, wars, fires, and plundering, it vanished from history, with only these 68 volumes surviving to this day. But even so, every page, every line, and every word is a crucial key to understanding the ancient culture of Huaxia. Turning his head, Professor Wei looked at Wang Yu with hopeful expectation. I've devoted my entire life to studying ancient texts. If they could be entrusted to professional academic institutions, their potential value would be immeasurable. I sincerely implore you, would you consider lending this Yangla Encyclopedia to relevant national research departments for a period? To grant more scholars and experts the chance to touch history and uncover the cultural treasures hidden within. Wang Yu listened to the scholar's heartfelt words, feeling a surge of warmth in his heart. After a moment of contemplation, he solemnly replied, Professor Wei, rest assured, I didn't acquire it for private collection in the first place. Since you've asked, I'll certainly cooperate to the fullest. Professor Wei's eyes glistened with tears as he tightly grasped Wang Yu's hand. Good, good. With these words from you, I can rest assured. After calming down slightly, Professor Wei belatedly began sizing up the young man before him.
So young, yet his actions were so extraordinary. Just whose young master was this?
Professor Wei couldn't contain his curiosity any longer and asked softly, Xiao Wang, if I may be so bold, judging by your manner and conduct, you're clearly no ordinary person.
You must come from quite an extraordinary family background, don't you?
Wang Yu wore his usual gentle and humble smile, saying without the slightest pretension, Professor Wei, my family just runs a small business, nothing worth mentioning. Professor Wei raised his eyebrows slightly, a knowing smile playing on his lips. This little business of yours isn't simple at all.
Being able to secure the winning bid for the Yongle encyclopedia at auction isn't something an ordinary family could achieve. Just luck. Ha ha ha, you little rascal.
Afterwards, Wang Yu and the others went to the backstage of the auction to complete the relevant procedures. The staff member flashed a professional smile and said politely to Wang Yu, Mr. Wang, congratulations on winning these rare treasures.
The total amount is 8.4 billion Huaxia dollars. As per procedure, we now need to complete the payment transfer. Could you please provide your payment method? Credit card. Wang Yu nodded slightly, took out his bank card, and first paid the 6 billion for the Yongle encyclopedia. He then paid the remaining 2.4 billion.
Ding! The system detected that the host spent 8.4 billion, triggering a double cashback of 16.8 billion.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for earning 840,000 system points.
Wang Yu looked exhilarated. 840,000 points, an unprecedented amount. Never had he been this prosperous since being reborn. System, open the personal panel. Age, 20 years old. Height, 188. Charm, 92. Physique, 120, normal human limit is 100. Endurance, 120, normal human limit is 100. Special traits. Double cashback, trade effect, all reasonable expenditures will be doubled and refunded. Peak physique, entry effect, from this moment onward, you become the pinnacle of human physical condition. Permanent fixation, entry effect. Points, 887,387. Huaxia currency, 15,960,807,894. Yes.
Wang Yu clenched his fists fiercely, his overwhelming joy nearly bursting from within.
159 billion Chinese yuan, with 880,000 system points. He had never fought a battle this wealthy before. After the payment process was smoothly completed, Christie's auction house demonstrated exceptional professionalism and efficiency. They promptly arranged for naval guards to carefully escort the numerous treasures Wang Yu had bid on, transporting them to his yacht moored nearby. The treasures were all properly secured by the bodyguards, with multiple layers of protection ensuring absolute safety. With all handovers completed, Wang Yu, Wang Sicong, and Xiang stood on the ship's deck, where the sea breeze gently brushed past, carrying a faint salty dampness that tousled their hair. Xiang stepped forward and gave Wang Yu's shoulder a hearty pat, laughing cheerfully, Wang Yu, this was a complete victory indeed. But you'd better return quickly and get these items properly secured to avoid complications. We'll meet again.
Wang Yu nodded solemnly and grasped Xiang's hand in return, saying, absolutely.
Once we're back in Modu, we must find time to properly catch up.
What a pity, there are so many fun activities on the Symphony of the Seas, but we'll have to give them up.
Shen Su also chimed in agreement, shortly after, to prevent any unexpected incidents.
Wang Yu and the others had no choice but to bid farewell to Xiang, boarding their yacht ahead of him. The yacht slowly set sail, cutting through the calm sea as it sped toward the direction of Demon City. Wang Yu stood on the yacht's deck, looking back at the gradually receding Symphony of the Seas, overwhelmed with emotions.
What an extraordinarily thrilling night it had been.
The scene he'd only read about in novels from his past life was now unfolding in reality. Especially meeting Xiang, it filled Wang Yu's heart with an undiluted joy.
More friends, more paths, and the Xiang family's connections ran especially deep. The Miyako straight under the cloak of night. The indigo blue sea rippled gently, scattering tiny flecks of silver light across its surface. The early morning sea breeze carried a tinge of chill, laden with the salty dampness unique to the ocean, freely darting between the yachts and playfully tousling people's hair. The yacht beneath cut through the waves in this stretch of sea, its deck already alive with a scene of boisterous revelry. A group of stunningly beautiful young women weaved lightly through the crowd with cheerful laughter. At the center of the deck, a girl with waist-length hair and delicate features danced seductively to the pulsing music rhythm, her slender figure swaying in a pink bikini. Not batting her flirtatious eyes at the few people, Chen Su held a champagne glass in his hand, spraying it around wildly. Turning his head towards Wang Sicong, who was leisurely smoking beside him, he widened his eyes and shouted at the top of his voice, look at today's scene, what a spectacle. Holy cow, it's even more exhilarating than in the movies. This trip of ours, it's like we activated God mode, all those rare treasures, we bagged them all. When we get back to Shanghai, I'm gonna brag about it big time. Wang Sicong's lips curled slightly as wisps of smoke drifted lazily upward. He took a slow, deliberate drag, then fixed his gaze on Chen Su with playful mockery. Look at you, getting all worked up over such a small scene, he responded. If you ask me, it's our Wang Yu who deserves the spotlight, that boldness, that vision, absolutely unmatched. Snatching up every single treasure without missing a beat, now that's a move most couldn't pull off. Xin Fen sighed. After spending this evening together, especially following the auction, Wang Yu had earned their recognition. Even though they knew about Wang Yu's family background, the financial capability he displayed still left them astonished. Qin Fun and Wang Sicong were alright, but Chen Su and the chubby kid already treated Wang Yu with a hint of reverence. The other girls on the deck didn't overthink it. All they knew was that among this group of rich second-generation heirs, Wang Yu had always been the center of attention. High status, handsome, and loaded with cash. Tonight he went even further by splurging a fortune, purchasing numerous treasures. Their gazes were all fixed on Wang Yu like hungry wolves, seemingly wishing they could devour him in one bite. They were especially filled with envy and jealousy towards Lei Lei and Tang Tang. Chapter 70, Crisis on the High Seas. Boss, there's a situation. At that moment, the captain suddenly shouted at Wang Sicong. Hearing this, Wang Sicong turned to look at the sea. In the distance, 3 yachts swept through the waves like black phantoms, speeding swiftly across the water. Leading the group on the deck were Koizumi Shota, Abe Tetsuya, and Sato Kenichi. Koizumi Shota was dressed in a pitch-black trench coat. The flailing hem of his coat, paired with his short stature, made him look utterly ridiculous. Koizumi Shota's face was terrifyingly dark, his twisted features contorted into a sinister sneer as he glared fixedly at Wang Yu's yacht. Behind him, over 100 subordinates, uniformly dressed in black combat gear and armed with rifles, stood with menacing ferocity. 3 speedboats came to an abrupt halt, blocking Wang Yu's path sideways and sending massive sprays of water into the air. Yash, Wang Yu, you refused the path to heaven and insist on barging through the gates of hell. Bet you never imagined we'd meet again on the high seas, did you? Ka-keek. Koizumi Shota strode to the bow of the ship, looking down imperiously at Wang Yu and the others while letting out a spine-chilling laughter. What do we do now? They've got guns. A girl turned pale with fright, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Wang Yu's eyes turned sharp as he coldly uttered, Koizumi Shotaro, what do you think you're doing? Openly resorting to violence in international waters, aren't you afraid of international backlash? Koizumi Shotaro scoffed, his face brimming with even more smugness as he retorted, backlash? Ha! This is international waters, who do you think will ever find out what happens here? The Koizumi family deals in arms, we have plenty of ways to make sure everything stays silent. You keep thwarting my plans. Do you really think you can walk away unscathed and return to China? Shinsu also stepped forward at this moment, his eyes blazing with anger as he pointed at Koizumi Shota and shouted, you damn Jap punk, don't get cocky. At the auction, we competed fairly, just because you couldn't match our funds doesn't mean you can resort to dirty tricks. Have you no shame? Abe Tetsuya shook his head and said, that's not quite right. We're merely each using our own methods. Sato Kenichi spread his hands and said, even at death's door, you still talk tough. I'll give you one last chance, hand everything over now, and I might spare your lives. Otherwise, this very day next year will be your anniversary. Go ahead and try touching us. Warships from various nations are patrolling nearby. The moment you fire, our Chinese naval vessels will be here within minutes. Then it'll be too late for you to escape. Wang Sicong glared back fearlessly, his gaze burning with defiance. Behind his back, he discreetly signaled the captain with his hand. Understanding instantly, the captain gave an imperceptible nod and quietly pressed a hidden button. Your bitch-ass mother, you damn Japs. How dare you blatantly rob us Chinese? Do you think we're just pushovers? The chubby guy also suppressed his fear and started cursing furiously. Baka, you're still running your mouth when death is at your door. Shotaro Koizumi was enraged by these words, his face turning red with fury, veins bulging on his forehead as he roared, open fire. Let's see just how tough your bones really are. I want you all kneeling and kowtowing to me. In an instant. On the ship, over 100 operatives in combat uniforms raised their rifles, strategically positioned from various angles as they unleashed a frenzied barrage of gunfire. Instantly, a deafening cascade of gunshots erupted, bullets whistling past like a storm of rain, splintering tables, chairs, and railings on the deck into flying debris. Ah! The girls shrieked in terror, their faces pale with fright. Screams echoed one after another as they crouched low, trembling uncontrollably with their heads in their hands. Lung Feng reacted swiftly, leaping through the air to shield Wang Yu beneath his body. With resolute determination in his eyes, Lung Feng remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings. Though bullets whizzed overhead, he showed not the slightest hint of retreat. He murmured reassuring words to Wang Yu, we're safe for now, watch out for the gunfire. Within moments, gunfire crisscrossed the battlefield, smoke filled the air, and the once tranquil sea surface churned into raging waves. Under the cover of the bodyguards, everyone hunched low, using the yacht's facilities as shelter. The bodyguards returned fire with compound bows and other equipment, but their efforts proved futile. Shinfen crouched low behind a stone pillar, beads of sweat the size of beans rolling down his forehead. He anxiously shouted at Wang Sicong, Old Wang, we can't keep going like this, we need a plan. Captain, accelerate in the opposite direction now. Wang Sicong shouted loudly, got it, boss. The captain hunched over, sweating profusely, carefully dodging the bullets fired from the opposite side as he turned the boat around and accelerated to escape. Bang! You idiots, they're getting away. What are you waiting for? Chase them down now. Koizumi Shota delivered a hard slap across the captain's face. Hi!
The captain's face burned with painful heat, and fury surged through his chest like a sudden flame, yet he forced himself to endure it. After all, the workplace hierarchy in Japan is very strict, and he wouldn't dare offend his superior lightly. He could only vent his anger on Wang Yu and the others. He immediately pushed the yacht's speed to its maximum.
Wang Sicong realized shaking off his pursuer was impossible. Taking a quick glance at the surroundings, he immediately shouted, "Bodyguards, fetch the weapons from my room under my bed. Hurry!" Several bodyguards near the staircase exchanged glances, then swiftly dropped to the ground, crawling on their bellies before flipping back under the stairwell. In no time,
they returned with submachine guns and other equipment hanging from their belts, straining to carry several heavy large boxes. The box landed with a dull thud. The bodyguard swiftly opened the case, revealing the weapons inside to everyone. Pistols, rifles, submachine guns, grenades. There was even a rocket launcher gleaming ominously among them. The crowd watched in stunned silence.
Holy shit, La Wang, where'd you get all these treasures? Even a rocket launcher? This is no fucking joke. Qin Fan's eyes instantly widened as he exclaimed excitedly.
Wang Sicong scratched his head with a hint of embarrassment and explained, "Well, we are on international waters after all.
Better safe than sorry.
I figured I'd prepare more weapons just in case, but who would have guessed I'd actually run into this kind of situation?"
It couldn't have worked out better. At this moment,
the gunfire from the opposite side grew increasingly intense, bullets striking the barricade and sending up sprays of sparks. The bodyguard who stepped out first swiftly opened fire with his submachine gun, spraying bullets toward the opposite side. Under their cover, the bodyguards on the yacht gradually fell back, picking up their weapons to return fire.
Wang Sicong clenched his teeth, picked up a submachine gun, expertly checked the magazine, cocked the bolt, and shouted excitedly, "Brothers, it's life or death now, let's give it our all. Killing one is breaking even, killing two is pure profit."
Wang Yu also stood up, took a rifle, slightly narrowed his eyes to aim at the enemies on the opposite yacht, and said calmly, "Everyone be careful.
Just treat it like a live-action CS game."
With that, he pulled the trigger, and the bullet flew out, accurately hitting an enemy's head, splattering blood.
For his first kill, Wang Yu felt surprisingly calm.
There was none of the nausea or vomiting often portrayed when protagonists kill for the first time in movies or dramas. He only felt his blood boiling with excitement. The gunfire from both sides intensified, plunging the situation into an ever more deadlocked stalemate. Koizumi Shota, crouching behind a pillar on the deck of the opposite yacht, sneered arrogantly, "Wang Yu, you have no escape today.
Hand over the treasure nicely, and I might just leave your bodies intact."
Wang Yu snorted coldly, retorting, "Koizumi Shota, keep dreaming.
If you want it so badly, come and take it with real skill. Such underhanded tactics, aren't you ashamed of yourself?" Boom! At that moment, cold winds seized the opportunity.
Crouching low, he swiftly hoisted the rocket launcher between gunfire bursts, adjusted the angle in haste, and decisively pulled the trigger. With a thunderous whoosh, a rocket roared out, carrying fury and a piercing whistle. In an instant, it exploded on the opposite deck, blasting a massive crater. Flames shot skyward as smoke curled upward and debris scattered everywhere.
Nanny, how do they have heavy weapons? Doesn't China ban firearms? How did a rocket launcher show up here? This is impossible.
Kotaro Koizumi and his companions were utterly shocked, their eyes wide with terror as he roared in panic.
Wang Sicong burst into laughter at the sight and said, "Didn't expect this, did you, Kotaro Koizumi? The scenery here is quite nice, why don't you stay forever? Beat them to death. Don't let any of them escape." Koizumi Shota, consumed by rage and humiliation, screamed hysterically.
Upon hearing this, his subordinates immediately unleashed a frenzied torrent of gunfire towards Wang Yu and the others.
Bullets poured down like a heavy rainstorm.
Lung Feng fired a rocket launcher shot, then quickly rolled back behind cover. As he reloaded, he shouted, "Our firepower's insufficient, everyone stay sharp."
Chapter 71, The Fleet's Divine Might. The fierce battle raged on between both sides. Gunfire wove a deadly net across the scene, with bullets whizzing over the ocean's surface. The air was thick with the pungent smell of gunpowder, mingled with the sea breeze, making one nauseous just to breathe it in. Wang Yu and his companions were initially at a disadvantage in terms of firepower, but the abrupt deployment of heavy weapons ultimately helped them turn the tide. Koizumi Shota and his gang refused to give up their wicked intentions. Relying on their numerical advantage, they continued their fierce assault without any intention of retreating. At this critical juncture, ding ding ding, Wang Sicong's satellite phone in his pocket suddenly rang with urgent tones. While reloading his magazine, he hastily pulled out the phone. The phone signal on the other end seemed unstable, mixed with faint static noise. The moment he answered, a commanding voice came through, saying, "Wang boy, we're coming to your aid at full speed and will arrive within 3 minutes. Hold on at all costs."
Wang Sicong's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed loudly, "Fantastic! With you all here, not a single one of these little devils can escape, we'll definitely hold the line." Wang Sicong's voice was brimming with confidence at this moment. The previously tense nerves relaxed slightly. After hanging up, Wang Sicong excitedly shouted to the crowd, "Brothers, our naval fleet will arrive any minute now. Hold on for these last 3 minutes, Koizumi Shota and his crew are about to meet their doom." Hearing this, everyone's morale soared immediately, returning fire with even greater intensity. Koizumi Shota faintly heard the distant wail of sirens. The sharp, urgent sound pierced through the night sky, making his heart skip a beat. Koizumi Shota turned his head to scan the distant sea surface, then asked Abe Tetsuya beside him, "What was that sound? Could it be that the Chinese Navy has actually come? Judging by the sound, it's probably real. We need to think of something fast." Abe Tetsuya's usually calm face was etched with panic, his complexion deathly pale as he stammered out his words. At this moment, the alarm sirens grew increasingly louder as the colossal silhouette of the Chinese Navy fleet emerged from the distant horizon. 3 destroyers led the charge. Like saber-bearing guards, they cut through the waves with unstoppable momentum. The ship's lights pierced the darkness like sharp swords. As the distance closed, the fleet's blaring alarms pierced their eardrums with painful intensity, as if issuing the most severe warning to Koizumi Shota's group. Koizumi Shota was completely panicked, beads of sweat the size of peas rolling down his forehead as he shouted hoarsely, "Quick, ceasefire! Retreat, retreat immediately!" Sato Kenichi still stubbornly retorted, "Running away just like that? What about our plan?" Before he could finish, Abe Tetsuya glared at him fiercely and said, "What's there to plan? If we don't run now, do you want to wait for the Chinese Navy to surround us like dumplings? This is international waters, no one would care even if you died here." Wanya seized the moment to taunt Koizumi Shota and his flustered group. "Koizumi Shota, where's all that arrogance now? Weren't you going to make us beg on our knees? Finally realized fear, haven't you?" Furious yet powerless, Koizumi Shota could only gnash his teeth and retort, "Don't get cocky. This isn't over between us, today's score will be settled." The Chinese naval fleet swiftly closed in, and an authoritative voice boomed from the destroyer's loudspeaker, "Unidentified vessel ahead, cease hostile actions immediately and prepare for inspection. Force will be employed if you fail to comply. Unidentified vessel ahead, cease hostile actions immediately and prepare for inspection. Unidentified vessel ahead." A stern voice reverberated across the sea, thunderous and compelling. Koizumi Shota's yacht hastily turned its prow around. The underlings scrambled to put away their weapons as the engines roared to life. Like dogs with their tails between their legs, the 3 yachts desperately fled the scene. The Chinese Navy wouldn't let them off so easily, their fleet fanned out in a semicircle and accelerated in pursuit. For a moment, splashes erupted across the sea surface as the warship's wake crisscrossed like silvery ribbons. Standing on the yacht, Wang Yu and his companions watched Xiaoquan Shotai's group recede into the distance while the naval fleet rapidly closed in. Only then did they feel truly relieved. Wang Sicong let out a long sigh of relief and said with emotion, "Thank goodness our navy arrived in time. We were running dangerously low on ammunition, had they been any later, we'd have been in serious trouble today." "Exactly, this is right in front of our home. How could we let these little brats bully us?" Qinfen rubbed his trembling legs and spoke. In no time, the naval fleet dispatched a speedboat to approach Wang Yu and his group's yacht. A soldier boarded the yacht. He appeared quite young, dressed in a dashing military uniform with an upright posture as steadfast as a pine tree, his epaulets shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. He saluted the group and asked with concern, "Is everyone okay? We came as soon as we received the alarm." Wang Sicong stepped forward and gratefully shook the young soldier's hand, saying, "Thank you for arriving so promptly. We're all fine, just a little shaken." He finished speaking and gave a meaningful glance to the bodyguard beside him. The bodyguard immediately understood, signaled with a hand gesture, and the surrounding guards promptly holstered their firearms. "Is everyone unharmed?" The group exchanged glances and began checking each other for injuries. Wang Sicong said, "Just some flesh wounds, nothing serious." The officer nodded with a stern face and said, "Good that you're all right. These waters have been unstable lately, so be extra careful during your next leg of the journey. Contact us immediately if anything comes up." He paused before continuing, "I don't care what you've got on board in international waters, but once you're back in Chinese territorial waters, I expect you to deal with whatever's on that ship properly, or else, the punishment will be severe." After giving these instructions, the officer returned to the assault boat and boarded the fleet. Subsequently, a frigate was dispatched to escort Wang Yu and his companion's yacht towards Modu, ensuring their safe passage. Under the protection of the naval fleet, the yacht sailed smoothly, gradually approaching the waters of Huagua. Wang Yu's yacht sailed smoothly ahead as everyone sat together, gradually calming down from the earlier tension and excitement. Wang Sicong glanced around and whispered to his bodyguard, "Throw all the firearms into the sea. We can't bring these things back home, better not cause any trouble." The bodyguards nodded in agreement and quickly got to work, bundling up the guns and ammunition before sinking them to the ocean floor.
Witnessing this, everyone understood Wang Sicong's intentions clearly. After all, firearm regulations are strict back home, bringing these things would only invite unnecessary trouble. The acrid smoke of gunfire on the deck hadn't yet fully dispersed, mingling with the briny tang of the sea breeze. It hung thick in the air. The girls were now huddled together in a corner of the deck. They clung tightly to one another, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, as if still reeling from the intense gunfight moments before. Lele squeezed her eyes shut, her long lashes wet with tears and sticking together. Tears streamed down her cheeks without cease, dripping onto her companion's shoulder and soaking a patch of clothing. Their hair was disheveled, with a few strands blown across their faces by the sea breeze. They made no effort to tidy it, merely clutching their companion's arms mechanically, their fingernails turning white from the strain. One of the short-haired girls, her teeth chattering uncontrollably, shivered and muttered, I thought we were going to die here today." Before she could finish speaking, another wave of sobs interrupted her. The long-haired girl beside her gently patted her back, soothing her with a voice choked by tears. "Don't be afraid, it's all over now." Yet, the slight tremble in her tone betrayed the unease in her heart. On the deck, chairs, tables, and other facilities had long been smashed to pieces, with debris scattered everywhere. Some wooden planks still emitted wisps of blue smoke, marks left by grazing bullets. The railings had been twisted and deformed by gunfire, revealing jagged gaps. Spent shell casings densely carpeted the ground. The sea breeze carried a mingled stench of gunpowder, blood, and ocean brine that churned one's stomach. Though Wang Yu and the others were also shaken, seeing the girls in such a state, they stepped forward one after another to offer comfort. Chapter 72, Return to the Magic City. "Don't be afraid, it's safe now, everything's alright." Wang Yu came to Lele's side and comforted her softly. "Whoa whoa." Lele and Tang Tang immediately threw themselves into Wang Yu's arms and burst into tears. Wang Sicong shed his usual frivolous demeanor, looking at the girls with genuine concern as he said, "Don't be afraid, we've got you. Once we're back in Shanghai, everyone will receive a red envelope. Then I'll have someone take you shopping for the latest bags and jewelry, pick whatever you like to help calm your nerves." As he spoke, Wang Sicong made exaggerated gestures, trying to cheer up the girls and pull them out of their fearful state. He knew full well these girls had just survived a life-and-death crisis. They needed something tangible to restore their sense of security and provide comfort. "Exactly, we've all had quite a scare today. Given how generous our principal is, let's put this behind us for now and think about what feast we'll have once we're ashore. We deserve to treat ourselves well." Xianfen nearby chimed in agreement. Chen Su and the chubby boy nodded repeatedly beside them. The chubby boy even pulled out a few chocolate bars from his pocket, offering them to the girls while saying, "Have some sweets first. Chocolate always lifts the mood, this is my personal stash." Listening to them, the girls gradually stopped sobbing. Though tears still lingered in their eyes, their emotions slowly settled. They began whispering to each other about their favorite gifts and the delicious food they longed to eat. The next day, 8 o'clock in the morning, the horizon's clouds were painted in a dazzling array of colors by the sunlight, while birds soared past, their cheerful cries filling the air. By the Bund. At Yu Yuan Bund restaurant, Wang Sicong and his group had booked out the largest banquet hall here. The girls, bodyguards, and ship attendants sat casually around them. Wang Yu and the others sat around a table. "Want some spirits to calm our nerves?" Qianfen said, looking at Wang Yu. "Bottoms up," Wang Yu declared decisively. He wasn't normally the kind of person who lived for alcohol. Occasionally when emotions struck, he might drink a little, but never had he imbibed as heavily as he had these past few days. It was mainly last night's gunfight that had stimulated his nerves, and he was still excited about it now. "Having a drink to calm my nerves might do some good." After several rounds of drinks and savoring various dishes, "With that scene last night, I could brag about it for a lifetime." Qianfen's face flushed with excitement, his eyes still gleaming with lingering exhilaration as he slapped the table and exclaimed, "Those bullets were whizzing past left and right, my heart jumped straight to my throat. Thought I was gonna bite the dust back there. This is way more exciting than drinking and womanizing." "Absolutely." Chubby Li Xiang, his mouth stuffed with a piece of beef, mumbled incoherently, "I could already see death waving at me. But then Mom showed up, what a spectacular sight. That warship looked like it rolled straight out of a sci-fi movie. The moment it appeared, that piece of shit pissed his pants and ran home crying for his mama. Bah ha ha. I don't get why they're making such a big fuss over these antiques. Probably the Japanese government trying to use this opportunity to undermine Chinese people's confidence. Damn it, imperialist forces will never stop scheming against us," Qianfen said bitterly. "If only it weren't so close to Japanese waters, we could have chased them down instead of letting their ship escape. What a shame." Wang Sicong swirled his wine glass, watching the ripples of red wine inside, then said with a hint of regret. Qianfen's eyes suddenly lit up as he suggested, "How about we hit Lao Wang's bar tonight for some fun? It'll also be a celebration for everyone's safe return, what do you think?" "Great, great." The little chubby guy was the first to respond. "These past few days have been way too intense. Let's pull an all-nighter tonight to unwind."
Wang Sicong set down his wine glass and waved his hand dismissively.
You guys go ahead, I'll pass. I've been through the ringer these past few days, need to rest up and recharge. Damn it, old Wang, did you lose your sense of fun with age or what? Fuck off. All eyes turned to Wang Yu. Why is everyone looking at me?
Wang Yu nodded with a smile and said, let's wait a few days. Everyone should go home, rest up, and regain their energy before hitting the bar again.
Alright then.
Shinfen didn't press the matter further and said with a smile, old Wang, you'll have to bring out that fine wine you've been hoarding then, so everyone can have a taste. You always cherish it dearly, but you can't refuse this time, can you? Wang Sicong replied with a faint smile, no problem.
Old Wang, how's that live streaming platform of yours doing lately? Shinfen continued. Same old, neither booming nor busting.
Wang Sicong replied helplessly, the pity is I joined too late. The industry's already developed its dominant players. At best I can only scrape some crumbs from the table, barely making ends meet.
Ah, that's true indeed.
Shinfen also nodded and said, I've invested in quite a few ventures, but only a handful of them actually turn a profit.
How's the investment market been lately?
Seeing the two gradually steer the conversation toward investments, Wang Yu casually chimed in with the question.
Are you interested?
Wang Sicong turned to look at Wang Yu, asking curiously.
Just getting the lay of the land first. If there's a suitable project, maybe I'll invest.
Wang Yu responded bluntly.
After experiencing last night's life and death moment together, those present had undoubtedly become genuine sworn brothers.
So there's no need to hide it from them.
Moreover, it's only a matter of time before he invests and starts a company.
Since they're all operating within China, there's no way he could hide it from them anyway. He spoke his mind directly to avoid hurting anyone's feelings.
Besides, perhaps I can gather quite a bit of useful information from these few people. Come on, man.
Shinfen said with an exaggerated expression, you're only a sophomore in college.
Instead of enjoying these years to the fullest, you're already thinking about starting a business? This was exactly what Chen Su, the chubby kid, and others wanted to ask. At their age of 20, which one of them hadn't indulged in unrestrained fun? Starting a business? Who the hell wants to start a business? Isn't it better to just be a lazy, good-for-nothing rich heir who does nothing but eat and wait to die?
The current investment market environment in Hua country isn't something a few rich kids like them can handle.
That requires real money to be thrown into the game.
Just look at all these internet wars in recent years. Each time billions are invested, yet not even a ripple is seen.
You can play any time. I still have quite a bit of capital left. Keeping it in the bank is such a waste. Investing it would surely be better than leaving it idle in a bank account.
Wang Yu raised an eyebrow, took a sip from his wine glass, and said, besides, I think this year's investment climate looks pretty good. It wouldn't hurt to dip our toes in with some funds.
Wait, buddy? Are you telling me you still have money to invest? Didn't you just spend over 8 billion last night?
Even Wang Sicong couldn't hold back his surprise, his face full of astonishment. Although Wang Yu has Pioneer Heavy Industries Group backing him up, he wouldn't lack funds. But last night, Wang Yu actually spent 8.4 billion to buy a bunch of treasures. This wasn't just some inflated financial bubble from the stock market.
8.4 billion in cash. How many people in all of Huagua could cough up that amount? Holy shit, how do you still have money? Shinfen got up and approached Wang Yu, wrapping an arm around his neck as he said, give us the inside scoop. Just how much money do you actually have left? Let go, let go.
Wang Yu gasped for breath, finally released from Shinfen's chokehold, and complained, I never said I wouldn't tell you.
Why so worked up?
Shinfen gave an awkward smile and hunched his shoulders.
Wang Yu picked up his glass and took a large gulp. Just as he let out a sigh of relief, he noticed that everyone at the table had craned their necks, staring at him with eager eyes. There's only about 10 billion left in the card, Wang Yu said with resignation. Wang Sicong and Shinfen's expressions froze simultaneously.
The chubby guy's mouth, which had been chewing on lobster, involuntarily paused mid-bite.
Over 10 billion. Is it 10 billion or over 10 billion? Everyone was visibly shaken.
Among the group, Wang Sicong and Shinfen came from the wealthiest families next to Wang Yu, with Wang Sicong being the son of China's current richest man. Their assets were simply incomparable to Wang Yu's.
Let alone Chen Su, Little Fatty, and the others.
Su Yuza, Lin Hao, and Wei Jinglan who worked in foreign trade weren't even fit to carry Wang Yu's shoes.
Chapter 73, Terrifying Cash Flow. I've already tried to imagine the highest possible figure, but I never expected you to have even more funds than I imagined.
Wang Sicong gave Wang Yu a deep, complicated look as he spoke.
He didn't doubt Wang Yu's words for a second. Pioneer Heavy Industries Group's daily cash flow is astronomical.
Wang Yu had the full capability to produce tens of billions in cash. At their level, there's no need to flaunt assets to gain others' attention. What they truly value are the deeper connections and core resources behind them, whether these crucial elements can bring them tangible benefits.
Over 10 billion in cash.
Wang Sicong's family company does have a considerable market value, but having over 10 billion in liquid cash, that's something he simply can't manage.
Much of that wealth is tied up in illiquid assets. Even if it could be liquidated, it would take time, and the value would take a significant hit. Billionaires with hundreds of millions in assets are a dime a dozen in Shanghai. But how many people in the entire city can actually cough up $1 billion in cash? Maybe not even enough to count on both hands. Wang Sicong doesn't know, but one thing's for sure, he certainly can't come up with that kind of money. Wang, are you sure your family has no other businesses besides Pioneer Group and Huafarm Group? Shinfen looked utterly shocked as he said to Wang, I thought old Wang and I were already the top-tier rich second generation in China's young elite, but turns out you're the most badass of us all. Respect. Pure respect. Shensu and the chubby guy exchanged glances, then simultaneously clasped their fists and declared in unison, same here. Wang Yu's words had left them utterly thunderstruck. There's an old saying that goes golden bridges, silver roads, and when you throw in the energy sector, a heavy industry conglomerate of this scale, honestly, your family's been keeping things quiet. Otherwise, my old man wouldn't even have had a shot at being the richest man in China. Wang Sicong sighed and remarked, to be honest, the title of China's richest man truly belongs to Wang Yu's father. This is simply terrifying. Shinfen gradually calmed down as well, then muttered, truly terrifying. This feels just like those billionaire novels, casually tossing around tens of billions like it's nothing. Chen Su's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He slapped his thigh and exclaimed excitedly, I've got it. What do you got? Wang Sicong and Shinfen turned to look at him, asking curiously. Chen Su, with a face full of excitement and eyes gleaming, looked at Wang Yu and said, I've discovered Wang Yu's secret. Tell me, is your family one of those ancient hidden clans from novels that have existed for millennia? Now you're coming to Shanghai for university, pretending to be weak to ambush the mighty, just waiting for some arrogant rich kid to provoke you. Then you'd humiliate him in front of the once-in-a-century campus beauty, win her heart, and finally swallow his entire family empire. Shensu even looked at Wang Yu warily while theatrically patting his chest and joked, lucky I haven't offended you, or my family would be doomed. If old Wang hadn't introduced you to us, given my usual cocky attitude, would I be kneeling and begging for mercy by now? Wang Yu initially tensed up at Chen Su's words. Had this guy discovered he had a system? But then, have you read too damn many novels or something? What millennium-old family? Then shouldn't I know ancient martial arts too? If I really knew ancient martial arts, I wouldn't need to wait for the Navy to arrive, I'd just sink those 3 yachts myself. Wang Yu looked at Chen Su with contempt, as if staring at an idiot, and said, wake up kid, you'd better get yourself checked at the hospital soon. Damn, how come he never noticed what a goofball he was before? This train of thought is absolutely wild. Yeah, you're right huh? Chen Su scratched his head and gave a sheepish grin. Wang Sicong was lost in thought on the side. With Wang Yu possessing so much liquid capital, the probability of successful investments seems genuinely high. After all, we're talking about tens of billions in funds here. This is no small-scale operation, which fundamentally changes the game. If his family was willing to entrust him with such massive funds, could there perhaps be some insider information involved? Otherwise, which family would feel comfortable giving such a large sum of money to a college student? At this thought, Wang Sicong jolted and quickly asked, Wang Yu, do you have some special connections? What Wang Sicong didn't know was, Wang Yu indeed had information unknown to others, and it wasn't given to him by anyone. Rather, it was the historical foresight inherited from his past life. With investment insights that seemed to foresee the future, was there ever any fear of not making money? Wang Yu said calmly, there's no special shortcut. But with our Hua nation developing so splendidly now, investment opportunities are plentiful. Hiss. I still don't get it. Chen Su first had a moment of enlightenment, then said awkwardly. Wang Yu glanced at him and sighed helplessly, China has now fully entered the internet era. Since the advent of 4G, internet speeds have improved dramatically, bringing about a series of transformations. The first major impact was e-commerce disruption of the traditional retail industry. Look at how the Singles Day and Double 12 sales in recent years have seen exponential growth in revenue. Countless industries have been reshuffled, and how many billionaires have emerged from them? Wang Sicong nodded in understanding. Of course he understood these principles, and he had even considered trying to enter the market. But it was already too late. The internet was no longer a blue ocean, and he simply didn't have the strength left to carve out a share for himself. It's not easy to break into the internet industry now, is it? These 3 giants have a firm grip on every aspect of the web. Wang Sicong pondered for a moment and said, all these years, I've never seen anyone break free from the domination of these 3 internet titans. Those who dared challenge their authority all met with disastrous ends without exception. Wang Yu smiled faintly and said, times are changing, and nothing remains constant. Those who can't keep pace with the era are doomed to be buried under its tides. Moreover, given China's massive population, it's inevitable that countless unnoticed breakthroughs exist within this internet age. Since the technological explosion of the last century spanned decades before ushering in this new era, the advancement of science and technology has gradually slowed.
Nowadays, while the internet flourishes with emerging technologies and concepts proliferating endlessly, these are merely innovations and combinations of existing technologies. In this era, innovation is paramount, but fusion can also lead to success. Wang finished with a mysterious smile. In a few years, Wang, Sicong, Shinfen, and others would come to understand the power of fusion. Countless companies rode the tide of the times by accurately grasping its pulse. How many companies have thrived precisely because of hybridization? Take companies like Pinduoduo and Xiaomi for example. They succeeded by accurately identifying their market positioning while essentially building upon the concept of hybridization. Particularly Douyin's meteoric rise, which overwhelmed the entire internet landscape unlike anything before. DY Corporation has pioneered groundbreaking concepts by blending various types of content, cinematography techniques with special effects, algorithmic recommendations with social interaction features, advertising with content, and so on. Within just a few short years, it has built a vast commercial empire. As for Huawei's innovation-driven development, we'll set that aside for now. Take shared bicycles and portable charger rentals, for example, these have both created frenzied trends in the Chinese market. Chapter 74 Innovation and Remixing. Meituan even captured over half of China's market share. Even Tencent's dominant position in the gaming industry was breached by Genshin Impact. A few years later, the emergence of the AAA title Black Myth, Wukong would teach the entire world a lesson. They made those arrogant Westerners understand what genuine Eastern culture and aesthetics truly embody. The explosive release of Ne Zha 2 similarly shook the global film market. Let the world discover the unique charm and profound heritage of Eastern mythology. What is truly national can become genuinely global. Innovation? Hybridization? Wang Sicong was utterly confused, his face a picture of bewilderment. He asked, then which company are you planning to invest in? Which one can possibly compete with these three giants? There are countless outstanding companies across all industries, but as Wang mentioned, a potential dark horse capable of toppling the three giants, Wang Sicong genuinely couldn't think of which company would qualify. At first, Wang Sicong simply thought Wang was young and reckless, unaware of the heights of heaven and depths of earth. But now it seems, Wang clearly had an excellent understanding of the market, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to provide such insightful analysis. Didn't a certain internet mogul once say, as long as you stand at the right place and time, even a pig can fly? Wang picked up his wine glass, took a sip, and continued, innovation and blending are the themes of this era, the very wind beneath our wings. As long as you find the right direction, even a pig could take flight. Qinfen scratched his head anxiously and said, Wang stop beating around the bush, what exactly do you mean? Wang sighed helplessly and explained, based on current market analysis, industries like film and television, live streaming, and e-commerce have promising futures. They're worth digging deeper into. The film industry has indeed flourished remarkably these past few years. With the development of the internet era, the influence of celebrities has grown increasingly significant, and fan-based economics has become absurdly exaggerated. Upon hearing this, Wang Sicong remarked, in the past, female celebrities would beg investors for opportunities, even sleeping around for resources. But now, they put on this act of false purity and arrogance, it's disgusting. But live streaming and e-commerce, I just don't get it. Aren't these industries already monopolized by giants? 2018 was the most frenzied year for live streaming and e-commerce. With the influx of substantial capital, this led to the reckless expansion of related industries. However, it was followed by the disorderly operation of these industries. The state promptly issued relevant laws and regulations to rectify these industry malpractices. This dealt a heavy blow to the related industries. In this situation, some companies seized the opportunity to rise, like scattered sparks that start a prairie fire. Qinfen remarked, live streaming isn't easy these days, huh? Old Wang's Guobao Live platform invested so much money, but now it's barely hanging on by a thread. Yeah, the shareholders only care about fighting for power and profit, completely disregarding Guobao Live's survival. Recently, I've been completely overwhelmed by it all. Wang Sicong responded helplessly upon hearing this. The chubby guy nodded with a sly smile and said, how much value can these influencers really generate? With your kind of money, you'd be better off hiring a few good-looking celebrities to shoot some indie films, now that's solid returns. Quite a few of my friends have invested in the film and entertainment industry these past years and made decent profits. If you ask me, movie investments are the safer bet. Wang smiled faintly. He didn't offer any further explanation. Now, in their eyes, the online influencers who were once considered unrefined have achieved such high social status after the emergence of Douyin, even making appearances on CCTV. Live streaming sales have created one sales miracle after another. Various institutions, relying on the mighty Douyin platform, have made staggering profits. Moreover, Douyin's rise overseas, making Chinese culture popular worldwide, with countless companies rushing to join the trend and raking in dollars. But how many people could actually spot such an opportunity? He wouldn't look down on Wang Sicong and Qin Fun for their short-sightedness. After all, in his previous life, Wang Yu had been far inferior to them.
What right do I have to laugh at them? Wang Sicong pondered for a moment but still couldn't figure it out.
He could only say helplessly, brother, when you set up that investment company, don't forget to take your buddy along. If you need anything, just give your brother a shout. In this part of Shanghai, I still have some influence.
No problem, though I don't have time right now, school's about to start for me.
Wang Yu smiled faintly and said. With the start of school approaching, he didn't have much time to deal with setting up an investment company for the time being. Investment is a prudent matter, so it's natural to be fully prepared before starting. As for why he agreed to Wang Sicong and others joining,
naturally, it's because in this China where personal connections matter, one can't avoid offending certain people. Having influential partners can prevent unnecessary troubles.
Of course, he must maintain absolute control of the company's shares firmly in his own hands.
Alright, we'll discuss these matters later. Let's meet up again after your semester starts.
Qin Fun turned to Wang Yu and said, if it's feasible, I'd like to get in on this too. Mainland connections might be lacking, but I do have some ties in Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan. Just let me have a sip of the soup. My expectations aren't high.
Of course, no problem. Money can't be earned alone. Let's all make money together.
Wang Yu laughed heartily and said, who knows, maybe our startup can break out of Asia and go global. Wang Sicong and Qin Fun burst into laughter. Going global was beyond their wildest dreams, but that didn't stop them from fantasizing about beating the double Ma's, Jack Ma and Pony Ma, with their fists and kicking Wang Jianlin with their feet. As this breakfast was drawing to a close, over a dozen burly, towering bodyguards in black suits approached, each heavily carrying several specially designed bank bags in their hands. The bodyguards walked straight to Wang Yu and his companions, respectfully placing the bags down gently, which immediately emitted dull thuds. Then they withdrew uniformly to one side. Each stood ramrod straight. Their gazes remained fixed ahead without straying. Wang Sicong rose with a smile, stepped forward and patted one of the pockets, then said to Wang Yu, since you're being so generous, we can't be stingy either. Together with the 10 million you gave, there's a total of 25 million here. Wang Yu waved his hand, a composed smile on his face, and said, we all went through a life and death crisis last night. Consider this money as a way to help everyone settle their nerves. Money isn't something you bring with you at birth or take with you at death.
The important thing is that it can give everyone some peace of mind when needed.
The reason Xiaoquan Shangtai could rob them last night was precisely because Wang Yu had purchased the Yongle encyclopedia. It was only right for Wang Yu to take out 10 million to distribute among everyone. Upon hearing this, Wang Sicong turned to his bodyguard and said, go distribute it, 30,000 per person.
Yes, boss.
The bodyguards picked up the bags and stepped aside to start distributing the money. Others in the private room expressed their gratitude with overlapping voices, and soon the banquet hall's atmosphere grew even more lively.
Ding!
System detected the host has spent 10 million, triggering double cashback of 20 million.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for earning 1,000 system points.
After the meal, the group arrived at the parking lot.
Wang Yu had already become the center of attention, with Wang Sicong and Qin Fun standing on either side of him.
Subtly and imperceptibly, Wang Yu had unknowingly risen to the core of this small circle. Wang Yu checked the time and said, that's enough for today. I'm heading back first. Back at the hotel, Zhang Ro was still waiting for him. As for Lei Lei and Tang Tang, Chapter 75, The Art of Nurturing Talents.
It was just a fleeting romance.
Still, Zhang Ro, whom I personally nurtured, is someone I know inside out.
Alright, Wang Sicong said, then next time let's meet at my bar again.
Everyone better have a great time then. Wang Yu nodded, then opened the LaFerrari storage compartment.
He took out 400,000 yuan and placed it in Lei Lei and Tang Tang's arms, saying softly, I won't see you off.
Here's 200,000 each for you too. Head back first and get some proper rest.
The two women hugged the cash, though deeply disappointed, could only nod obediently and say, alright. They had overthought things. Someone as wealthy as Wang Yu would never accept women of their social standing.
If given the choice, Lei Lei and Tang Tang would have gladly followed Wang Yu.
After all, Wang Yu was tall, handsome, skilled at gaming, and incredibly wealthy. If they could just latch onto him, their futures would be set for life. The other girls in the room watched as those two hugged their stacks of cash, feeling both envy and a hint of schadenfreude. Seeing Wang Yu dismiss them, the remaining girls batted their eyelashes at him one after another, hoping to catch his eye. If it weren't for the fear of Wang Yu's bodyguards, they might have swarmed him by now.
Wang Yu pretended not to notice. He directly opened the sleek butterfly doors of the LaFerrari.
Then he started the car and drove towards the Celestial Palace, leaving behind the longing gazes of numerous female students. The bodyguard started the car and followed closely behind. As for the treasures Wang Yu had bid for, they were safely delivered to the Celestial Canopy Palace when the yacht docked.
Ding!
The system detected that the host spent 400,000, triggering a double cashback of 800,000.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have received 40 system points.
Not long after, Wang Yu returned to the Tianmu Palace.
No sooner had he set foot inside than he instructed the security guard standing at the entrance to summon Lang Feng. Lang Feng, his posture erect and military sharp, strode in, snapped to attention with a crisp pot sound, and saluted formally, saying, "Boss, you asked for me." Wang Yu stepped forward, his face full of sincerity, patted Lang Feng's shoulder, and said emotionally, "Lang Feng, everyone has worked hard this trip, risking life and death on the sea.
I'll remember all of this."
As he spoke, Wang Yu took out his phone and quickly tapped a few times.
Lang Feng's phone immediately buzzed with a notification. Wang Yu smiled and said, "I've transferred 2 million to you.
Take it and reward the brothers as you see fit."
Ding!
System detected host expenditure of 2 million, triggering double cashback of 4 million.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for earning 200 system points.
Lang Feng's eyes reddened slightly as he replied in a slightly hoarse voice, "Boss, it's too much."
The brothers were just doing their duty, and they already received their share at the restaurant.
Wang Yu waved his hand and said, "Enough with the talk. The restaurant is the restaurant's. Just take it if I'm giving it to you. You know I'm not short on money."
He understood the whole concept of retaining scholars. In ancient clans, they would keep a large group of retainers, providing them with good food and drink every day, without them having to worry about their children's and wives' daily necessities,
raising them for years or even decades, waiting only to play their crucial role at the pivotal moment.
Lord Xinling of the Wei state during the Warring States period exemplifies this perfectly. Lord Xinling was renowned for his benevolence, generosity, and humble treatment of worthy talents. He treated his retainers with equal courtesy regardless of their social status, thus attracting many talented individuals to pledge allegiance to him, such as Hoang, Zhu Hai, Mao Gong, and Shui Gong. These retainers provided him with strategic counsel and devoted service during critical moments, while also helping the state of Wei recruit numerous talents, thereby enriching its human resource reserves. At its peak, he had over 3,000 retainers, and his reputation was so widespread that for more than a decade, no neighboring states dared to lightly wage war against Wei.
Unlike some bosses nowadays who pay a measly 3,000 salary yet demand their employees to work themselves to the bone.
Wang Yu had no intention of ever finding himself in a situation where his bodyguards might fail him when their lives were on the line.
Money? He had more than enough.
But when it came to lives, he only had one. Lang Feng straightened his posture, heels snapped together with a crisp snap, delivering a textbook military salute. Yet his raised right arm trembled ever so slightly,
betraying the storm of emotions within. Locking eyes with Wang Yu, he declared, "Boss, on behalf of the brothers, thank you. Our Wolf Fong squad follows your lead. Whatever the task, through fire and water we'll never refuse."
Lang Feng, there's no need to stand on ceremony with me. I've witnessed every step of your journey and kept it close to my heart. Wang Yu looked at Lang Feng and gave his shoulder a light pat as he spoke. Wang Yu's gaze deepened, his tone growing more sincere. "Money is nothing but an external possession. To me, it can't compare to the precious bond between brothers. The reason I'm giving everyone this money is simple. I want you all to know that following Wang Yu means effort will always be rewarded. I'll never let down anyone who sincerely dedicates themselves to me." With that, Wang Yu gave Lang Feng's shoulder another forceful pat.
"Yes, boss. I'll take my leave then. Go ahead."
Lang Feng saluted once more before stepping out of the room.
"Honey, what happened?"
Wang Yu turned his head to see Zhang Ro slowly emerging from the bedroom. She wore a plain silk nightgown, her long hair loosely draped over her shoulders. Though her face showed traces of sleepiness, the concern in her eyes was unmistakable. Zhang Ro quickly moved to Wang Yu's side, gently clasping his arm with both hands. Looking up at him with worried eyes, she asked softly, "I just woke up and heard you return from the sea.
Did anything happen during the trip? I saw injuries on the bodyguards."
Wang Yu gazed at her expression, feeling a warmth in his heart. He reached out to gently stroke her cheek and said tenderly, "It's nothing, just encountered a minor setback. Everything's been resolved smoothly, don't you worry."
"Was it really just a minor setback? You'd better not be hiding anything from me."
Zhang Ro slightly furrowed her brows, clearly unconvinced, and pressed further. Wang Yu chuckled as he pulled her into his embrace, resting his chin atop her head while soothing her in a gentle voice. "Really, why would I lie to you?"
Nuzzled against his chest, Zhang Ro gave a faint nod, finally allowing herself to relax a little.
Wang Yu gently cupped her face and leaned in to kiss her. Zhang Ro let out a soft moan, her body trembling slightly as the desire in her eyes grew more intense. She rose on her tiptoes and offered her red lips to him.
Wang Yu responded ardently, their breaths growing increasingly ragged as their tongues intertwined.
Wang Yu scooped her up in his arms and strode toward the master bedroom, then gently laid her down before leaning in to kiss her again, trailing fiery marks from her cheeks down to her neck. Zhang Ro clutched the sheets, her back arching slightly as her legs instinctively wrapped around him. Between gasps, she murmured, "Darling." His hands roamed over her body, each touch drawing breathy whimpers from her lips. Lost in the moment, the two surrendered to the passion fueled by days of longing and love, the air between them thick with desire. The bedside gently swayed. Only after a long while did it gradually settle into stillness.
Chapter 76, The Birth of a Succubus. Night fell. The swimming pool of the celestial palace shimmered under the lights.
The water temperature was perfect, and Wang Yu soaked lazily in the pool, savoring the rare moment of relaxation.
At that moment, Zhang Ro swam over from one side of the pool.
She wore a red swimsuit that perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure. She swam over to Wang Yu's side and gently surfaced, shaking her head with a playful smile on her face.
Wang Yu, come down for a swim too.
Zhang Ro giggled, her eyes gazing at him with tender affection.
Wang Yu smiled faintly and shook his head, his gaze lingering on her before he said, I'll soak in the bath for a while first, you go ahead and swim. Such a beautiful sight. I can't bear to miss it. Zhang Ro's face flushed slightly, her eyes betraying a hint of shyness.
She straightened up and spun gracefully in the water, showcasing her elegant figure.
Then you better enjoy the view.
Wang Yu nodded, watching Zhang Ro swim freely in the water.
Then he called up the system. System, open personal panel. Host, Wang Yu, age, 20, height, 188, charisma, 92, physique, 120, normal human limit is 100, endurance, 120, normal human limit is 100, traits, double cashback, entry effect, all reasonable expenses will be refunded at double the amount. Peak physique, entry effect, from this moment onward, you become the pinnacle of human physical condition. Solidification, entry effect. Eye of truth, effect description.
Machine spirit pleased, effect description.
Points, 888, 627. Huaxia currency, 15,973, 207, 894.
Wang Yu's gaze swept over the string of Huaxia currency figures on his personal panel, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of astonishment in his heart.
Nearly 16 billion in cash.
In 2018, I could probably be considered the cash king of Shanghai.
Wang Yu murmured to himself. The double cashback he received after every purchase caused his wealth to grow exponentially.
He believed that in the near future, his cash reserves would surpass that online famous Beijing cash king.
Then,
Wang Yu looked at the staggering 880,000 points and summoned the advanced wheel. The system screen before him suddenly erupted in a dazzling golden light, shimmering incessantly. An indescribable aura of mystery filled the air, solemn and vast beyond measure.
As the glow dimmed, an ancient and mystical rotating wheel emerged before his eyes, spinning endlessly.
Wang Yu's eyes were stung by the intense glare once again, making him grumble in pain. Damn it, these visual effects are still so over the top.
Can't they tone it down a bit? System, go for a straight 10 draw.
No sooner had Wang Yu spoken than the golden wheel before him began spinning rapidly. The golden light flickered intermittently until the wheel gradually slowed to a stop, leaving only a few patterns still shimmering radiantly.
Ding!
100,000 points consumed, system lottery initiated.
Ding! Congratulations, host has received 1 billion Huaxia dollars. Thank you for your patronage. Ding!
Congratulations, host has obtained a limited edition Apollo IE sports car.
Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Ding! Congratulations, host has received 1,200,000,000 Huaxia currency. Ding! Congratulations, host has received 1,800,000,000 Huaxia currency. Ding!
Congratulations, host, on obtaining a limited edition model, a Lamborghini Aventador.
Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining a limited edition model, a Porsche 918. Thank you for your patronage.
The vehicles have been placed in your parking space.
Please check and confirm. Wang Yu's face darkened, having failed to draw the trait he wanted most. But getting 3 limited edition sports cars offered some consolation. At least he'd collected the 3 legendary gods now. System, go all in for me.
78,000 points consumed, lottery draw commencing. The golden wheel before him began to rotate slowly once more, radiating dazzling light. Wang Yu's face flushed crimson as he stared fixedly at the spinning wheel, silently praying, Jade Emperor, Taishan Laojun, Tathagata Buddha, Jesus, whoever's listening, give me some good luck now.
Ding!
Congratulations host for obtaining the title Incarnate Succubus.
Thank you for your patronage. Ding!
Congratulations, host has received 299,999,999 Chinese yuan.
Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Ding!
Congratulations, host, for acquiring a 1% stake in Tencent.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have obtained the title King of Games.
Thank you for your patronage. Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have received 666,666,666 Huaxia dollars.
Thank you for your patronage. Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have received 666,666,666 Chinese yuan.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have obtained the title Basketball Star.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have obtained Memory Master.
Thank you for your patronage.
Industrial Bank of China reminds you that 14,333,333,331 yuan has been deposited into your account. Your current balance is 30,306,541,225 Huaxia yuan. Wang Yu hurriedly checked the entry effect and saw the system panel displaying. Host, Wang Yu. Age, 20 years old. Height, 188. Charm, 120. Normal human limit is 100. Physique, 120. Normal human limit is 100. Durability, 120. Normal human limit is 100. Entry. Living succubus. Entry effect. Your charm is irresistible. Women will inevitably be captivated by your transcendent allure. Young man, be warned, it's not just women who'll be drawn to you. King of Games. Entry effect. Your hand speed, game sense, and overall skills will reach the level of a world-class professional sports player. Basketball star. Entry effect. Basketball will no longer pose a challenge to you, the next basketball star is you. Memory master. Entry effect. When knowledge flashes through your mind, it will be deeply engraved in your memory, you will never forget. The memory master is none other than you. Points, 8,627. Huaxia currency, 30,306,541,225. Wang Yu gasped in shock at the sight. This time all the drawn attributes were extremely practical. Living Incubus pushed his charm stat beyond human limits, reaching 120 points. From now on, no matter how beautiful a woman was, she would fall for him. Memory Master granted him perfect recall. The events of his past life would be deeply engraved in his mind. Wang Yu no longer had to worry about forgetting them. This particular trait would be absolutely crucial for his future investment ventures. As for King of Games and Basketball Star, those were even more impressive. If an ordinary person were to acquire either of these traits, they could dominate their respective fields and become the brightest stars imaginable. What a pity! These two entries meant little to Wang Yu. With 30 billion in his bank account, he couldn't possibly become a basketball star or livestream gaming, could he? Still, these entries might prove useful in other ways. You never know when it might play its due role. Images from his past life flashed through Wang Yu's mind, those experiences and memories surging like tides, making his thoughts increasingly active. He stared at the various pieces of information on the system panel, pondering his plans for the future. Especially that 1% stake in Tencent.